Trial of the major war criminals. Nuremberg. Trial of the major war criminals before the International Military Tribunal. November 14, 1945 to October 1, 1946. 163rd day. Tuesday, June 25, 1946. Morning session. The defendant von Neurath resumed the stand. Dr. Otto knelt, counsel for defendant Keitel. Mr. President, I should like to advise the tribunal that the first half of the manuscript of my final defense speech in typescript will be ready tomorrow and the second half by next Saturday. I am sorry to say that I personally can furnish only 8 copies, 6 of which are earmarked for the interpreters to facilitate their difficult task. I am sorry that I could not furnish more copies since I personally have no mimeographing machine. I hope the tribunal will appreciate the fact that after the statement made by the Chief Prosecutor for the United States on Friday, I cannot make any claims on the technical assistance of the prosecution. Therefore, I am asking the tribunal to decide whether it would be worthwhile, in order to expedite the presentation, to have the translation of my speech put before them. In this event I would request that the necessary arrangements be made. I am prepared to place my manuscript at the disposal of the tribunal, under the conditions announced by you, Mr. President. What applies for me personally would, so far as I am advised, apply also for the rest, at least for the majority of defense counsel. In order to expedite the proceedings and to reduce the time spent on the presentation of the final defense speeches, it is important to have this point clarified. The President, Dr. Knelt, if you would hand in the manuscript to which you have referred, the tribunal will make arrangements to have it translated into the various languages. I think that will meet the position so far as you are concerned. Dr. Knelt, yes. The President, the tribunal has an announcement upon the subject, which I am about to read. The announcement is this. In view of the discussion which took place on the 13th of June, 1946, on the question of time to be taken by defense counsel, the tribunal has given the matter further consideration. When the defense counsel stated the time they wished to take, the tribunal observed that some of the defendants required more time than others, and to this extent they did make an apportionment among themselves. The tribunal feels that the suggested times are much too long and some voluntary restriction should be made. Except as to a few of the defendants whose cases are of very wide scope, the tribunal is of the opinion that half a day to each defendant is ample time for the presentation of his defense. And the tribunal hopes that counsel will condense their arguments and limit themselves voluntarily to this time. The tribunal, however, will not permit counsel for any defendant to deal with irrelevant matters or to speak for more than 1 day in any case. 4 hours will be allowed at the beginning for argument on the general questions of law and fact, and counsel should cooperate in their arguments in such a way as to avoid needless repetition. As heretofore stated, the tribunal would like to have a translation of each argument in French, Russian, and English submitted at the beginning of the argument. Counsel may arrange for the translation themselves if they so desire. But if they will submit copies of their arguments to the translating department as soon as possible and not less than 3 days in advance of delivery, the translation will be made for them and the contents of the copies will not be disclosed. That is all. Yes, Dr. Ludinghausen. Dr. Otto Freiherr von Ludinghausen, counsel for defendant von Neurath. Last night we had stopped in our treatment of the various points raised by the prosecution. I should like to continue now and to put the following question to you, Herr von Neurath. The prosecution is charging you with the fact that in the Protectorate Germans had a preferential position as compared with Czechs and that you were responsible for that. Will you please comment on this? Konstantin von Neurath, defendant. The position of Germans in the Protectorate was not a preferential position which was vested with any real preferences and advantages as compared with the Czechs, but it was an entirely different position. The Germans had become citizens of the Reich and, therefore, had the rights of Reich citizens, such as the right to vote in Reichstag elections. The Czechs did not have this right to vote, which is understandable in view of the existing variance between the German people and the Czech people. There were at no time any actual advantages connected with the position of the Germans in the Protectorate. Efforts to have preferential treatment were made, of course, in the chauvinistic party and in nationalist circles. But I always opposed them vigorously and prevented any practical realization of such efforts. In this connection, however, I should like to stress once more that the Czech people did not consider themselves inferior to the German people in any way. It was a question simply of a different people which had to be treated, politically and culturally, according to its own characteristics. That was also the reason for the maintenance of the so-called autonomy, which meant nothing more than the separation of the two nationalities with a view toward securing for the Czechs their own way of living. And it is evident that this autonomy had to be kept within certain limits, dictated by the prevailing necessities of the Reich as a whole, especially in times of war. Dr. von Wildinghausen. Now, I should like to deal with the individual points raised in the Czech indictment, or rather the points found in the Czech report, which is the basis for this charge. In this report it is asserted that the freedom of the press was suppressed. Is that correct, and what role did Herr von Gregory play in the treatment of the press? Von Neurath, Herr von Gregory had been the press attaché at the German legation in Prague and was subordinate to the propaganda ministry. Then he came, as chief of my press department, to my administration and controlled the Czech press according to the directives of the propaganda ministry in Berlin. The Czech press, of course, was not free, no more than the German press. Control of circulation and other measures, especially censorship measures, were the same. Dr. von Wildinghausen. The Czech report further raises the charge that the local Czech administrative offices were in many cases dissolved and then reorganized and key positions filled with officials and town councillors who were German or Czech collaborators. Is that correct? Von Neurath. These were communities with a considerable German minority, particularly in Moravia. That they should also have a representation in the local administration seemed to me a natural thing. Prague, for instance, had a Czech mayor and a German assistant mayor. This could hardly be objected to. With regard to the attempts of the Germans in the various cities or districts to take a part in the local administration to an extent that did not seem justified by their numerical strength, I intervened and rejected them. In the municipal administrations of purely Czech districts, such as in West Bohemia, there were generally no German representatives at all. But on the other hand, there were German-speaking enclaves, such as the region of Iglau, where the Germans were dominant in numbers and thus, of course, in influence as well. Dr. von Wildinghausen. The Czech report accuses you of having, in this way and through the appointment of higher land councillors, Oberlandrat, Germanized the Czech administration. And this report bases its accusations on a statement which you allegedly made to the former Bohemian Landespresident, Bienert, in which you said, all that has to be digested in 2 years' time. Von Neurath. I do not recall having made such a statement. And I cannot imagine having uttered it. Here we are concerned with the coordination of the Czechs, of the Czech with the German administration. The Oberlandrat were not appointed by me, but their office was created as a controlling agency by the Reich government by the decree of September 1, 1939 in connection with the setting up of German administrations and the security police. When the Oberlandrat appeared before me to give their reports, I told them time and again that they were not to do any administrative work themselves but were to supervise only. The Czech method of administration was frequently superior to the German, I told them. Dr. von Wildinghausen. With regard to this I should like to refer to document number Neurath, 149 of my document book, the decree on the organization of the administration in the German security police, dated September 1, 1939. In paragraphs 5 and 6 the appointment and the duties of these Oberlandrat are described more in detail. A quotation of this document might be redundant. The Czech indictment further contains a statement by Herr Bienert to the effect that on the problem of the coordination of the Czech administration you had remarked to him something like, that must be carried out strictly, after all, this is war. At the same time Bienert stated in his interrogation that the purpose of this measure, that is, the coordination of the Czech and the German administration, had been to assure Germany of a peaceful hinterland during the war. Will you kindly also comment on this? Von Neurath. It is possible that I told Bienert something along these lines. However, I cannot remember it at this date. But it can be taken for granted that in the sphere of administration, as in every other sphere in the Protectorate also, the necessities of war were the main concern. Restrictions of the autonomy in the Czech national administration have to be considered from this point of view. That it was my constant endeavor to keep the country quiet in the interest of the Reich, and therewith in the interest of all, can hardly be held against me. Apart from that, I should like to remark that the introduction of restrictions on the autonomy was already contained explicitly in the decree setting up the Protectorate. Dr. von Linghausen. In this connection I should like to refer to the order contained in my document book under number Neurath, 144, document book number 5. The order was issued by the Führer and Reich Chancellor on the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia and is dated March 16, 1939. Under Article 11 it was even then stipulated that the Reich could incorporate departments of the administration of the Protectorate into their own administration. The Czech report further refers to a statement made by the former Czech minister Havelka dealing with the persecution of the members of the Czech Legion of the First World War insofar as they held public office. What can you tell us about this question of the legionnaires? Von Neurath, the Czech Legion had been founded in Russia during the First World War. It was composed partially of volunteers, partially of the balance of Czech regiments which had belonged to the old Austro-Hungarian army and had become prisoners of war in Russia. These Czech legionnaires enjoyed a certain exceptional position after the founding of the Czech Republic. In part they were filled with strong chauvinistic resentment toward the Reich which dated back to the time of the nationalities fights. This, the so-called legionnaire mentality, was a catchword in Bohemia, and in times of political unrest it could signify a certain political danger. By the way, this preferential position which the legionnaires enjoyed was widely attacked in the Protectorate by the Czechs themselves. Therefore an effort was made, and by Frank particularly, to remove the legionnaires from public office. But this took place only in the crassest cases and only insofar as those legionnaires had joined the Czech Legion voluntarily, that is, it did not apply to those who were members of the former Austro-Hungarian army. From the very beginning I tried to make this discrimination, which approximately corresponds to the situation, or corresponds with the distinction, which today is made in Germany between the voluntary members of the SS and the Waffen-SS. Dr. von Linghausen, the Czech indictment is further accusing you of having supported the Czech fascist organization Vlajka. It bases this charge on a memorandum which you yourself wrote concerning a discussion which you had with Hacha, the President of Czechoslovakia, on March 26, 1940. According to this memorandum you told Hacha that the personal and moral qualities of the Vlajka leaders were well known to you. In any case, you had to confirm the fact that this movement, this organization, was the only one which had taken a positive stand toward the Reich and toward collaboration with the Reich. How about that? Von Neurath, the Vlajka movement was the same as the collaborationists in France. This movement worked to bring about a German-Czech collaboration and, in fact, long before the Protectorate was established. But the leaders of this movement were, in my opinion, rather dubious characters, as I showed in the words to Hacha quoted above. These leaders threatened and slandered President Hacha and members of the Czech government among others. State Secretary Frank had known these men from former times and he wanted to support them merely in consideration of their former cooperation with him. However, I refused to do this, just as I refused the various applications of these people to visit me. On the other hand, it is possible that Frank supported them from a fund which Hitler had placed at his disposal without my knowledge and about which Frank was under obligation not to tell me anything. Dr. von Linghausen, what attitude, now, did you take to the dissolution of parties, of political parties, and of trade unions? Von Neurath, that was like the control of the press, a necessity which resulted from the system, from the political system of the Reich. In any event, through this step taken by President Hacha and despite the measures taken by Germany, no country suffered less from the war than the Protectorate. The Czech people were the only ones in Middle and Eastern Europe who could retain their national, cultural, and economic entity almost to its full extent. Dr. von Linghausen, now I should like to turn to the point raised by the prosecution, which is concerned with an alleged cultural suppression. What can you tell us about the handling of Czech educational affairs? Von Neurath, the Czech universities and other institutions of higher education, as has been stated before, were closed at Hitler's order in November 1939. Again and again, at the request of President Hacha and of the Protectorate government, I appealed directly to Hitler to have these schools reopened. But due to the dominating position of Herr Himmler, I had no success. The consequence of the closing of the universities, of course, was that a large number of young people who otherwise would have become university students now had to look for work of a manual sort. The closing of the institutions of higher learning also had repercussions on the secondary school level. This had already been heavily burdened after the separation of the Sudetenland in the autumn of 1938, for the entire Czech intelligentsia from this region had returned to the Czech-speaking area, or what was later the Protectorate. Hence for the young people from the secondary schools there was hardly any employment left. It was about the same situation which is now prevailing in Germany. Concerning the closing of Czech lower schools and other planned efforts to restrict Czech youth in their cultural freedom and their educational possibilities, I know nothing. Dr. von Ludinghausen, did you yourself approve of the closing of Czech institutions of higher learning ordered by Hitler? The President, Dr. von Ludinghausen, he said that he tried to intervene and get rid of Hitler's order. Dr. von Ludinghausen, if that is sufficient for the tribunal then he need not answer the question further. The President, don't you think that is sufficient? Dr. von Ludinghausen, yes, I just wanted to have it expressed once again in a somewhat stronger way. However, if the tribunal is satisfied with the clarification of this problem, I am completely satisfied. The President, it would not make it any better if it was said twice. Dr. von Ludinghausen, yes, but, it is sufficient. Turning to the defendant. Do you know anything about an alleged plan, mentioned in the Czech report, to turn the Czech people into a mass of workers and to rob them of their intellectual elite? Von Neurath, no. Only a madman could have made a statement like that. Dr. von Ludinghausen, the Czech indictment, or report, asserts that through your agencies, that is, with your consent and endorsement, destruction and plundering of Czech scientific institutions took place. On page 58 of the German text, page 55 of the English of this report, USSR 60, it says, the Germans occupied all universities and scientific institutions. They immediately got hold of the valuable apparatus, instruments, and scientific installations in the occupied institutions. The scientific libraries were plundered systematically and methodically. Scientific books and films were torn up or taken away. The archives of the Academic Senate, the highest university authority, were torn up or burned, and the card indexes destroyed and scattered to the four winds. What can you tell us in regard to this? Von Neurath, in this connection, I can say only that I never heard of any plundering and destruction of the sort described either in Prague or later. The Czech Hochschulen, or institutions of higher education, were closed together with the universities in the year 1939 at Hitler's order. The buildings and installations of the Prague Czech University, as far as I know, were partly put at the disposal of the German university which had been closed earlier by the Czechs, since, after the Czech Hochschulen were closed, they could not be used any longer for Czech scientific purposes. Dr. von Ludinghausen, do you know anything at all about this? The President, I did not understand that answer. As I got it, the buildings, in part, were put at the disposal of German universities which had been closed by the Czechs. Von Neurath, in Prague. In Prague was the oldest German university. It had been closed by the Czechs after the last war, and after the establishing of the Protectorate it was reopened. And, as far as I know, some of the equipment and buildings were used for this German university. The President, go on. Dr. von Ludinghausen, do you know anything else about the removal of scientific equipment, collections, objects of art, and so forth? Von Neurath, the only case about which I have any knowledge concerned the removal of historically valuable old Gobelins from the Maltese Palace in Prague. These were removed by a member of the Foreign Office in Berlin, allegedly by order of the Chief of Protocol, and this was done at night, secretly, and without my knowledge or the knowledge of my officials. As soon as I learned of this I contacted the Foreign Office, and I requested immediate restoration. Whether restoration was made, I do not know, that was only in 1941, and meanwhile I had left Prague. Dr. von Dinghausen, may I hear? Von Neurath, I know nothing about other incidents. Apart from that, I specifically prohibited the removal of art objects from the Protectorate to the Reich. Dr. von Dinghausen, in this connection, I should like to submit an extract from the interrogation of the former State Secretary Frank, dated June 10, 1945. This is number Neurath, 154 of my document book number 5, and I should like to ask the tribunal to take notice of this statement. Turning to the defendant. What happened to the objects of art and the furniture, which were Czech state property and with which the Czernin Palace in Prague, which you used as your official residence, was furnished? Von Neurath, this house was the former official residence of the Czech foreign minister, and the partly valuable furnishings belonged to the Czech state. Since there was no inventory of any sort of these items, before moving in the fall of 1939, I called in the Czech director of the castle administration and the Czech art historian, Professor Strecky, and I had a very exact inventory taken. One copy of this inventory was left in my office and another one was deposited with the administration of the castle. After I left Prague in the autumn of 1941, I had a record made through my former caretaker and again in the presence of a representative of the castle administration, Professor Strecky, that the articles which were mentioned in the inventory were actually still there. The President, I don't think we need details of the inventory, but there is one thing I should like to ask. The translation came through to me that the inventory was made in the fall of 1938. Was that right? Von Neurath, 1939. I only wanted to mention that naturally I did not take any of these articles. Dr. von Dinghausen, another point raised by the Czech indictment deals with the confiscation of the so-called Masaryk houses in various cities and with the destruction of Masaryk monuments and monuments erected to other personalities famous in Czech history. What do you know about that? Von Neurath, while I was in office, some of these Masaryk houses were closed by the police because they were centers of agitation against Germany. The destruction or the removal of Masaryk or other Czech national monuments I had specifically prohibited. Apart from that, I expressly permitted the laying of wreaths at the grave of Masaryk at Lani, which Frank had prohibited, and this actually took place on a large scale. Dr. von Dinghausen, it is further asserted that Czech literature was suppressed and muzzled to a large extent. Von Neurath, the printing and dissemination of Czech anti-German literature was prohibited of course, just as the further dissemination of English and French works was prohibited in the entire Reich during the war. Aside from that, all this material was treated according to the direct orders of the propaganda ministry. However, while I was in office, there were still many Czech bookstores and book publishing concerns which published books by Czech authors in large numbers and disseminated them. The selection of Czech books of every type in the bookstores was considerably larger than the selection of German books. Dr. von Dinghausen, could you say anything about the suppression of Czech cultural life, of theaters, movies, and so forth, to which the prosecution refers? Von Neurath, there was no question at all of a limitation of the cultural autonomy of the Czechs, aside from the university problem. In Prague a great number of large Czech theaters of every description were open all the time, especially the Czech Opera and several theaters. On the other hand there was only one permanent German theater with daily performances. There was a constant production of many Czech plays and operas, and the same applied to music. The well-known Czech Philharmonic Orchestra at Prague played Czech music primarily and was absolutely independent regarding its programs. The President, Dr. Dinghausen, we don't need details. The defendant says that theaters and cinema theaters were allowed and there was only one German theater. We don't want any further details about it. Dr. Ldingic, very well, Mr. President. I asked about these matters only because they are rather extensively dealt with in the indictment. Turning to the defendant. And what about the film industry, Herr von Neurath? Von Neurath, the same applied to the movie industry. It was even especially active. Dr. von Linghausen, now, I should like to turn to the alleged suppression of religious freedom, of which you are being accused in the Czech indictment. The Czech indictment speaks of a wave of persecution which inundated the churches and which started immediately when the German troops marched in to occupy the country. What about that? Von Neurath, a systematic persecution of the churches is quite out of the question. The population was quite free as concerns public worship, and I certainly would not have tolerated any restrictions along this line. The former Under-State Secretary von Bergsdorf has testified to that point here already. It may be true that in individual cases pilgrimages or certain religious processions were prohibited by the police, even though I personally do not remember it clearly. But that took place only because certain pilgrimages, consisting of many thousands of people, were exploited as political demonstrations at which anti-German speeches were made. At any rate, that had actually occurred several times and had been brought to my knowledge. It is true that a number of clerics were arrested in connection with the action at the beginning of the war, which we have already mentioned here. But these arrests did not take place, because the men were clerics but because they were active political opponents or people who were political suspects. In cases of this nature I made special efforts to have these people released. My personal connections with the Archbishop of Prague were absolutely correct and amicable. He and the Archbishop of Olmütz specifically thanked me for my intervention on behalf of the Church, as I remember distinctly. I prevented any measure against the public worship of the Jews. Every synagogue was open to the time I left in the autumn of 1941. Dr. von Linghausen, in connection with the last point, I should like to put one more question about the position of Jews in the Protectorate. What can you tell us about it? Von Neurath, the legal position of the Jews had to be coordinated with the position of the Jews in the Reich, according to instructions from Berlin. The directives with regard to this had been sent to me already in April of 1939. Through all sorts of inquiries addressed to Berlin, I tried and succeeded in not having the laws go into effect until June 1939, so as to give the Jews the opportunity to prepare themselves for the imminent introduction of these laws. The so-called Nuremberg laws were introduced into the Protectorate, too, at that time. Thereby the Jews were removed from public life and from leading positions in the economic life. However, arrests on a large scale did not take place. There were also no excesses against Jews, except in a few single instances. The camp at their Scienstadt was not erected until long after my time of office, and I prevented the erection of other concentration camps in the Protectorate, too. Dr. von Linghausen, the Czech report accuses you of personally carrying through anti-Jewish measures. They maintain that, first of all, you charged the Czech government, that is to say the autonomous government, with the carrying through of the anti-Jewish laws and that when Minister-President Elias refused to do so, you personally took the necessary steps. Von Neurath, as I said just now, the introduction of the anti-Jewish laws came about on Hitler's direct order, that is to say through the competent authorities in Berlin. The representation. The President, Dr. von Linghausen, why do you want to go over all this again? The defendant has given the evidence that he succeeded in putting off the laws until June 1939 and that then the Nuremberg laws were introduced. He has given us the various qualifications which he said he made, and then you read him the Czech report and try to get him to go over it all again, it seems to me. It is now 11:15. Dr. von Linghausen, all right, then, I shall consider the first question sufficiently answered and we shall not deal with the matter of confiscation either. Turning to the defendant. The Czech report further accuses you of the dissolution of the organizations of the YMCA and YWCA, and the confiscation of their property in favor of German organizations. Von Neurath, I must admit that I do not recall these confiscations at all. If this dissolution and confiscation took place before I left, it must have been a police measure only. Dr. von Linghausen, The Czech report further mentions the destruction of Czech economic life and the systematic plundering of Czech stocks of raw materials and accuses you in that regard. What are the facts with regard to that? Von Neurath, with the establishment of the Protectorate, the Czech economy almost automatically was incorporated into the German economy. The export trade, for which Czech industries had worked to a considerable degree, was stopped for the duration of the war, that is to say, it had to trade with the Reich. The Czech heavy industries, especially the Skoda works and the arms industry, as direct war industries, were taken over to supplement German armaments production by the delegate for the 4-year plan. At the beginning I tried especially to avoid selling out of the Protectorate, which would have been hard on the population. An effective means for that purpose was the maintenance of the customs boundaries which existed between Czechoslovakia and Germany. After heated conflicts with the Berlin economic departments, I succeeded in having the customs barrier maintained up to October 1940, for another year and a half, though it had already been rescinded on March 16, 1939. I believe I am also accused of having been responsible for the removal of raw materials and the like. In that connection I should like to say that the office of the delegate for the 4-year plan was the only authority which could take such measures. Dr. von Linghausen, in this connection I should like to refer to the decree which has already been submitted, the decree dated March 16, 1939, number Neurath, 144 of my document book number 5. In this decree I should like to call special attention to Articles 9 and 10. Turning to the defendant. You are further charged with and accused of the fact that the rate of exchange of Czech kronen to marks was established as 10-1, for in this way the buying out of Czechoslovakian goods was said to have been favored. Are you responsible for the establishing of this rate? Von Neurath, no. In the decree of March 16, 1939 dealing with the establishment of the Protectorate, a decree in the drafting of which I did not take part in any way, it was already stipulated that the rate of exchange would be determined by the Reich government. As far as I know, the same rate was the customary one at the stock exchange and in trade before the incorporation of the Sudetenland into the Reich as well as afterwards. An official rate had to be determined, of course, and this was done through the decree issued by the authorities in Berlin. Dr. von Linghausen, in connection with the decree dated March 16, 1939, which was just mentioned and which is to be found under number Neurath, 144 of my document book number 5. I should like to call your attention especially to Article 10 which sets forth, the ratio of the two currencies, the Czechoslovakian and the German, to each other will be determined by the Reich government. Turning to the defendant. The Czech report further accuses you of the fact that railroad rails allegedly were removed and taken to Germany. Do you know anything about this matter? Von Neurath, I know nothing about this matter and I think this is certainly an error. I know only that in the year 1940 there were negotiations between the German Reich railroads and the Czech state railroads concerning the borrowing of railroad cars and of engines against remuneration. But the stipulation in this case was that this rolling stock could be spared by the transport system in the Protectorate. Aside from that, the railroads in the Protectorate were not under my supervision. But they were directly subordinate to the Transportation Ministry in Berlin. Dr. von Linghausen, I should like to refer to Article 8 of the decree which I have just mentioned, a decree which is found under number Neurath, 144 of my document book 5. Turning to the defendant. It is further asserted that the Reich Commissioner at the Prague National Bank stopped all payments for abroad and confiscated all the stocks of gold and of foreign currencies of the National Bank. Did you have anything to do with this matter? Von Neurath, I had nothing at all to do with these matters. The Reich Commissioner for the Prague National Bank was appointed directly by the Reichsbank in Berlin, or rather by the Ministry of Finance. And he got his orders from them. Dr. von Linghausen, the Czech report states further that you are to be blamed, or are to be made co-responsible, for the alleged confiscation of the Czech banks and industrial undertakings by the German economy. Von Neurath, the German banks, and to an extent the German industries as well, had a real interest in getting a firm foothold in the economic life of the Protectorate. However, this was something which applied long before the establishment of the Protectorate. Therefore it was not strange that the big German banks, in particular, used the opportunity to acquire Czech stocks and securities. And in this way the controlling interest in two Czech banks together with their industrial holdings were transferred to German hands in a manner which was economically quite correct. I believe the Union Bank is mentioned in the Czech report, a bank which was taken over by the Deutsche Bank. And I know in this case quite coincidentally that the initiative did not originate on the German side, but rather from the Czech Union Bank itself. But neither I nor my agencies tried to foster this development in any way. Apart from that, all these enterprises had Czech general directors, and in very few cases were German officials taken in. By far the largest part of all industrial enterprises remained purely Czech as before. Dr. von Wildinghausen, what was the situation with regard to the alleged coercive measures which the prosecution maintains were used against Czech agriculture? Can you tell something about this and about your attitude and the measures you took? Von Neurath, this chapter belongs to the whole scheme of plans by the party in SS, relative to Germanization, which have already been mentioned. The instrument of this German settlement policy was to be the Czech Land Office, Bodnamt, which in itself was a Czech office, which was a survival of the former Czech Office for Agrarian Reform. Himmler first of all assigned to the Land Office an SS Führer as its provisional leader. The President, the tribunal, does not want to know all the details about this. The Czech report apparently alleges coercion in agriculture. The defendant says that it was due, if any, to the party in the SS, and he had nothing to do with it. What is the object of his giving us all these details about the history of agriculture in Czechoslovakia? You must realize the tribunal. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, but I should like to point out one thing only. Turning to the defendant. The Land Office, which was acting in the interests of National Socialism, was restaffed by you with new personnel after a long struggle. I considered it important to clarify this too. Mr. President, I should like to make a general remark. I said yesterday that my examination would last another hour. But yesterday, when I left the session, I found another document book to the indictment which has forced me to deal in greater detail with individual questions here. And for this reason, a reason which I could not foresee, I will have to take additional time. The President, very well, the tribunal has not taken up the question of time at the moment. Why do you have to go into some questions of, I do not know what the word is, AMT, to do with agriculture? Why do you want to go into that? He, the defendant, said he had nothing to do with it. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, in a way he was connected with it, Mr. President, insofar as these agricultural efforts were made through the Land Office. The President, if he was connected with it, let him explain it. I thought he said the party and the SS did it. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, but via the Land Office, and he prevented this. Perhaps you can tell us briefly about this, Herr von Neurath. Von Neurath, I believe that according to the statements of the President of the Court, that is hardly necessary. As a matter of fact, I had no direct connection with the Land Office. I only succeeded in having a rather unpleasant leader of this office, a member of the SS, removed. Dr. von Wildinghausen, during your period of office as Reich Protector, was there any compulsory transportation of workers to the Reich? Von Neurath, no. In this connection I shall also be brief. Compulsory labor did not exist at all while I was in the Protectorate. There was an emergency service law which was issued by the Protectorate government and applied to younger men who were employed in urgently needed work in the public interest in the Protectorate. Compulsory deportations of workers to the Reich did not occur in my time. On the contrary, many young people reported voluntarily for work in Germany, because labor conditions and wages were better in the Reich than in the Protectorate at that time. Dr. von Wildinghausen, how did your resignation from office, and this is my last question, your leaving your office as Reich Protector come about? Von Neurath, first of all I should like to tell you why I remained as long as I did, in spite of all these occurrences and difficulties. The reason for it was that I was convinced, and I am still convinced today, that I had to stay as long as I could reconcile this with my conscience, in order to prevent this country, which was entrusted to Germany, from coming under the definite domination of the SS. Everything that happened to the country after my departure in 1941 I had actually prevented through my presence. And even if my work was ever so much limited, I believe that by remaining I not only rendered a service to my own country but to the Czech people as well, and under the same circumstances I would not act differently even today. Apart from this, I believe that in time of war, especially, I should leave such a difficult and responsible office only in case of the utmost necessity. The crew of a ship does not go below deck and fold their hands in their laps if the ship is in danger. That I could not comply with the wishes of the Czechs 100% is something that will be understood by everybody who had to deal with politics in a practical and not merely theoretical way. And so I believe that by my persevering in office I prevented much of the misery which befell the Czech people after I left. This opinion was also shared by a large number of the Czech population, as I could gather from the numerous letters which were addressed to me by the Czech people later on. Dr. von Wildinghausen, and how did it happen that you left, that you resigned from your office? Von Neurath, on September 23, 1941 I received a telephone call from Hitler asking me to come to headquarters immediately. There he told me that I was being too mild with the Czechs and that this state of affairs could not be continued. He told me that he had decided to adopt severe measures against the Czech resistance movement and that for this purpose the notorious Obergruppenführer Heydrich would be sent to Prague. I did everything in my power to dissuade him from this but was not successful. Thereupon I asked permission to resign, since I could never be responsible for any activity of Heydrich's in Prague. Hitler refused my resignation but permitted me to go on leave. I flew back to Prague and on the following day I continued my journey home. At the same hour that I left Prague, Heydrich arrived. Then I wrote to Hitler from my home and again asked to resign immediately. When in spite of a reminder I did not receive any answer, I repeated my request, and at the same time I explained that under no circumstances would I return to Prague. That I had dissolved my office and I refused to act as Reich Protector from now on. I was not officially relieved from my office until October 1943. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Mr. President, I should like to conclude my examination of the defendant with a brief quotation from the Czech indictment. The President, just one moment, was your going on leave made public? Von Neurath, yes. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, I was just going to quote that, Mr. President. In that text of the Czech indictment it says, when at last in the second half of September the underground Czech revolt committees, with the help of the BBC, began a successful boycott campaign against the German-controlled press. The German authorities seized the opportunity to aim a heavy blow at the Czech population. On September 27, 1941 radio station Prague gave out the following report. Reich Minister Baron von Neurath, Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia, has found it necessary to ask the Führer for a long leave in order to restore his impaired health. Then in conclusion it says, under these circumstances the Führer agreed to the request of the Reich Protector and charged SS Obergruppenführer Heydrich with the direction of the office of Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia during the time of the illness of Reich Minister von Neurath. With this my examination is ended, Mr. President. The President, from September 1941 until October 1943, did you live on your own estates, or what? Von Neurath, yes, Mr. President. Dr. von Wildinghausen, my examination is over. The President, the court will adjourn now. A recess was taken. The President, do any of the defendant's counsel wish to ask the witness any questions? Dr. Egon Kubischak, counsel for defendant von Papen. Is it known to you that immediately before Germany left the League of Nations, von Papen followed Hitler to Munich to persuade him to remain in the League of Nations? Von Neurath, yes, that is known to me. In fact, I myself induced him to do so. Dr. Kubischak, during the time he was Vice-Chancellor in 1933 and 1934, did von Papen protest in the cabinet against unfriendly acts of the German policy toward Austria, as for instance, the introduction of the 1,000 mark embargo? Von Neurath, yes, that line was continuously followed by him and by other ministers and naturally by myself, too. Dr. Kubischak, did Hitler mention to you that this attitude of Papen's in the Austrian problem induced him to transfer the mission in Vienna to Papen after the murder of Dollfuss? Von Neurath, yes, Hitler did speak about that. Dr. Kubischak, did Hitler discuss with you the reasons why he addressed the letter of July 26, 1934 to Papen, announcing that Papen would be sent to Austria? Von Neurath, yes, but the way it happened was as follows. When Hitler told me about his intention to send Papen to Vienna, I reminded him that, in order to give the latter any weight, he should first of all, after the events of June 30, clear up the relationship between himself, Hitler, and Papen, and clear it up publicly. This letter which was read here in court can be traced to that. Dr. Kubischak, in 1937 you paid a visit to the Austrian government which led to demonstrations. Were you and von Papen surprised by these demonstrations, and did you agree with them? Von Neurath, the demonstrations were a complete surprise to me, especially because of their tremendous size. They certainly did not please me, because they cast a certain shadow on the discussions between Herr von Schuschnigg and myself. Dr. Kubischak, then, the last question. Before Schleicher's government was formed there was a meeting of the cabinet on December 2, 1932. The day before Papen had been given orders by Hindenburg to send the parliament on leave and to form a new government. Is it correct that Papen reported on this matter to the cabinet and that Schleicher, as Reichswehrminister, made a statement to the effect that this would lead to civil war and that the forces of the Wehrmacht were too weak to cope with such a civil war? Von Neurath, yes, I remember this occurrence very accurately. We were all somewhat surprised at Schleicher's statement. However, it was so well founded that we had to accept it as true. Dr. Kubischak, thank you. The President, do any other defendants' counsel wish to ask any questions? There was no response. The prosecution. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, Deputy Chief Prosecutor for the United Kingdom at the time about which Dr. Kubischak has just been asking you, in the second half of 1932, did you know that President von Hindenburg, the defendant von Papen, and General von Schleicher were discussing and considering very hard what would be the best method of dealing with the Nazi Party? Von Neurath, no. As I have already testified, I had no connection in that respect. I knew absolutely nothing about all these negotiations. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I want to make it clear, I am not suggesting you were in the negotiations. But didn't you know that the problem as to how to deal with the Nazi Party was exercising the minds of the President and the defendant von Papen and General von Schleicher, that it was a very urgent problem in their minds? Von Neurath, yes, I knew that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and again, do not think, defendant, I am suggesting that you were in the negotiations. You may take it, well, I will make all the suggestions perfectly clear. You knew that in the end the method which commended itself to President von Hindenburg, to the defendant von Papen, and to General von Schleicher was that there should be a government with Hitler as Chancellor. But well brigaded by conservative elements, in harness with conservative elements. That was the plan that was ultimately resolved on. You knew that much, I suppose, didn't you? Von Neurath, yes, but the plan was not quite like that. At that time, the time you are talking about, there was only mention of the fact that we were obliged to bring the Nazi Party into the government. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but eventually, when the Nazi Party came in, on January 30, 1933, the plan was that it would be well harnessed to conservative elements. That was the idea in President von Hindenburg's mind, was it not? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and you were one of the conservative and stable elements, if I understand you rightly, isn't that so? Von Neurath, yes. It has been explained here that it was the special wish of President von Hindenburg that I should remain in the government. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, in order to keep Hitler's government peace-loving and respectable. Is that a fair way of putting it? Von Neurath, yes, so as to prevent Hitler's revolutionary movement in general from exercising their methods too much within the government. 2. Sir David Maxwell FYF, and, defendant, you have told us that up to this time you had been a diplomatist. When you became a minister, did you not think that you had some responsibility for keeping the government respectable and peace-loving as a minister of the Reich? Von Neurath, to be sure, but the question was only how far it was in my power to accomplish this. Sir David Maxwell FYF, I don't want to go into the workings of your mind too much, I just want to get this clear. You realized that as a foreign minister, and as a well-known figure to all the chancelleries of Europe, that your presence in the government would be taken throughout Europe. As a sign of your approval and your responsibility for what the government did you not? Von Neurath, I doubt that very much. Perhaps one might have hoped so. Sir David Maxwell FYF, well now, just let's consider it. Is it your case that up to November of 1937 you were perfectly satisfied with the peace-loving intentions and respectability of the government? Von Neurath, I was convinced of the peaceful intentions of the government. I have already stated that. Whether I was satisfied with the methods. Sir David Maxwell FYF, what about respectability? By respectability, I mean the general standard of decency that is required by any government, under which its people are going to be reasonably happy and contented. Were you satisfied with that? Von Neurath, I was by no means in agreement with the methods, above all in connection with the domestic policy. Sir David Maxwell FYF, well, I would just like to look at that for a moment. Did you know about the Brown Terror, in March of 1933, some 6 weeks after the government was formed? Von Neurath, I only knew of the boycott against the Jews, nothing else. Sir David Maxwell FYF, do you remember the affidavit that has been put in evidence here, made by the American consul, Mr. Geist, document 1759, P.S., Exhibit USA, 420? Von Neurath, may I see it? Sir David Maxwell FYF, well, just let me remind you. It is a long affidavit, and there are only 1 or 2 parts one want to put to you. Mr. Geist gives detailed particulars of the bad treatment, the beating, and assaulting, and insulting, and so on, of Jews as early as March 1933. Did you know about that? Von Neurath, I know of these occurrences, I do not know this affidavit, I have not seen it, but I do know about the occurrences from complaints made by foreign diplomatic representatives. And according to them, and as concerns my attitude to these events, I repeatedly applied to Hitler and urgently implored him to have them stopped. But I do not know anything more about the details. Sir David Maxwell FYF, just leaving that affidavit for the moment, as foreign minister, you did receive, did you not, a synopsis or account of what was appearing in the foreign press? Von Neurath, yes, that I did, but whether I received all of those things I do not know. Sir David Maxwell FYF, just let me take an example. You had been ambassador at the court of St. James from 1930 to 1932, if my recollection is right. Had you not? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYF, and you realized, whether you agreed with what was in them or not, the London Times and the Manchester Guardian were newspapers that had a great deal of influence in England, didn't you? Von Neurath, yes, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYF, did you know that in April 1933 both these newspapers were full of the most terrible stories of the ill treatment of Jews, Social Democrats, and Communists in Germany? Von Neurath, yes, that is quite possible. I cannot remember it any more now, but those were certainly the very cases which I brought up before Hitler, drawing his attention to the effect that this was having abroad. Sir David Maxwell FYF, well, I just want to consider the extent which these papers were alleging. As early as the 12th of April, 1933 the Manchester Guardian was saying. The Inquirer, by digging only an inch below the surface, which to the casual observer may seem tranquil enough, will, in city after city, village after village, discover such an abundance of barbarism committed by the brown shirts that modern analogies fail. Describing them as an instrument Of a terror that although wanton is systematic, wanton in the sense that unlike a revolutionary terror it is imposed by no outward necessity, and systematic in the sense that it is an organic part of the Hitlerite regime. Did you know that this and quotations like these were appearing in responsible British papers? My lord, that is D. 911, which is the collection of extracts and, with Mr. Worm's affidavit, will be Exhibit GB 512. Turning to the defendant. Did you know that was the line that was being taken, that it was systematic in the sense of being an organic part of the Hitler regime? Von Neurath, no, in that sense certainly not. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you know that the British paper, the Manchester Guardian, was quoting an eminent German conservative, who is in close touch with the nationalist members of the German government, and certainly more sympathetic to the right than to the left, has given the number of victims as 20,000, as many as 20,000 in April? Did you know that the figure was being put that high? Von Neurath, no, and I do not believe it either. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, let us see what the German press was saying. On the 24th of April, 1933 the Times was quoting the Hamburger Fremdenblatt, which, in turn, was invoking official sources and stating that there were 18,000 communists in prison in the Reich and that the 10,000 prisoners in Prussia included many social intellectuals and others. Would the Hamburger Fremdenblatt, which had a very long career as a newspaper, if it misquoted official sources under your government in April 1933, have misrepresented the position? It would not, would it? Von Neurath, that I do not know, but I do know that a lot of trouble is always being stirred up by means of figures. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but defendant, here is a figure quoted, as far as I know, by a responsible Hamburg paper, as an official figure, requoted by the London Times, which is the principal paper in England. Wasn't that sufficiently serious for you to bring it up in the cabinet? Von Neurath, I am very sorry, but with all respect to the papers, and even the London papers, they do not always tell the truth. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, no. That is a perfectly reasonable comment. Newspapers, like everyone else, are misinformed. But when you had a widespread account of terrible conditions giving large numbers, did you not, as one of the respectable elements in this government, think that it was worthy of bringing it up in cabinet and finding out whether it was true or not? Von Neurath, how do you know that I did not do that? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is what I am asking. Did you bring it up, and what was the result when you did? Von Neurath, I have already told you before that I always remonstrated about these incidents, with Hitler, not in the cabinet, but with Hitler. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is not what I asked you. You see, defendant, what I asked you was why you did not bring it up in the cabinet. Here was a cabinet established with conservative elements to keep it respectable. Why did you not bring it up in the cabinet and try and get the support of Herr von Papen, Herr Hugenberg, and all the other conservative gentlemen in the cabinet of whom we have heard? Why did you not bring it up? Von Neurath, for the very simple reason that it seemed to be more effective to tell Hitler directly. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, in April 1933, some 2 months after it was formed, are you telling the tribunal that you did not think it was worthwhile to bring a matter up in the Reich cabinet? Within 2 months of Hitler coming into power, it had become so Führer-principled that you could not bring it up in the cabinet? Von Neurath, I repeat, and after all I alone should be the one to judge, that I considered direct representations made to Hitler more effective. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. Well, now, I do not suppose you were interested, but did you know about the putting into concentration camps of any of the gentlemen that I mentioned to the defendant von Papen, Herr von Ossietzky or Herr Muzzum or Dr. Hermann Dunker, or any of the other left-wing writers and lawyers and politicians? Did you know that they had gone to a concentration camp from which they never returned? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you did not know at all. Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, at any rate, you knew, as your documents have shown, when you went to London in June, you knew very well how, at any rate. Foreign opinion had crystallized against Germany because of the treatment of the Jews and the opposition parties, did you not, when you went to the World Economic Conference in June? Von Neurath, yes. That was mentioned by me in a report that was read in court. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now you say that your reaction was to go to Hitler and protest. I just want to look at what the existing documents show that you did. Now, let us take April, first of all. Would you look at document D, 794? The document was handed to the defendant. My lord, it is document book 12A, page 8. It will be exhibit GB 513. Now, this is a letter from you to Hitler dated the 2D of April 1933. The Italian ambassador telephoned me last night and informed me that Mussolini had declared himself prepared to deny, through the Italian delegations abroad, all news about the persecution of the Jews in Germany that had been distorted by propaganda, if we should consider this course useful. I thanked Herr Cerruti, also on your behalf, and told him that we would be glad to accept his offer. I regard this friendly gesture of Mussolini's as important enough to bring it to your notice. What did you think had been distorted by propaganda? Von Neurath, yes, please read this part. Here it says, the news had been distorted by propaganda. That is what it is about. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is what I was so interested in, defendant. What did you think had been distorted, and how much knowledge had you, so that you could decide whether the news had been distorted or not? Von Neurath, that I really cannot tell you any more today. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you knew that Jews had been beaten, killed, taken away from their families, and put into concentration camps and that their property had been destroyed and was beginning to be sold under value. You knew that all these things were happening, did you not? Von Neurath, no, certainly not at that time. That they were beaten, yes, that I had heard, but at the time no Jews were murdered or perhaps only once in one individual case. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, so you see that the Times and Manchester Guardian of that date gave the most circumstantial examples of typical murders of Jews. You must have seen that, you must have seen that the foreign press was saying it. Why did you think that it was distorted? What inquiry did you make to discover whether it was distorted? Von Neurath, who gave me information about murders? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I am putting it to you that it was in the foreign press. I have given you the two examples from the press of my own country, and obviously from what Signor Mussolini was saying, it was in the press of other countries. You must have known what they were saying. What inquiries did you make to find out whether it was true or not? Von Neurath, I used the only way possible for me, namely through the police authorities concerned. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you ask Himmler, or did you ask the defendant Göring? Von Neurath, most certainly not. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what? You asked Himmler? Or did you ask the defendant Göring? Why not? Why not? He was the head, inventing the Gestapo and the concentration camps at that time. He would have been a very good man to ask, would he not? Von Neurath, the man who could have given me information was the chief, the supreme head of the police, and it was in no way personally. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you ask the defendant Frick? Von Neurath, in any case, I did not ask him personally. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now. Von Neurath, certainly not personally. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, may I suggest to you that I do not want to take up time. Why did you not take the trouble to ask Göring or Frick or anyone who could have given you, as I suggest, proper information? Would you look at document 3893 PS? The document was handed to the defendant. The tribunal will find it at page 128 of document book 12A. My lord, that will become exhibit GB 514. This is the Völkischer Beobachter, quoting you on the 17th of September, 1933, on the Jewish question. The minister had no doubt that the stupid talk abroad about purely internal German affairs, as for example the Jewish problem, will quickly be silenced if one realizes that the necessary cleaning up of public life must temporarily entail individual cases of personal hardship, but that nevertheless it served only to establish all the more firmly the authority of justice and law in Germany. Was that your view in September 1933, of the action against the Jews and against the left-wing sympathizers up to that time, that it was a necessary cleaning up of public life, which would, of course, temporarily involve individual cases of hardship, and that was necessary, more firmly, to establish the authority of justice and law in Germany? Was that your view? Von Neurath, I told you during my, I think it was the day before yesterday, in answer to the question of what my attitude was toward the Jewish problem, that in view of the inundation and domination of public life in Germany by Jews which occurred after the last war, I thought it absolutely right to have these things either eliminated or restricted. That is what I am referring to here. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, so that it is right, I mean, you are not running away from what you said on the 17th of September, 1933, that you thought the treatment of the Jews in 1933 a necessary cleaning up of public life in Germany. Are we to take it that your view then is your view now, and you do not deviate from it at all? Is that right? Von Neurath, that is still my view today, do you not see, only it should have been carried out by different methods. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, all right. Well, we will not go into discussions of it. Am I to take it that you knew and approved of the breakdown of political opposition? Von Neurath, no, that is. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, then, let us take it by stages. Did you believe in the proscribing, the making illegal of the Communist Party? Von Neurath, in those days, most certainly, because you have heard, have you not, that we were facing civil war? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, very well. You agreed with that. Did you agree with the breaking down and making illegal of the trade unions? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what did you do to protest against the breaking down of the trade unions? Von Neurath, that was in a sphere, this sphere did not concern me at all. I was foreign minister and not minister of the interior. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. Well, again, I am not going to argue with you. You thought it was perfectly right as foreign minister to remain and give your support and authority to a government which was doing something of which you disapproved, like breaking down the trade union movement. Is that how we are to take it? Von Neurath, yes. Did you ever hear that a minister? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now what about? Von Neurath, I would like to say, did you ever hear that every cabinet minister must leave the cabinet if he does not agree with one particular thing? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, every cabinet minister for whom I have any respect left a cabinet if it did something of which he morally disapproved, and I understood from you that you morally disapproved of the breaking down of the trade union movement. If I am wrong, correct it. If you did not disapprove, say so. Von Neurath, I did not think that it was immoral. It was a political measure, but not an immoral one. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, then let us take number 3, take the Social Democratic Party, that was a party which had taken a great share in the government of Germany and of Prussia for the years since the war. Did you think it right, morally right, to make that party illegal and unable to take any further share in the carrying on of the country? Von Neurath, no, certainly not. But I do not at all know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, let us get it clear. Did you think it right or not? Von Neurath, I just told you, no, but I do not at all know whether you. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what did you do to protest against that? What did you do to protest against the dissolution of the Social Democratic Party? Von Neurath, the most I could do against this dissolution was to state my objections. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, to whom did you state your objection against the dissolution of the Social Democratic Party? Von Neurath, to Hitler, again and again. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, again and again you didn't raise the dissolution of the parties, the opposition parties. You never raised that in the cabinet, that is right, isn't it? Von Neurath, I cannot remember whether this question was discussed in the cabinet, I do not know any more. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. All right. Let us just pass to another aspect and still on 1933. I just want you to have in mind what was happening in 1933. Did you know that after you had announced that Germany was leaving the Disarmament Conference and the League of Nations, that orders for military preparations to deal with the possibility of war, as consequent on that action had been got out? Von Neurath, no. In 1932 to 1933 I knew nothing about it. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, in 1933, yes, it started, in Document C-140, Exhibit USA 51, on the 25th of October, 1933. Now, defendant, you were foreign minister. Are you telling the tribunal that neither had Hitler nor Marshal von Blomberg, I think he was Reichswehrminister, that none of them told you, as a result of this action, we shall have to have the preparations ready in case sanctions, including military sanctions, are imposed on Germany? Did none of them tell you that that was to be the result of your move in foreign policy? Von Neurath, no, nor was there any action to be feared. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. Well, now it is rather, you will agree with me, it is rather odd not to inform the foreign minister of the possible consequences of his policy in the military preparations you are taking to deal with it. It is rather odd, isn't it, in any system of government, of totalitarian, democratic, or anything you like, it is rather odd not to tell the foreign minister what you are doing in the way of military preparations, to deal with his policy, isn't it? Von Neurath, I certainly had to decide on the opinion as to whether any danger threatened from our withdrawal from the League of Nations and the Disarmament Conference, that is, I had to decide whether this might have any probable consequences. The military had their own opinion, and presumably, but I do not know, anyhow, I was not informed, but there were certain discussions amongst the General Staff, I assume. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, now, I just want to sum up for 1933 and I want to do that quickly. May I take it, that up to the end of 1933, despite these matters which I have put to you, that you were perfectly satisfied with the respectability and peace-loving intentions of the government, is that right? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, now, just let us turn to 1934. You remember your conversation with Mr. Dodd, the American ambassador, which you mentioned in your document book number 1, at page 54. It was on the 28th of May, 1934, and Mr. Dodd had told you, apparently, what he had said to Hitler about the way Americans are trying to control profiteering by great financial interests. He said he was glad that, then he says that you said that you were glad that he had informed Hitler, and then Mr. Dodd added that the Chancellor had not agreed with me. Then he says. Von Neurath was silent for a moment after my remarks. It was plain that he was entirely of my way of thinking. He begged me to say to Washington that the outbreak was entirely contrary to the German government purpose, but he did not commit himself on Hitler. What did you mean by that? That the outbreak against Jews was entirely contrary to German government purpose. Von Neurath, by that I wanted to say that the members of the cabinet, the majority of them, were against these methods. Apart from that, I can add that I had just asked Mr. Dodd to go and see Hitler personally so as to give backing to the suggestions I was making to Hitler. I took him there. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but did you know, in May 1934, that the German government was going in for systematic and virulent antisemitism, didn't you know that? Von Neurath, anti-Semitic propaganda, I knew mainly from her Goebbels speeches. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, well, let us pass to something a little more concrete. Had you any reason for disliking General von Schleicher or General von Brito? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what was the effect on your mind of these two gentlemen and Frau von Schleicher being killed in the blood purge of the 30th of June, 1934? Von Neurath, I hardly need to answer that. Of course, I was repulsed by it, that is clear, but then I told you the other day that unfortunately in the case of such a revolt, innocent people always have to suffer as well. Sir David Maxwell FWFE, I see. But just let us get it clear. You told the tribunal the other day that you thought, and had some reason for thinking, that there was a movement in the SA, that is, a movement led by Rome and Ernst, and I suppose people that you would consider undesirable, of that sort. What reason had you to suppose that General von Schleicher and General von Brito had been in a conspiracy, if any? Von Neurath, I had no reason at all, and I do not believe today that they were plotting. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you hear about the unfortunate way in which Herr von Papen kept on losing secretaries at the same time? You remember, you know. Von Neurath, exactly the same. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, do you know that Herr von Bose and Jung were killed, von Skirschke was arrested, and 2 other gentlemen were also arrested? Did you hear about that? Von Neurath, yes, I did, through Herr von Papen. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and did you regard the blood purge of the 30th of June as just another element in the necessary cleaning up of public life? Von Neurath, to the extent that it was carried out with all the outrages and murders of innocent people, most certainly not. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, why did you go on in a government that was using murder as an instrument of political action? Von Neurath, I have already told you twice that in the case of such revolutions such mishaps cannot be avoided, most unfortunately. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. Well, now, let us take just another of your 1934 experiences. You knew about the terroristic acts that were going on in Austria in May and June of 1934, did you not? And by terroristic acts, don't let us have any doubt about it. What I mean is causing explosions in Austrian public utilities and railways and things like that. I mean dynamite. I don't mean anything vague. You knew that such acts were going on in Austria in May and June 1934, did you not? Von Neurath, yes, I heard about it, and I always opposed that sort of thing because I knew that it was done by Nazis. And let me say once more, mostly by Austrian Nazis. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what position did Herr Kopka have in your ministry on the 31st of May, 1934? Von Neurath, he was the ministerial director. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, ministerial director, quite a responsible position, was it not? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, do you remember Herr Kopka reporting to you on the 31st of May, 1934, on a visit of Baron von Wachter? Von Neurath, no, I cannot remember that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, just think, you know. Baron von Wachter was one of the leaders of the putsch against Dollfuss 6 weeks later on the 25th of July. Don't you remember Herr Kopka making a report to you and you passing it on to Hitler? Von Neurath, no, I cannot remember that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, let's refresh your memory if you don't remember it. Would you look at document D-868? It will become Exhibit GB 515. Just look at it. I will read it over, but just look at the signatories carefully, and if you will be good enough to look at the top, I think you will find on the original, there are your own initials. And on the left-hand side there is a note, the Reich Chancellor has been informed June 6th. That is on the 6th of June. That is initialed L by Lammers, Dr. Lammers. Then there is a note below that, from the Reich Chancellor on June 6th, also initialed by Lammers I think. And on the other side you will see there is a note which is certainly initialed Lammers. Habicht is coming today. L 6/6. And this memorandum comes back from the Reich Chancellor to the Foreign Office on the same day. Now just let's see what report you were getting from Austria and passing on to Hitler. We will omit, unless you want it particularly, a description of Baron von Wachter's fresh, youthful appearance in paragraph 1, but it goes on to say. His statements were obviously made in full consciousness of serious responsibility. His estimation of the affairs and personalities that came under review was clear and definite. Herr von Wachter drew up for me, too, a picture of the situation in Austria which was, in some of its colors, even darker and more serious than it had appeared to us here up till now. The extremist tendencies of the National Socialists in Austria were constantly on the increase. Terrorist acts were multiplying. Regardless of who actually undertook the demolitions and other terrorist acts in individual cases, each such act provoked a new wave of extremism and also of desperate acts. As Herr von Wachter repeatedly and sadly stressed, uniformity of leadership was lacking. The SA did what it wanted and what it, for its part, considered necessary. The political leadership at the same time introduced measures which sometimes meant the exact opposite. Thus the great terrorist action, as the result of which the railway lines leading to Vienna were blown up, was by no means committed by Marxists but by the Austrian SA and indeed against the wishes of the political leadership which, as he believed, did not participate in any way either in the act or its preparation. Such is the picture as a whole. In detail, in individual provinces and districts, the confusion was, if possible, even greater. Then he says that the main seat of unrest is Carinthia, and where conditions were worst. And then he says, Herr von Wachter thought that here improvements must be introduced most speedily, that is, by means of the centralization of all forces active in the interests of National Socialism both in and outside Austria. Personal questions should play no part here. The decisive word in this connection could, of course, be given only by the Führer himself. He, Wachter, was in complete agreement with Herr Habicht on all these matters. As far as he knew, Herr Habicht had already succeeded in having a brief conversation with the Reich Chancellor today. Now just let's pause there for a moment. Herr Habicht was appointed about that time press attaché at the German embassy in Vienna. The appointment of Herr Habicht as press attaché would be done either by you or with your approval, would it not? It was under your department. Von Neurath, right now I no longer know if Herr Habicht was the National Socialist leader, Landesleiter, for Austria in Munich and whether or not he went to Vienna as press attaché I do not know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, you can take it that he went to Vienna as press attaché at this time, at the end of May 1934. And what I am asking you is, was it not either at your order or with your approval that he was given a post which gave him diplomatic immunity in the middle of his plottings? Von Neurath, if Herr Habicht was really there, this happened neither with my knowledge nor with my approval, but presumably it was arranged by the Ministry of Propaganda to whom these press men were subordinated. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, you will agree with me, defendant, that this is not a very pleasant document, it does not describe a very pleasant state of affairs. Let me remind you, this came, from your ministerial director to you and went on to the Führer and came back from Dr. Lammers with a note, Habicht is coming today. Surely as. Von Neurath, to the Führer. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, yes. Von Neurath, besides, Mr. Prosecutor, I want to point out to you that here only the Austrian National Socialists are being discussed. With them I had nothing at all to do. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what I am pointing out to you is that the document, this Foreign Office document goes to the Reich Chancellery, it comes back on the 6th of June with a note from Dr. Lammers saying, Habicht is coming today. You must have known all about Habicht on the 6th of June. It is mentioned in this report. Von Neurath, not at all. I have this note from Lammers which means that Habicht was coming to see the Reich Chancellor. And this report from my ministerial director I immediately passed on to the Reich Chancellor to show him what the conditions were in Austria. That was the reason. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but you remember Herr von Papen giving evidence a few days ago. And when I asked him who were the leading Reich German personalities who influenced the putsch in Austria in July 1934. He thought for a long time and the only leading Reich German personality that he could remember as influencing the putsch was this very Herr Habicht. Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well then, what I am putting to you is, and pausing there to get it, that you knew very well, on the 6th of June, 1934, that Herr Habicht, this leading Reich personality according to the defendant von Papen was organizing revolution in Austria, didn't you? Von Neurath, whatever makes you suppose a thing like that? Herr Habicht never came to see me. He went to see the Reich Chancellor. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you saw this report. This is a report of your ministerial director. I have just read what von Wachter thought. Von Neurath, there is not one word about Herr Habicht in it. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, I just read that to you. May I remind you? The decisive word in this connection could of course be given only by the Führer himself. He, Wachter, was in complete agreement with Herr Habicht on all these matters. In other words, what Wachter is putting to the Foreign Office were the views of Habicht no less than himself. Von Neurath, yes, that is certainly in there. Well, all these terrorist acts and all these disturbances which are described in this document were brought to the attention of the Reich Chancellor by myself. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, just look what the report says at the foot of the page. But when nothing happened in the meantime, and on the other hand the countermeasures of the Austrian government grew more brutal and severe from day to day, the radical elements made themselves felt once more and came forward with the statement that the Chancellor had issued his order only for tactical reasons and was inwardly in agreement with every manly act of opposition and had in view, as his own political aim, merely the weakening of Dollfuß's hateful system, though in a way which should be as unobtrusive as possible to the outside world. They are now working with this argument. Listen to the next bit, his suggestion to you, the nearest warning of trouble which any foreign minister ever heard of. One constantly stumbles on this idea during discussions and it is secretly spreading. A change must be made soon and a uniform leadership created. Otherwise, as Herr von Wachter concluded his impressive description, a disaster may occur any day which would have the worst possible consequences in foreign policy, not only for Austria alone, but above all for Germany herself. And then, dramatically, in the middle of the conversation, Herr von Wachter receives a telephone message that he had better not go back to Vienna or he will be arrested on his arrival. And within 6 weeks he had started the putsch and Chancellor Dollfuß had been shot. Do you remember now? Did you not appreciate, at the beginning of June 1934, that there was the greatest danger of an uprising and trouble in Austria? Von Neurath, yes, quite definitely so. That is the very reason why I sent the report to the Chancellor. I could not interfere in Austria. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, perhaps you can tell me, on the question on which the defendant von Papen was unable to specify, who, in your opinion, were the other prominent Reich German personalities who were behind the Dollfuß putsch in Austria. You say you were not. Who, in your opinion, were these personalities that Herr von Papen mentions as being behind the Dollfuß putsch? Von Neurath, I know absolutely none. I know only Habicht, and him I knew only as a person against whom I protested to Hitler because of his inflammatory actions. Apart from him I did not know any Reich Germans. The others were all Austrian National Socialists who have been mentioned innumerable times during the trial but whom I did not know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I am not mentioning them. I am mentioning the defendant von Papen's prominent Reich German personalities, and I am trying very hard to find out who they were. Are you taking the same line, that the only one you can remember is the press attaché, Herr Habicht? Is that all you can help the tribunal in this matter? Von Neurath, I have already said, and that will have to suffice, I do not know anyone. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, is it your opinion that your minister, Dr. Reith, knew nothing about this, despite what Mr. Messersmith says on that point? Do you think Dr. Reith knew nothing about the putsch? Von Neurath, I cannot tell you to what extent Herr Reith was informed. You know, however, that when he acted ostentatiously later on that I recalled him right away. Apart from that, I always forbade the ministers to meddle in such matters. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you haven't any doubt in your own mind that Dr. Reith knew all about the impending putsch, have you? Von Neurath, oh yes, I have considerable doubts that he knew all about it. I do not believe so because his whole character was not at all like that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, at any rate, you knew on the 25th of July that the Austrian Nazis had made this putsch and had murdered Dollfuss? Von Neurath, that is not exactly a secret. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, no, I know it. A lot of these things were not secrets. What I am interested in was your knowledge, when you found out. Von Neurath, afterward, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but didn't that give you any qualms about remaining in a government which had extended its policy of murder from at home to abroad, through the party elements in Austria? Von Neurath, if I were responsible for every single murderer, for every single German murderer who was active abroad, then I would have had a lot of work to do, would I not? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you knew, Herr von Neurath, and I shall remind you how in a moment, you knew that the Austrian NSDAP was in close touch with, and acting under, the orders of Hitler all the time when Hitler was head of your government. You knew that perfectly well, didn't you? Von Neurath, he was the chief of the NSDAP. It is quite natural that they were collaborating with him. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes. Now there is just one other point. Von Neurath, yes. I want to tell you another thing. I continuously remonstrated with Hitler, together with Herr von Papen, about the fact that this Herr Habicht was doing the things he was. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, we will take that up in a moment. I just want to get one point of fact. Does this accord with your recollection? I have been through all the reports of the defendant von Papen. And apart from 3 personal reports, 2 dealing with Herr von Skursky and 1 dealing with abuse of Hitler, which is of no political significance, we have 28 reports. 19 of these reports are marked as being copies to the Foreign Office. Is that in accord with your recollection, that 3 but of 4 of Herr von Papen's reports would come to you to be seen by you? Von Neurath, that I cannot tell you at this late day. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you are quite right, Herr von Neurath. You wouldn't know how many went to you, but you say you saw a considerable number of Herr von Papen's reports. I think there were 19, I am sure you can take it that they are marked, 19 are marked, past the Foreign Office. Von Neurath, I do believe you, yes, but the question is how many were submitted to me, for I did not receive every individual report from every ambassador or minister abroad. Otherwise, I would have been drowned in paper. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I quite agree. But what I asked you was, did you receive these from Herr von Papen, who was supposed to be in a rather special position dealing with a very difficult problem? Did you receive a considerable number of reports from Herr von Papen to Hitler as passed to you? Von Neurath, I can tell you only that I received some reports but certainly not all. I cannot tell you more than that today. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, perhaps this would be a convenient time to break off. The President, we will adjourn at this time. The tribunal recessed until 1400 hours. Afternoon session. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I just want to get 2 or 3 facts clear about 1935 before I put some questions to you. On the 10th of March Germany announced the establishment of an air force, and on the 16th of March I think you, among others, signed the law introducing compulsory military service. You explained all that to us. I don't want to go over it again, but I just want to ask you about the secret Reich defense law of the 21st of May, 1935. Would you look at General Thomas's comment on it? My lord, it is at page 52 of Document Book 12. It is about page 71 of the German document book. The President, number 12A or B. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, number 12, my lord. That is the original one, page 52, my lord. The Central Directorate of the Supreme Reich Authorities, ordered in case of war, has influenced the development and the activity of the War Economy Organization to such an extent that it is necessary to discuss this matter in detail. The foundations had already been laid, for the central organization of the Supreme Reich Authorities in the event of a war prior to 1933 in many discussions and decrees, but it was radically altered when the National Socialists came into power. And especially by the death of Reich President von Hindenburg. The latest orders were decreed in the Reich Defense Law of May 21, 1935, supposed to be published only in case of war but already declared valid for carrying out war preparations. As this law fixed the duties of the armed forces and the other Reich authorities in case of war, it was also the fundamental ruling for the development and activity of the War Economy Organization. Document 2353 PS. And you will remember that on the same day the defendant Schacht had been made plenipotentiary for war economy. Did you appreciate at the time, defendant, that law was the fundamental ruling for the development and activity of the War Economy Organization? Von Neurath, yes, but only in case of a war, that is, in case of mobilization. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you see that the point that I am putting to you is that it had already been declared valid for carrying out war preparations. Didn't you understand that it was a big step forward for war preparations? Von Neurath, not at all. It was not a big step forward at all. It was only the establishing of the necessary measures in case of a war. In every country you have to guarantee the cooperation of the various offices in the event of an attack. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is your view. Now, at this time, up to May 1935, is it correct that the German Foreign Office was still staffed by diplomats or Foreign Office officials of the older school and had not yet been invaded by the products of the Bureau Ribbentrop? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you receive any warnings from your own staff as to the happenings in Austria, or the rearmament, the declaration of the Air Force, and the conscription? Von Neurath, I was advised about happenings in Austria, as can be seen from the report which you submitted to me. The re-establishment of the armed forces was a decision which was made in the cabinet, and of course I knew about that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, but, I am sorry, probably I did not put the proper emphasis on the word. When I said warning I meant a real warning from your officials that these happenings were making Germany regarded abroad as being bloodthirsty and warmongering. Did you get any warnings from your officials? Von Neurath, certainly not, for that was not the case, and if any assertions like that were being made abroad, they certainly were not true. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now, would you look at document 3308, PS, the affidavit of the interpreter Paul Schmidt. My lord, it is page 68 of document book 12a, and it is page 65 or 66 of the German version, paragraph 4. Turning to the defendant. Now, just let me read you paragraphs 4 and 5, as to what Herr Paul Schmidt says. 4. The attempted putsch in Austria and the murder of Dollfuss on July 25, 1934 seriously disturbed the career personnel of the Foreign Office because these events discredited Germany in the eyes of the world. It was common knowledge that the putsch had been engineered by the party, and the fact that the attempted putsch followed so closely on the heels of the blood purge within Germany could not help but suggest the similarity of Nazi methods, both in foreign and in domestic policy. This concern over the repercussions of the attempted putsch was soon heightened by a recognition of the fact that these episodes were of influence in leading to the Franco-Soviet Consultative Pact of December 5, 1934. A defensive arrangement which was not heeded as a warning by the Nazis. Defendant, let's take that. In these 3 points, is it correct, as Herr Schmidt says, that the attempted putsch and the murder of Dollfuss seriously disturbed the career personnel in the Foreign Office? Von Neurath, not only the career personnel of my office were disquieted over this but I, of course, was also disquieted. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and taking the last sentence. This concern, that is the disturbance by the putsch, over the repercussions of the attempted putsch was soon heightened by a recognition of the fact that these episodes, blood purge and the putsch, were of influence in leading to the Franco-Soviet Consultative Pact of December 5, 1934, a defensive arrangement which was not heeded as a warning. Is that correct, that among your staff the concern was heightened by recognizing that the blood purge and the putsch had alarmed France and the Soviet Union as to the position of Germany and led to the Consultative Pact? Von Neurath, no, that is a personal opinion of the interpreter Schmidt. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, no, with respect to you, defendant, it is not. What Interpreter Schmidt is saying is that that was the opinion of your experienced staff in the Foreign Office and that is what I am putting to you. Is he not right in saying that your experienced staff were concerned that these events had had their effect on the consultative pact? Von Neurath, not in the least. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, at any rate. Von Neurath, I can only repeat, the two things had no connection with each other. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, is he correct in his last statement that that arrangement was not heeded as a warning by the Nazis? Von Neurath, that I cannot say. I do not know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, now, just look at the next paragraph. The announcement in March of the establishment of a German Air Force and of the introduction of conscription was followed on May 2, 1935 by the conclusion of a mutual assistance pact between France and the Soviet Union. The career personnel of the Foreign Office regarded this as a further very serious warning as to the potential consequences of German foreign policy, but the Nazi leaders only stiffened their attitude toward the Western powers, declaring that they were not going to be intimidated. At this time the career officials at least expressed their reservations to the Foreign Minister, Neurath. I do not know whether or not Neurath in turn related these expressions of concern to Hitler. Now, just let us take that. Do you agree that the career personnel of the Foreign Office regarded the Franco-Soviet pact as a further very severe, very serious warning as to the potential consequences of German foreign policy? Von Neurath, I do not know in the name of which personnel Herr Schmidt is making these statements. But I, at any event, heard nothing to the effect that my career personnel had expressed these opinions. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, here is Herr Schmidt saying, the career officials, at least, expressed their reservations to the Foreign Minister, Neurath. That is you. Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, are you saying that Herr Schmidt, who after all was a career official although he was an interpreter for a great deal of the time, are you saying that Herr Schmidt is not stating what is accurate when he says that your permanent officials expressed their concern to you? Von Neurath, but quite decidedly. How could Herr Schmidt, who was only an insignificant civil servant at that time, know what my career personnel told me, and in addition, how could Schmidt judge this? And I should also like to add that Schmidt said here, before this court, that this affidavit, or whatever it may be, was submitted to him after a serious illness and that he personally knew absolutely nothing more about the contents. That now. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you may rest assured, the tribunal will correct me if I am wrong, that I put these paragraphs to Herr Schmidt and he agreed with them when he was giving evidence before this tribunal. But now just look at one other statement at the end of paragraph 6. Well, we will read paragraph 6, because I want to ask you about the end. The re-entry of the German military forces into the Rhineland was preceded by Nazi diplomatic preparation in February. A German communiqué of February 21, 1936 reaffirmed that the Franco-Soviet Pact of Mutual Assistance was incompatible with the Locarno Treaties and the League Covenant. On the same day Hitler argued in an interview that no real grounds existed for conflict between Germany and France. Considered against the background statements in Mein Kampf, offensive to France, the circumstances were such as to suggest that the stage was being set for justifying some future act. I do not know how far in advance the march into the Rhineland was decided upon. I personally knew about it and discussed it approximately 2 or 3 weeks before it occurred. Considerable fear had been expressed, particularly in military circles, concerning the risk of this undertaking. Similar fears were felt by many in the Foreign Office. It was common knowledge in the Foreign Office, however, that Neurath was the only person in government circles consulted by Hitler who felt confident that the Rhineland could be remilitarized without armed opposition from Britain and France. Neurath's position throughout this period was one which would induce Hitler to have more faith in Neurath than in the general run of old-school diplomats, whom he, Hitler, tended to hold in disrespect. Well, now, if this minor official, of whom you just talked, knew about and discussed the march into the Rhineland some 2 or 3 weeks before it occurred. How much before it occurred had you discussed it? Von Neurath, Herr Schmidt must have been clairvoyant, for 2 or 3 weeks in advance even I did not know anything about it. I heard of it about 1 week before Hitler's decision. And if it says here that it was generally known in the foreign ministry that I was the only one in the government circles consulted by Hitler who was confident that the Rhineland could be remilitarized without armed opposition from Britain and France. It certainly turned out that I was right. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you were right, but is it true that you were the only person in government circles who thought that it could be occupied without interference by Britain and France? Is that true? Von Neurath, I am not in a position to say whether I was the only one, but at any rate, I was convinced of this on the basis of my knowledge of international conditions. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and so that at any rate, whatever the limitations of Paul Schmidt, he knew what your position was quite accurately. Was he not right about it in the last sentence, that your position throughout the period was one which would make Hitler look to you rather than to the rest, the other figures of pro-Nazi diplomacy and foreign affairs? Because you were the person who was encouraging him? Is that not the position? Von Neurath, I did not encourage him in any way, but I described the situation to him as I saw it, and it was later proved that I had been right. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, I just want you to deal with one other point, which is really 1936, but we will deal with it as I have been dealing with Austria. You have said once or twice that you objected very strongly to the description of the Austrian treaty, the treaty between the Reich and Austria of the 11th of July as being a subterfuge or a facade. That is right, is it not? You objected very strongly to that view. Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, do you know that Hitler had given instructions to the Gauleiter of the Austrian NSDAP to carry on the struggle at the same time as the treaty was signed? Von Neurath, no, I do not know anything about that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, just let me remind you. I do not want to put anything that seems unfair. My lord, it is document book 12, page 97. Turning to the defendant. This is the report of Dr. Rainer, whom the tribunal has had the advantage of seeing, and if you will look at the end of one paragraph he says. The agreement of July 11, 1936 was strongly influenced by the activities of these two persons. That is Defendant Seyss-Inquart and Colonel Glaise-Horstenau. Papen mentioned Glaise-Horstenau to the Führer as being a trusted person. Now the next paragraph. At that time the Führer wished to see the leaders of the party. The President, Sir David. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I am sorry, my lord. The President, do you say 97 of document book 12? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I did, my lord, yes. Yes, my lord. It is the third paragraph and begins, at that time. The President, oh yes, I see it. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please. At that time the Führer wished to see the leaders of the party in Austria, in order to tell them his opinion on what Austrian National Socialists should do. Document number 812 PS. The President, I am afraid it was another, at that time, that we were looking at. Could you give us some other indication? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, it is in the middle. The President, it is on 98 in ours. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I am so sorry, my lord. The paging must be different. I beg your lordship's pardon. Continuing. At that time the Führer wished to see the leaders of the party in Austria in order to tell them his opinion on what Austrian National Socialists should do. Meanwhile Hinterleitner was arrested, and Dr. Rainer became his successor. Mind you, this is the man who is making this statement. Successor and leader of the Austrian party. On July 16, 1936 Dr. Rainer and Globoxnik visited the Führer at the Obersalzberg, where they received a clear explanation of the situation and the wishes of the Führer. On July 17, 1936 all illegal Gauleiter met in Anif near Salzburg, where they received a complete report from Rainer on the statement of the Führer and his political instructions for carrying out the fight. At the same conference the Gauleiter received organizational instructions from Globoxnik and Hitler. Did you not know, did Hitler not tell his foreign minister, who had just supervised the conclusion of this treaty, that he intended to give the illegal Gauleiter instructions as to how to carry on the fight? Didn't he tell you that? Von Neurath: No, he did not tell me that, but I do remember, I believe it was the same Dr. Rainer who appeared here as a witness, who stated that Hitler summoned him and other Gauleiter and told them that in the future they were to observe strictly the agreements of 1936. By the way, the matter that you just quoted is not mentioned at all in the document which was submitted to me. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: No, that's not mentioned. What is mentioned is the political instructions for carrying out the fight and the organizational instructions from Globoxnik. At any rate, you knew nothing about that? Von Neurath: No. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: Well, it is rather difficult for you to judge whether the treaty is made sincerely if you do not know the instructions that are given to the illegal party in Austria by Hitler, is it not? Von Neurath: Yes, naturally. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: Well now, just let's deal with one or two other points. I would just like you to look at what Mr. Messerschmitt says at the end of 1935. You remember this statement, I will give you the reference in a moment, that Europe will not get away from the myth that Neurath, Papen, and Mackensen are not dangerous people and that they are diplomats of the old school. They are in fact servile instruments of the regime, and just because the outside world looks upon them as harmless, they are able to work more effectively. They are able to sow discord just because they propagate the myth that they are not in sympathy with the regime. Now, can you tell us up to the date on which Mr. Messerschmitt wrote that, on October 10, 1935, of a single instruction of Hitler's that you had not carried out? Von Neurath: I did not quite understand. A single instruction. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: My lord, I am sorry, I mislaid the reference. It is Document Book 12, page 107. That is the reference to it. Turning to the defendant. You see, Mr. Messerschmitt is there saying that you and the defendant von Papen and von Mackensen are servile instruments of the regime. Now, I am just asking you whether you could tell us up to the date that Mr. Messerschmitt wrote, on October 10, 1935, any instruction of Hitler's that you had refused to carry out. Von Neurath: Not only one, but quite a few. I have testified as to the number of times I contradicted Hitler, and I have expressed myself about what Mr. Messerschmitt is assuming here again, about the importance of Mr. Messerschmitt's affidavit. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: Defendant, I put it this way, up to October 10, 1935, what did you tell the tribunal was the most serious thing that Hitler had ordered you to do and you had refused to carry out? What was the most serious, the one that mattered most? Von Neurath: Well, on the spur of the moment, that is a question that I cannot answer. How should I know what the most serious question was which I opposed? I opposed all sorts of things. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: If you can't remember what you think is the most serious, I shan't trouble you with it any more, but I want. Von Neurath: Well, you are quite welcome to submit it to me, but don't produce an allegation out of a clear sky without giving me the chance to refute it. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: I was asking you to tell us, but I will pass on to what another American diplomat put. I would like to ask you about Mr. Bullitt's report, with which I gather you agree. My lord, that is L-150, and it is at page 72 of the Document Book 12. My lord, I hope that there is no difference of the paging, 72 of mine. The President: Yes, it is 74. Sir David Maxwell FYFE: Yes, it is 74. I am sorry, my lord. Turning to the defendant. Now, it is the second paragraph there. After saying that he had a talk with you, he says. Von Neurath said that it was the policy of the German government to do nothing active in foreign affairs until the Rhineland had been digested. He explained that he meant that until the German fortifications had been constructed on the French and Belgian frontiers, the German government would do everything possible to prevent rather than encourage an outbreak by the Nazis in Austria and would pursue a quiet line with regard to Czechoslovakia. As soon as our fortifications are constructed and the countries of Central Europe realize that France cannot enter German territory at will, all those countries will begin to feel very differently about their foreign policies and a new constellation will develop. You agree you said that? Von Neurath: Yes, yes, certainly. Yesterday or the day before I testified in detail about what that was supposed to mean. Moreover, it does not make any difference. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I would like to see if you agree with the meaning I suggest. That is that as soon as you had got your fortifications in sufficiently good order on your western frontier, you would proceed to try and secure an Anschluss with Austria and to get back the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. Isn't that what it means? Von Neurath: No, no, not at all. That is quite clear in the document. What I meant by this and what I expressed was that these countries, particularly Czechoslovakia and France, would change their policy toward Germany, because they could no longer march through Germany so easily. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you appreciate, defendant, what I am putting to you. I think I made it quite clear, that at the time that you were facing the Western powers with the remilitarization of Germany and the Rhineland, that is in 1935 and 1936, you were then giving assurances to Austria, which Hitler did in May 1935. And you made this treaty in 1936. As soon as you had digested your first steps, you then turned against Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938. I am suggesting, you see, that you were talking the exact truth and prophesying with a Cassandra-like accuracy. That is what I am suggesting, that you knew very well that these intentions were there. Von Neurath: What? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you say you didn't. Von Neurath: Not at all, not at all, not at all. That is an assumption on your part, for which there is absolutely no proof. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, we will not argue it further because we will come on to just one other point before we proceed to 1937. You have told the tribunal, not once but many times, that you did not support the Nazi attitude toward the Christian churches, of oppressing the churches. That is, I have understood you correctly, have I not? Von Neurath: Yes, indeed. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now, and you say that you resisted and actively intervened against the repression of the Church. Would you just look at document 3758 PS? My lord, that will become Exhibit GB, 516. My lord, your lordship will find it in document book 12A, page 81. Turning to the defendant. This is an entry which must have been fairly early in 1936 in the diary of the Reich Minister of Justice. The Reich Foreign Minister transmits, with a personal note for confidential information, a letter from Cardinal State Secretary Pacelli, that is the present Pope, to the German ambassador in the Vatican, in which he urges an act of pardon for Vicar General Seelmeyer. He, the Reich Foreign Minister, remarks to this that after the heavy attacks on German justice by the Holy See in the note of January 29, there is no reason in his opinion to show any deference to the Vatican. He recommends it, however, since for foreign policy reasons it is to our interest not to let our good personal relations with Pacelli cool off. Now, defendant, will you tell me anything that showed the slightest personal interest in the fate of Father Seelmeyer, or were you only concerned with showing a firm front to the Vatican and not losing your good relations with Cardinal Pacelli? Dr. von Wildinghausen: Mr. President, the document has just been submitted to me. I have had no opportunity whatsoever to look this document over and inform myself about it. Likewise, I do not know of there having been any talk about a diary of the Reich Minister of Justice up to now in this trial. Therefore, I am not in a position to judge how the Reich Minister of Justice could have made this entry in his diary at all. Since these notes have apparently been taken out of their context, it is not possible for me to form any kind of a picture of the significance of the entry as a whole, and naturally it is even less possible for the defendant to do so. Therefore, I must protest against the admissibility of this question and against the submission of this document. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, this is a perfectly good captured document. It is a copy of the original diary of the Reich Minister of Justice, and it is therefore admissible against the defendant. The President, Dr. von Ludinghausen, you can see the original document. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, actually, I am just told by my American colleagues that this diary has been used before, that extracts were put in the case against the defendant von Schirach. Von Neurath, Mr. President, I have no objection. The President, one moment. Dr. von Ludinghausen, I could not understand a word, Mr. President. I am sorry, I could not understand. I can hear now. The President, when you make an objection, you should see that the instrument is in order. What I said was that you can see the original document. And I am told now that the original document has been used before, and that therefore there is nothing to prevent its being used in cross-examination. It is a captured document, and you can see the original. Dr. von Ludinghausen, I did not know that, Mr. President. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, what I am putting to you, defendant, is that your statement to the Minister of Justice shows no concern for the individual priest about whom the complaint had been made. It is merely concerned with your relations with the Vatican and with Cardinal Pacelli, as he then was. Is that typical of your interferences? Is this typical of your interferences for the sake of ill-treated priests? Von Neurath, I naturally cannot remember this case anymore, but the way it stands there in the entry I was perfectly justified. According to the entry, I said that we had no reason to show any special consideration after the then Cardinal State Secretary, or Pope had attacked German justice, but that, as Foreign Minister I considered it important not to disturb our relations with Pacelli. I cannot see what conclusions you want to draw from this. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, I don't want to trespass on the ground of my Soviet colleagues, but you know that the Czech report accuses you, with complete impartiality as far as sect is concerned, of your government ill-treating the Catholics, Protestants, Czech National Church, and even the Greek Church in Czechoslovakia. You know that all these churches suffered during your protectorate. Do you agree that all these churches suffered under your protectorate? Von Neurath, no, not at all. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, all right, I won't go into the details, but I am suggesting to you that your care about the various religious confessions did not go very deep. Von Neurath, that is again an assertion on your part which you cannot prove. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, I would just like to put one thing. You remember telling the tribunal this morning of the excellent terms that you were on with the Archbishop of Prague? Von Neurath, I said that I had good relations with the Archbishop. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I would just like you to look at this copy. My lord, this is a copy, but General Ajayer assures me that he can get the original from the Czech government files. I received it only a half hour ago. General Ajayer, who is here from Czechoslovakia, says that he can vouch for the original. I'd like the defendant to look at it. Is that a letter which you received from the Archbishop? My lord, it is document D, 920, and it will be exhibit GB, 517. Your Excellency. Very esteemed Herr Protector of the Reich. Your last letter has filled me with such sorrow because I could not but gather from it that not even your Excellency is prepared to believe me, that I lost consciousness and had to call University Professor Dr. Jirasek, who remained beside my sick bed for an hour. He is coming again today, together with the specialist on internal diseases. And then he gives his name. Your Excellency may be sure that I shall always do what I can to please you. But please, have mercy on me, too, and do not demand that I should act against the laws of the Church. Yours, etc., Karl Cardinal Caspar, M.P. Prince Archbishop. Do you remember that? Von Neurath, I cannot say what this refers to. I have no idea, there is nothing in it, and I cannot tell you what it referred to. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you can't remember this occasion when the Prince Archbishop wrote to you and told you the effect, the illness that he had suffered from and beseeched you not to ask him to do something against the laws of the Church. It doesn't remain in your mind at all, does it? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, all right, we'll leave that. Well now, I want you to just tell me this, before we pass on to the later occurrences in 1937. You remember you dealt yesterday with your speech, I think it was to the German Academy of Law. You remember the speech, in August of 1937? I can give you a reference. Would you like to look at it? Von Neurath, I only need the reference to where I spoke. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you remember it, I only wanted to save time. Don't you remember? I will put it to you if you like. It is the speech of the 29th of August, 1937, and I will give you the reference in one moment. What I wanted to ask you was this, you said. The unity of the racial and national will created through Nazism with unprecedented elan has made possible a foreign policy by means of which the chains of the Versailles Treaty were broken. What did you mean by, the unity of the racial will, produced by Nazism? Von Neurath, by that I probably meant that all Germans were unified more than ever before. At this date I can no longer tell you what I meant by this either. But nevertheless I was merely establishing a fact. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. Now tell me. That was in August 1937. You told the tribunal the effect that the words of Hitler, on the 5th of November, 1937, had upon you, and your counsel has put in a statement by Baroness von Ritter. After these words. Von Neurath, in November. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, November of 1937. Von Neurath, yes, indeed. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now, after these words had had that effect, with whom did you discuss them among the people who had been present at the Hausbach interview? Von Neurath, this speech was not made at Berchtesgaden at all. That is a mistake, it was at Berlin, this address. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I didn't say Berchtesgaden, I said at the Hausbach conference. We call it the Hausbach conference because he took the minutes. Von Neurath, I have already told you yesterday with whom I spoke, General von Fritsch, and with Beck, who was then Chief of the General Staff. And I also testified that we agreed at that time jointly to oppose Hitler and the tendency which he had revealed in this speech. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you speak about it to Hitler? Von Neurath, yes. I testified yesterday in detail that I did not have a chance to speak with Hitler until 14 or January 15, because he had left Berlin and I could not see him. That was the very reason why I asked for my resignation at that time. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you speak about it to Göring or Ritter? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now I want you to just tell me one word or two about this secret cabinet council to which you were appointed after you left the Foreign Office. Would you look at the first sentences of the report of that meeting on the 5th of November? My lord, it is page 81 in the English document book 12, and page 93 of the German document book. It is only the first two sentences, defendant. The Führer stated initially that the subject matter of today's conference was of such importance that its detailed discussion would certainly, in other states, take place before the cabinet in full session. However, he, the Führer, had decided not to discuss this matter in the larger circle of the Reich cabinet because of its importance. Then, if you will look at the people who were there is the Führer, the Minister for War, the three commanders-in-chief, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Now, defendant, supposing that in February or March 1938, Hitler had wanted to discuss Austria before the same council, the same limited number of people. Just let us see who would have taken the places of the people who were there. Instead of von Blomberg and von Fritsch, you would have had the defendant Keitel as chief of the OKW, and von Brauchitsch as commander-in-chief, would you not? Von Neurath, yes, I believe so. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, as a matter of fact, Ritter and Göring maintained their positions, the defendant von Ribbentrop had taken yours, and you were president of the secret cabinet council. Lammers was secretary of the cabinet, and Goebbels had become more important as Minister of Propaganda. Well now, I would just like you to look and see who the people were that formed the secret cabinet council. Your lordship will find that on page 8 of document book 12, and it is page 7 of the German document book. Turning to the defendant. Now, do you see who they are? There are the defendant von Ribbentrop, the defendant Göring, the Führer's deputy, Hess, Dr. Goebbels, and the chief of the Reich Chancellery, Lammers, von Brauchitsch, Redder, and Keitel. You are saying, if I understand you, that this secret cabinet council had no real existence at all. Is that your case? Von Neurath, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, why were you receiving special funds for getting diplomatic information as president of the secret cabinet council? Von Neurath, I did not receive any. I should like to know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, oh, didn't you? Von Neurath, no. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, let us just have a look at this. Would you look at document 3945 PS? My lord, it is 129 in document book 12A. It will be exhibit GB 518. If you will look at the letter of the 28th of August, 1939 from Lammers to you. In conformity with your request, I have had the sum of 10,000 Reichsmark, which had been placed at your disposal for special expenses in connection with the obtaining of diplomatic information, handed to Amtsrat Koppen. I enclosed the draft of a certificate showing how the money was used, with the request to send me the certificate after execution, at the latest by the end of the financial year. And if you will turn over to the next page, 131, you will see that at the end of March, which was toward the end of the financial year, you signed a certificate saying, I have received 10,000 Reichsmark from the Reich Chancellery for special outlays entailed in obtaining diplomatic information. Now, will you tell us why you were getting special expenses for obtaining diplomatic information? Von Neurath, yes, I can tell you that. That is an expression used at the request of Lammers, who had the treasury of the Reich Chancellery under him, so that I could meet the expenses of my office, that is, for one typist and for one secretary. And in order to justify this to, I do not know which authority, what this authority is called, to the finance ministry, I had no special budget, Herr Lammers asked me to use this expression. That can be seen from a certificate which is also in there. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is all right. I am going to refer to the other letters. But why was it necessary that the expenses of your one secretary and one typist should not be audited? As it shows on pages. My lord, the pages are 134 and 135. Von Neurath, I just said that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, on page 134 you will see there is a letter from you to Lammers. In my bureau there is a need to incur special expenses, to audit which it does not appear to me advisable. Why wasn't it advisable to audit the expenses of your typist and secretary? Von Neurath, I can no longer tell you that just now. But at any rate, I did not use any more money for diplomatic information. But these are merely office expenses which I figured in there. And so at the end of this letter which you have submitted to me there is. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now. Von Neurath, please, let me finish my statement. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, certainly. Von Neurath, there is a report here to me, from this secretary, in which he says, no, this is not the letter I thought it was. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, now, if you are finished, I anticipated you might say it was office expenses. Would you look at document 3958 PS? My lord, that will be exhibit GB 519. Turning to the defendant. I submit, that shows you your office expenses were carried on the ordinary budget, the letter of April 8, 1942 to you. The President, is that in the book? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, yes, I am so sorry. It is 140. I beg your lordship's pardon. Turning to the defendant. That is a letter to you which says. The Reich Minister for Finance has agreed that the budgetary needs announced by you for the financial year 1942 be shown in Special Plan 1. I therefore have no objections to having the necessary expenditure granted, even before the establishment of Special Plan I, within the limits of these amounts, namely, for personal administrative expenditures, up to 28,500 Reichsmark. For official administrative expenditures, up to 25,500 Reichsmark, total 54,000 Reichsmark. That was providing for your office and personal expenditures during the same period for which you were getting these additional sums. So I am suggesting to you that if these sums of 10,000 marks which you got every now and then were not for office expenditures, I would like you to tell the tribunal what they really were for. Von Neurath: Yes, I would be very pleased if I were also told about this, for I no longer know. Sir David Maxwell FYF: Well, they are your letters, and you got the money. Can't you tell the tribunal what you got it for? Von Neurath: No, I cannot right now. Perhaps I can tell you afterward. Sir David Maxwell FYF: Possibly it was for obtaining diplomatic information, it says. My lord, Dr. von Luttinghausen makes the point that the letter I put was in 1939. Of course, there were other letters. I have not troubled the tribunal with each one, but there is another letter in which there is a reference to a payment on the 9th of May, 1941, and, of course, another reference to a payment on the 30th of June, 1943. My lord, these are pages 133 and 134. I am sorry, I did not give the details. Perhaps I ought to have indicated that. The President, the letter on page 137, which may have some bearing, is a letter from the man signed K, from the man who made the previous applications. Sir David Maxwell FYF: Yes. Perhaps would you like to look at that, defendant? It is document 3945, P.S., a letter of the 14th of July, 1943, signed K. When I went into the matter of the special funds, the competent people in the Reich Chancellery showed an entirely understanding attitude in this matter and asked for a written application from Your Excellency. When I replied that I did not wish to produce such an application before success was guaranteed, they asked for a little more time for a further exchange of views. After a few days I was told that I could produce the application without hesitation, upon which I handed over the letter which I had previously withheld. The amount requested has been handed to me today and I have duly entered this sum in my special cash book as a credit. Von Neurath: Yes, but in spite of this. Sir David Maxwell FYF: Well, now does that help you? Can you tell the tribunal what were the outlays, the special outlays for the obtaining of diplomatic information for which you received this money? Von Neurath: I am very sorry, I absolutely cannot, I can no longer recall this matter at all. And the remarkable part is that this letter is dated the 14th of July, 1943, when I no longer had any functions whatsoever, when I had left altogether. At this moment, I do not know. Sir David Maxwell FYF: That is very strange, you know. In a further letter, in document 3958, P.S., on January 8, 1943, and in succeeding letters on the 4th of March and the 20th of April, the end of your occupation of the premises of 23 Rainbowen Allee is explained there and when your expenses ceased when you went to live in the country. I was just going to ask you about that, a little about that house. If you will just look at the affidavit of Mr. Geist, the American consul. My lord, that is document 1759, P.S., Exhibit USA, for 20. Turning to the defendant. I referred to this morning, and the passage that I want you to tell us about is in the middle of a paragraph. My lord, it is at the foot of page 11 of the affidavit in the English version. The President: Do you have the separate document? Sir David Maxwell FYF: Yes, my lord, it is at the foot of page 11. The paragraph begins. Another instance of the same nature occurred with regard to my landlord. The President: Yes. Sir David Maxwell FYF: My lord, if your lordship goes on another 10 lines, after explaining about his landlord having to give up his house to the SS, he says, I know that on many occasions where it was thought necessary to increase the pressure, the prospective purchaser or his agent would appear accompanied by a uniformed SA or SS man. I know because I lived in the immediate neighborhood and knew the individuals concerned, that Baron von Neurath, one-time foreign minister of Germany, got his house from a Jew in this manner. Indeed, he was my next-door neighbor in Dahlem. Von Neurath's house was worth approximately $250,000. Turning to the defendant. Was that 23 Rheinbabenallee? Von Neurath, yes, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, who acquired it for you, so that the president of the non-existent secret cabinet council could have it as an official residence. Who acquired it? Von Neurath, I did not understand that. Who did what? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, who acquired 23 Rheinbabenallee. Who got it? Von Neurath, I can tell you about that. In the year 1937, when Hitler was erecting the large buildings for his Reich Chancellery, he told me one day that I would have to move from my apartment, which was situated behind the Foreign Office. Because he wanted the garden for his Reich Chancellery, and the house would be torn down. He said that he had given instructions to the Reich Building Administration to find other living quarters for me. The Reich Building Administration offered me various expropriated Jewish residences. But I refused them. But now I had to look for a house myself, and my personal physician, to whom I happened to mention this matter, told me that he knew of a place in Dahlem, that was number 23 Rheinbabenallee, where he was house physician to the owner. This owner was Lieutenant Colonel Glotz, who was the brother of a close friend of mine. I informed the Reich Building Administration about this and told them that they should get in touch with this gentleman. In the course of the negotiations, which were conducted by the Reich Building Administration, a contract of sale was drawn up for the price quoted by Mr. Geist, and the price was in marks, not in dollars. This sum, at the request of Lieutenant Colonel Glotz, was paid to him in cash, and on his wish I persuaded the finance minister to have this money transferred to Switzerland. I might remark that I was still foreign minister at the time. Afterward, I remained in this house for the simple reason that I did not find another one, and Herr von Ribbentrop, my successor, moved into the old presidential palace. Then in the year 1943 this house was destroyed. At the moment, therefore, I still cannot explain what these monies were for and whether they were official payments made by the Reich Treasury. With the best intentions, I cannot tell you. But the statements made by Mr. Geist here are completely wrong, as I have just stated. I did not buy or have this house transferred from a Jew, but from the Christian Lieutenant Colonel Glotz. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you tell us that you passed the money on to Switzerland on his account? Von Neurath, I. Yes. Because Herr Glotz went to Switzerland. I believe, indeed, his wife was non-Aryan. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I see. I would just like to put the next sentence and then I will leave this document. I know too that Alfred Rosenberg, who lived in the same street with me, purloined a house from a Jew in similar fashion. Do you know anything of that? Von Neurath, I do not know how Herr Rosenberg acquired his house. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, now, defendant, I want you to come now to March of 1938. Perhaps I can take this shortly if I have understood you correctly. You know that the prosecution complained about your reply to the British ambassador with regard to the Anschluss. As I understand you, you are not now suggesting that your reply was accurate. But you are saying that that was the best of your information at the time, is that right? Von Neurath, yes, that is quite correct. It is true. That was an incorrect statement, but I just did not know any better, do you see? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you say that you did not hear, that neither Hitler nor Göring told you a word about these ultimatums which were given first of all to Herr von Schuschnigg and secondly to President Miklas. You were told nothing about that. Is that what you are telling? Von Neurath, no, at that time I knew nothing. I heard about them later. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I am going to leave that. I am not going into that incident in detail, we have been over it several times, in view of the way that the defendant is not contesting the accuracy. The President, I should like to know when he heard of the true facts. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I am much obliged. Turning to the defendant. When did you hear of the true facts of the Anschluss? Von Neurath, I heard the details for the very first time here, when this report of Legation Councillor Huell was submitted to me. Prior to this time I probably heard that there had been pressure exerted on Herr Schuschnigg, but nothing else. I actually learned the exact details for the first time here in Nuremberg. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I only want to get it quite clear. You say that between the 11th of March and your coming to Nuremberg, you never heard anything about the threat of marching into Austria, which had been made by the defendant Göring, or Kepler, or General Muff on his behalf. You never heard anything about that? Von Neurath, no, I heard nothing of that sort. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, then I do want to ask you about the assurance that you gave to M. Masny, the Czechoslovak minister in Berlin. I would like you to look at document TC 27, which you will find in document book 12, page 123 of document book 12. The passage that I want to ask you about is in the 6th paragraph. After dealing with the conversation with the defendant Göring about the Czechoslovak mobilization, it goes on. M. Masny was in a position to give him definite and binding assurances on this subject, that is, the Czechoslovak mobilization, and today, that is, the 12th of March, spoke with Baron von Neurath, who, among other things, assured him on behalf of Herr Hitler that Germany still considers herself bound by the German-Czechoslovak Arbitration Convention concluded at Locarno in October 1925. Now, you have told the tribunal, we have had the evidence of Baroness von Ritter, that the meeting on the 5th of November had this very disturbing effect on you and in fact produced a bad heart attack. One of the matters that was discussed at that meeting was attack, not only on Austria but also on Czechoslovakia, to protect the German flank. Why did you think, on the 12th of March, that Hitler would ever consider himself bound by the German-Czechoslovak Arbitration Treaty, which meant that he had to refer any dispute with Czechoslovakia to the Council of the League of Nations or the International Court of Justice? Why on earth did you think that that was even possible, that Hitler would submit a dispute with Czechoslovakia to either of these bodies? Von Neurath, I can tell you that quite exactly. I already testified yesterday that Hitler had me summoned to him on the 11th for reasons that I cannot explain up to this day and told me that the march into Austria was to take place during the night. In reply to my question, or rather to my remark that that would cause great uneasiness in Czechoslovakia, he said that he had no intentions of any kind at this time against Czechoslovakia and that he even hoped that relations with Czechoslovakia would be considerably improved by the invasion or occupation of Austria. From this sentence and from his promise that nothing would happen, I concluded that matters would remain as they were and that, of course, we were still bound to this treaty of 1925. Therefore, I was able to assure M. Masny of this with an absolutely clear conscience. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did you believe a word that Hitler said on the 12th of March? Did you still believe a word that Hitler said on the 12th of March, 1933? Von Neurath, yes, still at that time. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I thought von Fritsch was a friend of yours, wasn't he? Von Neurath, who? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, Colonel General von Fritsch, he was a friend of yours. Von Neurath, yes, indeed. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you did not believe that he had been guilty of homosexuality, did you? Von Neurath, no, never. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, didn't you know that he had been subject in January 1938 to a framed-up charge? The President, will you please answer instead of shaking your head? Von Neurath, yes, I knew that, of course, and I learned of it and the fact that this charge was a fabrication of the Gestapo but not of Hitler, at least in my opinion. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, didn't you know that these unsavory matters concerning Field Marshal von Blomberg and Colonel General von Fritsch had been faked up by members of the Nazi gang, who were your colleagues in the government? Von Neurath, yes. The details were unknown to me, of course. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, you see, you remember that at the time of Munich, when you came back to the field, came back into activity for some time. President Beneš did appeal to this German-Czechoslovak arbitration convention and Hitler brushed the appeal to one side. Do you remember that? In September 1938. Von Neurath, no, that, I do not know, for at that time I was not in office any longer and I did not get to see these matters at all. I do not know about that. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, you don't know. Of course, it was in the German press and every other press that he appealed to this treaty and Hitler refused to look at it, but you say that you honestly believed on the 12th of March that Hitler would stand by that arbitration treaty. That's what you said. Von Neurath, yes, I had no misgivings. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, that might be a convenient moment to break off. A recess was taken. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, defendant, you spoke yesterday with regard to the memorandum of Lieutenant General Frederici. Do you remember in that memorandum he referred to a memorandum of yours on how to deal with Czechoslovakia? Well, now, I would like you just to look at document 3859, PS, so that the tribunal can see your attitude toward the Czechs from your own words. My lord, that is at page 107 of document book 12a. Turning to the defendant. I will read first your letter to Lammers of the 31st of August, 1940. My lord, that will be exhibit GB, 520. Turning to the defendant. You say, Dear Herr Lammers, enclosed I send you the memorandum which I mentioned in advance in my letter of July 13, 1940, about the question of the future organization of the Bohemian-Moravian country. I enclose another memorandum on the same question, which my Secretary of State K.H. Frank has drawn up independently of me and which, in its train of thoughts, leads to the same result, I ask you to note, the next words, and with which I fully agree. Please present both memoranda to the Führer and arrange a date for a personal interview for myself and State Secretary Frank. As I have heard from a private source that individual party and other offices intend to submit proposals to the Führer for separating various parts of the Protectorate under my authority, without my knowing these projects in detail. I should be grateful to you if you would arrange the date for my interview early enough for me, as the competent Reich Protector and one who understands the Czech problem, to have an opportunity, together with my State Secretary, to place our opinions before the Führer before all sorts of plans are suggested to him by other people. Now, I would just like to take what I hope will be the gist of your own memorandum. If you will turn it over, this is your memorandum, take the first paragraph. Section 1. Any considerations about the future organization of Bohemia and Moravia must be based on the goal which is to be laid down for that territory from a state political, staatspolitisch, and ethnic political, volkspolitisch, point of view. From a state political standpoint there can be but one aim, total incorporation into the Greater German Reich, from an ethnic political standpoint to fill this territory with Germans. And then you say that you point the path. And if you go on to section 2, in the middle of paragraph 2, you will find a subparagraph beginning. My lord, it is the top of page 109, your lordship's copy. These 7.2 million Czechs, of whom 3.4 million live in towns and communities of under 2,000 and in the country, are led and influenced by an intelligentsia which is unduly puffed up in proportion to the size of the country. This part of the population also tried, after the alteration of the constitutional situation of this area, more or less openly to sabotage or at any rate postpone necessary measures which were intended to fit the circumstances of the country to the new state of affairs. The remainder of the population, that is small craftsmen, peasants, and workmen, adapted themselves better to the new conditions. Then, if you go on to paragraph 3, you say, but it would be a fatal mistake to conclude from this that the government and population behaved in this correct manner because they had inwardly accepted the loss of their independent state and incorporation into Greater Germany. The Germans continue to be looked upon as unwelcome intruders, and there is a widespread longing for a return to the old state of affairs, even if the people do not express it openly. By and large, the population submit to the new conditions, but they do so only because they either have the necessary rational insight or else because they fear the consequences of disobedience. They certainly do not do so from conviction. This will be the state of affairs for some time to come. But, go on to section 3, as things are like that. A decision will have to be taken as to what is to be done with the Czech people in order to attain the objective of incorporating the country and filling it with Germans as quickly as possible and as thoroughly as possible. The most radical and theoretically complete solution to the problem would be to evacuate all Czechs completely from this country and replace them by Germans. Then you say that that is not possible because there are not sufficient Germans to fill it immediately. Then, if you go on to paragraph 2, to the second half, you say, my lord, that is the last 6 lines of page 110. It will, where the Czechs are concerned, rather be a case on the one hand of keeping those Czechs who are suitable for Germanization by individual selective breeding, while on the other hand of expelling those who are not useful from a racial standpoint or are enemies of the Reich. That is, the intelligentsia which has developed in the last 20 years. If we use such a procedure, Germanization can be carried out successfully. Now, defendant, you know that in the indictment in this trial we are charging you and your fellow defendants, among many other things, with genocide, which we say is the extermination of racial and national groups, or, as it has been put in the well-known book of Professor Lemkin, a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. What you wanted to do was to get rid of the teachers and writers and singers of Czechoslovakia, whom you call the intelligentsia, the people who would hand down the history and traditions of the Czech people to other generations. These were the people that you wanted to destroy by what you say in that memorandum, were they not? Von Neurath, not quite. Here there are. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but just before you answer, what did you mean by saying, in the last passage that I read to you? Expelling those who are not useful from a racial standpoint or are enemies of the Reich, that is, the intelligentsia which has developed in the last 20 years. Did you mean what you said? Were you speaking the truth when you said it was necessary to expel the intelligentsia? Von Neurath, to that I can answer only yes and no. First of all, I should like to say that from this report it becomes apparent that the memorandum was written by Frank. I joined my name to it, and this was on August 31, 1940. The memorandum which is referred to in the Friederici report is dated later I think, although I do not know offhand. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I think you will find, I will give you, in a moment, the letter from Ziemke, who transmits Hitler's view, and I think you will find that it is this memorandum that Hitler is dealing with. I will show you Frank's memorandum in a moment. I am suggesting to you now, as you say to Lammers, that you enclosed your memorandum and you enclosed another memorandum, of which I will read you the essential part in a moment, which is the memorandum of Karl Hermann Frank. But this is a Von Neurath, they are both by Frank. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I'll show it, no, but look at your own letter of the 31st of August, enclosed I send you the memorandum, and you go on, I enclose another memorandum, which my State Secretary K.H. Frank has drawn up independently of me, with which I fully agree. I am suggesting to you, you know that this is your memorandum referred to as in the Friederici document. My lord, that is page 132 of document book 12. Turning to the defendant. Where General Friederici says, after ample deliberation the Reich Protector expressed his view about the various plans in a memorandum. I am suggesting to you that this is your memorandum which you sent on to Lammers for submission to the Führer. Are you really going to tell the tribunal that this is not your memorandum? Von Neurath, no, I do not want to say that at all. At the moment I really do not know any longer. I did not write it, but I agreed with its contents, the letter to Lammers says so. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, if you agreed with its contents, what did you mean by saying that you would have to expel the intelligentsia? Except that you were going to break down the Czechs as a national entity and expel the people who would keep going that history and tradition and language? Isn't that why you wanted to expel the intelligentsia? Von Neurath, I never mentioned the word destroy, but said that the intelligentsia. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I said expel. Von Neurath, I see. Sir David Maxwell FYFE. Which is your own word? Von Neurath, the class of the intelligentsia was the greatest obstacle to cooperation between Germans and Czechs. For that reason, if we wanted to achieve this cooperation, and that was still the aim of our policy, then this intelligentsia had to be reduced in some way and principally their influence had to be diminished. And that was the meaning of my explanation. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, you said to achieve your policy, but by achieving your policy you meant to destroy the Czech people as a national entity with their own language, history, and traditions. And assimilate them into the Greater German Reich. That was your policy, wasn't it? Von Neurath, my policy was, first of all, to assimilate Czechoslovakia, as far as possible. But in the final analysis that could not have been achieved for generations. The first thing to do was to bring about cooperation so as to have peace and order. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, now before I put to you the memorandum of Frank with which you entirely agree, would you look at paragraph 7 of your own memorandum? My lord, it is page 113 of document book 12a. Turning to the defendant. In section 7 you say, if one considers the gigantic tasks facing the German nation after a victorious war, the necessity for a careful and rational utilization of Germans will be apparent to everyone. There are so many tasks that have to be tackled at once and simultaneously that a careful, well thought out utilization of the Germans who are suitable for carrying out these tasks is necessary. The Greater German Reich will have to make use of the help of foreigners on a large scale in all spheres and must confine itself to appointing Germans to the key positions and to taking over branches of public administration where the interests of the Reich make it absolutely necessary. You were, in this memorandum, blueprinting the plans for dealing with the Czechs after the war on the basis of the German victory, that is, that they should disappear as a nation and become assimilated to the German Reich. Wasn't that what was in your mind? Von Neurath, to make the Czechs disappear as a nation was altogether impossible. That was not possible at all. But they were to incorporate themselves more closely into the Reich, and that is what I mean by the word assimilate. Moreover, it is also stated in this memorandum, earlier, much earlier, that from the racial point of view, if you want to use that unpleasant expression, there was an extraordinarily large number of Germans within Czechoslovakia. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, just turn over and see how your State Secretary's memorandum with which you entirely agree, how that runs. My lord, your lordship will find the beginning of that is enclosure number 2 on page 115. Turning to the defendant. The State Secretary states his problem. He says, in the second sentence, the question as to whether the Protectorate, with a Reich Protector as its head, is suitable for settling the Czech problem and should therefore be retained or whether it should now give place to some other form of government is being raised by various people and is the cause of this memorandum. It will briefly, a. indicate the nature of the Czech problem, b. analyze the present way in which it is being dealt with, c. examine the proposed alterations from the point of view of their suitability, and finally, d. express an independent opinion on the whole question. Well now, I would like you just to look at your State Secretary's independent opinion with which you entirely agree. The President, oughtn't you to read the last 2 lines? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, oh yes, my lord, I'm sorry. On a correct decision depends the solution of the Czech problem. We thus bear the responsibility for centuries to come. Now, my lord, Frank's own opinion starts on page 121 in section D of the memorandum, and he begins by saying, the aim of Reich policy in Bohemia and Moravia must be the complete Germanization of area and people. In order to attain this there are 2 possibilities. The total evacuation of the Czechs from Bohemia and Moravia to a territory outside the Reich and settling Germans in the freed territory, or 2. If one leaves the majority of the Czechs in Bohemia and Moravia, the simultaneous application of a great variety of methods working toward Germanization, in accordance with an X-year plan. Such a Germanization provides for, 1. The changing of the nationality of racially suitable Czechs. 2. The expulsion of racially unassimilable Czechs and of the intelligentsia who are enemies of the Reich, or special treatment for these and all destructive elements. 3. The recolonizing of the territory thus freed with fresh German blood. Now, I want you just to turn to where your State Secretary gets down to concrete suggestions as to this policy of Germanization. Remember that you entirely agree, in your letter to Lammers. If your lordship will turn to page 123, there is a heading, Youth, Fundamental Change in Education, Extermination of the Czech Historical Myth. Turning to the defendant. That is the first point, destroy any idea they might have of their history, beginning with the time of Saint Wenceslas, nearly 1,000 years ago. That is your first point. Education toward the Reich idea. No getting on without perfect knowledge of the German language, first doing away with the secondary schools, later also with the elementary schools. Never again any Czech universities, only transitionally the Collegium Bohemicum at the German University in Prague, 2 years compulsory labor service. Large-scale land policy, creation of German strongpoints and German bridges of land, in particular pushing forward of the German national soil from the north to the suburbs of Prague. Campaign against the Czech language, which is to become merely a dialect as in the 17th and 18th centuries, and which is to disappear completely as an official language. Marriage policy after previous racial examination. In attempts at assimilation in the Reich proper, the frontier gay must be excluded. Apart from continuous propaganda for Germanism and the granting of advantages as an inducement, severest police methods, with exile and special treatment for all saboteurs. Principle, Zuckerbrot und Peitsch. What is that, Zuckerbrot und Peitsch? The employment of all these methods has a chance of success only if a single central Reich authority with one man at its head controls its planning, guiding, and carrying out. The direct subordination of the master in Bohemia to the Führer clarifies the political character of the office and the task, and prevents the political problem from sinking down to an administrative problem. In other words, it was essential to this policy that you should keep your job as Reich Protector and Frank should keep his as State Secretary. And the Gauleiter of the Danube should not be able to interfere and take away Brno as the capital of his Gau. Defendant, do you tell this High Tribunal, as you told Dr. Lammers, that you entirely agree with what I suggest to you are dreadful, callous, and unprincipled proposals? Do you agree with these proposals? Von Neurath, no, I do not agree in the least. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, why did you tell Lammers you did? Why, when things were going well, did you tell Lammers that you did agree with them? Von Neurath, later I made an oral report to the Führer about this. Apart from that, the statements which you just made show quite clearly that this first memorandum was written by Frank, who then added the second memorandum to it, and if you say, as you said at the end just now, that it was my purpose to remain in office as Reich Protector, then I can only tell you that the purpose, if there was a purpose in this connection, was that Frank wanted to become Reich Protector. However, from the point of view of the contents of this memorandum, I can certainly no longer identify myself with them today, nor did I do so on the occasion when I reported to the Führer. This becomes clear from the testimony which I gave yesterday. This testimony. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, I'm not concerned with your testimony yesterday, I am concerned with what you wrote in 1940 when you wrote, and I will read the words again. I have read them 3 times. I enclose another memorandum on the same question which my State Secretary, K.H. Frank, has drawn up independently of me, and which in its train of thoughts leads to the same result, and with which I fully agree. Why did you? Von Neurath, I have just now told you that I no longer agree with these statements today, and that at the time when I verbally reported to the Führer, I did not support these statements either, but to the contrary. I made the proposals to him which I explained yesterday and to which I received his agreement. The President, Sir David, are these documents correctly copied? Because you see that in the letter of the 31st of August, 1940 there is a reference in the margin, Enclosure 1, Enclosure 2. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, my lord. The President, therefore, the letter identifies the document. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, my lord, that is so. The one is, as I am suggesting, the defendant's, the other is Frank's. The President, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, and you have mentioned, defendant, about what, that you dealt with them otherwise to the Führer. I suggest to you that that is not true that you dealt with them otherwise to the Führer. I am putting it quite bluntly that it is not true. Von Neurath, in that case I must regret to say that you are lying. For I must know. After all, I must know whether I talked to the Führer. I delivered a verbal report to him in person and Frank was not present. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, just let us look at the report, at your report. Your lordship will find it on page 7. We will see whether it is true or not. The President, page what? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, page 7, my lord. It is document D, 739 of the same book, 12a, it is Exhibit G, 521. Now, this is a memorandum, a secret memorandum of the representative of the Foreign Office in the office of the Reich Protector, of the 5th of October. Turning to the defendant. You will remember your letter was the 31st of August. It says, regarding the reception of the Reich Protector and State Secretary Frank by the Führer, I have learned the following from authentic sources. To begin with, the Minister of Justice, Gertner, gave a report on the Czech resistance movement. During the course of which he maintained that the first trial of the 4 chief ringleaders would shortly take place before the People's Court. The Führer objected to this procedure and declared that execution squads were good enough for Czech insurgents and rebels. It was a mistake to create martyrs through legal sentences, as was proved in the case of Andreas Hofer and Schlageter. The Czechs would regard any sentence as an injustice. As this matter had already entered the path of legal procedure, it was to be continued within this form. The trials were to be postponed until after the war, and then amidst the din of the victory celebrations, the proceedings would pass unnoticed. Only death sentences could be pronounced, but would be commuted later on to life imprisonment or deportation. Regarding the question of the future of the Protectorate, the Führer touched on the following 3 possibilities. 1. Continuation of Czech autonomy in which the Germans would live in the Protectorate as co-citizens with equal rights. This possibility was, however, out of the question as one had always to reckon with Czech intrigues. 2. The deportation of the Czechs and the Germanization of the Bohemian and Moravian area by German settlers. This possibility was out of the question too, as it would take 100 years. 3. The Germanization of the Bohemian and Moravian area by Germanizing the Czechs, that is, by their assimilation. The latter would be possible with the greater part of the Czech people. Those Czechs against whom there were racial objections or who were anti-German were to be accepted from this assimilation. This category was to be weeded out. The Führer decided in favor of the third possibility. He gave orders via Reich Minister Lammers, to put a stop to the multitude of plans regarding partition of the Protectorate. The Führer further decided that, in the interests of a uniform policy with regard to the Czechs, a central Reich authority for the whole of the Bohemian and Moravian area should remain at Prague. The present status of the Protectorate thus continues. And look at the last sentence. The Führer's decision followed the lines of the memoranda submitted by the Protector and State Secretary Frank. Now, defendant, although you answered me so sharply a moment ago, that document says that after the reception of the Reich Protector and the State Secretary. The representative of the Foreign Office in your office says that the decision of the Führer followed the lines of the memoranda put forward by you and your State Secretary Frank. Why do you say that I am wrong in saying it is untrue that a different line was followed by the Führer? It is set out in that document. Von Neurath, to that I have the following reply to give. First of all, the document shows that the Führer touched upon the following three eventualities with reference to the question of the future of the Protectorate. They are the three possibilities which I said yesterday I had proposed. The document also shows, though not directly, that the cause for this Führer conference was primarily quite a different one than merely deciding the question of the Protectorate. On the contrary, the Minister of Justice was present and a legal question in regard to the treatment of the members of the resistance movement was the cause for the discussion, and Frank came to Berlin for this reason. I had been to Berlin before that and I talked to the Führer, not about the memorandum, which I had in my hand, but about my misgivings in general and the future of our policy in the Protectorate. My report included those proposals which are mentioned here under 1, 2, and 3. It says there at the end, the decision followed the lines of the memoranda submitted by the Protector and State Secretary Frank. That remark was added by Herzinka or whoever had written the document, but what I said yesterday about the policy is correct. And even if I admit that at that time in the letter to Lammers I did identify myself with these enclosures, it was nevertheless dropped. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, I want to remind you that in the passage which I referred to last in your memorandum, as opposed to that of Frank, you were putting forward the organization of the Greater German Reich. I take it in this way, that you envisaged yourself that in the event of a German victory in the war the Czech part of Czechoslovakia would remain part of a Greater German Reich. Von Neurath, no, I beg your pardon. It had already been incorporated, and here it is also expressly stated that it should remain in that condition, as a protectorate but as a special structure. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, are you saying that your policy, after this period, this was in the autumn of 1940, that your policy towards the Czechs was sympathetic? Von Neurath, I do not think it changed except when there were strong resistance movements there. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, why was it that you forbade, in the middle of 1941, any reference of the handling, to the discussion of the handling and treatment of all questions about the German-Czech problem? Why did you forbid its discussion? Von Neurath, to prevent these problems which were the cause of this memorandum from arising again and again. Namely the problem of individual parts of the Protectorate being torn away and added to the lower Danube or the Sudeten country with a general resettlement. That was the purpose of my report to the Führer, as I explained yesterday, so as to put a stop to that discussion once and for all. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but you particularly prohibited, did you not, any public statements addressed to the Czech population? Well, let us look at the document. It is document number 3862, P.S., my lord. Your lordship will find it at page 126 of document book 12a. My lord, it becomes Exhibit GB, 522. Turning to the defendant. It is for distribution through your various offices, and you say. For the motive stated I order that in the future, when arrangements and publications of any kind concerning the German-Czech problem are made, the views of the whole population are more than ever to be directed to the war and its requirements, while the duty of the Czech nation to carry out the war tasks imposed on it jointly with the Greater German Reich is to be stressed. Other questions concerning the German-Czech problem are not suitable subjects for public discussion at the present time. I wish to point out that, without detriment to my orders, administrative handling and treatment of all questions about the German-Czech problem are to be in no way alluded to. Then the last paragraph. Requisite public statements about the political questions of the Protectorate and in particular those addressed to the Czech population are my business and mine alone and will be published in due time. Why did you want to prohibit so severely the addressing of any public statements to the Czech population? Von Neurath, that is addressed not only to the Czech population, but especially to the Germans. And just for this reason, that was some special event which I no longer remember, it says here, for the motive stated I order that, when there was again a discussion about the future of the Protectorate or something was published. That was the reason, and I pointed out that that is why it was forbidden. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, I suggest to you about your proposals, and Frank speak for themselves. I want you to help me on one other matter. Do you remember after the closing of the universities that the question arose, what was to happen to the students? There were about 18,000 students who were, of course, out of work because they could not. Von Neurath, I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon. There were not so many, there were at the most 1,800 in all. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, no, you got it, with the greatest respect either you are wrong or your office. According to the note from Group X of your office. According to the data at my disposal, the number of students affected by the closure, I should think that would include high schools as well, for 3 years of the Czech universities is 18,998. According to the press communications, dated the 21st of this month, only 1,200 persons were arrested in connection with the events of the 15th of this month. And then your office goes on to say by a process of subtraction that leaves 17,800. You were faced with their occupation. My lord, it is page 104, document 3858, PS, Exhibit GB, 523. Von Neurath, I do not want to deny my official statement. He must have known better than I. I am merely surprised that there should have been 18,000 students in 2 Czech universities, in a country with a population of 7 millions. The President, hadn't you better check that by the original? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I shall. I am much obliged to your lordship. Well, my lord, it is quite clear that both figures, they are in figures, and they are 18,998, and then there is the check below, and you have to take off 1,200, that leaves 17,800. My lord, if it were only 1,800, the second figure could not arise. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, somewhere there must be an error. That would have been more for 2 universities in Czechoslovakia than there were in Berlin at the best of times. There was a maximum of 8,000 to 9,000 in Berlin per year, and in the case of a nation of only 7 millions there are supposed to be 18,000 students in 2 universities. This cannot be right. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, it may be that there are 3 age groups. Your lordship sees that it is, according to the data at my disposal, the number of students affected by the closure for 3 years of the Czech universities is 18,000. It may be that is the intake for 2 years, in addition to present students. Turning to the defendant. Anyhow, this is the figure, and it is this problem which has been dealt with by your ministry. It may be that it includes certain high schools, but at any rate, these are your ministry's documents, and I want to know what happened. This was the minutes, as I understand it, from Denler, Dr. Denler, who was the head of Group X of your office, to Bergsdorf, who had a superior position. And, if I may summarize it, this letter of November 21, 1939 suggests that the students should be taken forcibly from Czechoslovakia to the Old Reich and put to work in the Old Reich. And then, the next, on November 25, you will notice that in paragraph 2 it says, the writer, who is Bergsdorf, is saying that he is dealing with X1 1939, which is Denler's memorandum. And Bergsdorf says that he does not want them to go into the Reich because at that time there was some unemployment in the Reich, and suggests that they should be dealt with by compulsory labor on the roads and canals in Czechoslovakia. Now, these were the 2 proposals from your office. My lord, the second one is document 3857, PS, which will be Exhibit GB, 524. Turning to the defendant. What happened to the unfortunate students? Von Neurath, nothing at all happened to them. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well now, did either of these proposals of Dr. Denler for forced labor in the Reich and of Bergsdorf for forced labor in Czechoslovakia, did they come up to you? Von Neurath, no, none of them. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, did they come to you for decision? Did they come to you for decision? Von Neurath, I think they were submitted to me, but I cannot tell you for certain. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, will you agree with me, or perhaps you will be able to correct my knowledge? That this is the earliest suggestion, you said it was not put into effect, but the earliest suggestion of forced labor came from an officer of your department? Do you know of any other department of the Reich that had suggested forced labor as early as November 1939? Von Neurath, there is no connection, and, moreover, if you were to look through suggestions made by all your subordinates, then you, too, might find some proposal which you afterward rejected. Suggestions made by an advisor do not mean anything at all. Apart from that, perhaps I can clear up this figure of 18,000. Here it says, according to the data at my disposal, the number of students who will be affected by closing the Czech universities for 3 years will be 18,000. It is, therefore, 3 times 6,000, is it not? Which is approximately 18,000. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I had already put forward that suggestion, defendant, about 10 minutes ago, but I respectfully agree with you. That is one matter in which we are not in difference. Well now, you understand what I am suggesting. It is that these proposals germinated in your office, because they were quite in keeping with the proposals in the memoranda which I have just read to the tribunal, that you should not only get rid of Czech higher education, but you should have forced labor. Do you remember that was in the State Secretary's memorandum? What I am suggesting is that it was in your department, the idea of forced labor, as early as November 21, 1939. Now, defendant, I have only one other matter, and I hope, as it is a question of fact, that perhaps you will be able to agree with me on reflection. You suggested this morning that the German university in Prague was closed down after the founding of Czechoslovakia in 1919. That is how it came to us. On reflection, do you not know that it continued and that many thousands of students graduated in the German University of Prague between 1919 and 1939? Von Neurath, as far as I know, it was a department of the Czech University, a German part of the Czech University, as far as I know. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, but it continued as a university. Von Neurath, yes, it continued, but as a Czech university. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, but German students came there and could take their degrees in German. It was a permitted language. I suggest to you that there are thousands of people who went there from Austria and from the Old Reich, went there as Germans and took their degrees in German. Von Neurath, yes, only the old German university, the so-called Charles University, was closed by the Czechs. But a German department, or whatever one might call it, still remained. The Germans studied and took their examinations there. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I think the point is clear. I am not going to argue about the actual thing, but that there was a German university, where German students could study, you will agree. The President, do the prosecution wish to cross-examine further? State Councilor of Justice M.Y. Rajinsky, Assistant Prosecutor for the USSR. Defendant, tell us please, when you were Minister of Foreign Affairs did Ribbentrop try to intervene in the foreign affairs of Germany? Von Neurath, is that a question? Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, yes, that is a question. Von Neurath, yes. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, would you please tell us in what form this intervention took place? Von Neurath, by communicating to the Führer his own ideas on foreign policy, without giving them to me for consideration. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, all right. Yesterday you stated here that in 1936 you had differences of opinion with Hitler and that on 27th of July, 1936 you asked to be relieved of your duties as a minister. This document was cited here yesterday, but did you not write to Hitler then? And I will read the last sentence of your letter to him. Even if I am no longer minister, I shall be constantly at your disposal, if you so desire, with my advice and my years of experience in the field of foreign policy. Did you write these words in your letter to the Führer? Von Neurath, yes indeed, yes indeed. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, and did you fulfill the promises you made to Hitler? Whenever it was necessary to cover by diplomatic manipulations the aggressive actions of Hitler, as for instance at the time of the annexation of the Sudetenland, during the invasion of Czechoslovakia, and so on? Did you help Hitler with your experience? Is that right? Von Neurath, that is a great mistake. On the contrary, As I have stated here yesterday and today, I was called in by Hitler only once, and that was on the last phase of the Austrian Anschluss. With that my activities came to an end, but in 1938, to be sure, I went to see him of my own accord, to restrain him from starting the war. That was my activity. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, we have already heard this. I would like to ask you another question concerning the Memorandum of Frederici without repeating what has already been said here concerning it. You remember this memorandum well, as it was just presented to the court a short time ago. In the last part of the Memorandum of Frederici, it is the last paragraph but one, it is stated. If the governing of the Protectorate were in reliable hands and guided exclusively by the order of the Führer of the 16th of March, 1939, the territory of Bohemia and Moravia would become an integral part of Germany. It was for this purpose that Hitler chose you to be protector, is that not so? Von Neurath, not a bit, that was not the reason at all. The reason was, I have described it in detail yesterday. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, all right. We shall not repeat the reasons, we spoke about them yesterday. Well, you deny that you were precisely the man who was supposed to carry through the invasion of Czechoslovakia? Von Neurath, to that I can only answer, no. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, all right. Do you admit that you were, in the Protectorate, the only representative of the Führer and of the government of the Reich, and that you were directly subordinate to Hitler? Von Neurath, yes, that is right. That is stated in Hitler's decree. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, yes, it is stated there. I will not read this decree, which would only delay the interrogation. This decree has already been presented to the court. Do you acknowledge that all administrative organs and authorities of the Reich in the Protectorate with the exception of the armed forces, were subordinate to you? Von Neurath, no. I am sorry to have to say that that is a mistake. That is also stated in the same decree of September 1, 1939. Apart from that, there were numerous other organizations, that is, Reich authorities, which were not under my jurisdiction, quite apart from the police. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, well, as far as the police are concerned, we will speak about that separately. So you think it is a mistake that the decree does not mention it, or do you interpret the decree otherwise? I shall read the first paragraph of the decree of September 1, 1939. It is stated there. All the authorities, offices and organizations of the Reich in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, with the exception of the armed forces, are under the jurisdiction of the Reich Protector. It is also stated in paragraph 2. The Reich Protector supervises the entire autonomous administration of the Protectorate. And paragraph 3. The office of the Reich Protector is in charge of all administrative branches of the Reich administration with the exception of the armed forces. As you see, it is stated very bluntly and definitely here that all the institutions of the Reich were subordinate to you, while you were subordinate to Hitler. Von Neurath, I have to tell you again that as to administrative agencies, yes. But there were a number of other authorities, Reich authorities and offices which did not come under my jurisdiction, for instance, the 4-year plan. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, now let us pass to the question of the police. Yesterday, in answer to a question of your counsel, you stated to the tribunal that as to this decree of September 1, signed by Göring, Frick, and Lammers, paragraph 13 was not comprehensible to you. Let us examine other paragraphs of the same chapter concerning the police. Paragraph 11 says, the organs of the German security police in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia have the task of investigating and combating all hostile attempts toward the government and population in the territory of the Protectorate. Informing the Reich Protector as well as the subordinate organizations, keeping them currently informed on important events, and advising them as to what to do. Paragraph 14 of the same decree states, the Reich Minister of the Interior, the Reichsführer SS, and the Chief of the German Police. With the agreement of the Reich Protector in Bohemia and Moravia releases the legal and administrative directives necessary for carrying out this order. Thus, according to this decree, the police and the SS were obliged to let you know about all their measures and, moreover, all their administrative and legal acts and measures had been carried out with your knowledge. Do you acknowledge that? Von Neurath, no, that is not right. First of all, there was at one time an order that they were to inform me. But that was not carried out and was forbidden by Himmler directly. And the other, the second regulation to the effect that the administrative measures, or whatever it is called, could or should be carried out with my approval, was never applied. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, so you deny it? Von Neurath, yes. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, I now present to you the testimony of Karl Hermann Frank, of March 7, 1946, on this very question, that is, on the question of the police and to whom they were subordinated. Mr. President, I present this testimony as Exhibit Number USSR 494. The President, is this in the English book as well, do you know? Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, no, Mr. President. This document that I am presenting now is an original, signed by Frank. Turning to the defendant. Karl Hermann Frank, during an interrogation, testified. According to the order on the structure of the German administration in the Protectorate and the German security police, all German authorities and offices in the Protectorate and thereby the entire police, too, excepting the armed forces are formally subordinated to the Reich Protector and are bound by his directions. Owing to this, the security police was bound to carry out this basic political policy set forth by the Reich Protector. Orders as to carrying out state police measures were mainly issued by the chief of the security police with the Reich Security Main Office in Berlin. If the Reich Protector wanted to carry out some state police measures, he had to have the permission of the Reich Security Main Office in Berlin. That is, in this case the state police also submitted each order for reconfirmation to the Reich Security Main Office in Berlin. The same applied also to directives for the carrying out of state police measures given by the higher SS and police leader to the chief of the security police. I would like to draw your attention to this paragraph that I am reading now. This system of channels for issuing directives remained in force during the whole existence of the Protectorate and was used as such by von Neurath in the Protectorate. In general, the Reich Protector could, on his own initiative, issue directives to the state police through the chief of the security police. The carrying out of such directives was, however, subject to approval by the Reich Security Main Office if state police measures were concerned. In regard to the SD, Security Service, which had no executive powers, the authority of the Reich Protector respecting the issuing of directives to the SD was greater and not subject to the approval of the Reich Security Main Office in every case. Do you confirm this testimony of Frank? Von Neurath, no. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, all right. Von Neurath, I refer you to a statement by the same Frank, which I have learned about here, which was made last year, during which he said something quite different. He said that the entire police were not under the Reich Protector, but came under the chief of the police in Berlin, namely, Himmler. It ought to be here somewhere, this statement. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, don't worry about it. I will come back to this testimony. Tell me, please, who was the political advisor in your service? Von Neurath, political advisor. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, yes, political advisor. Von Neurath, in general I had various political advisors. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, in order not to waste time, I will show you a short document, and I ask you to read it. On July 21, 1939, the chief of the security police wrote a letter to your state secretary and higher SS and police leader, Karl Hermann Frank. The letter had the following contents. In an order of May 5, 1939, the Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia appointed the SD leader and chief of the security police as his political advisor. I have ascertained that this order has not yet been published or carried out. Please provide for carrying out this order. Signed, Dr. Best. Do you remember your order now? Von Neurath, I cannot remember that decree at the moment, but I do remember that this was never carried out, because I did not have this SD leader as my political advisor. The President, this would be a convenient time to break off. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, Mr. President, just one more minute, please, to finish this question, and then we can break off. Turning to the defendant. But did you issue such an order on May 5th? Von Neurath, I can no longer tell you about that at this date, but it is probably true. I do not want to deny it, I do not know any more. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, but you did issue this order. All right. I thank you, Mr. President. It is possible to adjourn now. I shall require 30 minutes more. The tribunal adjourned until June 26, 1946, at 1000 hours. 164th day. Wednesday, June 26, 1946. Morning session. The President, the tribunal will not sit on Thursday, tomorrow afternoon, in open session, but will sit in closed session. That is to say, we will sit tomorrow, Thursday, from 10 till 1 in open session, and we will sit in the afternoon in closed session. On Saturday morning, the tribunal will sit in open session from 10 till 1. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I am aware that yesterday when I submitted the document USSR 494, the necessary copies of this document were not submitted to the tribunal. I am very sorry about this, and I would ask you to accept the necessary copies now which I am going to submit. The defendant von Neurath resumed the stand. Let us go back, defendant, to your warning issued in August 1939. If I understood you correctly, you said here before the tribunal that this warning was issued in connection with the military situation of the time, is that correct? Von Neurath, with reference to the military situation, nothing had happened at that time, absolutely no political tension had become noticeable in the meantime, therefore, it was not directly in connection with the military situation. There was certainly nothing wrong yet at that time. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, that is regardless of the military situation, all right. Do you acknowledge that by this order of yours, or by this warning, you had introduced a system of hostages? Do you admit that? Von Neurath, I did not understand the question. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, I am going to repeat the question. I am asking you, do you acknowledge that by means of this warning of August 1939, I am submitting this document as evidence under document number USSR 490, that by this order you were setting up a system of hostages? Do you admit that? Von Neurath, I did not understand. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, was it correctly translated to you just now? Von Neurath, yes, the translation did not come through on the last question, or rather the last sentence. I did not understand the last sentence. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, well, I will put it to you that you know the document well. Von Neurath, yes, but I did not understand the last sentence of your question. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, I shall try to say it in such a way that you will understand it now. In this order of yours, in the penultimate paragraph, it is stated, the responsibility for all acts of sabotage will be borne not only by the individual perpetrators, but by the entire Czechoslovak population. This means that not only guilty persons have to be punished, but there were punishments set up for innocent people too. With this order you inaugurated the mass terrorism against the Czech population. Von Neurath, not at all. It only meant that the moral responsibility for any possible acts was to be laid to the account of the Czech people. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, well, in Lidice, was this not applied in practice? Was it only a question of the moral responsibility there? Von Neurath, yes, yes. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, in this order you state the following, those who do not take these necessities into account will be considered enemies of the Reich. To the enemies of the Reich you applied only the principles of moral responsibility and nothing else. Von Neurath, yes, if someone did not obey orders, then naturally he was punished. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, that is exactly what I am trying to determine, and that is why I put this question to you, that just by this order of August 1939 you started the general terrorism of a massacre and punishment of innocent people. Von Neurath, Well, I do not know how you can draw this conclusion from this warning. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, we are going now to the deductions which we can make out of this. In the report of the Czechoslovak government, submitted as evidence, document USSR 60, which is a report on the final result of the investigation of the crimes committed by you and your collaborators, all this has been stated. And you just flatly deny all this documentary evidence. I am not going to argue with you regarding this document, but I am going to read into the record some of the testimony by the witnesses. And I would like you to reply whether you corroborate this evidence or whether you deny it. I am going to read into the record an excerpt from the testimony of the former Minister of Finance, Joseph Kalfus, of November 8, 1945. The tribunal will find these excerpts on page 12 of the English text, document USSR 60. Kalfus stated, "The economic system introduced by Neurath and after him by the later German regime, was nothing else than systematic, organized robbery. As to the occupation of decisive positions in the Czech industry and finance, it should be pointed out that, together with Neurath, a vast economic machinery was installed, which immediately occupied the chief positions in industry. The Skoda works, Brno armament works, steel works at Vitkovice, important banks, Bohemian Discount Bank, Lander Bank, and Bohemian Union Bank, were occupied as well. Do you corroborate this evidence? Von Neurath, I talked about this matter in great detail yesterday, and I refer you to my statement I made yesterday. I have nothing to add. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, thus, you do not corroborate this evidence? Von Neurath, not in the least. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, the former President of Bohemia, Richard Bienert, during the interrogation of November 8, 1945, stated, Mr. President, this excerpt is on page 13 of the English text of the document USSR 60. When we got to know him more closely, we noticed that he, Neurath, was ruthless toward the Czechs. As the Landespresident of Bohemia, I knew that it was Neurath who subjected the political administration in Bohemia and Moravia to German control, both the state administration and the local government as well. I remember also that Neurath caused the abolition of the local school councillors, and the appointment of German school inspectors in their place. Neurath ordered the dissolution of the regional representative bodies. He caused Czech workers to be sent to the Reich from April 1939 onward in order to work for the war machine of the Reich. He ordered the closing down of the Czech universities and of many Czech secondary and elementary schools. He abolished the Czech sport clubs and associations, such as Sokol and Orel, and ordered the confiscation of all the property of these gymnastic organizations. He abolished the Czech recreation homes and sanatoria for young workmen and students, and ordered the confiscation of their property. The Gestapo carried out the arrests, but on the order of the Reich Protector. I myself was arrested on September 1, 1939, as well. Will you still deny this testimony? Von Neurath, no, no. About all the matters which are listed here, I spoke yesterday in great detail. I do not intend to repeat it all over again now. Moreover, it seems strange to me that Mr. Bienert of all people, who knew perfectly well what I had ordered and what my relations were to the Gestapo and so forth, that Mr. Bienert of all people should say things like that. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, very well. Let us look at some other testimony. The former Prime Minister of the so-called Protectorate, Dr. Krejci, during the interrogations on November 8, 1945, stated, Mr. President, this excerpt can be found on page 17 of the English text of the document USSR 60. Krejci testified, I know that the gymnastic associations were disbanded and their property confiscated at the order of the Reich Protector, and their funds and equipment handed over to be used by German associations such as SS, SA, Hitler Youth, and so on. On September 1, 1939, when Poland was attacked by the German army, arrests took place on a large scale, especially arrests of army officers, intellectuals, and important political personalities. The arrests were made by the Gestapo, but it could not be done without the approval of the Reich Protector. I am reading into the record one more excerpt from the next page of the testimony. As far as the Jewish problem was concerned, the government of the Protectorate was forced by the Reich Protector into a campaign against the Jews. And when this pressure had not the desired result, the Germans, or the Reich Protector's office, started persecuting the Jews according to the German laws. The result was that tens of thousands of Jews were persecuted and lost their lives and property. Are you going to deny this testimony, too? Von Neurath, with reference to the order which you mentioned at the beginning, concerning the sport clubs, I have to tell you that that was a police measure which I had not ordered. And I go on to repeat, as I said yesterday, that the arrests at the beginning of the war were carried out by the Gestapo, by direct order from Berlin, without my even having heard about the matter. I did not learn about it until afterward. Finally, with reference to the Jewish problem which is mentioned in the end, the statement which is contained in the indictment, I think, namely, that I had attempted to get the government of Czechoslovakia to introduce anti-Jewish laws, is an incorrect statement. I, or rather my state secretary, talked to Mr. Elias, as far as I know. I myself have never talked to him. I talked to Mr. Hatcha only afterward on a later occasion, when there was an attempt to introduce racial laws with reference to the Czechs. Mr. Hatcha objected to this and I told him he did not have to do this, as this was my responsibility. The introduction of the anti-Jewish laws was carried out by a decree of mine, to be sure, because as early as the beginning of April 1939, I had received orders to introduce the anti-Jewish legislation in the Protectorate which was not incorporated in the Reich. I delayed this step until July by means of all sorts of inquiries in Berlin, so as to give time to the Jews to prepare themselves in some way or other. These are the actual facts. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, tell me, do you know Dr. Havelka? Von Neurath, I know her Havelka, yes. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, he knew exactly about your conversation with Hatcha. Von Neurath, well, how much he knew about that, I do not know. Herr Havelka came to see me once or twice. He was transport minister, I think. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, yes, that is quite correct. He was the Minister of Transport, but before that, he was the head of the Chancellery of Hatcha's office. Havelka, during his interrogation on November 9 last year, gave the following testimony, which can be found on pages 18 and 19 of the English text of Exhibit USSR 60, I am quoting an excerpt. He, Neurath, was not interested in the Czech nation and interventions of cabinet members and Dr. Hatcha pressing Czech demands were on the whole without any result. There were the following actions in particular. Arrests of Czechoslovak officers, intelligentsia, members of the Czechoslovak Legion of the First World War, and politicians. At the time of the attack on Poland by the German army about 6,000 to 8,000 persons were arrested. They were hostages. The Germans themselves called them, held in protective custody. The majority of those hostages were never interrogated, and all steps taken at the office of the Reich Protector in favor of these unfortunate men remained without any result. Neurath, as the only representative of the Reich government in the territory of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, was responsible for the execution of 9 students on November 17, 1939. The execution was carried out soon after. The President, General Rajinsky, would it not be better and perhaps fairer to the defendant to ask him one question at a time? You are reading long passages of these documents which contain many questions. Perhaps you could take these 2 paragraphs you read now about the arrest of officers and ask him whether he says those are true or untrue, and then go on to the other paragraphs you want. It is very difficult for him to answer a great number of questions at one time. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President, he has these documents before him and he is acquainted with the testimonies in question, but I will take into consideration what you have just told me. I will speak about the shooting of the students separately. Turning to the defendant. Do you corroborate this part of the evidence which I have just read into the record regarding the hostages? Von Neurath, about the arrest of the members of the so-called Vlaka, at the beginning of September 1939, I have spoken earlier, and I spoke in detail about that yesterday. I said that these arrests, I am repeating it once more, were carried out by the Gestapo without my knowledge. Herr Havelka's statement, that no steps had been taken in the interest of these people, is untrue. He ought to know that I continuously fought for these people and that a large number of them were released through my efforts. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, very well, let us go over to another question. Here, before this tribunal, a certain document has already been introduced several times under document number USSR 223. This is the diary of Frank. Mr. President, I am not referring to Karl Hermann Frank, who was sentenced to die for his crimes, but it is the defendant Frank that I am speaking about. This excerpt has already been quoted here, but I should like to put a question to the defendant about it. I shall read it into the record. During an interview with a correspondent of the Völkischer Beobachter in 1942, the defendant Frank stated as follows. In Prague, for instance, some red placards were put out saying that 7 Czechs were being shot that day. Then I told myself if I had to issue an order for such placards to be put up regarding every 7 Poles who were shot, then there would not be enough timber in Poland to manufacture enough paper for such placards. Please tell me if it is true that such red placards were put up in Prague. Von Neurath, I mentioned that yesterday. I have already said yesterday that this was the poster where my signature was misused, and that I had not seen it in advance. That is that red poster. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, well, if you have not seen these posters, will you please look at them? We are going to show it to you right now. Von Neurath, yes, I know it very well. The President, General Rajinsky, he did not say he had not seen it. He said it was put up without his knowledge. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I am going to come back to this, but I should like to establish that these were the red posters which were mentioned by Frank in his diary, and I should like to submit this poster under document number USSR 489. I should like to read it into the record, it is very short and it will not take much time. The text is as follows. In spite of repeated serious warnings, a number of Czech intellectuals, in collaboration with émigré circles abroad, are trying to disturb peace and order in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia by committing major or minor acts of resistance. In this connection it was possible to prove that the ringleaders of these resistance acts are especially to be found in the Czech universities. Since on October 28 and November 15 these elements gave way to acts of physical violence against individual Germans, the Czech universities have been closed for the duration of 3 years, 9 of the perpetrators have been shot. And a considerable number of the participants have been arrested. Signed, the Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia, Freiherr von Neurath, Prague, November 17, 1939. You state here that you never signed this warning. Have I understood you rightly? Von Neurath, yes, indeed. I have already explained yesterday or the day before how this came about, namely, in my absence. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, well, you should not repeat what you have already stated. I am going to read into the record a certain statement by Karl Hermann Frank of November 26, 1945, connected with the subject. It can be found on pages 46 and 47 of the Russian text. The English text will be submitted. Karl Hermann Frank, giving evidence regarding this poster, the text of which I have just read into the record. Stated. This document was dated November 17, 1939 and was signed by von Neurath, who did not object either to the shooting of the 9 students. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, may I draw your attention to something connected with this document. The document is neither dated nor is it signed, at least not the copy I have. It does not make it at all clear from whom the document originates, and I should like to take this opportunity to protest against the reading of this document. The President, Dr. von Linghausen, is there not a certificate about the document? Dr. von Linghausen, not in my copy. The President, well. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President, will you permit me to explain this misunderstanding? Dr. von Linghausen has the full text of the document USSR 60. The English text was also submitted to the tribunal. This document was quoted yesterday by Dr. Ludinghausen. There is a certificate regarding the authenticity of this document signed by the plenipotentiary of the Czechoslovak government, and there is the date, too. Now, just to facilitate the proceedings, we have submitted another copy of Frank's testimony to Dr. Ludinghausen, and it would be very easy to determine that there is a certificate regarding the authenticity of this statement which is dated November 17. Dr. von Ludinghausen, I should like to say the following about this point. When I received this long indictment from Colonel Ajer of the Czech delegation, the document did not have any additions or appendices, except texts of laws. I therefore endeavored to obtain these additions because reference had been made to them. I then received only one annex to an appendix, or supplement, number 2, the others I received in the same condition as the one which I have here. The President, Dr. von Ludinghausen, will you wait a minute? Will you kindly tell us what document it is you are referring to? Dr. von Ludinghausen, it is USSR 60. The President, USSR 60, well, that is the Czech report, is it not? Dr. von Ludinghausen, that is the Czech report, which is about this thick, indicating, in German, that is the one in question. Annexes have also been issued to this, and these annexes, I repeat, were not made available to me. That is, I made a personal effort to get them, but I received only one which is not identical with this document and which I received much later and in the same condition as that which I hold in my hand now, that is to say, without a heading, without a signature, and without a date, and most certainly without any certificate as to when, where, and by whom this supposed statement of Frank's was taken down. The President, let us hear what General Radzinsky has got to say about it. As I understand General Radzinsky, he says there is a certificate identifying that document and what is being supplied to you is merely a copy, which may not have the date and may not have the certificate on it. But which is the same as the document which is certified. Is that what you said, General Radzinsky? Mr. Counselor Radzinsky, yes. The President, could you now show Dr. von Ludinghausen the certificate and the document which is certified? Mr. Counselor Radzinsky, this certificate can be found on page 44 of the Russian text in the appendix to document USSR 60 and it is signed for General Ajer by Colonel of the General Staff Corps, Novak. This certificate was submitted, in due course, by us to the tribunal. The President, is it necessary to take up the time of the tribunal about this particular document? It seems to me we are wasting a lot of time. Dr. von Ludinghausen, after all, it is important. Otherwise I cannot find out whether it is genuine. That is certainly my right. The President, I was asking General Radzinsky whether he wanted to persist in the use of the document. Is it worthwhile? I do not know what the document is or what it says. Mr. Counselor Radzinsky, I consider that is not necessary, because this document has already been submitted to the tribunal a few months ago and accepted by the tribunal as evidence. I really do not understand the statements by Dr. von Ludinghausen. The President, why do you not show Dr. von Ludinghausen that there is a certificate which applies to the document which you put in his hand? Mr. Counselor Radzinsky, yes, certainly, Mr. President. I am holding in my hand the Russian text of the certificate. I am quoting the Russian text and I can present it to Dr. von Ludinghausen so that he can be convinced. The original document has been submitted to the tribunal and is in the possession of the tribunal. The President, well, is there not a German translation of the certificate and does not the certificate identify the document? Is there a German translation of the certificate? Mr. Counselor Radzinsky, just at the moment I do not have it, but during the intermission I shall be glad to produce the original German document. The President, Dr. von Ludinghausen, the tribunal is told that this document was put in before and the certificate of General Ajer was put in at the same time, certifying that this document is a part of the Czech report. In those circumstances, the tribunal will allow the document to be used. Dr. von Ludinghausen, Mr. President, then I have another objection to the use of this document. As is known, if any interrogation transcripts or affidavits from witnesses are presented, the defense have the right to summon these witnesses for an interrogation. The former State Secretary Frank, who has made this statement, is, however, as is known, no longer among the living. Therefore, I also object for this reason to the use of this document. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President. The President, Dr. von Luttinghausen. This document was offered and accepted in evidence during the lifetime of this man, K. H. Frank. That is one reason for accepting it. The document is admissible under Article 21 of the Charter and was submitted under that article, and there is no such rule as you have stated, that the defense are entitled to cross-examine every person who makes an affidavit. It is a matter entirely within the discretion of the tribunal, and therefore that objection is rejected. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I do not want to hold you any longer on this matter, but I wanted to show that this was an unnecessary delay, as Dr. von Luttinghausen used the document himself to introduce some extracts from the testimony of Frank in his document book. Now I shall read into the record some statements made by Frank. This document, I repeat, is in connection with the warning dated November 17, 1939, which we just exhibited to this tribunal, and signed by von Neurath, who did not raise his voice either against the shooting of the 9 students nor as to the number of students who were to be sent to concentration camps, and he did not really request any changes in this legislation. Turning to the defendant. Did you hear the testimony, defendant? Von Neurath, yes, I have read it. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, do you deny this? Von Neurath, but most definitely. There was no possibility whatever of my doing so, because I was not in Prague, and consequently I could neither have had any knowledge of it, nor could I have signed it or passed it on. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, very well. You still insist on stating that the police never informed you regarding the arrests which were made and other police measures which were taken? Do you state that firmly? Von Neurath, I did not say that they never informed me, but that they always informed me afterward. My information always came from Czech sources. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, was not the state of affairs such that the police regularly reported to you regarding the important events which took place? Von Neurath, not at all. In particular, I never learned anything about what they were planning, at least not until afterward, or if I had learned it from Czech sources and then made inquiries with the police. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, very well. I am going to read an extract from the testimony of Karl Hermann Frank, dated March 7, 1946. This testimony was submitted by me to the tribunal yesterday, and it was partially read by me already. Will you give a copy of the testimony, USSR 494, to the defendant, please? Frank states. The Reich Protector, von Neurath, regularly received reports on the most important events in the Protectorate which had some bearing on the security police, from me, from the State Secretary, as well as from the Chief of the Security Police. For example, von Neurath was informed in the special case concerning the student demonstrations in November 1939 both by me and by the Chief of the Security Police. This case dealt with Hitler's direct orders demanding the shootings of all the ringleaders. The number of ringleaders was to be fixed by the Prague Stapo, and the Reich Protector was informed about this. In this case, an estimate on the number of the ringleaders was left to the discretion of the state police, or rather to the approval of the Reich Protector. Reich Protector von Neurath signed the official dispatch announcing the execution of these students, thereby approving this action. It can therefore not be said that in this case the Reich Protector was merely responsible for the carrying out of the General Hitler order which deals with the execution of all ringleaders, but that he is also responsible for the fixing of the number of ringleaders, namely 9. I informed him in detail about the interrogation and he signed the poster. If this had not met with his approval and had he wished to revise it, as for instance, making it less severe, which he had the right to do, then I should have had to abide by his decision. Now do you deny these statements? Von Neurath, yes. I do not know how many times I have got to tell you that I was not in Prague at all. And besides, I do not know under what sort of pressure Frank might have made these statements. It does not give the date, but you just said that he made this statement on April 7, and therefore a few days before his execution. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, I should like the tribunal to note that the defendant is deliberately distorting the facts. I repeated several times that these statements were made by Frank on March 7 and not on April 7, or 2 days before the execution, as you are telling me now. The document is before you and you can look at it yourself and see the date. Von Neurath, all right, then March 7 instead of April 7. I think I said April 7 because I did not see the date at the top. But as I have said, I think I have already told you 3 times, I could not have known anything at all about it because I was not there. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, well. But you are making too many mistakes. Yesterday when giving testimony you were not very clear as to the number of students either. Von Neurath, I cannot remember what I said yesterday, but I could hardly have made so many mistakes, I do not know if there were 1 or 2 less. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, I would like to remind you. Yesterday, in reply to a question by Sir David, who submitted to you document 3858, PS, from which it was evident that after the closing of the higher institutions of learning, 18,000 students found themselves out of school. The President, is it necessary to go over Sir David's cross-examination again? Surely we have said that we do not want to go over the same subject twice. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I do not want to go back to the very same thing, and I do not want to add anything to the questions put by Sir David who has carried out a very detailed interrogation. I wanted only to establish the truth. When the defendant stated yesterday that in the document which was submitted by Sir David there was a mistake, that in Prague there existed only 2 institutions of higher learning and that 12,000 students could not have been arrested. This was not correct. The question was not merely about the closing of 2 Prague universities, but, on the basis of the order of November 17, 1939, there were closed the Czech University in Prague, the Czech University in Brunn, the Czech Higher Technical School in Brunn, the Czech Higher Technical School in Prague. The President, we heard all this yesterday, and we do not want to hear it again. We heard all about the closing of the university in Prague. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, very well, Mr. President. I just wanted to state that not 2 universities were closed, but 10 institutions of higher learning. I have just a few questions left which I should like to put to the defendant. Turning to the defendant. You received many awards from Hitler, as is evident from the documents, and as you yourself stated. For instance, on September 22, 1940 you received the Iron Cross for military service. For what kind of services did you receive this award from Hitler? The President, surely we went into this yesterday, did we not, in Sir David's cross-examination, or in the examination-in-chief, I forget which? I think it was the examination-in-chief, all these decorations which were given the defendant. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I do not want to revert to these orders, but I should like to ask the defendant, for what special services he received the Iron Cross from Hitler in 1942. The President, all right, ask him that. Von Neurath, unfortunately, I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you what sort of merits I am supposed to have displayed. The award of this Order of Merit was made generally to all higher officials who were in service at the time. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, very well, I am not going to insist on your reply. I just wanted to state here that you received this award in 1940 after the mass terror was applied against the Czechoslovak population. Von Neurath, I do not know that I am supposed to have carried out a mass terror. Mr. Counselor Rajinsky, very well, if you do not understand, we are not going to argue about this question. In February 1943, in connection with your jubilee, various articles about you were published in many newspapers. I am not going to submit all these papers to the tribunal or quote these articles, but I should like to read just 2 excerpts from the newspaper Fränkischer Kurier of February 2, 1943. We shall submit to you one of the copies of this so that you can follow me as I read this document into the record. This newspaper is being submitted to the tribunal under document number USSR 495. In connection with your anniversary, it was stated. The most outstanding events in the field of foreign policy after Hitler's coming to power. In which Freiherr von Neurath played a most important role as Reich Foreign Minister and with which his name will always be connected, are, Germany's leaving the Geneva Disarmament Conference. The reuniting of the Saar to Germany, and the denouncing of the Locarno Pact. And further on. Reich Protector Freiherr von Neurath was repeatedly decorated by the Führer for outstanding services in the interest of the people and the Reich. He was decorated with the Golden Party Badge of Honor, received the rank of SS Gruppenführer, was a Knight of the Order of the Eagle, and received the Gold Badge of Honor for faithful service for his 40 years of diplomatic service. In appreciation of his outstanding services in the field of military efforts in the post of Reich Protector for Bohemia and Moravia, the Führer decorated him with the Military Cross, First Class. Are the facts correctly stated in this article? Von Neurath, if I had to investigate the correctness of every article written by some journalist or other, I would have had a lot to do. These statements are the opinion of a journalist and nothing more. The President, that was not the question. The question was whether they were correctly stated, as a matter of fact. You can answer that. Von Neurath, yes, no. The President, which do you mean, yes or no? Von Neurath, the decorations are correctly stated. Apart from that it is not correct. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, I have no further questions to put. The President, Dr. Ludinghausen, do you wish to re-examine? Dr. von Ludinghausen, Mr. President, yesterday afternoon I had the feeling and impression, probably not without reason, that Herr von Neurath was visibly tired and strained after the previous examination and that he was no longer in a position to do complete justice to the questions which were put to him. This, after all, is not surprising, if one considers that Herr von Neurath is in his 74th year and besides that he is also suffering from a fairly serious heart disease. I feel obliged, therefore, to refer back to various points of the cross-examination of yesterday and put a few questions to him. Turning to the defendant. Herr von Neurath, you stated yesterday that because of the excesses of the SA and other radical groups in 1933 and later, you frequently protested to Hitler. What was the reason why you remonstrated with Hitler directly and did not raise your objections at the cabinet meetings which were still taking place at that time? Von Neurath, I had already learned from personal experience that Hitler could not stand contradiction of any kind and that he was not amenable to any kind of petition if it was made before a fairly large group. Because then he would always develop the complex that he was facing some sort of opposition against which he had to defend himself. It was different when one confronted him alone. Then, at least during the earlier years, he was accessible, thoroughly amenable to reasonable arguments, and much could be achieved in the way of moderating or weakening radical measures. Moreover, I should like to mention again that just after the excesses mentioned in Mr. Geist's affidavit there was a meeting of the cabinet, during which strong protests were raised against the repetition of such occurrences by various ministers including non-Nazi ministers. At that time Hitler thoroughly agreed with these objections, and declared that such excesses would not be allowed to recur. Shortly afterward he also made a speech in which he publicly expressed an assurance to this effect. From then until June 1934 no more excesses took place. Dr. von Ludinghausen, but in April 1933 there was the well-known anti-Jewish boycott, which lasted 24 hours, if I am not mistaken. Von Neurath, yes, that was one of Herr Goebbels' provocations. But actually there were no excesses and acts of violence whatsoever on that occasion. It was confined merely to boycotting. Moreover, the fact that no further disturbances arose in that case was the result of a joint intercession by Herr von Papen and myself with Hitler and especially with Hindenburg. A perfectly correct description of this episode is to be found, as I recall, in an article of Time for April 1933, which is also contained in my document book. Dr. von Ludinghausen, Mr. President, it was submitted in my document book, document number Neurath, 9. Turning to the defendant. In connection with the events that occurred at that time, arrests, and so forth, Sir David yesterday referred particularly to the arrest of the well-known author Ossietzky. Do you recall that this Ossietzky had already been sentenced to a fairly long prison term by a German court even before the seizure of power? Von Neurath, yes, I remembered that afterward. I remember which government, Herr Ossietzky had been sentenced by a Reich that even before the seizure of power, I do not know under court to a fairly long term in the penitentiary for high treason, but he had not yet served it. And consequently was arrested again. Dr. von Linghausen, now I should like to ask you another question with reference to the report submitted by the prosecution yesterday. It is the letter of Ministerial Director Kopka on May 31, 1934. That is document D-868. In this report, from the information noted down by Herr Kopka, do you see any proof that the Foreign Office was drawn into the subversive activities of the Austrian Nazis? Von Neurath, no, not at all. This has to do with a report which Ministerial Director Kopka made to me about a visit by Herr Wachter, whom he described as an Austrian with a sense of responsibility. This Herr Wachter had tried to establish a connection with the Foreign Office and with Hitler in order to draw attention to the dangers arising from the growing radicalism of the Austrian Nazis. The head of the political department, Herr Kopka, identifies himself with Wachter regarding these apprehensions and agreed to make an oral report to that effect. I do not think that anyone can doubt that my attitude was not quite the same as that of Herr Kopka, and I passed this report on to Hitler in order to draw his attention to the matter. Dr. Von Linghausen, the prosecution, or rather, Sir David, referred yesterday to reports which deal with the treatment of the Czech problem by you and Frank. This is document 3859, PS, a letter which you sent to the Chief of the Reich Chancellery, Lammers, on August 31, 1940, for the preparation of your oral report to Hitler. Were these reports, that is, the one drafted by Frank, identical with the memorandum mentioned in the Friederichshain document of October 15? Von Neurath, yes, apparently these are the same reports. Dr. Von Linghausen, now, during your examination you spoke about the Friederichshain document, which you said was based on plans of the SS, various party circles, and the Gauleiter of the Lower Danube district, regarding a deportation of Czechs to the Eastern Territories. You went on to say that in order to stop these plans, which you yourself described as nonsensical, you had Frank prepare this memorandum in which a less radical solution was recommended, which later had also been approved to a certain extent by Hitler. And that in reality nothing happened, which was what you intended, and that the idea of incorporation had practically been buried. Is that right? Von Neurath, yes, that is true. This entire affair and the origin of these memoranda are extremely difficult to explain. It can be understood only from the entire domestic political development. The efforts of the Gauleiter of the surrounding districts to divide up the protectorate had proceeded rather far. They had all submitted memoranda and Herr Himmler backed them up. All these memoranda envisaged a radical solution of these problems. That meant there was reason to fear that Hitler would comply with the wishes of these Gauleiter. In order to stop this I had to make several proposals which I myself had said were impracticable, and I identified myself with them primarily so as to declare them absurd later on. That is the only explanation of the origin of these memoranda. I did not draft the memoranda myself, but that was done in my office, in accordance, to be sure, with instructions given by me. This was, however, and I should like to emphasize this expressly, a purely tactical maneuver to get at Hitler, because I was afraid that he would follow the radical suggestions made by Himmler and his associates. I did actually manage to get Hitler to issue a strict order, which is what I had requested, to the effect that all these plans were no longer to be discussed, but that only the so-called assimilation plan was left, which could be carried out only over a period of years. And, as a matter of fact, nothing more happened, and that was exactly what I was aiming at. Dr. Von Linghausen, a decree was submitted by the prosecution yesterday, which was issued to the German authorities in the Protectorate, regarding the treatment to be given of the German-Czech problem publicly. That is document 3862, PS, dated June 27, 1941. Is that in any way connected with these memoranda or the discussion you had with Hitler about it? Von Neurath, yes, it is most closely interconnected, and I think I said so yesterday. In the following year the same agitation started all over again for this Germanization and partitioning of the Protectorate, and I opposed it, and, once the question was decided, I prohibited it from being reopened. Dr. von Wildinghausen, a document was submitted yesterday, USSR 487, the Chief of the Security Police, addressed to State Secretary Frank, dated July 21, 1943, that is to say, after you had resigned. From that document the prosecution are attempting to draw the conclusion that, in accordance with a decree dated May 5, 1939, you appointed the leader of the SA and Security Police in Prague as your political expert. In what way did the latter act in this capacity? Did he act at all? Von Neurath, no, he did not, that is just it. It is clearly apparent from this letter of reminder, dated July 21, 1943, that he never became at all active in this respect. Mr. Councillor Rajinsky, Mr. President, I should like to state here that the question was incorrectly put. This document is not dated in the year 1943 or 1942, but it is dated July 21, 1939. Von Neurath, may I remark here that it makes no difference, as nothing had happened. I did not appoint any political expert. Dr. Von Wildinghausen, what measures followed documents 3851 PS and 3858 PS, which were introduced yesterday by the prosecution? And which were proposals submitted by various departments and department heads of your administration regarding the utilization for labor of the students who became unemployed through the closing down of the Czech universities? Von Neurath, I have already told you yesterday that this apparently concerned a proposal from an advisor which never even reached me, but was rejected by my state secretary before it got to me. Just how I could possibly be held responsible for the contents of a draft submitted by an advisor, I cannot understand. Dr. von Wildinghausen, now I should like to put one more question to you regarding the German-Austrian Agreement of July 1936. As is mentioned in a report by Dr. Rainer to Berkel which the prosecution have already submitted, I refer to document 812 PS, is it correct that Hitler, immediately after the signing of that agreement, had personally declared to Dr. Rainer and the Austrian Nazi leader Globoxnik that this agreement of July 11, 1936 was signed by him in all honesty and sincerity, and that the Austrian National Socialists, too, should under all circumstances adhere strictly to this agreement? And that they were to let themselves be guided by him in their conduct toward the Austrian government? Von Neurath, yes, that is correct. As I think I said to you yesterday, I believe I can also remember that Rainer actually confirmed it when he was here on the witness stand. The President, Dr. von Wildinghausen. Dr. von Wildinghausen, I would like to put a last question. The President, he answered these questions perfectly clearly, according to his view, yesterday. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, I am all through now. I should like to ask him only one more question in conclusion of the entire examination of my client. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution and also Sir David brought the following charge against you yesterday. They charged that although by your own admission you were not in agreement with the Nazi regime and its methods, and although you considered many of the things that occurred reprehensible and immoral and abhorred them, you did not resign, but remained in the government. Will you please explain that to us once more? Von Neurath, I have already mentioned in the beginning that I had given my promise to Hindenburg to enter the government and to remain there as long as it was at all possible for me to follow a course unfavorable to any use of violence and to protect Germany from warlike entanglements. That was my task and nothing else. But it was not only this promise I had given to Hindenburg, but also my sense of duty, and my feeling of responsibility toward the German people, to protect them from warlike entanglements as long as it was at all possible, which bound me to this office. Beside these considerations all my personal wishes, which were quite different, had to take second place. Unfortunately, my power and influence as foreign minister did not reach far enough to enable me to prevent pernicious and immoral actions in other spheres, as for instance, that of domestic policy, although I did try in many cases. Not least of all in the Jewish question itself. However, I considered that my highest duty was to carry out the work assigned to me and not try to escape it, even if in another sphere where I had no influence, things occurred which hurt me and my opinions very deeply. There may be many people who have different ideas and a different attitude than I. I experienced similar attacks when I placed myself at the disposal of a Social Democrat cabinet in the year 1919 after the First Revolution. At that time, too, the strongest attacks and the most serious accusations were made against me. Dr. von Linghausen, yet you yourself have struggled hard with your conscience, you have often told me. Von Neurath, yes, of course I have. It is not easy to belong to a government with whose tendencies you do not agree, and for which one is to be made responsible later on. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, this completes my examination. I would suggest we adjourn now and then I might be permitted to begin the examination of my witnesses. The President, the tribunal will now adjourn. A recess was taken. The President, Dr. Horn, you have some questions to ask. Dr. Martin Horn, Counsel for Defendant von Ribbentrop. Mr. President, I ask permission for my client to be absent from the session this afternoon and tomorrow, because I have important questions to discuss with him. The President, the Defendant von Ribbentrop. Dr. Horn, von Ribbentrop, yes. The President, yes, certainly. Dr. Horn, thank you. Dr. Alfred Thomas, Counsel for Defendant Rosenberg. Mr. President, yesterday afternoon General Rajinsky asked whether Rosenberg interfered in Neurath's foreign policy. The interpreter just told me that she translated it wrongly. She translated it, whether Ribbentrop interfered in Neurath's policy. This question, therefore, has not been answered yet, consequently, I ask permission to ask Baron von Neurath whether Rosenberg interfered in Neurath's foreign policy. Von Neurath, no, in no way. I never talked to Rosenberg about matters of foreign policy. Dr. Thomas, then I ask that the transcript be corrected accordingly, so it should not read whether Ribbentrop interfered in Neurath's policies, but whether Rosenberg interfered in Neurath's policies. The President, the record will be corrected. The Tribunal, Mr. Francis Biddle, Member for the United States. I want to ask you just a very few questions. You will remember that the Baroness von Ritter said that after the 5th of November, 1937 you recognized, I want to read it exactly. When Herr von Neurath had to recognize for the first time from Hitler's statement on November 5, 1937 that the latter wanted to achieve his political aims by using force toward neighboring states. This shook him so severely mentally that he suffered severe heart attacks. That is a correct description, is it not, of what you then recognized? The defendant nodded assent. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. Now, you stated that you spoke immediately after that meeting to General Beck and General von Fritsch. Do you remember? Von Neurath, yes. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. And I think you said to Sir David that you did not speak to the defendant Göring. What I am asking you now is whether you spoke of what Hitler had said to anyone else during the next 2 or 3 months. Did you speak to anyone in the Foreign Office? Von Neurath, I spoke to my State Secretary. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. And with whom else from the Foreign Office? Von Neurath, no one, for Hitler had laid down the condition that silence should be preserved about all these meetings, and for that reason I did not speak with my officials about them. They knew nothing. They had learned nothing from the military men either. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. Did you speak to the defendant von Papen when you saw him next? Von Neurath, no. I believe I did not see him at all at that time. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. And did you discuss it with anybody else before your resignation? Von Neurath, no. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. Now, I have only one other question. You recognized, did you not, that Himmler would use methods which you would not approve of? Is that right? Von Neurath, yes, but only gradually, that could not have been foreseen from the beginning. The Tribunal, Mr. Biddle. That is just what I wanted to know. When did you first realize that? When did you first begin, just as well as you could tell. About when did you realize what sort of man Himmler was? Von Neurath, that was very difficult to recognize, because Himmler had two faces, he was a perfect Janus. One could not see immediately what his real thoughts were at all. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, I am not asking you what he was like. If you would just try to remember, you certainly realized that at some time. Did you know it in 1937? You knew it in 1937 or 1938? Certainly in 1938, did you not? Von Neurath, probably in 1938, but it is hard for me to give a date at the moment. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, I do not want a specific date. My point is that you knew it before you went to the Protectorate, you knew what Himmler was before you went to the Protectorate, of course. There is no question about that, is there? Von Neurath, yes, certainly. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, that is all. The tribunal, Major General I.T. Nikitchenko, member for the USSR, did you ever express yourself openly against the policy of the Hitlerite government? Von Neurath, I am sorry, but the translation was not good. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, in your explanations made before the tribunal you stated that you were not in agreement with the policy of Hitler's government, either on individual questions or taken as a whole, as well. Is that true? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, did you ever express yourself openly with a statement of your disagreement with Hitler's policy? Von Neurath, I did so more than once. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, in what manner was it, then? I am asking you about your public statements, either in the press or while addressing any meeting. Von Neurath, no. It was no longer possible either to have a voice in the press, or to hold a meeting. It was quite out of the question. I could only speak to Hitler personally or, at the beginning, in the cabinet in protest against this policy. There was no freedom of the press any longer, any more than in Russia. In the same way no meeting was possible. Consequently, the tribunal, General Nikitchenko, I am not asking you about Russia, I am asking you about your expressing your views publicly. In other words, you never expressed them. Von Neurath, no. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and in that way nobody in Germany could know, or did know, about the fact that you were not in agreement with the policy on the part of Hitler's government? Von Neurath, I always expressed myself quite unmistakably about it, but not in articles, nor in meetings either, but otherwise I always expressed myself clearly about it. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, yes, but only in your tête-à-tête with Hitler, only personally to Hitler. You said so, did you not? Von Neurath, no. I tell you I said that to everyone who would listen, but I could not do so in public meetings, in speeches, or in articles. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and you remained a member of the government in spite of the fact that you were not in agreement with the government's policy, is that so? Von Neurath, yes, for that very reason. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, in order to counteract his policy. Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, do you know the results of such counteracting? Von Neurath, I did not understand that. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, what were the results of counteracting the policy of Hitler's government? Von Neurath, well, I am not in a position to give the details on that. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, in particular, as to the question of aggression, were you against the joining of Germany and Austria? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, the German government, in spite of this, joined Austria to Germany, is that so? Von Neurath, I believe it has been clearly expressed here that at the last moment Hitler did that. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, you were against the seizing of Czechoslovakia? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and the German government, in spite of this, seized Czechoslovakia? Von Neurath, I was no longer a member of the government at that time. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, but as a statesman whose opinion should have been considered, you, of course, expressed your opinion against it, did you not? Von Neurath, always. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, you were against the attack on Poland? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, and in spite of that Germany did attack Poland. Von Neurath, I repeat, I was no longer a member of the government. I learned of it only at the last moment. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, you were against the attack on the USSR? Von Neurath, yes, more so indeed, I always wanted the exact opposite. I wanted cooperation with the Soviet Union, I said that as early as 19. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and still Germany attacked the Soviet Union? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, judging from your explanations, Hitler must have known about your political opposition and your disagreement with his policy. Is it correct? Von Neurath, he knew that very well, for I resigned in 1938 for that reason. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, yes. And you know how Hitler made short work of his political opponents? Von Neurath, in the Reich, yes. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and so far as you were concerned, in spite of the fact that you sided with the opposition, nothing happened, that is true, is it not? Von Neurath, I did not understand. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, so far as you were concerned, in spite of the fact that you declared yourself for the opposition, nothing of the kind happened? Von Neurath, no, but I always expected it. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and could you not tell us whether Sir Neville Henderson, in his book, The Failure of a Mission, expressed the facts concerning you personally correctly or not? Do you consider that Sir Neville Henderson expressed the facts correctly concerning you personally? Does he express them correctly? Von Neurath, I must admit frankly that I read this book by Sir Neville Henderson only once, 3 or 4 years ago. I cannot remember now what he said about me. I heard excerpts from it here once or twice, but I cannot say what he writes about me. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, but I assume that you are familiar enough with the excerpts presented by your defense counsel in his document book? Von Neurath, yes. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, now, for instance, that which is expressed in his excerpts so far as you are concerned, is it correct or not? Von Neurath, I assume so, yes. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, that is to say, it is correct. And is it quite correct what he writes in reference to your membership in the party? He writes that Baron von Neurath himself remained in the regime of Hindenburg, and he was not a member of the Nazi party. Von Neurath, yes, I believe I have said so repeatedly here in the last few days. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, and further on he informs us that he, Neurath, became a member of the party later. Von Neurath, I have already explained how that happened. In 1937 I received a golden party badge without my. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, yes, we have heard that before, but is it true or not that you became a member of the Nazi party later, as Sir Neville Henderson states? Von Neurath, no, I. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, so this particular part is not correct, is it? Von Neurath, I received the Golden Party badge with Hitler's statement that this involved no obligations towards the party. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, we have heard this already. That means that in Sir Neville Henderson's statements not everything is true as far as your person is concerned. Von Neurath, I do not know. With the best intentions I cannot remember what Sir Neville Henderson wrote about me. The tribunal, Gen. Nikitchenko, and the last question I have, which is in regard to your memorandum, I did not quite understand the explanations which were given by you to Sir David and later to your defense counsel. Now, in forwarding Frank's memorandum, in the letter addressed to Lammers, you wrote that you considered this memorandum absolutely correct. Is that true? Von Neurath, yes, that is true. I should also like to tell you the reasons. This memorandum. The tribunal, General Nikitchenko, you already explained the reasons before. I just wanted to establish the fact that you really wrote this. Von Neurath, up to now I have not told the reason why I wrote this to Lammers. The reason why I wrote to Lammers to this effect was that he was the one who submitted this memorandum to the Führer. So I had to write to the same effect. The President, there are two subjects I want to ask you about, and the first relates to the letter that you wrote on the 31st of August, 1940. That is the letter which General Nikitchenko has just referred to, you remember that? Von Neurath, yes, indeed. The President, and you remember that you said in that letter that you fully agreed with the memorandum which your Secretary of State Frank had drawn up independently of you. He said that Germanization provides for the changing of the nationality of racially suitable Czechs. And secondly, the expulsion of racially unassimilable Czechs and of the intelligentsia who are enemies of the Reich, or special treatment for these and all destructive elements. My question is, what did you understand by special treatment? Von Neurath, well, as far as I read this extract at all at the time, I had in no way ever thought of the term special treatment as it has become known here during the trial. I was certainly not at all in agreement with this attitude of Frank as represented in the report, and I only had the intention of frustrating this whole affair in order to sidetrack it. The content of these reports was only intended to present this to Hitler in Hitler's language, or in the language of Himmler and others, in order to dissuade him from it later on. The President, was it not misleading to write to Herr Lammers with the view that it should be put forward to Hitler, saying that you fully agreed with the memorandum with which you did not agree? Von Neurath, Mr. President, as things were, I could not write to Lammers. I did not intend to carry out anything which is written in there, but since Lammers was presenting this to Hitler, I first had to tell him I agreed with it. Afterward I reported to Hitler and gave him an explanation in a personal conference during the meeting with Frank and Gertner which has been mentioned here. The President, then your answer is that you do not know what was meant by special treatment. Von Neurath, no, in any case I did not know at the time. The President, now, there is one other question that I should like to put to you. You remember when you were called on the 11th of March, 1938, at the time of the Anschluss with Austria, and you wrote the letter of the 12th of March, 1938. In answer to the memorandum which you received from the British government through Sir Neville Henderson. You knew Sir Neville Henderson quite well, did you not? Von Neurath, yes. The President, and in that letter you said this. It is untrue that the Reich used forceful pressure to bring about this development. Especially the assertion, which was spread later by the former Chancellor, that the German government had presented the Federal President with a conditional ultimatum, is pure invention. According to the ultimatum, he had to appoint a proposed candidate as Chancellor and form a cabinet conforming to the proposals of the German government, otherwise the invasion of Austria by German troops was held in prospect. And then you go on to say what you allege was the truth of the matter. You know now, do you not, that your statements in that letter were entirely untrue? Von Neurath, that did not come through. The President, have you heard any part of the question that I was putting to you? Von Neurath, unfortunately not. The President, it is a pity that you did not say so earlier. Do you remember the 11th of March, 1938 and being called in to represent the Foreign Office, and you have told me just now that you knew Sir Neville Henderson quite well? Von Neurath, yes. The President, and you remember the letter which you wrote on the 12th of March, 1938? Von Neurath, yes. The President, and you admitted to Sir David Maxwell Fyfe that the statements in that letter were untrue? Von Neurath, untrue, yes, not entirely. They are presented incorrectly. The President, what steps did you take to find out whether or not they were true? Von Neurath, I did not learn of the incorrectness of this presentation until much later. The President, that is not an answer to my question. I said, what steps did you take to find out whether the statement was correct? Von Neurath, the statement which Hitler gave me I first simply presumed to be true. I certainly could not check up on it in any way. The President, why should you assume it to be true when it was in contradiction of what the British government had stated? Von Neurath, I had no other knowledge of the events which had occurred and therefore could only say what I knew. The President, you had the letter, the protest from the British government, had you not? Von Neurath, yes. The President, you knew Sir Neville Henderson perfectly well. Von Neurath, yes. The President, and you then wrote this letter contradicting the statements which had been made on behalf of the British government, that is right, is it not? Von Neurath, yes. The President, and you took no steps to check the facts which had been stated to you by Hitler? Will you answer that, please? Von Neurath, yes. Your Lordship, how was I to do that? There was no one else who knew about it. It was only what Hitler had commissioned me to tell the Foreign Office. The draft of this note was drawn up by the Foreign Office according to the information which I had received from Hitler. I had no other chance to clear this up. The President, there were all the other persons who were concerned with the matter whom you could have communicated with, but your statement is that you did nothing? Von Neurath, I can only repeat that I had no opportunity to procure any other information. No one knew about it except Hitler. The President, are you telling the tribunal that Göring did not know about it? Von Neurath, perhaps Göring knew about it. The President, that is all. The defendant can return to the dock. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, I ask permission to call the first witness, the former ministerial director, and head of the political section in the Foreign Ministry, Dr. Kopka. The witness Kopka took the stand. The President, will you state your full name, please? Gerhard KPKE, witness Gerhard Kopka. The President, will you repeat the oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The witness repeated the oath. The President, you may sit down. Dr. Von Linghausen, Dr. Kopka, how long have you known Herr von Neurath? KPKE, I have known Herr von Neurath for over 40 years. His career is well known. Therefore I can limit myself to stating that we worked together as vice-consuls in London, as legation councillors in the Foreign Office and later, after Herr von Neurath became minister in 1932, until my resignation in 1935. In the meantime von Neurath was in Copenhagen, Rome, London, and for some time at his home, and finally in Prague. We met only occasionally when I was in Berlin, and we kept up a comparatively lively correspondence with each other as old friends. I myself was employed in the Foreign Office during the entire period. From 1921 on I was director of the legal department, and from 1923 I was director of the political, so-called Western Department, which I directed until I left the service. I voluntarily tendered my resignation at the end of 1935. Dr. von Linghausen, what do you know about the attitude, the fundamental attitude of Herr von Neurath on domestic and foreign policy, but only on broad lines? KPKE, in domestic politics, Herr von Neurath stood close to the conservative circles but he was never a member of the Conservative Party. From this basic conservative attitude and also because of his outstanding character traits of loyalty to duty and reliability, he had the confidence of Reich President von Hindenburg, and retained it without interruption until the latter's death. Herr von Hindenburg esteemed von Neurath as a prudent, moderate, reliable diplomat. Men of other party inclinations also had confidence in von Neurath. I shall mention only the deceased Reich President, Ebert, who recalled Neurath to office during his term. Dr. von Linghausen, what do you know about von Neurath's appointment as Reich Foreign Minister in the summer of 1932? KPKE, the appointment of Herr von Neurath as Reich Foreign Minister was based on a personal wish of President von Hindenburg. Neurath did not become Foreign Minister within the von Papen cabinet, but became Foreign Minister as the special confidant of President von Hindenburg. Dr. Von Linghausen, then how did it happen that von Neurath remained Foreign Minister in the new Hitler government also? KPKE, von Neurath did not participate so far as I know in the negotiations with Hitler about the assumption of power. If I can rely only on my memory, He was sick abed with a heart disease during the decisive days, but he remained foreign minister, again at the special wish of von Hindenburg. Dr. von Wildinghausen, can you tell us anything about the attitude, the relationship of Neurath to Hitler? KPKE, I should like to remark by way of introduction that I cannot testify on this subject from my own immediate observation. I was never present at conferences which Herr von Neurath held with Hitler. I myself never had any official conversation with Hitler whatsoever. But, according to Neurath's own description, and according to the information which I received from other important personalities in the course of time, I had the impression that, especially in the first years, Hitler treated Herr von Neurath carefully and politely. To what extent this was out of respect for the Reich President, whose regard for von Neurath was, of course, known to Hitler, I cannot say. In any case, Neurath was never actually in the confidence of Hitler and was not in the small circle close to Hitler, the powerful men of the party. After the death of President von Hindenburg, von Neurath remained because he had promised the Reich President to do so. During the following period also, Neurath repeatedly attempted to exercise his moderating and calming influence on the party. However, I know that as disappointments and differences of opinion multiplied, Herr von Neurath tried many times to separate from Hitler. In this connection I can recall 2 occasions on which he offered his resignation, and one of these appeals he showed me. It was in writing and must have been dated from the beginning of the year 1936. For at that time I had already resigned and visited Herr von Neurath as a friend in a purely private capacity. Dr. von Wildinghausen, now can you also give us a brief picture of Neurath's attitude toward the National Socialist Party? KPKE, at first Herr von Neurath adopted an attitude of reserve toward the party and in particular its leading men. To my knowledge he was personally acquainted with hardly any of these men, since, indeed, he had lived most of the time abroad. Neurath was convinced that by reason of his years of experience as an old diplomat and supported by his confidential position with the Reich President, and the latter's moderating influence, he would succeed in working in accordance with his policy, which was directed toward compromise and understanding. Before me, and I believe also before his other colleagues, Neurath frequently referred to experiences of this sort which he had had with fascism in Rome. He occasionally said that such revolutionary elements should just be allowed to develop and that these hotheads would come to their senses if they were given time and opportunity to gather experience themselves in responsible positions. By the way, Neurath also shared the opinions of State Secretary von Bülow in this respect. He retained this State Secretary of Reich Chancellor Brüning, and also protected him until his death against repeated attempts of the party to get rid of him. Moreover, I should like to mention a small detail which was very valuable to us in the office at the time. When State Secretary von Bülow, who was generally popular, died suddenly, Neurath managed to get Hitler to attend the funeral at the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. The old officials of the Foreign Office saw in that a gratifying and reassuring sign for the strong position of our minister in relation to the party. This event, which in itself is perhaps unimportant, happened exactly 10 years ago today. Dr. von Wildinghausen, as head of the political department of the Foreign Office, you were one of Neurath's foremost co-workers, and can surely tell us what was the dominant tendency of Neurath's foreign policy. KPKE, Neurath's political attitude on the whole was, in accordance with his whole character and his years of experience in politics, inclined toward compromise, waiting, negotiation. Measures backed up by ultimatums and attempts at solution by violence did not suit von Neurath's temperament. Neurath was neither a gambler nor a fighter by nature. Dr. von Wildinghausen, now I come to individual important foreign political events which occurred during the period in which you worked under Herr von Neurath and were head of the political section. In October 1933 Germany left the Disarmament Conference and the League of Nations. Now, I should like to ask you whether this step of Germany's, leaving the conference and the League of Nations, was based on any aggressive or belligerent tendencies for the moment or for the future. KPKE, no. As far as the picture of the events mentioned by Defendant's Counsel was clear to us, the experts, it was as follows: no one of us in the Foreign Office thought of warlike plans or preparations for war. It was only done to proclaim as impressively as possible that Germany would no longer allow herself to be considered a nation without the same rights and obligations as other peoples. In the same way, the militarization of the Rhineland was not based on any aggressive intention, either for the moment or for the future. Dr. von Wildinghausen, in the next few years, in 1935, Germany's military sovereignty was reintroduced, and a year later, the demilitarized Rhineland zone was remilitarized. I should like to read you one sentence from the affidavit of the former minister and interpreter Paul Schmidt of the Foreign Office. He says the following with regard to the events in the spring of 1935. The conclusion of a pact of mutual assistance between France and Russia on May 2, 1935 followed the proclamation of the establishment of a German air force and the introduction of general compulsory military service in March 1935. Will you please give us a brief review of the historical development of these matters which led to the reintroduction of military sovereignty in 1935 and to the remilitarization of the Rhineland in March 1936? KPKE, I believe. The President, Dr. von Wildinghausen, we have had the historical development of these matters over and over again. Surely we do not want it from this witness. Dr. von Wildinghausen, only very briefly, only the dates, in proper order, Mr. President. No explanations about it. I should only like to emphasize strongly once more how the individual events are connected with each other. The President, the tribunal have the dates in their minds. We really have had these dates in our minds for some months. Dr. von Wildinghausen, very well. If the court believes that it does not need to be informed about it, I must, of course, dispense with it. Then I come to a last. The President, well, you can put any question you really want to put about it, but you said, will you give us the historical developments from the 2D of May 1935? We have heard that over and over again. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes, Mr. President. I was interested only in the following, from this affidavit of Herr Schmidt which I have just quoted, one could directly follow. The President, ask the question, whatever you want to ask about this affidavit. Dr. von Wildinghausen, then I shall formulate the question as follows. Turning to the witness. I have just read this sentence by Herr Schmidt, and I have also told you what can be read from it. Namely, that the conclusion of the Franco-Russian Pact of May 2, 1935 was the result of the restoration of military sovereignty. Is that true or what was the case? KPKE, that question is difficult to answer if one merely considers these two events in chronological order. The conclusion of the Franco-Russian Pact was on May 2, 1935, the restoration of military sovereignty was already in March 1935. However, the negotiations for this treaty of assistance go back much farther, and I should like to recall the fact that the critical stage, into which these negotiations had entered before the restoration of military sovereignty, is shown very clearly in the report of the French Military Committee's reporter in which the latter speaks quite openly of a close entente between the two nations. That was on November 23, 1934. Dr. von Wildinghausen, now I come to another question and should like to ask you whether you know the opinions and attitude of von Neurath concerning the Austrian question, at least during your time. KPKE, I have known Herr von Neurath's attitude toward the Austrian question for a much longer time than the period when we worked together during his term as minister. For as a southern German he was always particularly interested in the problem, and I recall many conversations which I had with him even when I was still a vice-consul. His attitude and intentions had always been to make the relations between Germany and Austria closer in the economic sphere, chiefly in the interests of Austria, and politically to guarantee a similar policy by treaties. But otherwise not to encroach on Austria's independence. That is what we in the Foreign Office had already learned several years before he became minister, from our experience with the customs union, which at that time was actually intended only in an economic sense. The fact that this attempt was quite generally considered as a political union gave pause for thought and should have warned everyone who had resolved to touch this hot iron again. Therefore, Neurath, during his period of office, whenever he discussed the problem with me and worked on it, thought along just these lines. I should like to add here that the critical time on the Austrian question was probably after I left office. Moreover, even Hitler originally shared Neurath's moderate conception, as was shown in his conversation with Mussolini in Venice in the summer of 1934. Especially interesting, however, are the remarks which Hitler made on the Anschluss problem to Sir John Simon during the negotiations in Berlin in March 1935. At that time Hitler expressed himself to the English statesman about that as follows. If the people in London knew Austria as well as he did, they would believe his assurance that he could not want to increase our economic troubles by adding another field of economic difficulties. Germany did not want to interfere in this country at all. He was perfectly aware that any interference in Austrian affairs, even if it meant carrying out the wish of the Austrian people themselves for an Anschluss, could not be legalized. That was Hitler's opinion at that time. Neurath also rejected all interference in Austrian internal affairs and strongly condemned the attempts which could be noticed in party circles to give direct support to the Austrian National Socialists. During my time Neurath did everything he could to keep the Foreign Office out of the internal political struggle in Austria. Dr. von Linghausen, still one more question. Up to the time of your resignation at the beginning of 1936, was there ever any talk in the Foreign Office of attacking Czechoslovakia or not observing existent treaties with Czechoslovakia? KPKE, never, neither the one nor the other. Our economic and political relations with Czechoslovakia were, as long as I was in office, very good. We had no occasion whatsoever to change them, not even the slightest. Dr. von Linghausen, and now my last question. Can you tell us anything about Herr von Neurath's attitude toward the race question? KPKE, on this question Neurath was completely opposed to the party attitude. In this connection I should like to recall an experience which Neurath told me personally. When the Jewish legislation was about to be proclaimed, the Reich Minister of Justice Gertner came to him in great excitement and told von Neurath that he, Gertner, had warned Hitler in vain against proclaiming these quite impossible laws. He strongly urged Herr von Neurath as foreign minister to point out the enormous dangers which this madness could set loose abroad. Neurath told me that he did this immediately, but that all his efforts had been in vain. Neurath's personal attitude on the Jewish problem was thoroughly conciliatory and reasonable, in keeping with his generally kind personality and his religious attitude. Among many examples I should like to refer here to only one, which is the following. During the time when we were in London together, the Jewish doctor at the embassy was also one of the closest friends of the Neurath family. When he had to leave London during the World War and was homeless and without employment, Neurath immediately took active steps to help his old friend. As Reich Foreign Minister also, von Neurath always helped non-Aryan colleagues, although that brought him often under attack from the party circles and was not always easy. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, I have no further questions to put to the witness. The President, does any other member of the Defendant's Counsel want to ask any question? There was no response. Do the prosecution wish to ask any questions? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, the tribunal will, of course, not consider that the prosecution are accepting every statement of the witness, but I do not think that it would be a useful appropriation of time to cross-examine him. Therefore, I shall ask no questions. The President, one moment, Sir David. Sir David, would it be convenient to you and to the members of the Defendant's Counsel to discuss the questions of supplementary applications for witnesses and documents at 2 o'clock? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, certainly, my lord, it would be very convenient to me. I do not think there are many serious matters about which there will be serious dispute. The President, no, I thought there were not. Very well, we will do that then. The witness can retire. Dr. von Linghausen, call your next witness and then we can have him sworn before the adjournment. Dr. von Linghausen, may I ask that Dr. Diekhoff be allowed to follow Dr. Kopka? The witness Diekhoff took the stand. The President, will you state your full name please? Hans Heinrich Diekhoff, witness Hans Heinrich Diekhoff. The President, will you repeat this oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The witness repeated the oath. The President, now the tribunal will adjourn. The tribunal recessed until 1400 hours. Afternoon session. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please, my lord, the first application is on behalf of the defendant von Neurath with regard to M. François Poncet. That has been dealt with. That is covered. Then, my lord, the next is an application from Dr. Marx on behalf of the defendant Streicher to put in an affidavit by the publisher, Herr Gassner of Der Stürmer. My lord, the publisher is intended to deal with the question of the rise and the circulation of Der Stürmer during the years 1933 to 1935. The prosecution have already submitted to the tribunal that they did not think that that was relevant when an application was made to call Herr Gassner as a witness. The prosecution still take the same position. My lord, it is for an affidavit, and we leave to the tribunal as to whether they would like the affidavit, but the prosecution failed to see the relevance of that evidence. The President, would Dr. Marx like to say something about that now? Dr. Hans Marx, counsel for defendant Streicher. Mr. President, I have just discussed this matter with defendant Streicher. And he tells me that the witness, Herr Gassner, whom I have proposed to call and from whom an affidavit had been proposed, would only be in a position to speak about the publication figures of Der Stürmer from the year 1941 onwards. That, of course, is of no interest whatever to the defense. I shall, therefore, forego the affidavit and rely on what the witness Hemmer has said in that respect. Therefore, it will not be necessary at all to procure the affidavit. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, the next application is by Dr. Kranzbuller on behalf of the defendant Donitz for further consideration and admission of the affidavit of the former fleet judge, Jackal, by reason of the course of the cross-examination. My lord, I think the most convenient course would be if the prosecution do not object to the application at this time but reserve the right, when Dr. Kranzbuller makes the use that he desires of the affidavit, to consider whether we shall then object. The President, this is really evidence in rebuttal, is it? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, in rebuttal of the points raised in the cross-examination. It is very difficult to decide whether one should make a final objection until one knows what use Dr. Kranzbuller is going to make of it. I suggest that we do not object at this stage. The President, well, these applications and the tribunal's orders granting the witnesses are always subject to that provision. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please, then the prosecution makes no further objection. My lord, then there are two applications on behalf of the defendant von Neurath, a request for minutes from the interrogatory of the President, they have both been withdrawn, have they not? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, oh, they have. I was not certain. My lord, then Dr. Thomas makes application on behalf of the defendant Rosenberg for three matters: the exchange of letters between Dr. Ley and the defendant, the entry of Dr. Strauber May 27, 1944. And third, a note of the ministerial rat, Dr. Beale. My lord, the prosecution feel that these documents are cumulative, and they leave it to the tribunal with that suggestion, that the case is already well covered. I do not know if Dr. Thomas wishes to say anything further. Dr. Alfred Thomas, counsel for defendant Rosenberg. Gentlemen of the tribunal, I should like to refer to it quite briefly, as apparently there is an error in the matter of Dr. Beale. It is a question here of the interrogatory. I have sent to Beale an interrogatory which has not yet been returned. Otherwise, there is nothing that I know about this matter, but I have made an application which has not been mentioned yet. I applied for some of Rosenberg's writings, Tradition und Gegenwart, new speeches and translations, to be included in the document book. For these deal with questions which were discussed on the occasion of Gau educational meetings and discussions, and which also deal with such questions as the peaceful living together of the nations of Europe, religious tolerance, his advocacy of an ideal humanity, and similar writings. I request that these articles be admitted. Apart from that, I have no further applications to make, and for the rest I leave the decision, of course, to the tribunal. The President, if I understand what you said aright, Dr. Thomas, you were not referring to any of the applications which are before us. The applications which are before us are an exchange of letters between Dr. Ley and the defendant in the autumn of 1944, another is an entry which Dr. Strauber made. And the third is a note of Dr. Beale. You have not referred to them, have you? Dr. Thomas, yes, that is right. I have to confess that these applications are completely new to me. These applications must have been made by Rosenberg on his own initiative, because I cannot find any trace of them. Or perhaps an error was made in the memorandum to the tribunal. I do not know the applications. The President, well, Dr. Thomas, the copies of the applications are before us, and they appear to be signed both by the defendant Rosenberg and by yourself. Dr. Thomas, in that case, this must have happened months ago. I cannot remember, this is from June 3rd. The President, at any rate, you do not want them? Dr. Thomas, application number 3 is settled. I have reread the applications just now, and I do remember them. I ask you to make a decision favorable to the defendant. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, the next applications are for a number of documents on behalf of the defendant von Papen, and the prosecution have no objection to this. The President, Sir David, a good many of them, certainly numbers 3, 5, and 13, have either been admitted or rejected, I think. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, that is so, my lord. I had a note opposite 13. I really think they have been dealt with, my lord. They are in the books, and I do not think any further discussion is required. The President, are they all in the book? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I think so, my lord. I do not know if, Dr. Kubischak says he agrees with me. The President, very well. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please, the next is an application on behalf of the defendant Bormann, a request for a decree of Hitler's and a decree issued by Bormann in 1944. My lord, the prosecution have no objection to these. The President, I do not quite understand the meaning of the last one. Can you tell me what it means? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I took it myself that it was, to, the SD, instead of, the SD, the appertaining of members of the head office of the National Socialist Party of the SD. I am afraid that that guess on my part does not meet with approval. Dr. Friedrich Bergeld, counsel for defendant Bormann my lord, this concerns a decree from Bormann in which he prohibits members of the party chancellery belonging to the SD. It is a decree of Bormann's applying to the party chancellery. The President, thank you. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, the remaining applications are on behalf of the defendant Göring, the admission of an affidavit by Baron von Gersdorff, and a book by Joseph Chapsky. My lord, my Soviet colleague has dealt with that by submission in writing, dated June 20th. I did not propose to say anything further about that, my lord. Colonel Pokrovsky is here if your lordship would like to hear him further. The President, I thought we had already made an order with reference to this. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, your lordship has. The President, we made the order on June 9th, apparently, that for the defendant Göring 3 witnesses could be produced either personally. Perhaps we had better hear from Dr. Stamer about this. Dr. Otto Stamer, counsel for defendant Göring Mr. President, that is the way I understood the decision of the tribunal. I had applied for 5 witnesses. The tribunal ordered that I could produce only 3 out of the 5 witnesses. The President, that is right. Dr. Stamer, then with reference to the affidavit nothing was said, as far as I can remember, in that particular decision, so that I had assumed that I would be free to ask for admission of affidavits insofar as the tribunal considers them necessary. The President, Dr. Stamer, after the tribunal had made that order about limiting the number of witnesses to 3, did you not receive a communication, to which you have replied, I think? suggesting that possibly you might be able to dispense with actual oral witnesses and do that whole part of the case by affidavits? Dr. Stamer: Yes, Mr. President, I received that communication, and I have already negotiated about the matter with the Russian prosecution. We did not quite reach an agreement, however. And therefore I made a written application to the tribunal a few days ago. The President: Yes, but was not the agreement which you were trying to arrive at an agreement that only 3 affidavits should be produced on either side? Or was it more than 3? Dr. Stamer: No. The question which remains and which we have not agreed upon is whether I will be given the opportunity to read a few of the affidavits here. The President: I see. Dr. Stamer: I think the position is, then, that unless you are able to arrive at an agreement with the Soviet prosecution, we shall have to abide by our previous order. Dr. Stamer: Very well. The President: You will make further efforts to achieve an agreement with the Soviet prosecution and let the tribunal know. Dr. Stamer: I will. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I wonder if your lordship will grant me the indulgence of mentioning 3 exhibits. They all refer to the diary of Admiral Assmann, my lord, which was introduced during the cases of the defendants Donitz and Redder. There are 3 exhibits concerned. The first is document D-879. We thought that would be more complete if a connecting page was put in to make the continuity of the exhibit. For that purpose, my lord, the prosecution asks that Exhibit GB 482 be withdrawn and that there be submitted the 2 pages which were originally in it with a connecting page. That is merely adding a connecting page, my lord. The second is document D-881. The President: Is there any objection to that on the part of the defense? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I do not think so, my lord, I have not heard of any. The President: What do the documents relate to, did you say? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, the diary of Admiral Assmann, who was on the staff of the defendant Redder. The President: Oh, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, it is only a question of putting the exhibit in proper form. The second document, my lord, is D-881, which is another passage from the same diary, on February 23, 1940. I promised your lordship that I should put in an exhibit when I dealt with the diary in cross-examination. And, my lord, the exhibit has been prepared, and I want to put it in under the number GB 475. That is, document D-881 will become exhibit GB 475. The third, which is in the same position as the second, is document D-892. That exhibit has now been prepared and will become exhibit GB 476. Copies are available for the defendants and will be given to them after the approval of the court is given. The President, and copies, of course, will be supplied to the court as well. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, of course, my lord. They are just awaiting the formal approval of the court, and they will be submitted. The President: Yes, Sir David, that is all right. Then, Sir David, we will consider the other matter. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please. The President: Very well. Yes, Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas, Mr. President, I just wanted to use this opportunity to submit to the tribunal the affidavit of Robert Scholz, the Chief of Special Staff Rosenberg. It has been translated into English and French, and I should now like to submit it under Exhibit number 41 to the tribunal. I have already shown it to Mr. Dodd, and he has not objected. The President: Very well. Professor Dr. Herbert Kraus, Counsel for Defendant Schacht. Mr. President, I wanted to ascertain whether and up to what date after this session we may submit affidavits and documents. The reason is that during recent days I have received 2 affidavits and a document, the relevance of which we have not yet definitely decided upon. The President: Sir David. The tribunal would like to know when the counsel for the prosecution and counsel for the defense think would be the best time to deal with these matters which are outstanding and with any evidence which either the defense or the prosecution may wish to bring in rebuttal. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, my lord, I have not had the chance of discussing it with any of the counsel for the defense, but I should have thought at the end of the evidence. One might reasonably hope that the evidence will finish this week. It might be possible to deal with it on Saturday morning or on Monday, and suit the counsel for the defense, and, of course, as the tribunal decides. The President, yes. The tribunal, I think, will expect the defense counsel and the prosecution to be ready, directly when the end of the evidence comes. To deal with all these additional questions which are outstanding and also with any applications that they may have with reference to rebuttal. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please, yes. The President, I wanted that to be clearly understood, that it will be expected that it is to be done immediately the evidence closes. That, I think, answers Dr. Kraus' point about the affidavits and documents. That would be the most appropriate time. Sir David, have you got any ideas as to how long that would take? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I think a very short time. I should have thought that 2 days or thereabouts would see it through. I have discussed it with Mr. Dodd, and that was the view we took. The President, yes. In about 2 days at the outside. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, at the outside, my lord, yes. The President, very well. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship please. The witness Dieckhoff resumed the stand. Dr. von Dinghausen, witness, since what date do you know Herr von Neurath? Dieckhoff, since 1913. I met him when I joined the Foreign Office. He was legation counselor in the Foreign Office at that time. I then met him again in Constantinople, and there I had contact with him. Then I did not meet him again until 1930. Dr. von Dinghausen, in what capacity did you have dealings with Herr von Neurath beginning with 1930? Dieckhoff, Herr von Neurath was then, from 1930 till 1932, ambassador to London. And I was head of the department England-America, in the Foreign Office. Dr. von Dinghausen, how was the cooperation during that time between the Foreign Office, that is, yourself, and Herr von Neurath, who was then ambassador to London? Dieckhoff, the cooperation was excellent. Dr. von Dinghausen, do you know anything about Herr von Neurath's appointment to the position of Reich Foreign Minister? Dieckhoff, I remember that most of the leading officials of the Foreign Office were greatly upset by the sudden departure of Brüning, whose steady and moderate policy we approved at the time. We submitted to the change in the person of the Foreign Minister only because Neurath replaced Brüning, and we knew that Herr von Neurath was a man of high standards and an experienced diplomat. Furthermore, we knew that he had represented Brüning's policy in London, and we expected that as Foreign Minister he would continue Brüning's policy. I welcomed Herr von Neurath, I think it was on June 2, at the station in Berlin when he arrived in Germany. From conversations with him I gathered the impression that he very much disliked to leave London and to take over the foreign ministry. But he said to me, I do not think I shall be able to refuse the wish of the old gentleman. That, of course, was Reich President von Hindenburg. Dr. von Dinghausen, what position did you hold yourself during the time when you worked under Herr von Neurath in the foreign ministry? Dieckhoff, at first, I remained at the head of the England-America department until 1936. Afterward, in April 1936, I took over the re-established political department. In June State Secretary von Bülow died, and in August 1936 I was appointed acting State Secretary in the Foreign Office. I remained in that provisional position until March 1937, and then I became ambassador to Washington. Dr. von Dinghausen, did Herr von Neurath, as Foreign Minister, retain the old officials of the Foreign Office? Dieckhoff, he retained the old officials in practically all the leading positions of both the domestic and the foreign service. The State Secretary von Bülow for instance remained for 4 years, until his death, in the same position in the Foreign Office. He sent Ambassador von Husch to London as his successor, and he sent Ambassador von Hassel to Rome, and Ambassador Koster to Paris. All of these were old diplomatic officials. Dr. von Dinghausen, can you tell us from your own experience during your activities what the aims of Neurath's foreign policy were? Dieckhoff, it was the aim of Herr von Neurath to maintain good relations with all states and thereby to re-establish gradually Germany's status of equal rights which we had lost in 1919. This was the same policy that had been pursued by Stresemann and Brüning. Herr von Neurath was aware of the difficulties of Germany's position. He talked to me about it repeatedly. He was under no misapprehension about it. He saw things realistically. His tendency was to exercise moderation. Dr. von Wildinghausen, what do you know about Herr von Neurath's entry into Hitler's government, which was formed on January 30, 1933? Dieckhoff, I know about this only what I was told by State Secretary von Bülow when I returned to Berlin from leave at the beginning of February 1933. According to this, Herr von Neurath had no part in the formation of the new cabinet, that is, Hitler's cabinet. Apart from that, he was sick during that time. He heard of the plan of making Hitler Reich Chancellor and of forming a new government. He wanted to discuss it with Reich President von Hindenburg in order to obtain certain reservations for himself, but he came too late and could not obtain these reservations. In spite of this, he retained the foreign ministry in the new cabinet because he did not want to refuse the wish of the Reich President. Dr. von Wildinghausen, do you know anything about Herr von Neurath's attitude toward the National Socialist domestic policy? Dieckhoff, I know that Herr von Neurath, soon after January 30, 1933 viewed the domestic policy with some anxiety, chiefly because he felt that it strongly affected our foreign policy. When, in June 1933, I visited him in London, where he attended a conference as head of the German delegation, he told me about his anxieties. But he thought that these things would die down and that developments would be similar to those in fascist Italy, where things had been very wild in the beginning, but had settled down afterward. He was hoping that the same would happen in Germany. Dr. von Wildinghausen, I am coming now to the year 1936. One of the principal questions which dominated that year was the Austrian problem. Can you tell us what Herr von Neurath's attitude was toward the repeated interferences of German circles in the internal affairs of Austria? Dieckhoff, yes. Herr von Neurath considered such German interference in the internal affairs of Austria not only inadmissible but damaging. He told me so repeatedly. He was striving for an improvement of the economic relations with Austria and thereby trying to improve gradually the political relations also. He wanted to leave the sovereignty of Austria untouched. This was also the aim of the agreement of July 11, 1936 between Germany and Austria, that is, the economic strengthening of Austria and thereby the re-establishment of good political relations between the two countries. Dr. von Wildinghausen, did you hear anything before March of 1938 that Hitler had the intention to incorporate Austria into Germany, if necessary, with force? Dieckhoff, no. Dr. von Wildinghausen, did you ever hear anything before 1938 that Hitler had intended to solve the Sudeten problem by force or even to attack Czechoslovakia? Dieckhoff, no. Dr. von Wildinghausen, do you know whether Hitler was in full agreement until November 1937 with the peaceful policy which Herr von Neurath pursued with regard to both Austria and Czechoslovakia and also with regard to the other European countries? Dieckhoff, until Herr von Neurath's resignation in February 1938, I always presumed that Hitler agreed with the peaceful policy pursued by Herr von Neurath, and I never heard or learned anything to the contrary. Dr. von Wildinghausen, do you know what the thoughts, the considerations of Herr von Neurath in 1935 were regarding the question of rearmament, that is to say, the re-establishment of Germany's military sovereignty? Dieckhoff, I know that Herr von Neurath held the view that Germany, by the declaration of the Western powers on December 11, 1932, had been granted equality of rights. And he considered her to have the indisputable right to rearm after all disarmament efforts had failed. Dr. von Wildinghausen, I should like to put the same question to you, with regard to the considerations and attitude of Herr von Neurath, with reference to the remilitarization of the demilitarized Rhineland. Dieckhoff, I know that Herr von Neurath was aware of the seriousness of this problem, for he knew that the problem of the remilitarization of the Rhineland was interconnected with the Locarno Pact. But I know that he saw a breach of the Locarno Pact in the Franco-Russian Agreement of Mutual Assistance concluded in May 1935 and that as a result of the ratification of this pact, or its going into effect. He firmly believed that Germany had the right to re-establish military sovereignty in the Rhineland. Dr. von Linghausen, what was the general political situation in those days? Taking it into consideration, was it not justified to assume that sooner or later a peaceful solution of this Rhineland problem would be arrived at in any case? Diekhoff, at any rate, the actual development after March 7, 1936 showed that the Western powers, though they did not agree to the remilitarization of the Rhineland, nevertheless very quickly acquiesced in the fait accompli. I was at that time, during the second half of March 1936, for 2 weeks in London on behalf of the Reich government, and I had the opportunity to discuss this matter with many Englishmen. And the view I found in the widest circles was that as Germany had been granted equality of rights one could not deny her the right to remilitarize the Rhineland. In some circles I even found the view that it was a relief that the remilitarization of the Rhineland, which was due sooner or later in any case, was carried out so quickly and comparatively painlessly. Dr. von Linghausen, and now one last question. What do you know about Herr von Neurath's resignation from the position of Reich Foreign Minister in February 1938? Diekhoff, I was ambassador to Washington at that time and I was completely surprised by Foreign Minister von Neurath's sudden departure. I did know that there were many things he did not agree with and that he had asked several times to be allowed to resign. I also knew that he was ill, he suffered from a neurotic heart. I also knew that he had passed his 65th birthday, which gave him the right to retire. But I was surprised all the same, particularly as I did not know the details at that time. I regretted the resignation of the foreign minister, in whose peace policy I had confidence, very much. I remember that the official circles in Washington also regretted the departure of Herr von Neurath very much. For Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles approached me a few days after this event and told me that the American government regretted the departure of this man who had pursued a moderate policy. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, I have no further questions to this witness. The President, do any other members of the Defendant's Counsel wish to ask him any questions? Dr. Kubischak, one single question, witness. You said that if von Neurath assumed the office of Foreign Minister, you had expected that he would continue Stresemann's and Brüning's policy. According to your knowledge, did he actually continue this policy of Brüning's after he became Foreign Minister? Diekhoff, yes. Dr. Kubischak, thank you. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, on the same basis I intimated with regard to the last witness, the prosecution do not desire to take up time by asking any questions. The President, then the witness may retire. Dr. von Linghausen, Mr. President, may I then have your permission to call my third and last witness, Dr. Volkers, into the witness stand. The witness Volkers took the stand. The President, will you state your full name, please? Hans Hermann Volkers, witness Hans Hermann Volkers. The President, will you repeat this oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The witness repeated the oath. The President, you may sit down. Dr. von Linghausen, witness, you were twice the personal advisor to Herr von Neurath, first in his position as Foreign Minister and later in his position as Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia, is that correct? Volkers, yes, since 1920 I was a member of the Foreign Office, and I spent all my time abroad. Under Stresemann I spent 4 years in Geneva as Consul General and as the permanent German representative to the League of Nations. And in 1932 I was called to the Foreign Office and became personal advisor to the newly appointed Foreign Minister, Herr von Neurath. I remained in that position for a year. And then, upon my own request, I was sent to Madrid as embassy counselor, and later I became minister to Havana. In 1939 I was called back to the Foreign Office to act as personal advisor with the title of Chief of the Office of Herr von Neurath, who in the meantime had been appointed Reich Protector in Prague. Dr. von Wildinghausen, did this appointment as personal advisor to Herr von Neurath in Prague take place on the basis of any personal relations or merely for professional reasons? Volkers, only for professional reasons. Until I was his attaché in Berlin I did not know Herr von Neurath. Dr. von Wildinghausen, what was the attitude of the officials of the Foreign Ministry toward Herr von Neurath's appointment as Foreign Minister? Volkers, I had the impression that the officials of the Foreign Office were generally most satisfied that in view of the difficult internal political situation an old professional diplomat and expert minister took over the direction of the Foreign Ministry, because they saw in that a guarantee for a steady foreign political course. All the more so as it was known that Herr von Neurath had the special confidence of Reich President von Hindenburg and because he enjoyed, due to his entire personality and his equanimity, the special recognition and veneration of all the officials of the Foreign Office. When Hitler came to power I had the impression that he was skeptical and reserved toward him. He did not belong to the circle of the closer associates of Hitler, and during the time I was with him he never attended these evening conferences which Hitler held in the Reich Chancellery in those days. Gradually, however, the pressure on the Foreign Office increased more and more. The Auslands organization was created and the Office of Ribbentrop started a competitive enterprise into which were called all sorts of people who had been abroad. They made all sorts of reports which went directly to the Führer without being controlled by the Foreign Office. And then later on the head of the Auslands organization was installed as commissioner in the Foreign Office while Prince Waldeck was transferred into the personnel department of the Foreign Office. At that stage the pressure became so strong that finally one could not fight against it any more. But the fact that the Foreign Office had isolated itself for so long and that it was still evading the pressure of the party, that, I think, is certainly the merit of the then Foreign Minister and his State Secretary von Bülow. When the Jewish laws were then introduced into the Foreign Office, too, I know that Herr von Neurath protected, as far as that was possible, his officials. I was in Stockholm during the last 2 years of the war and met there 2 former colleagues of mine with whom I am close friends. One is Ministerial Director Richard Meyer, who used to be in charge of the Eastern Department and who had to leave quite soon and who often told me in Stockholm how grateful he was to Herr von Neurath for not only having enabled him to take with him his family and his furniture and everything when he went abroad but also that Herr von Neurath, until the collapse, continued to pay him his monthly pensions in Swedish kroner. Dr. von Wildinghausen, what was your position and your activity in Prague in the government of the Protectorate? Volkers, my position in Prague with the government of the Protectorate was approximately the same as the one I had 7 years earlier when I had been personal advisor to the Foreign Minister in the Foreign Office in Berlin. With the exception that in the Foreign Office there is a special protocol department and a chief of protocol, whereas in Prague I was also in charge of all protocols and ceremonial affairs, and that was really my chief occupation. I was head of the so-called Office of the Reich Protector, not to be confused with the principal authority, with which I had nothing to do. When I came to Prague in the summer of 1939 the office already had been functioning for several months. My predecessor was one legation councillor von Kessel from the Foreign Office. Apart from myself 2 other officials from the Foreign Office, who were subordinated to me, belonged to the Office of the Reich Protector, also one Count Waldberg, whose mother was a Czech and who was engaged by the Reich Protector because he was hoping to establish, especially through him, good relations with the Czechs. The office was responsible, apart from the general and usual routine matters, for dealing with the private correspondence and the handling of personal petitions. In the course of time we had to set up a special department, because later on, when the many arrests took place, we received so many petitions, most of which were addressed to the Reich Protector personally. The President, Dr. von Wildinghausen, surely this is very remote from anything we have got to consider, and all the previous evidence this witness has given has been cumulative evidence which has not been cross-examined upon before. And now what he is saying is all very remote to anything we have to consider. Dr. von Wildinghausen, in fact, I have already come to an end, Mr. President. I merely wanted to show that he is in a position to answer the following questions from his own knowledge. Turning to the witness. What can you tell us from your own observations and experiences about the attitude of Herr von Neurath toward the Czechs? Volkers, I can give you only general impressions. As I have already told you, I had nothing to do with the actual activities of the office but was attached to Herr von Neurath personally only for his private affairs and all ceremonial matters. But I do know, and he told me, that when he took over his position as Reich Protector, he did so with the intention of treating the Czech population as justly and decently as possible in order to create, by smoothing out the differences, a healthy basis for a peaceful living, side by side, of the two nations. He told me frequently that he was appointed Reich Protector, that is, Protector of the Czechs, and we knew that the last German ambassador in Prague, Dr. Eisenlohr, had often reported that the last Czechoslovakian government, for their part, had been prepared to effect an Anschluss with Germany. He was an opponent of using military measures. And Herr von Neurath told me when I came to Prague, I think it was in September 1938, that he had expressed himself very strongly against their use and that he together with Göring had visited Hitler in Munich in order to dissuade him from that. In my office I experienced again and again that Herr von Neurath, shall I go on, was very open-handed toward the Czechs with regard to petitions. He had a lot of sympathy and understanding. He examined each individual case, and that was very well known among the Czechs. And as we in this office had the possibility of submitting each single request and petition of Czech individuals directly to the highest chief, the Czech petitioners very frequently and gladly used this channel because the prospects for a positive action on their private requests and petitions through the highest local chief promised to be much more favorable than if they were quickly processed by the authorities concerned in the government. Particularly this practice brought us in conflict with the State Secretary. The President, Dr. von Ludinghausen, this witness is simply making speeches, you know. You are not asking him any questions at all. He is simply going on. Dr. von Ludinghausen, witness, what do you know about the personal and official relationship between von Neurath and the President of State Hacha? Volkers, according to my observations, the personal and official relationship between the Reich Protector and the President of State Hacha was excellent. And I believe that this was not merely a matter of form, but I had the impression that Herr von Neurath really and sincerely liked the President of State because he considered him a very decent and upright man who, under the existing circumstances, the President, witness, when you see your counsel has heard enough of your answer, surely you can stop. Volkers, very well. Dr. von Ludinghausen, what was the relationship between Herr von Neurath and the State Secretary attached to him, Frank? Volkers, that was a very bad one. Herr von Neurath told me already at the time when I assumed my office that he had had considerable difficulties with him because of his definite anti-Czech attitude, as a Sudeten German, an attitude which a Reich German could not easily understand. He had always hoped, however, that Frank, who was not a civil servant but an outsider, would gradually follow his policy and adapt himself to the civil service staff. But unfortunately this was not possible. I do not know when. Dr. von Ludinghausen, witness, can you describe to us briefly what the actual official powers of Herr von Neurath and Frank were in relation to each other? Volkers, Herr von Neurath was the superior of the State Secretary. The State Secretary was in charge of the entire internal administration, which was a very large one. Under State Secretary von Bergsdorf, who I think has been examined already before this high tribunal, worked under him. Besides being State Secretary, Frank was also the higher police and SS leader. Dr. von Ludinghausen, now, did Herr von Neurath have a certain influence on this part of Frank's activities, that is to say, in his capacity as higher SS and police leader? Volkers, the way conditions where he had practically no influence. I do not know whether in the beginning the matter had already been legally settled. In practice, however, the police and the State Secretary were completely independent from Herr von Neurath regarding police measures. This had some connection with the situation in the Reich, where Himmler, too, led the entire police and SS, having taken the police powers away from the Ministry of the Interior. As far as I can remember, the matter was legally settled in the autumn of 1939 to the effect that the police was independent and that Herr von Neurath was to be informed afterward of all measures taken. Dr. von Wildinghausen, you mean by that the decree regarding the organization of the administration and the German security police in the Protectorate, under date of September 1, 1939? Volkers, yes, I think that is the one. The first part referred to the administration and the second part to the police. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Mr. President, may I remind you that the wording of this decree is contained in my document book under number Neurath, 149. The President, it has been submitted as evidence. Dr. von Wildinghausen, yes. I merely wanted to remind you that I have presented it. Turning to the witness. Was Herr von Neurath at least informed afterward, in accordance with the instructions, of the police actions which Frank carried out independently? Volkers, the chief of the police was an SS man by the name of Bohm. He used to report to the Reich Protector several times each week. I do not believe that he informed him in advance of intended police actions. We never heard anything like that. Whether he reported such actions afterward and in their entirety is something which I cannot say. The rule was that the Reich Protector sent to him, for comment, the various petitions from the next of kin of Czechs who had been arrested and that Bohm would bring them along when he came to report. That was generally the way the Reich Protector was afterward informed. Dr. von Wildinghausen, well then, when Herr von Neurath was later on informed of such police measures, no matter in which way, did he make attempts for the suspension of arrests or for any limitation and mitigation of such police measures? Volkers, as I have already told you, we had set up in the small office of the Reich Protector a special department for the purpose of receiving such applications. This department, which of course was directly under the jurisdiction of the Reich Protector, did everything possible in order to reassure the next of kin and to bring about the releases of the detained persons. The work was particularly difficult because these local departments, the local police chief and also State Secretary Frank, usually took a negative attitude. Again and again the Reich Protector would then appeal directly to Himmler and very often to the Führer himself. I know and remember that there was a very excited correspondence with Himmler and that Herr von Neurath repeatedly complained to the Führer about this. Dr. von Wildinghausen, witness, can you judge, or can you tell us how far Herr von Neurath, as Reich Protector, apart from the police and police measures, was free and independent in his political and economic measures and orders? Or how far he was depending on Berlin when giving those? Volkers, when I came to Prague there were all sorts of other offices beside that of the Reich Protector. For instance, there was a Reich Commissioner for Economy who, as far as I can remember and as I heard at the time, had already begun to exercise his functions when the office of the Reich Protector had not yet been established. Then there was a plenipotentiary for the 4-year plan and there was the Armed Forces Plenipotentiary who had a large staff. Even the party agencies were not centrally organized. Prague and the north belonged to the Sudetengaue under Gauleiter Henlein, the whole of Moravia belonged to the Niederdonau Gau, under Gauleiter Dr. Jury, and the west belonged to a third Gau. All these Gauleiter tried, in turn, on their part. The President, Council, this is all detail, is it not, and quite unnecessary detail. Dr. von Wildinghausen, do you know anything about von Neurath's attitude toward numerous plans of Germanizing the Czechs? Volkers, no, I know nothing about that. I remember only that, right at the beginning of the war, Herr von Neurath told me that the whole structure of the Protectorate was regarded by him as a temporary solution and that the peace would have to decide the ultimate fate of Czechoslovakia. Dr. von Wildinghausen, well, then, as you probably remember, in the autumn of 1939 there were the first demonstrations in Prague on the occasion of the Independence Day of Czechoslovakia, on October 28, 1939. Volkers, well, I cannot remember the details. There were demonstrations on a Czech national holiday in October. As far as I can remember, they took place on the Wenzelplatz, and the Narodny Ulice. I, personally, did. Dr. von Wildinghausen, What do you know about the consequences of new demonstrations, particularly on the part of the students at Prague when a wounded student died and was buried on November 15? What do you know about these demonstrations and what happened immediately in the wake of these demonstrations? Volkers, previous to the second demonstration, as far as I remember, the instruction was given to exercise restraint. The demonstrations were generally, as I was told later, not particularly alarming. In spite of this, Frank had reported to Berlin about it. At any rate, the Reich Protector and Frank and General Frederici were called to Berlin for a conference with Hitler in the Reich Chancellery. I accompanied the Reich Protector at the time. Chvakovsky, the Czech minister in Berlin, was also invited. I was present when Hitler, in a very excited and rude manner, reproached the minister because of the events, for which he was holding the Czech government responsible. Whether the closing of universities was discussed on that occasion, I cannot remember, nor can I remember having heard him threaten the shooting or arrest of students. The manner in which Hitler treated the minister was most embarrassing to us. The minister then left the room without saying a single further word. As far as I can remember, the subject was then mentioned no further. We had lunch, and when saying goodbye, Hitler said to Frank that he wanted to talk with him some more. Herr von Neurath was not asked to stay, and I remember that while walking home with him he was very angry about it. On the following day, I traveled back with Herr von Neurath while Frank had already left the same night for Prague. I remember that when I came into the office in Prague, I saw a red poster declaring that because of the demonstrations, the shooting of the leaders and the arrest of students and the closing of universities had been ordered. That poster carried Neurath's signature. As I did not know what had happened in Prague in the meantime, I was utterly surprised, because I had heard nothing about these measures in Berlin. And I suspected an intrigue on Frank's part and went to report the matter to Neurath. I had the impression that Herr von Neurath was deeply upset and just as unpleasantly surprised as I was, and that he had known nothing at all about this previously. Soon afterward Frank passed through my room going into Neurath's room, carrying that red poster under his arm. I do not know whether von Neurath had sent for him or whether he came on his own initiative. Dr. von Dinghausen, did Herr von Neurath afterwards, at least after this unfortunate matter had occurred, use his influence for the release of these students who had been arrested? Volkers, yes. He immediately used his influence, but he did not even succeed in getting hold of the list of names of the arrested students. Only after urging the Czechs for a long time did we receive from the Czech government an incomplete list of names. In spite of this, Herr von Neurath immediately worked for their release, and he did, in fact, have excellent results in that connection as time went by. Dr. von Dinghausen, do you know anything about what was done to accommodate or employ those students who, on account of these demonstrations and the subsequent closing of the universities, had more or less become idle? Volkers, no, I know nothing about that, and I had nothing to do with that matter. Dr. von Dinghausen, but do you know whether Herr von Neurath repeatedly urged Hitler to reopen the universities? Volkers, yes, I remember that the Chancellor, named Rosny, of the Czech University, whom I knew well, had asked me once for that, and I reported it to Herr von Neurath, and Herr von Neurath again made efforts at the time. But as far as I know, as long as we were in Prague the universities were not reopened. Dr. von Dinghausen, do you remember a Czech fascist organization, Vlaka? I do not know whether I pronounced the name correctly. Volkers, yes, I do, but I know very little about it. I only know that we received in the office a number of pledges of loyalty sent to us by members of the movement, and I also know that we had been informed by Czech sources that these people were partly criminal and generally not worth much. Herr von Neurath adopted quite generally the view that this was an internal affair of the Czechs and that, after all, these were people who wanted to work together with us. But he, on his part, refused any collaboration. And such letters and pledges were never answered, I believe, by our office. But I know. Dr. von Dinghausen, Herr von Neurath was also, besides being Reich Protector, President of the Secret Cabinet Council. Did you, since you partly handled his correspondence of a more personal nature, notice anything indicating that Herr von Neurath became active in this capacity as president of the Secret Cabinet Council? Vickers, no. As long as I was in Prague, Herr von Neurath was never active. On the contrary, on one occasion he told me that Hitler, when he appointed him, had told him that he should not think that he would ever call a meeting of the Cabinet Council. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Herr von Neurath was also a member of the so-called Defense Council. Did he ever have anything to do in this capacity in Prague? Vickers, no, I did not know that he was a member of the Defense Council. The fundamental decrees from Berlin concerning the Protectorate were frequently signed by the Ministerial Council for the Defense of the Reich, I believe that was the name, but Neurath had never signed or countersigned them. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Herr von Neurath was appointed, as is well known, an honorary Gruppenführer of the SS and later, honorary Obergruppenführer of the SS. Did Herr von Neurath at that time, when he was in Prague, ever wear that uniform? Vickers, as a rule, he wore his Reich Minister uniform. A portrait was also once made of him in that uniform. He used to wear civilian clothes a great deal. It may be that he once wore the black uniform of the SS, on the occasion of a parade of the SS, but I do not know for certain now. Otherwise, he never wore it. Dr. von Wildinghausen, do you know anything about the circumstances and reasons concerning Herr von Neurath's departure from Prague in September 1941? Vickers, when Herr von Neurath was ordered to come to headquarters that September, he was accompanied by his military adjutant. I met him at the airfield. And in the car he told me that Hitler had been furious because of the acts of sabotage in the Protectorate and wanted to send Heydrich to do some exemplary punishing. He, Neurath, had stated that he did not want to have anything to do with that and had asked for his release. Hitler then had ordered that he should first of all go on leave, and so he did. He departed on one of the following days. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Mr. President, I have no further questions. Mr. President, may I make one request at the end of my case? I have not yet been able to submit all documents because I have not yet received all the translations. May I reserve myself the right to submit the few remaining documents, perhaps at the end of the case of my colleague, Dr. Fritz? The President, you need not wait for the translation. You can offer the documents in evidence now. Put in a list with the numbers. Dr. von Wildinghausen, Mr. President, I have not got them with me, I am afraid. Perhaps, if I may, I could do so tomorrow or the day after when Dr. Fritz is finished. The President, yes, certainly. Do any of the defendants' counsel want to ask any questions? There was no response. Does the prosecution wish to cross-examine? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, the prosecution do not wish to cross-examine, on the same basis. My lord, may I refer to one collection of documents that are in our document book 12b, the collection of the anti-Jewish decrees in the Protectorate. They are all from the Verordnungsblatt for the Protectorate, and the prosecution asked the tribunal to take judicial notice of them as being an official publication. The collection is merely for convenience and access of the tribunal. The President, then the witness can retire. Then that closes your case for the present, Dr. Wildinghausen. The tribunal will now adjourn. A recess was taken. The President, I call on counsel for the defendant Fritsch. Dr. Heinz Fritz, counsel for defendant Fritsch. Mr. President, I intend to present the case of the defendant Fritsch as follows. First, I should like to call the defendant Fritsch to the witness stand and then the witness von Schurmeister. In the course of these two examinations I intend to present to the tribunal a few affidavits and to refer to these and to the rest of the contents of my two document books. In its decision of March 8, 1946 the tribunal granted as witnesses for my case, first, Herr von Schurmeister, second Dr. Krieg. And as documents, the text of all radio speeches of the defendant Fritsch from 1932 to 1945 and the archives of Deutscher Schnelldienst, fast official news service, of the propaganda ministry. Of all the evidence, in spite of the efforts of the General Secretary, unfortunately only the witness von Schurmeister could be brought here. Therefore, I had to rearrange my case and ask for the indulgence of the tribunal if I go into a somewhat greater detail than originally intended in examining the defendant Fritsch and the witness von Schurmeister. With the approval of the tribunal, I shall now call the defendant Fritsch to the witness stand. The defendant Fritsch took the stand. The President, will you state your full name, please? Hans Fritsch, defendant Hans Fritsch. The President, will you repeat this oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The defendant repeated the oath. The President, you may sit down. Dr. Fritz, Herr Fritsch, will you please describe briefly your career up to the year 1933? Fritsch, as to that, may I refer to my affidavit, document 3469, PS, points 1 and 3 to 8. In addition, I can limit myself now to a broad outline. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I should like to remark at the beginning of the examination that my document books, of which I have 2, have not yet been completely translated. This affidavit, which the defendant has just mentioned, is also contained in the document book for the prosecution. I do not know whether the tribunal now has this document book. The President, well, you can go on. Fritsch, I was born on April 21, 1900. My father was a civil servant. I attended the gymnasium to study classics. Then I was a soldier in the First World War, returned to school, and afterward, studied philosophy, history, and national economics at various universities. After the First World War, my life and my work were determined by the distress of my people. We called this distress Versailles. Enough has been said here as to the Versailles Treaty. I need add nothing to what has already been said. Dr. Fritz, you were striving then in your journalistic work before 1933 for a change of the Versailles Treaty? Fritsch, yes, of course. Dr. Fritz, did you seek this change through war? Fritsch, no, I sought it through the means of law, of politics, and economic common sense, which were at that time all on the German side. Along with this, certain restoration of the power of the German Reich would have been desirable because I saw in the weakness of the Reich a potential danger of war. But to change the Treaty of Versailles by means of war did not seem to me to be possible, expedient, nor desirable. The same sentiment prevailed later under the Hitler government. Adolf Hitler gave 2 assurances on just this point which, for me, and for millions of other Germans, were especially impressive. The first was the assurance, I myself was a simple soldier and therefore know what war means. The second was the statement, in all the bloody wars of the last 1,000 years not even the victors gained as much as they had sacrificed in the war. These 2 assurances sounded to German ears like holy and binding oaths. Whatever in Hitler's policy should have violated these 2 assurances was a betrayal of the German people. Dr. Fritz, when, how, and why did you come to the NSDAP? Fritsch, after my entry into the propaganda ministry I joined the party. I refer again to my affidavit, 3469, PS, to points 9 to 13. I did not join the NSDAP on account of the party program, nor through Hitler's book Mein Kampf. Nor did I join because of the personality of Hitler, whose suggestive power, which has frequently been mentioned here, escaped me entirely. I rejected the harsh radicalism of the methods of the party. This harsh radicalism was contrary to the habits of my whole life and my personal principles. Due to this coarse practice I even came into a conflict with the party in 1932. I joined the party when it had, without doubt, won over the majority of the German people. This party had overcome, at the time, the disunion of the German people and brought it unity after Brüning's great attempt at recovery on a democratic basis had failed on account of the foreign political opposition. Not because of the resistance of the German people. After the cabinets also had failed to find a footing among the people, the appointment of Hitler, as Reich Chancellor, meant a return to democratic principles. Much has been said here about these matters. I ask for permission to cite one circumstance which, to my knowledge, has not yet been mentioned here and which does have a certain significance. When I joined the NSDAP, I did not believe I was really joining a party in the true sense of the word, for the NSDAP did not have a party theory similar to those of the Marxist parties which had a developed and mature theory. All theorists of the party were disputed. The theoretical writings of Gottfried Feder had been prohibited. The theorist Rosenberg was disputed in the party to the very end. The lack of a theory for the party was so great that even the printing of the bare party program was forbidden for the German papers. The German papers were even forbidden a few years after 1933 to quote arbitrarily any part of Hitler's Mein Kampf. At that time, then, I did not believe that I was joining a narrowly defined party, but I thought I was joining a movement which united in itself contrasts such as those between Ley and Funk, between Rosenberg and the Reich bishop. A movement which was variable in its choice of methods, which at one time prohibited the labor of women and at some other time solicited this same labor of women. I believed I was joining such a movement because one group within the NSDAP saw in the swastika flag nothing but a new combination, a new form for the colors black, white and red, while another group saw in this banner the red flag with a swastika. It is a fact that there were whole groups of the former German Nationalist Party in the NSDAP or of former communists in the NSDAP. Thus, I hope to find in this wide-flung movement a forum for intellectual discussions which would no longer be carried on with the murderous animosity which had previously ruled in Germany but which could be carried on with a certain discipline dominated by nationalist and socialist conceptions. For this reason and by making constant compromises, I put aside my own wishes, my own misgivings, my own political beliefs. In many conversations I advised my friends to do the same when they complained that they and their interests were not given proper consideration during the time of the Nazification. I came to the conviction that millions of Germans had joined the party only for this reason and in this expectation. They thought they were serving a good cause. Out of pure idealism they were willing to sacrifice everything to this cause, everything except their honor. Meanwhile, I had to realize that the leader of this cause accepted the sacrifice of these idealists, that he squandered it, and that, besides, he stained their honor with a senseless and inhuman murder. Unique in history, a murder which no war necessity could have justified, for which one could not even find any reason in any necessity of war. Dr. Fritz, now, the prosecution accuses you of having, and I quote, sworn the customary oath of unconditional loyalty to Hitler, in 1933. For whatever reason you did this, the fact that you took this oath is true, is it not? Fritsch, yes, I also swore, twice, an oath to the Weimar Constitution, in 1933 and 1938. Let me add something. It was always and it still is my conviction that no oath relieves a man of his general duties to humanity. No one is made an irresponsible tool by an oath. My oath would never have made me carry out an order if I had recognized it to be criminal. Never in my life did I obey anyone blindly. For that reason, I do not refer for any of my actions to my duty to obey. Dr. Fritz, did you keep the oath which you took? Fritsch, yes. No actions were expected of me which I could have considered criminal or a violation of written or unwritten laws. Moreover, I kept the oath which I took, not to Hitler, but to the German people. Dr. Fritz, how long did you keep the oath? Fritsch, I kept it to the end. Then, it is true, I remained in Berlin, in violation of the order which I was given. When Hitler and his entourage took the way of suicide or fled toward the west, I was, to my knowledge, the only higher official to remain in Berlin. At that time I gathered together the employees of the highest Reich authorities, who had been left to their fate, in the ruins of my office. Hitler had left behind an order to fight on. The commander of Berlin could not be found. Therefore, as a civilian, I felt obliged to offer to the Russian Marshal Zhukov the capitulation. As I was sending off the emissaries who were to go across the battle line, the last military adjutant of Hitler appeared, General Bergdorf, and was going to shoot me in compliance with Hitler's order. Nevertheless, we capitulated, even though it was signed by the commander, who had been found in the meantime. Thus, I believe I kept my oath, the oath which I had taken to the German people in the person of Hitler. Dr. Fritz, did you hold an office in the party? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, were you a political leader? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, were you in the SA or the SS or any one of the other organizations which are accused here? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, did you ever take part in a party rally? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, in one of the celebrations of November 9th in Munich? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, then, please describe briefly your position and your work from 1933 to 1945. Fritsch, here, again, I may refer to my affidavit, 3469, PS, that is, to the rest of the affidavit. Thus I may again limit myself to a very brief presentation to supplement what is said in the affidavit. At the seizure of power by National Socialism, I remained what I had been previously, chief editor of Drahtloser Dienst. That was the name of the German radio news service. I held that position for 5 more years. In May 1933 this wireless service, which had been a part of the Reich Radio Company, was incorporated into the press section of the propaganda ministry. As I was a specialist in journalistic news service, I soon was entrusted with the news agencies, first the smaller ones such as Transasian or Europapress or Eildienst. Later I was entrusted with the big Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro, German news service. At that time, I had no power to issue orders to the agencies, for I was still an employee of the ministry and not yet an official. I also had no right to determine the contents of the news. I had only the organizational supervision, but I believe that my advice was respected at the time. In those days I also gave other advice of a journalistic nature. Then in December 1938 I became head of the German press section. I became ministerial director. As an official I still felt like the journalist I had been for decades previously. I continued to direct the German press section until the spring of 1942. At that time I did not agree, among other things, with the colored press reports of my superior, Reich Press Chief Dr. Dietrich. For that reason, I became a soldier and went to the Eastern Front. In the fall of 1942 I was called back by Dr. Goebbels. Dr. Goebbels approved my previous criticism, of which he knew. He offered me the direction of the radio section of his ministry. I answered that I could return to the propaganda ministry only if I had the certainty that a termination of the war by political means would be sought and that total military victory would not be striven after. Which from the first day of the war I had considered impossible. I told Dr. Goebbels at that time literally, I am not going to participate as a propagandist in a fight of self-destruction such as was fought by the Goths at Mount Vesuvius. Dr. Goebbels answered that Hitler and he, also, were seeking a termination of the war by diplomatic means on the basis of reaching some sort of understanding. He promised me that he would inform me in time if he noticed that the Führer was changing these intentions. Dr. Goebbels repeated this promise at intervals of a few months, up to the end of the war. And each time that he repeated it, he always gave me substantiated indications about the political efforts in progress at the moment. Today I have the feeling that he broke his promise. Well, at that time I took over the radio section of the propaganda ministry, and I became ministerial director. Dr. Fritz, those were your official positions. But they were less known to the public. Better known were your radio speeches. What about them? Fritsch, since 1932 I spoke once a week, for 10 to 15 minutes, on some German stations and on the Deutschlandsender, radio station for foreign broadcasts. At the beginning of the war I spoke daily on all the stations, I believe for 3 or 4 months. Then I spoke 3 times a week, then twice a week, and finally once a week again. At first these radio speeches were just reviews of newspaper articles. That is, a collection of quotations from domestic and foreign newspapers. After the beginning of the war, however, these speeches, of course, became a polemic on the basis of quotations mostly from foreign papers and foreign radio stations. Dr. Fritz, did your speeches have an official character? The prosecution says that they were, of course, under the control of the propaganda ministry. Fritsch, that is not correct in that form. The speeches were not official. At the beginning they were purely personal elaborations. Of course, I could not prevent, as time went on, the private speeches of a man holding a position in the propaganda ministry being no longer considered as personal, but semi-official. Dr. Fritz, you just said, personal elaborations, which was later considered semi-official. For clarification I ask, could one criticize these speeches, or was one arrested for so doing? Fritsch, criticism was not only allowed, but actually it was done. I had an extensive correspondence with my critics, although only with those who signed their names. There were of course also anonymous critics, but I may add that the anonymous critics had only general complaints. After the outbreak of the war, a South German Office of Public Prosecution and later the Ministry of Justice offered me a certain protection for my publications, apparently on the assumption that they were official or semi-official. It was suggested to me to appear as co-plaintiff in possible libel actions. I categorically refused this, stating, as I have often done both privately and publicly, that people must be allowed to grumble about something. If they are forbidden to criticize the state and the government, then they must be allowed at least to criticize the press, the radio, and me. Dr. Fritz, how did you prepare these speeches? Were they put down in writing and censored beforehand? Fritsch, I always refused to let them be censored beforehand. The material was gathered very carefully. It was kept in the so-called Archivschnelldienst, which had been applied for and approved by the tribunal to be brought here but which could not be found. The material consisted of clippings from papers, reports of news agencies, and reports from foreign broadcasts. The investigation of doubtful matters was done by a special official. A rough draft of the speech was then dictated and then delivered freely. Therefore, this procedure was different to that of writing an article. Not every sentence had to be polished, because in a written matter every word counts, whereas in a speech it is more the total impression which is decisive. Dr. Fritz, now, you worked in the propaganda ministry. Dr. Goebbels was the minister. His name has been mentioned here frequently in connection with his various positions as Reich Minister for Propaganda, Reich Propaganda Director of the NSDAP, Delegate for Total War Effort, and Gauleiter of Berlin. In which of these capacities did you deal with Dr. Goebbels? Fritsch, exclusively in his capacity as propaganda minister. Dr. Fritz, were you his representative there? Fritsch, no. In the last 2.5 years I was his commissioner for radio broadcasting and, in addition, head of one of the 12 departments of his ministry. Dr. Goebbels' representatives were his state secretaries. The last one was Dr. Naumann, who was his successor for one day. Dr. Fritz, was Dr. Goebbels your only and direct superior? Fritsch, no. There were many offices between him and me at first, and still a few later on. This is the first time, here in the dock, that I am without official superiors. Dr. Fritz, by the way, whom of the defendants did you know or with whom did you have official or personal relations? Fritsch, I had 2 or 3 official conversations, shortly after 1933, with Funk, who was then State Secretary in the Propaganda Ministry, mainly dealing with economic and organizational matters. I discussed with him the financial plans for the reorganization of the news service. Then, I once had a talk with Gross Admiral Donitz on a technical matter. I called on Seyss-Inquart in The Hague, and on Papen in Istanbul. I knew all the others only by sight and first made their personal acquaintance during the trial. Dr. Fritz, how about Hitler? Fritsch, I never had a conversation with him. In the course of 12 years, however, I saw him, of course, several times at the Reichstag on big occasions or receptions. Once I was at his headquarters and was invited to dinner with a large number of other people. Otherwise, I received instructions from Hitler only through Dr. Dietrich or his representative or through Dr. Goebbels and his various representatives. Dr. Fritz, what were your relations with Dr. Goebbels? Were you on friendly terms with him? Did you meet with him frequently? Fritsch, one can by no means say that we were friends. The relationship was on an official basis, reserved and to a certain extent formal. I was personally even less frequently with him than other assistants of Dr. Goebbels of my rank. But I believed I observed that he treated me with more respect than any other of his co-workers. To that extent, I occupied a certain special position. I valued Dr. Goebbels' intelligence and his ability, at least sometimes, to change his own opinion in favor of a better argument. I saw him about twice a year during the first 5 years. When I was head of a department I saw him perhaps once a month. After the outbreak of war I saw him daily in the course of a conference with 30 to 50 fellow employees, and in addition, about once a week I had a conference on special subjects with him. Dr. Fritz, now we come to the subject of propaganda. Can you sketch the propaganda system in the Third Reich? Fritsch, I shall try it. There were 3 types of propaganda. The first was the unorganized agitation of the radical fanatics in the party. It was present in all fields, in the fields of religion, racial policy, art, general policy, and the conduct of the war. As time went by Martin Bormann became more and more the leader of this unorganized agitation. The second type of propaganda was under the Reich Propaganda Directorate of the NSDAP. The head of this was Dr. Goebbels. It attempted to put the agitation of the radicals on a more presentable basis. The third type was the state organization of the Reich Propaganda Ministry. Dr. Fritz, the prosecution contended at the beginning that you had been also head of the radio section of the Propaganda Directorate of the NSDAP. How about that? Fritsch, the prosecution have withdrawn that assertion. They said that they had no proof. It would have been more correct to say that this statement has been proved to be false. I refer to my affidavit, 3469, PS, point 37. There I state that I was not, in contrast to all of my predecessors, as far as I know, head of the radio section of the ministry and at the same time head of the radio section of the party. Today I supplement this statement by saying that I held no office whatever in the party. Dr. Fritz, you have been accused of having helped Dr. Goebbels plunge the world into the bloodbath of aggressive war. Is that true? Did Dr. Goebbels ever speak with you about aggressive plans? Fritsch, no, I never heard of any intention to wage aggressive war either from Dr. Goebbels or from anyone else. Dr. Fritz, in the course of this trial some conferences have been mentioned here several times at which, it was said, various aggressive plans were discussed. For example, before the attack on Czechoslovakia, before the attack on Poland, and on Norway, and on Russia. Did you participate in these conferences? Did you hear of them? Fritsch, I did not participate in a single one of these conferences. I heard of them for the first time here in the courtroom. Dr. Fritz, now, in case no plans for an attack were discussed in these conferences, was there any talk at all about war or the possibility of war? Fritsch, no. But the danger of war was mentioned as early as 1933, the danger of war due to the one-sided disarmament of one state in the midst of other states which were highly armed. This disproportion between armament and non-armament had to be considered as enticing an attack. German propaganda after 1933 underlined this consideration and this contention as one of the main reasons, first, for the demand for disarmament of the other powers and afterwards for the German demand for equality of armament. That seemed completely logical to me. But never was the danger of war mentioned without, at the same time, making a reference to the German will for peace. That seemed to me honest. In the summer of 1939, when the danger of war became more and more imminent, I saw Dr. Goebbels more often than ever before. I gave Dr. Goebbels a number of little memoranda as, so to speak, a contribution from my field of work, the news service. They were analyses of public opinion in Western countries, and they repeatedly indicated that England was determined to go to war in case of a conflict with Poland. I recall that Dr. Goebbels was deeply impressed when I once again gave him one of these memoranda. He expressed his concern and decided immediately to fly to Hitler. He said to me, literally, "Believe me, we did not work successfully for 6 years in order to risk everything in a war now. Furthermore, in the summer of 1939, I knew of some serious gaps in German armament which have already been mentioned in part here in the courtroom. Therefore I was convinced of the honesty of the peaceful intentions in Hitler's policy. If documents have been submitted during this trial which indicate that Hitler secretly thought differently or acted differently, then I am at a loss to form a judgment, since the documents of the opposite side have not yet been published. But if it should be, as the documents submitted here say, I must state that I was deceived about the aims of German policy. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, at the beginning of my case I had stated that we were unable to produce here the radio speeches of the defendant Fritsch. I tried to obtain them from German radio stations and succeeded in getting at least a small part from the years 1939 and 1940. I have selected a few of these speeches which I should like to submit to the tribunal as exhibit number Fritsch 1. To support what the defendant has just said, I should like to quote only one sentence from the radio speech of Fritsch of November 15, 1939. The sole reason for war, which a nation that as a whole never longs for war may have it all, the sole reason for war which is also morally justifiable is the threat to the existence, to the life of that nation. And this line emphasized by the defendant Fritsch at the beginning of the war, was adhered to by him during the war as well. As proof of this, I should like to quote another passage from the same document, from a radio speech of Fritsch of July 23, 1940. We Germans have experienced in the course of our history, and especially 30 years ago, enough blood and tears and death to face things honestly now. We knew what war meant, and therefore we did not want war. And because the Führer knows it so well and had experienced it himself, he offered on October 6 and July 19 to make peace. Dr. Fritz, did you in any way have anything to do with war preparations of an intellectual or organizational kind? Fritsch, not directly, but perhaps indirectly. I demanded the disarmament of the others, and then equality of armament. And I advocated the arming, Wehrhaftung, of the German people. The expression, Wehrhaftung, is liable to be misunderstood, at any rate, to be easily misinterpreted. I should like to define it expressly as the ability to fight in self-defense. The German people were promised again and again, often by me, that the restoration of military sovereignty would be for defensive purposes only. Dr. Fritz, how and where did you propagate this idea? Fritsch, in the modest sphere of my weekly radio speeches, while making casual remarks. I was a patriot, but I feel myself to be free from chauvinism, that is, exaggerated nationalism. To me, as a historian, it was at that time already clear that, especially in the narrow confines of Europe, the old nationalism was an anachronism and that it was incompatible with modern communications and weapons. At that time I believed I saw in Hitler's doctrine also certain elements for a new type of mutual understanding among peoples. It was particularly the constantly repeated thesis that only the nationalism of one people can understand the nationalism of another people. Only today have I realized ideologically, but particularly, of course materially, through the further development of arms, that the time of nationalism is past, if mankind does not want to commit suicide. And that the period of internationalism has come, for good or evil. At that time, however, nationalism was not considered a crime. Everyone advocated it. It can be seen that it is still advocated today, and I also advocated it. Dr. Fritz, now, the prosecution points out that before every attack a press campaign was launched in Germany, the aim of which was to weaken the victim of a planned attack and to prepare the German people psychologically for the new drive. Although this is stated by the prosecution without as yet actually referring to you personally, and even though later no direct charge is made that you organized these press campaigns, the prosecution, nevertheless, stress very strongly your connection with this practice. Now, what facts do you have to state about your role in these journalistic polemics? Fritsch, first, I can only point out that I described the propagandistic actions in detail in my affidavit, document number 3469, PS, points 23 to 33, starting with the Rhineland occupation up to the attack on the Soviet Union. These descriptions also contain information about the type and extent of my participation in these actions. Beyond that, I may emphasize that any reference is missing in the description made in my affidavit as to the question of the right in each case. All attempts at political justification are lacking. I should like to emphasize explicitly that in each case, in each action, I believed I represented a good and just cause. It would be leading too far if I were to explain that here for each case, inasmuch as many of these cases have already been discussed here. I assume, or rather I hope, that the prosecution will ask questions on this subject, for I assert that, no matter what the facts may have been in the individual cases, at every moment from the Anschluss of Austria on to the attack on Russia, information given to me and through me to the German public left no doubt of the legality or the urgent necessity of the German action. And I, as the only surviving informer of the German public, consider it my duty to be available here for any investigation of the correctness of this statement of mine, which is of a special importance for the German public. Dr. Fritz, some newspaper headlines are mentioned in your affidavit which are considered typical for the various states of tension prior to the individual action. What have you to say to that? Fritz, the headlines are taken without exception from the Völkischer Beobachter. These headlines were submitted to me and, of course, I had to confirm their truth. But I may emphasize that the Völkischer Beobachter was not typical for the result of my press policy. The Völkischer Beobachter generally had its own direct connections to headquarters and to Hitler. Typical products of my press policy were papers such as the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, the Münchener Neueste Nachrichten, and the Hamburger Fremdenblatt, to name only a few. Dr. Fritz, but the prosecution is of the opinion that you also incited to war by your domestic propaganda insofar as you tried to arouse hostile feelings in the German people toward other peoples of Europe and the world. In Captain Sprecher's trial brief it is said, for instance, that terms like antagonism against the peoples of the Soviet Union and an atmosphere of senselessness and hatred were created by you, or that you had incited the Germans to blind hatred. Did you do that? Fritz, no, I did not do that. Never did I attempt to arouse hatred against the English, French, Americans, or Russians, etc. There is not a single word of this type in perhaps 1,000 speeches which I made before the microphone. I did speak strongly against governments, members of governments, governmental systems. But I never preached hatred generally or attempted to awaken it indirectly, as was the case, and I ask your pardon for my taking an example from the courtroom, at the moment when a film was presented here and the words were spoken. Here you see Germans laughing over hanged Yugoslavs. Never did I try to awaken hatred in this general form, and I may point out that for years many anti-national socialist statements from certain countries, which were still neutral at that time, remained unanswered. Dr. Fritz, did your superiors demand that you mark your propaganda with the stamp of antagonism or to stimulate hatred? Fritz, yes, that happened frequently, but it was not demanded that antagonism or hatred should be stirred up against peoples. That was expressly forbidden because we wanted to win these peoples over to our side, but again and again I was requested to arouse hatred against individuals and against systems. Dr. Fritz, who requested you to do this? Fritz, Dr. Goebbels, Dr. Dietrich, and both of them frequently on the direct orders of Adolf Hitler. The reproach was repeatedly made that the German press and the German radio did not arouse hatred at all against Roosevelt, Churchill, or Stalin, but that they made these three personalities popular as efficient men. For that reason, for years the German press was forbidden to mention these three names at all unless, in an individual case, permission was given with exact instructions. Dr. Fritz, do you mean to say that you refused the request to change your propaganda to incite antagonism and to arouse hatred and did not carry it out? Fritz, I should like to outline exactly what I did. When the reproaches of Dr. Goebbels and Dr. Dietrich accumulated, I had all caricatures from the First and Second World War collected, from England, the United States of America, France, and a few from Russia. In addition, I had all anti-German propaganda films which I could lay my hands on, collected. Then in 5 to 6 demonstrations of several hours each, I presented these caricatures and these films to German journalists and German radio speakers. I, myself, spoke only 2 or 3 minutes in introduction. It is quite possible that I created hatred through these showings, but I should like to leave the judgment of this means of producing hatred in the midst of war to the tribunal. In any case, Dr. Goebbels said later that he was dissatisfied and we were bunglers. I may add one statement. I would have had a means of carrying out my orders of arousing real hatred, that is, not one means but a whole group of methods. That would have been, to give only one example, a German edition of the last 2 volumes of the Tarzan series, an adventure series which was very popular in Germany at that time and of which the last 2 volumes were strongly anti-German. I need not describe them here. I never pointed out such early products of anti-German propaganda. I always deliberately ignored such methods. Dr. Fritz, if you say that you dispensed with hatred and antagonism in your propaganda, what means did you use in your propaganda during the war? Fritz, during the war I conducted the propaganda almost exclusively with the concept of the necessity and the obligation to fight. I repeatedly painted the results of defeat very dark and systematically I gave quotations from the press and the radio of the enemy countries. I quoted repeatedly the enemy demands for unconditional surrender. I used the expression of the Super Versailles frequently and did, I emphasize that, describe the consequences of a lost war very pessimistically. It does not behoove me today to make a comparison with reality. Dr. Fritz, but could you not learn from the broadcasts of the enemy that the fight of the Allies was not directed against the German people but only against its leaders? Did you keep that from the German people? Fritz, on the contrary, I did not keep it from them, but repeatedly quoted it. However, I called it incredible. For example, I once used the trick of quoting the wording of a medieval declaration of war in which it had already been said that a war was declared only on the King of France but that one wanted to bring freedom to the French people. The President, would that be a convenient time to break off? The tribunal adjourned until June 27, 1946 at 1000 hours. 165th day. Thursday, June 27, 1946. Morning session. The defendant Fritsch resumed the stand. Marshal, Lieutenant Colonel James R. Gifford. If it please the tribunal, the report is made that defendant Ribbentrop is absent. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, gentlemen of the tribunal, first a very brief explanation. Yesterday I repeatedly mentioned the indictment and intend to do so in the course of the examination. Thereby I mean the presentation of Fritzsch's case by Captain Sprecher in the morning session of January 23, 1946. Herr Fritsch, yesterday you spoke of your radio speeches concerning the Allied propaganda. My last question, did you attempt to split the front of the Allies by your propaganda? Fritsch, of course I attempted to do that. I elaborated on all ideological and all practical political contrasts or differences between the individual Allied nations. I considered that a permissible method of waging war. At that time I wanted a split between the Allies just as much as today I wish their unity, since Germany would be the first victim of any conflict. Dr. Fritz, now, you are accused of assisting in establishing Nazi control throughout Germany. Did you agitate against democracy? Fritsch, I never agitated against democracy as such. I attacked the democracy of the 36 parties, the democracy which had prevailed in Germany previously, the democracy under which even strong groups such as the 2 Marxist parties, for example, were powerless. I criticized foreign democracy only on 2 points. First, the elements which limited the basic concept of democracy. I believe it is superfluous and perhaps it would be misunderstood to enumerate them today. Secondly, I criticize the demands of the foreign democracies to force their form of government on us. According to my knowledge and information at that time, it seemed unjustified to me. Dr. Fritz, well, did you consider dictatorship a better form of government? Fritsch, I should like to emphasize that at that time, under the existing conditions and only for a temporary emergency period, I did, today, of course, no. After the totalitarian form of government has brought about the catastrophe of the murder of 5 millions, I consider this form of government wrong even in times of emergency. I believe any kind of democratic control, even a restricted democratic control, would have made such a catastrophe impossible. Dr. Fritz, you are accused, furthermore, of having spread the doctrine of the master race. The prosecution makes this charge indirectly against you. How about that? Fritz, I never set up or voiced the theory of the master race. I even avoided this term. I expressly prohibited this term being used by the German press and the German radio when I was in charge of one or the other. I believe that the term master race played a greater role in the anti-national socialist propaganda than in Germany proper. I do not know who invented this term. To my knowledge it was publicly mentioned only by men like Dr. Ley, for example, men, and I must explain this frankly and expressly, who were not taken seriously by anyone in this connection. It is true, however, that this term played a great role, without being expressed openly, among the SS because of its racial exclusiveness. But people of intelligence, tact and insight, and with some knowledge of the world, very carefully avoided the use of this word. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, at this opportunity, I should like to offer an affidavit to the tribunal by Dr. Sharping of May 17, 1946. Dr. Sharping was government counselor in the propaganda ministry up to the end. From this affidavit I shall now quote only one sentence from page 13. I quote. In this connection it can be explained that Fritsch always opposed the term, the master race. He even expressly prohibited the use of this word on the radio. Turning to the defendant. But the prosecution has quoted a passage from one of your radio speeches to prove this assertion. Fritsch, the quotation is correct, but I ask you just to read it carefully. The term master race is rejected in this quotation for the Jewish and for the German people. The quotation cannot be misunderstood. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, that is in Captain Sprecher's speech for the prosecution, English text, pages 31 and 32. Turning to the defendant. But you carried on propaganda not only in Germany, but also abroad. What was the difference? Fritsch, in my radio speeches there was no difference. Before the outbreak of war I made a slight difference in the speeches for Germany and those for other countries simply because the audience was different, and because I had to presuppose a different level of knowledge. During the war my speeches on the Reich German radio were simply transmitted over the shortwave stations. What was said for Germany or for other countries could be controlled by both sides. Moreover, in the 12 years during which I spoke on the German radio, I never permitted my speeches to be translated, since that always involved a differentiation in emphasis. Written articles can be translated, perhaps official speeches also, but not rather light and half-improvised chats. Dr. Fritz, were your broadcasts abroad criticized internationally? Fritsch, yes, very frequently. During the war there was often daily criticism from some country or other. I had these criticisms collected. I asked for them as documents, but my application was refused by the court. As far as I know, I am not accused of inciting war in these criticisms. Dr. Fritz, now you not only acted as a mouthpiece for propaganda, but also as an organizer of it. You are accused of having helped to create an important instrument for the alleged conspiracy. The prosecution says that for 13 years you aided in the creation of the propaganda machine which the conspiracy was able to put to such good use. Did you create the press organization of the National Socialist State? Fritsch, no, I did not create this organization nor did I have any part in its creation. It was created by Dr. Goebbels, Dr. Dietrich, and Reichsleiter Amann. When, in the winter of 1938, I became head of the so-called German press section, I attempted to loosen the bonds which had been imposed on the German press. I attempted that in the material and personnel field. For example, I called back to their work with the press hundreds of editors of other parties who had been dismissed in 1933 and 1934. Today they will be angry with me. I had the best intentions at that time. In addition to the official press conferences which were very strictly controlled, also as far as their records were concerned, by my superiors. I also arranged the so-called supplementary conferences in which I met the representatives of the 50 or 60 most important papers and discussed more freely the possibilities of their work. I coined the slogan which was often used there: "You may write any criticism you like in the German papers provided such criticism is not shown in big headlines but is buried somewhere in the text in an elegant form." Very many German journalists made use of this possibility in the past 12 years. I should be glad if this work, which was hidden work, would be honored in some way today in the interest of these people who, in part, returned to their profession as journalists only out of personal confidence in me. Of course, I must add that the possibility of criticizing was not unlimited. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, on this occasion, with the approval of the prosecution, I offer the tribunal a document as document number Fritsch 4. It is an excerpt from a letter of the German Lieutenant General Dittmar, who frequently commented on the military situation on the German radio during the war and who is in British captivity. The well-known English radio commentator, Mr. Lidelhart, has sent an excerpt from the letter to the British prosecution. I should like to quote briefly this memorandum which was sent to me. May I quote this passage? The President: Yes, you may. Dr. Fritz, Dittmar writes that the possibility of retaining the critical attitude in his radio commentary is due primarily to the silent approval and the protection of Hans Fritsch, the director of the political radio. He believes that Fritsch was a secret opponent of the regime and that he was glad of the opportunity to have found a commentator who discreetly expressed ideas which resembled his own and which insidiously would tend to reduce confidence in the regime. Following this quotation, there is another quotation from the affidavit of Dr. Scharping, which I have already submitted as document number Fritsch 2. It is on page 11 of this affidavit. I quote: "The radio men and the journalists knew Fritsch's tolerance quite well. It repeatedly happened that, for example, Fritsch at his conference had a copy of the Völkischer Beobachter in his hand and commented ironically on an anti-Jewish article. I recall that once he expressed his criticism in about the following words. A Berlin paper, then he held up the Völkischer Beobachter so that everyone could see it, has once more, in an editorial, made more than 2 blunders. Perhaps the publisher may yet succeed in hitting the right tune." With such ironical remarks, Fritsch always had the approval of his listeners, but there was some danger for him, for Goebbels daily read the records of these press conferences. Herr Fritsch, following the statement of Lieutenant General Dittmar, one question: did you feel yourself to be an enemy of the system, or how does General Dittmar come to this statement? Fritsch: I was not an enemy of the system. It would be ridiculous and unworthy to try to assert that today. But I was definitely an opponent of all misuse of the system. The obvious one which I noticed the most, because it was in my field of work, was whitewashing of news during the war. The aim of all my news policy was realism, and apparently that is what General Dittmar means in the part of his statement which has been read here. I met General Dittmar in December 1942 or January 1943 at the moment when the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad was already surrounded, but when this fact was still being kept secret from the German people. Together with General Dittmar, in face of the prohibition, I publicly announced the fact that the Sixth Army was surrounded at Stalingrad. This caused a great sensation at the time. In the following months and years I always defended General Dittmar in his realistic presentation of the military situation against all attacks, especially against the attacks of the party, but also against the attacks of the Foreign Office, which repeatedly pointed out that these sober presentations of Dittmar had a bad effect on Germany's allies. In connection with this struggle for realistic news service, later, and I ask permission to mention this briefly, I waged a desperate battle against the irresponsible propaganda of miracle weapons. Only 1 year after Drive Goebbels had mentioned the future miracle weapons, did I mention a new type of weapon for the first time. Speer has mentioned SS Standartenführer, who is said to have carried on secret propaganda for the miracle weapon in connection with the propaganda ministry. He wrote an article in Das Reich which attracted much attention, with the sensational and very promising heading, "We, the Bearers of Secrets." I had to fight against things like that. Another especially striking example was this: another member of the SS, Pernot, wrote, at the moment when the invasion had succeeded, an article in which he presented the situation as if the evacuation of France had been a very secret trick of the German command, which offered the possibility for a particularly strong counterblow. I prohibited this article in my field, and I repeatedly had to oppose the irresponsible rumors which were spread in secret about mysterious weapons. I did so publicly, and I plainly stated my point of view on the radio against this propaganda. On the other hand, I may point out that at every moment of the war my superiors always made well-founded promises to me, first, of some military offensive which was just being prepared. For instance, a thrust from East Prussia toward the south, a thrust from Upper Silesia to the Vistula, a thrust from Alsace toward the north, and so forth. Hand in hand with these promises, which were thoroughly detailed, were the political promises which were mentioned briefly yesterday, that is, the descriptions given by Dr. Goebbels that foreign political negotiations were in progress with the enemy on one or the other side. Dr. Fritz, another question: who was in charge of press policy? Fritsch, Reich Press Chief Dr. Dietrich. He gave very specialized instructions, mostly in a precise wording, the so-called slogan of the day of the Reich Press Chief. Generally he even gave the wording of the commentaries which were to be added in the press conference. For the most part, Dr. Dietrich was at the Führer's headquarters and received his instructions directly from Hitler. Dr. Dietrich's representatives were Sundermann and Lorenz. The second factor decisive for German press policy was Reichsleiter Amann, who was at the head of the organization of publishers. The third factor was Dr. Goebbels as Reich propaganda minister. Dietrich and Amann were nominally subordinate to him. Actually, both had the same authority as he had, and I always had to adjust differences or coordinate among these three authorities. Dr. Fritz, did you create the organization of the journalistic news service? Fritsch, yes, I did create this organization. In principle, it originated with me. I may refer to my affidavit, 3469, PS, point 17. I was in charge of the journalistic news service from about 1934 to 1938. I was proud of the fact that at the beginning of the war even the enemy recognized the good functioning of this news machine. However, at that time I was no longer the head of the so-called news service department. As an expert I created this organization in peacetime without thinking of the possibility of using it during war. The conclusion of the prosecution that I also determined the contents of the news service is not correct. Dr. Fritz, the prosecution has said that the propaganda ministry was the most fabulous lie factory of all times. What do you have to say about this? Fritsch, first, for myself personally, I should like to make the following quite clear. I state under oath, on really serious questions of policy and the conduct of war I did not commit a single falsification and did not consciously use a single lie. How often I myself became the victim of a falsehood or a lie I cannot say after the revelations of this trial. The same is true, as far as I know, of all my fellow workers, but I do not by any means want to deny that I and my fellow workers selected news and quotations following a certain tendency. It is the curse of propaganda during war that one works only with black and white. Only a few great minds remain independent. I believe that this painting in black and white is a luxury which also cannot be afforded any longer. As to the propaganda ministry itself, as such, I must say that I can only judge of the 1/12, that is the one section of which I was in charge at any time. But to my knowledge it is a mistake to believe that in the propaganda ministry thousands of little lies were hatched out. In details we worked quite cleanly and honestly, technically even perfectly. If we had lied on 1,000 small things, the enemy would have been able to deal with us more easily than was the case. But decisive for such a news machine is not the detail but the final fundamental basis on which propaganda is built. Decisive is the belief in the incorruptibility of the leaders of the state, on which every journalist must rely, and this basis is shaken by what has become known today of mass murders, of senseless atrocities. And it is shaken by the doubt in the honesty of Hitler's protestations for peace, the factual details of which I am not in a position to judge. Dr. Fritz, in this trial it has been pointed out that there are no regulations in international law on the methods of propaganda in war and peace. Fritz, I know very well that international law places no restrictions on propaganda, especially propaganda during war. I also know very well that only in a very few individual treaties between states are there regulations about the use of propaganda, for example in the German-Polish Treaty and in the German-Soviet Union Treaty. But in all my life as a journalist I have emphasized that the lack of international regulations as to propaganda is no excuse for lies. I always emphasized the moral responsibility of the journalist and newsman. I did so long before the war in an international discussion with Radio Luxembourg, but it would lead too far afield to go into that here. If last May I did not seek death, one of the reasons for this was my wish. I wanted to render an account of where, in that system, there were the pure idealism and the heroic sacrifices of millions. And where there were lies and the brutality which did not shrink from committing crimes. Dr. Fritz, please give us examples of cases wherein you felt you were deceived. Fritz, during this trial the news was discussed which circulated at the beginning of the Polish War about the attack on the Gliwice radio station. At that time I firmly believed in the truth of the official German news. I need say nothing about this case. Then, in December of last year, here in the prison in Nuremberg, I realized from a talk with Grand Admiral Raeder that it was actually a German submarine which sank the Athenia. Up to that time I had firmly believed in the truth of the official German report that there had been no German submarine in the neighborhood. I have asked my lawyer to pick out the most caustic statements I made in my radio speeches about the Athenia case and include them in my document book. They are utterances which would really speak against me but which, on the other hand, show that I worked not alone on the basis of the official German news, but that I also collected the news which supported the official German version. For example, the fact which was not at first made public and therefore was suspicious, that the wreck of the Athenia, one day after the catastrophe, was sunk by being shelled by British destroyers. Which is a matter of course in the interest of shipping but which at the time seemed to me to be an occasion for suspicion. I also used American news on the same subject. But the most impressive false news of which I was a victim was given out in the last few days of the war. I must describe it for the sake of clearing up matters. In the days when Berlin was surrounded by the Russian army, the people of Berlin were told that a relief army, the army of General Wenck, was marching on Berlin, that there was no more fighting on the Western Front. The news was given out that Ribbentrop had gone to the Western Front and had concluded a treaty there, and handbills were printed in Berlin which contained approximately this text: "Soldiers of the Wenck Army. We Berliners know that you are as far as Potsdam. Hurry, come quickly, help us." These handbills were printed at a time when the Wenck Army no longer existed and had already been captured. These handbills were apparently dropped over Berlin inadvertently and were to give the inhabitants of Berlin new courage. That happened in the days when Hitler, according to Speer's testimony, had already told his entourage that there was no use trying to do anything for the rest of the German people. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, the two radio speeches which the defendant Fritsch has mentioned dealing with the Athenia case are in the document number Fritsch 1, which I submitted yesterday. I refer only to the contents of these radio speeches. Turning to the defendant. Please give examples of untruths which you knew and which you did not consider lies. Fritsch, one example is the so-called V drive. Colonel Britton, a British colonel, proclaimed this V drive, this victory drive on the British radio. On the same evening I stood before a German microphone and said, apparently harmlessly, "We will have a V drive. The V stands for Victoria." Then Colonel Britton said that I had stolen that V from him. I said that was not the case, that I thought of it first. Dr. Fritz, if you thought you were operating only with the truth, why your sharp language, why the prohibition against listening on the radio to foreign stations? Fritsch, I have already emphasized in my affidavit that in my opinion the sharpness of my language was always less than that of my opponents. The prohibition against listening to foreign radio stations was issued decidedly against my will. This prohibition was only a hindrance for me in my discussions with my foreign opponents in the various countries. Due to this prohibition my enemy was, so to speak, half in shadow. I could not speak to him officially, but, on the other hand, I knew that many of my listeners had heard him. May I mention here that I always advocated a mild judgment on the violators of this prohibition against listening to foreign radio stations. Legal authorities often consulted me as an expert. I may emphasize that, particularly after Stalingrad, I established my own listening service for the Russian radio in order to learn the names of German soldiers captured at Stalingrad which were mentioned on the Russian radio and report them to the relatives. Because it seemed cruel to me to deprive the relatives of such a source of information about the fate of their people. Moreover, there was only one alternative with regard to the prohibition of listening to the radio. That was either to confiscate all radios and stop the whole German radio system, the party often demanded this, or the prohibition against listening to foreign stations, which seemed to me the lesser of the two evils. Finally, we were in a war, and the enemy was not too particular in his methods. I should like to give an example. That was the station Gustav Siegfried II, which at the beginning of its work gained listeners in Germany with stories that I do not want to characterize more precisely but which caused me to prohibit my own listening station from receiving this broadcast. Dr. Fritz, you have been charged with urging a policy of ruthless exploitation of the occupied territories. Do you acknowledge such a policy? Fritz, no. The aim of all my propaganda work in Europe was, and had to be, to win over the peoples of Europe to the German cause. Anything else would have been illogical. All the radio broadcasts in all European languages, which were made under my direction, had for years only one aim, that was to win the voluntary cooperation, especially of the occupied territories, for the fight of the Reich. Dr. Fritz, were you of the opinion that the German administration in the occupied territories recruited voluntary cooperation? Fritz, at the beginning, certainly, with one single exception. That was Koch in the Ukraine. Otherwise, as far as I could see, all administrations of occupied territories sought this collaboration more or less skillfully. I saw the gigantic efforts which the Allies made to interfere with this German collaboration policy, which was very dangerous for them. I saw that in these efforts the Allies were at first using their means of propaganda. This alone would not have worked. Then I saw that they used other means in these efforts, that is, outrages and sabotage. These latter efforts had great success. Outrages always called for reprisals and reprisals always called forth new outrages. I hope I will not be misunderstood, and this is not meant cynically, if I say the following: I, as a propagandist, considered for example the murder of Heydrich a minor success. The destruction of Lidice, carried out by the Germans, however, was a tremendous success for the Allies. In other words, I always was and had to be an opponent of reprisals of all kinds. Dr. Fritz, did you know of the reprisals? How did you deal with them in your propaganda? Fritz, I learned of Lidice, which I just mentioned, only after months, because at that time I was at the Eastern Front. I learned, and this is significant, only of the destruction of the houses of Lidice and the driving out of the inhabitants. I learned only here in the courtroom of the killing of a part of the inhabitants. I learned that hostages were taken, but not that they were killed. The killing of hostages was made public only in the occupied territories. If shootings occurred anywhere, I was told that they had been of persons condemned to death on account of outrages or conspiracy. The night and fog decree was also unknown to me. On the other hand, I frequently learned of fines which had been imposed on towns or districts. In our propaganda, we always referred to the causes of such reprisals. Dr. Fritz, and how did you describe the work of the German administrations in your propaganda? Fritz, I always referred to the constructive work which, in spite of all difficulties and all resistance, was being done in the various occupied territories, especially in far ahead, the work for the intensification of agriculture. Then that to increase industrial production. I had references made to the supplying of the occupied territories with food, often, as I should like to emphasize, from scant German stocks. I had reports made of the creation of schools, and I received at times very impressive reports and had them worked on, for example, on the supplying of cities such as Paris. In spite of sabotage by the enemy against railroad lines or other supply channels. I had such reports collected in permanent files and had speeches and whole series of speeches made on them. There were many such reports. I must emphasize that, as far as I know, in not a single German-occupied territory was there an infant mortality of 80%, and in none were there fields lying fallow, and it is simply not true, as the prosecution said here once. Although in a moment of excitement, that Germany and the Germans were well fed and happy during the war while the occupied territories starved. That is not true. Dr. Fritz, what did you know about bad conditions in the occupied territories? Fritsch, above all, the failure to call on the population for their own administration and the lack of decisive political concessions to the countries which administered themselves. Immediately after the French campaign, I had repeatedly demanded the establishment of a Magna Carta for Europe, laying down the basic rights of the European peoples. I prepared many memoranda on this subject which were accepted by Dr. Goebbels and taken to Hitler, and when in the autumn of 1942 I decided to return to the propaganda ministry, one of the promises which Dr. Goebbels gave me was that now finally that Magna Carta for Europe would be proclaimed. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, on this occasion I should like to quote a passage from the Scharping Affidavit, document number Fritsch, 2, page 13 of the affidavit. After the occupation of various European countries, Fritsch issued directives for news releases to the effect that the peoples of Europe were to form a League of States on the basis of equality with Germany. He told me to work out a series of speeches to this effect in which this point of view was to play the decisive role and which at the same time should give the authorities hints for a healthy reconstruction in the occupied territories. Turning to the defendant. Did you know what has been said here by the prosecution about the activity of the police in the occupied territories? Fritsch, no. Dr. Fritz, at this point I should like to interpolate a question. I have already asked the witness Paulus about your conduct after you learned of the Commissar order. How about that? Fritsch, I learned of the order to shoot captured Soviet commissars at the beginning of May 1942 when I came to the Sixth Army. I immediately opposed it. Whether it was carried out or not, I do not know. Field Marshal Paulus, no doubt, is correct when he said that he had already prevented in his army the execution of this order. At any rate, I made it my business to have the order as such rescinded, and I achieved this. The Sixth Army, at my advice, gave certain information to the High Command of the Wehrmacht or to the Armed Forces Operations Staff. I am convinced, moreover, that many army leaders acted in the same way as the leader of the Sixth Army and simply did not carry out the order. At any rate, it was expressly rescinded afterward. Dr. Fritz, the prosecution quotes two paragraphs from your radio speech of July 5, 1941. Mr. President, that is in the English record of Captain Sprecher, pages 32 and 33. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution concludes from this presentation that you had agitated for ruthless measures against the population of the Soviet Union. You are said to have vilified the people of the Soviet Union. The President, we cannot find it here. What is the PS number? Dr. Fritz, it is in the transcript, Mr. President. The President, we have not got the transcript here. We have the document book. The document book does not contain 32 and 33 pages. It contains only 32 or 31 and a little bit. Dr. Fritz, I can give the document number which is 3064, PS, Exhibit USA, 723 and The President, it is page 14 in our book. Well, did you say July 5th? Dr. Fritz, July 5th, 1941. The President, well, I have got the 7th and 10th of July but not the 5th. What page in the shorthand notes was it? You know it? Dr. Fritz, on page 32, page 33 in the English transcript. I have the English transcript here. The President, well, you had better read it then. Dr. Fritz, this quotation from Captain Sprecher's speech for the prosecution reads: "Letters from the front, film reporters, propaganda companies attached to the German army wherever it advanced, p.k. reporters, and soldiers on leave confirm, in this battle in the East it is not one ideology fighting against another, not one political system against another, but culture, civilization, and human dignity have revolted against devilish principles of an underworld." Fritsch, I should like to state the following: with this statement I was neither calling for ruthless measures against the population of the Soviet Union, nor did I want to vilify the people of the Soviet Union. I refer to the full text of the speech of July 5. I do not wish to read this speech, but I should like permission to sum it up briefly. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, in my document Book 1, I do not know whether the tribunal already has it, I have all the radio speeches. The President, no, we haven't got it. Dr. Fritz, I have all these radio speeches of the defendant Fritsch from which the prosecution quoted passages against him in my document book in their full text. The President, it has just been handed up to me. What page is it? Dr. Fritz, pages 8 to 13, the radio speech of July 5, 1941. Turning to the defendant. Will you continue? Fritsch, I ask for permission to sum up the contents very briefly. I spoke of the reports which the German public received about what German soldiers had seen in their advance in the Soviet Union, especially in connection with prisoners in the prisons in various cities. I did not describe these things once more. I only recalled them from the reports which had been given out at the time. From them I drew the conclusion that now one saw how necessary the fight was against a system under which such atrocities were possible. For the peoples of the Soviet Union I expressly used words of compassion and sympathy. Dr. Fritz, in the same connection, and with the same tendency, the prosecution then quotes a sentence from a paragraph of your radio speech of July 10, 1941. Mr. President, that is in document Book 1, the speech of July 10, 1941, also in its full text, on pages 14 to 19. Turning to the defendant. What do you have to say to this charge? Fritsch, what I just said becomes even clearer in this quotation, and in this whole speech. I referred once more to the reports just mentioned. I also referred to the descriptions coming from foreign correspondents. I then quite frankly reported Moscow's attitude toward these events, and I said, quite honestly, Radio Moscow says that these atrocities are facts, but it maintains that these atrocities were not committed by Russians but by Germans. In view of this attitude of Moscow, I, so to speak, took the public into my confidence. I called upon millions of German soldiers as witnesses, I called upon their mothers and fathers and wives as witnesses. I formally called as witnesses the inhabitants of the occupied territories in which Germans were in power at the time, and in which, as I said, they were subordinated only to the moral laws in their own breasts. Then I drew the conclusion, these German soldiers cannot have committed the atrocities which were described by Berlin and Moscow in the same way. The prosecution asserted that this attempt to ascribe German atrocities to the Russians was ridiculous. I do not consider it ridiculous, I consider it tragic. It shows clearly, as I understand it, the absolute cleanliness and honesty of the whole German conduct of the war. I still believe today that murder and violence and Sonderkommandos only clung like a foreign body, like a boil, to the morally sound body of the German people and their armed forces. Dr. Fritz, finally, the prosecution quotes a passage from your speech of October 9, 1941, another quotation from which was brought out elsewhere. Mr. President, this is in the Fritsch document book number 1. The speech in its full text is on pages 20 to 25. The quotations of the prosecution are summed up in a document in the Fritsch document book of the prosecution. I think the tribunal can easily compare it. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution concludes from this quotation that you had approved of the policy of the Nazi conspirators in their ruthless exploitation of the occupied territories. What have you to say to that? Fritsch: there is no question of ruthlessness either in the quotation given by the prosecution or in the rest of the text of the speech of October 9, 1941. I refer to my affidavit 3469, P.S., paragraph 39, a paragraph which the prosecution very fairly quoted in this connection. In addition, may I once more sum up, very briefly, the sense of this speech. That was the time when German soldiers were stationed from the Black Sea to the Bay of Biscay. I spoke of the possibility of exploiting the resources of this enormous territory. I said, the possibilities of this continent are so considerable that they can cover any need for war and for peace. I said, in this connection, that a starving out by blockade, such as was attempted in 1914-18, was now out of the question. I spoke of the possibilities of the organization of Europe which could begin in the midst of the war. Dr. Fritz: in the midst of war. Fritsch: in the midst of war, and I meant the organization of European nations with equal rights. It is beyond all doubt that at that time I was not thinking of ruthless exploitation of the occupied territories, but only of winning them over politically and economically after the storms of war had blown by. Dr. Fritz: Mr. President, I now come to another subject, so perhaps this would be a good time to break off. The President: yes. Dr. Thomas: I have a request, Mr. President. I would like to have my client excused for the rest of the day because I want to talk to him. The President: yes, certainly. A recess was taken. Dr. Fritz: what did you know about the removal of Jews from occupied countries? Fritsch: I did not know anything of their removal, but I heard that certain individuals were being arrested, Jews and non-Jews. Dr. Fritz: what did you know about the topic, which we discussed here, of slave labor? Fritsch: I knew that millions of foreign workers were working in the Reich. I did not consider them slaves, for I saw them daily walking about free on the streets of all the cities. Dr. Fritz: what did you know about their treatment, about their living conditions, and their wages? Fritsch: reports about these things were sent to me or to my co-workers from the office of Sokol and the German Labor Front. From these reports, among other things, I remember the fact that the foreign workers were given the same treatment as the German workers in every respect. I further recall having heard that the initial inferior treatment accorded to Eastern workers had been done away with. I received many reports from listeners complaining about the fact that foreign workers were allegedly in better position than German workers. And in this connection, I remember a reference to the fact that the foreign workers were permitted to send home money in the form of foreign exchange. I also talked with foreign workers many times. I did not hear any special complaints. On the other hand, in the propaganda ministry, through official channels, I heard a great deal about the care given to foreign workers even along cultural lines. Frequently I was approached by Sokol or the German Labor Front, I do not remember which it was, with the request to have radio broadcasts sent to one or another group of foreign workers. I was approached also with the request for turning over receiving sets to camps of foreign workers, etc. Dr. Fritz: did you know that most of them did not come to Germany voluntarily? Fritsch: that was exactly what I did not know. Here in this proceeding it was mentioned that Sokol in one meeting or another made a statement about the fact that only a small percentage had come voluntarily. That was unknown to me. I did hear the following complaints: first of all, that extravagant promises were made at the time of recruitment of the foreign workers, which could not be kept afterward. In the interest of my propaganda I had objections raised against that through the propaganda department of my ministry when I heard about it. Then, I remember having heard complaints from Poland dealing with the fact that employers were pirating Polish workers from one another. Dr. Fritz: Sokol testified that in this connection he cooperated with the propaganda ministry and that he had many discussions with the propaganda ministry. Did you participate in such discussions? Fritsch: no, I did not participate in these conferences. I thought that I met Sokol here for the first time. He reminded me of our meeting in the spring of 1945 at the home of Dr. Goebbels when some evening gathering took place. Dr. Fritz, did you have anything to do with the propaganda used in the recruitment of foreign workers in occupied countries? Fritz, no. Dr. Fritz, what did you have to do with the propaganda which was disseminated in the occupied countries? Fritz, this propaganda, as it applied to occupied countries, was not subordinate to me, not even in the branches of the press or radio. This propaganda was under the direction and supervision of the local Reich commissioner, military commander, or governor. However, I did exert influence on this propaganda in the occupied countries on 2, 3, or 4 occasions when this propaganda in the occupied countries was contrary to the directives which applied to the Reich. I usually gathered this from the echo abroad. I remember one special case which received general attention. A certain man by the name of Friedrich attacked the Pope over the German radio in Paris. I had this man Friedrich replaced. That was the extent of my influence. Dr. Goebbels, however, exerted much more influence on the propaganda in the occupied countries, especially through his foreign section or his foreign press department or through his liaison officer to the OKW. Dr. Fritz, did you not make any radio broadcasts in the occupied countries? Fritz, yes, broadcasts of 2 types. An example of the first type is as follows: at the time of the occupation, Radio Paris was under German influence. Despite that, I retained the old German broadcast in the French language via Radio Stuttgart. I wanted to have it understood quite specifically that the occupation was an abnormal and a temporary situation, and anything that was taking place during the period of occupation did not have anything to do with that part of, let us say, German-French conversations, which was being carried on by the 2 mother countries. The second example is as follows: it concerns German broadcasts in the Spanish and Portuguese languages. I had them transmitted through 3 stations in southern France, for it was easier to receive these transmissions in the Pyrenees Peninsula. The basis for my work in this connection was a contract which we had with these stations and the payment of regular charges. Negotiations for this contract were carried out through the Foreign Office. Dr. Fritz, I shall now turn to a different topic. You are accused of making anti-Semitic statements. Were you anti-Semitic, and in what way did you participate in anti-Semitic propaganda? Fritz, I was not anti-Semitic in the idea of a noisy anti-Semitism. The prosecution has asserted that all defendants, that is, including myself, had shouted, "Germany awake and Judaism shall die." I will state under oath that I never raised this cry or one similar. I was not anti-Semitic in the sense of either the radical theories or methods beginning with Theodor Fritsch to Julius Streicher. The prosecution has stated that even the defendant Streicher, the main anti-Jewish agitator of all times, could hardly have excelled Fritsch when it came to libels against the Jews. I protest against this statement. I do not believe that I deserve any such accusation. Never did I give out any propaganda dealing with ritual murders, Kabbalah, and the so-called secrets of the elders of Zion. At all times of my life I considered them machinations of a rather primitive agitation. For humanitarian reasons, I regret that I have to make a further statement, but I cannot refrain from making this statement in the interests of truth. My co-workers and I, in the press and on the radio, without exception I would say, rejected Der Stürmer radically. I personally, during a period of 13 years of regular newspaper comments, never quoted this paper. Der Stürmer was not quoted in the German press either. The editors did not belong to the Journalists' Union and the publisher did not belong to the publishers' organization during my term of office. How things were later on, I do not know. As I have already stated in my affidavit, I tried twice to ban Der Stürmer. However, I did not succeed. Then it was proposed that I censor Der Stürmer. However, I declined the offer. I wanted to prohibit the publishing of Der Stürmer, not just because the mere verbatim reproduction of a page of the newspaper Der Stürmer was the most effective anti-German propaganda which ever existed. But I wanted to ban Der Stürmer simply for reasons of good taste. I wanted to prohibit it as a source of radicalism against which I fought wherever I met it. The great secret for the sudden increase in the circulation of Der Stürmer after 1933 to 500,000, already referred to in this court, lay in the same cause as the secret of the sudden increase of such organizations as the SA. The party in 1933 had blocked the influx of new members, and a great many people tried to get in somehow, if not directly with the party, then with some organization connected with the party, such as, perhaps, the SA. Or they tried to show sympathy with National Socialist ideas by subscribing to Der Stürmer and displaying it. Therefore, in that sense, I was not anti-Semitic. But I was anti-Semitic in this sense: I wanted a restriction of the predominant influence of Jewry in German politics, economy, and culture, such as was manifested after the First World War. I wanted a restriction based on the ratio of Jews to Germans. I proclaimed publicly this view of mine on occasions, but I did not exploit these views in extensive systematic propaganda. Those anti-Semitic statements with which I am charged by the prosecution have a different connection. The facts are as follows. After the outbreak of the war, I referred frequently to the fact that Jewish emigrants immediately after 1933 were the first ones to emphasize that a war against the National Socialist German state was necessary. For instance, Emil Ludwig or George Bernhard or the Pariser Tageblatt. As far as I recall, this was the only connection in which I made anti-Semitic statements of any kind. I cannot say this without asking to be permitted to emphasize one more point. Only in these proceedings here did I learn that in the autumn of 1939 there was more at stake than just one city and a road through the corridor. That in truth and in fact, a new partition of Poland had already been prepared at least, and only here in these proceedings did I learn that Hitler had confirmed in a dreadful manner the warnings of the Jews against him by an order to murder them. If I had known both of these things at that time, then I would have pictured the role of Jewish propaganda before the outbreak of the war quite differently. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, in this connection I should like to refer to the document which has already been submitted, document number Fritsch 2, the affidavit by Dr. Sharping, with reference to pages 9 to 11. This document is found in my document book number 2. However, I do not know whether this document book has been submitted to the High Tribunal. The President: yes, it has. Dr. Fritz, pages 9 to 11. I refer to the contents of this document. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution has quoted a passage from the book by Müller, dealing with the propaganda ministry. According to this, among other things, it was the task of this ministry to enlighten the population about the Jewish question. According to the picture drawn by the prosecution, matters stood as though you were the one charged with the task of this enlightenment. Is that correct? Fritsch: no. The Jewry department was a branch of the propaganda department which carried on this so-called active propaganda in opposition to the specialized or administrative departments. I never directed this department of propaganda. Dr. Fritz: I should like to interpolate a question. The defendant Streicher, on April 29, stated that the propaganda ministry published a National Socialist correspondence which was sent to Der Stürmer as well and which contained in each issue several anti-Semitic articles. Is that true? Fritsch: no. The National Socialist correspondence was not published by the propaganda ministry, but by the Reichspressestelle, Reich Press Office, of the NSDAP. However, I did not have the impression that the particular policy followed by Der Stürmer took its character from these articles. On the other hand, Der Stürmer may have published one or the other article which was given out by the NSK. Dr. Fritz: the prosecution quoted a passage from a speech which you made over the radio on December 18, 1941. This speech will be found in full in my document book number 1, pages 26 to 32. In this instance, you said that the fate of Jewry in Europe had been rather unpleasant and that this fate in all probability would stretch over to the New World as well. The prosecution holds the view that this was a proclamation of further actions in the persecution of Jews. What can you tell us about this? Fritsch: in this quotation, I discussed the unpleasant fate of Jewry in Europe. According to the things that we know today, this must appear as though I meant the murder of the Jews. But in this connection, I should like to state that at that time I did not know about these murders. therefore I could not have meant it. I did not even mean the evacuation of Jews, for even this was not carried out in Berlin at least until a year or two later. What I meant was simply the elimination of Jews from politics and economic life. The expression, unpleasant, hints at this. Otherwise the inoffensiveness of this term could not be explained. And now to the question of why I spoke about the Jews in America in this connection. The sentence quoted by the prosecution is inextricably connected with a communication preceding it, stating that a Jewish National Council had submitted to President Roosevelt their wish to enter the war. Not even this association of ideas, which is perhaps understandable now, was used by me without good reason. The largest part of the speech in question, perhaps 9/10 of it, in fact, deals with the investigation commission set up in the United States to investigate the causes of Pearl Harbor. The President, there are a lot of pages in this. Dr. Fritz, the document book number 1, Mr. President, pages 26 to 32. The President, yes, I wanted to know whether first of all we are on page 31. Dr. Fritz, he is referring in his statements which he is making now to the entire contents of the speech, Mr. President. The prosecution had quoted only the very last paragraph of this speech. Turning to the defendant. Please continue. Fritz, in this polemic address I not only suggested investigating whether the guards of the U.S. Navy had been careless, but I also advised checking into American politics, as to whether someone might not have been interested in the outbreak of the war. In this connection, I recalled that an investigating committee of the American Senate, 20 years after the First World War, had investigated the causes for entry of the United States in the war in 1917. I said verbatim, this Senate committee proved that Wilson, when entering the war, knew that he was the victim of a few warmongers. I deplored. The President, the investigation committee of the Americans about the entry into the last war. Isn't he going rather far back? Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I believe that the defendant can stop at this point. He only wanted to show that the quotation of the last paragraph cited by the prosecution in order to incriminate him was torn from its contents. That is the fact he wanted to show, Mr. President. Turning to the defendant. The second quotation used by the prosecution is an excerpt from your radio speech of March 18, 1941. The prosecution was of the opinion that this was also an incitement for the persecution of Jews, and they said, further, that it was proof of your propaganda with the term master race. Mr. President, this speech of March 18, 1941 may be found in my document book number 1, pages 2 to 7. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution quoted only one paragraph from this speech. What can you tell us in this connection? Fritz, I do not wish to read this quotation. I rather ask that you read it carefully yourself, and after you have read it you will see that I completely agreed with Mr. Roosevelt when he said that there was no master race. I endorse the correctness of this sentence not only as it applied to the German people, but to Jewry as well. The prosecution concluded from this sentence that it was a justification for acts committed in Jewish persecutions in the past and that it was a foreboding of more persecutions to come. I do not understand this conclusion. It has no basis whatsoever. The President, in our copy there is no date at the top of page 2 of your volume yes, I see it is in the index. Which page of it is the passage that the prosecution quotes? Dr. Fritz, on page 5 under point 5, Mr. President. The President, yes. Very well. Dr. Fritz, it begins with the words, but the crown. And so forth. That is the quotation used by the prosecution. Turning to the defendant. The third quotation used by the prosecution is a passage from the speech which you made on October 9, 1941. Mr. President, the whole speech is to be found in document book number 1, pages 20 to 25. Turning to the defendant. The prosecution quoted only one paragraph from this speech as well. In this paragraph, you, Herr Fritsch, are speaking about a new wave of international Jewish democratic Bolshevistic agitation. What can you tell us about this? Fritsch, I have very little to say in this connection. This speech was made in those days of the autumn of 1941 when the Reich press chief had announced that German victory in the East had been decisive. I had warned the entire German press about taking this slogan without reservations. I did not believe in this decision which supposedly had already taken place. I suggested to all German newspapers that they speak about a prolonged duration of the war. In this speech of mine I wanted to weaken the impression of the official victory bulletin. Therefore, in this speech, and perhaps for the first time in Germany, I mentioned those three factors which, in fact, later on determined the war in the East against Germany: first of all, the partisans. Secondly, the international help in the way of arms and munitions, and thirdly, propaganda. This last part alone was quoted by the prosecution. As I have already said, this last part is quite in accord with the knowledge and opinion I held at that time. Dr. Fritz, the next quotation used by the prosecution is an extract from a speech which you made on January 8, 1944. The complete speech, Mr. President, may be found in my document book number 1. It is speech number 7, to be found on pages 40 to 45. Turning to the defendant. In this speech you are stating that it was not a new form of government or a new form of socialism which had brought about the war, but rather the agitation of Jews and plutocrats was responsible for this. How did you come to make that statement? Fritsch, to justify it, I should like to refer here, too, to everything that I have already said, and beyond that. I should like to emphasize that this rather heated accusation was not made by me just out of the blue or just because I wanted to agitate. This is proven by the context. If I may be permitted to do so, I should like to state briefly the connection in this case. The topic of this speech was the differences of opinion which existed at that time between the Polish exile government in Moscow, rather, in London, and the Soviet government in Moscow. There was a matter of territorial demands which they disagreed on, and on this occasion I quoted the London Times word for word. The London Times said that the relinquishing of Polish regions, as demanded by Russia, was only a small and modest price for the absolute and reliable guarantee to Poland of help through the Soviet Union. This statement made by the London Times I used as a matter of course in a polemic statement in which I said, well, if the Times had written in such a strain in August of 1939, that it was only about a city or a road, then surely there would not have been any war, and so forth. On this occasion I should like to state that all of these quotations, almost without exception, show only the combination of the concept Jew, plutocrat, Bolshevik. The question of race was not the primary one, but the thing that was primary was the ideological struggle as it seemed, to my mind, to be taking place. Dr. Fritz, the next quotations used by the prosecution are some excerpts from your speech of January 13, 1945. Mr. President, this is speech number 8, contained in full in document book number 1, to be found on pages 46 to 51. The prosecution in this case is quoting only 2 paragraphs, one on page 50 of my document book, paragraph 2. Turning to the defendant. In these passages you mention Jewish influence on British policies. How could you make those statements? What were your reasons? Fritsch, the prosecution assumes from this quotation that it was the introduction to further persecution of the Jews and to their complete extermination. This conclusion, however, is justified neither in the words nor in the sense nor when seen in the light of the context. I shall forego giving you in this case a picture of the connections, not even in a brief summary. It can be gathered when you read the speech in question. However, I cannot see where an appeal for the extermination of the Jews is to be found. Dr. Fritz, forming a part of the general crimes against humanity you are accused of incitive libel against the Jews, the logical result of which is said to have been further persecutions. Therefore, I want to ask you about the murder of Jews. Did you know of Hitler's decree, as testified by the witness Hoes, a decree according to which the Jews were to be murdered? Fritsch, I should like to state under my oath that I did not know of this order by Hitler. If I had known it, I would not have served that person who had given this order for another hour. I should like to state further that evidently this decree, as well as this entire action, was concealed with specific care from me and my coworkers, because once I almost discovered its existence. Dr. Fritz, did you receive at any time an indication about the killing of a large number of innocent people? Fritz, yes. In February or March 1942 I received a letter from a medium-ranking SS leader of the Ukraine. I do not recall this man's name. The contents of the letter were to the effect that the author was the commander of an SS unit, that he had received an order to kill the Jews and the Ukrainian intelligentsia of his area. Upon receipt of this order, he had suffered a nervous breakdown and he was now in a hospital. It seemed to him that a complaint along official channels was quite impossible for him. He said he did not know me but had confidence in me. Perhaps I could help in some way. He asked me not to mention his name as he was bound to silence at the cost of his life. Without much hesitation and immediately upon receipt of this letter I called Heydrich, the Obergruppenführer, then leader of the RSHA or the Gestapo. I hardly knew him personally, but he declared himself quite willing to receive me immediately. I visited him and asked him point blank, "Is your SS there for the purpose of committing mass murders?" Heydrich was quite indignant at this question, and said that larger or smaller SS units had been assigned by him for police purposes to various ministers, Reich commissioners, and so forth. These special details of SS men had been misused on various occasions, and he thought this might apply to the unit which had been placed at the disposal of Gauleiter Koch. He told me that he would have an investigation started immediately. Next noon he called me, from headquarters as he said, and let me know that this action had actually been attempted on the order of Koch. Koch, for his part, had referred to the Führer. The Führer, however, had not answered as yet. Heydrich said I would receive further details. 2 days later Heydrich asked me to come and visit him and said Hitler had expressly declared that he had not given this order. Koch now said that there was a misunderstanding. I was further told that an investigation of Koch had been started. At any rate, Heydrich promised me that this action would not be carried through. I remember particularly well one sentence which was used in this discussion, words used by Heydrich: "Believe me, Herr Fritsch, anyone who has the reputation of being cruel does not have to be cruel, he can act humanely." Shortly thereafter, I was made a soldier and asked to be sent to the 6th Army and was sent to the Ukraine. Dr. Fritz, did you? The President, wait a minute. I did not understand that last sentence. Heydrich said, "Believe me, Herr Fritsch." And then. Fritsch, may I repeat, anyone who has the reputation of being cruel does not have to be cruel, he can act humanely. The President, yes, but then you went on about going to the 6th Army? Fritsch, yes, shortly thereafter I became a soldier. Dr. Fritz, he added, Mr. President, that shortly after this meeting with Heydrich, he himself, that is the defendant Fritsch, became a soldier and he specifically asked to be detailed to the 6th Army which at that time was stationed in the Ukraine. The President, what was the date of this incident? Fritsch, February-March 1942. Dr. Fritz, when you were a soldier in the Ukraine, did you try to check the statements of Heydrich as to their correctness? Fritsch, I had no official authority to do this, but as an old journalist I made investigations on my own, of course. First of all, I investigated in Kiev, with the local German radio station. The answer was, yes, several shootings actually did take place, specifically after the blowing up of certain blocks of houses in Kiev, on which occasion many German soldiers lost their lives. However, they were shootings according to sentences imposed by courts-martial. Then, for 3 days I traveled in all directions between Kiev and Poltava. Mostly I traveled alone. I found the population in utmost peace. There were no signs of terror whatsoever, and by the way, I was received very well myself. At Poltava I checked with officers and soldiers. On these occasions as well, I was told, yes, there were some court-martial sentences. The reason for these sentences was sabotage. Then, in Kharkov itself, I visited the SS command station there, and I spoke with the Sturmführer Rexlach. He denied any shooting actions. He showed me the prison and there were perhaps 50 inmates, no more. I asked him about camps and he stated that there were none. Then I visited a Ukrainian family. I questioned a German agricultural leader at Belgorod, and I met with the same result in every case: no shooting actions took place. I certainly assumed from that it had been an attempted individual action which had not been carried through. Dr. Fritz, before this letter which the SS leader had sent you, did you not already have suspicions, perhaps from Allied radio broadcasts to which you had access? Fritz, these radio broadcasts were accessible to me. I had reports on atrocities specially gathered at that time and selected from the great number of enemy broadcasts which we received every day, and then I had these reports investigated and checked. Dr. Fritz, and who concerned himself with this checking? Fritz, the competent specialist, Oberregierungsrat Korber, in charge of the Schnelldienst office of the press department, or one of his co-workers, or I myself. Dr. Fritz, where was this checked? Fritz, we inquired of the RSHA, for in most of these reports of atrocities the SS or Gestapo were mentioned as the ones who had perpetrated the murders. Dr. Fritz, at which of the many branches of this office did you inquire? Fritz, we inquired at the various competent offices, and I do not doubt that we inquired of Eichmann, who has been mentioned in these proceedings here. Apart from that, we inquired of Sturmbannführer Spengler or his deputy von Kiel-Pinsky, both of them members of that office which, at that time or later, was taken over by Ohlendorf, who has also appeared here as a witness. Frequently we inquired of the branch offices of the Reichssicherheitsamt, the so-called state police control offices as well, especially if there were reports from a special area. Dr. Fritz, what were the answers you received? Fritz, we always received the answer that the report in question was either completely wrong and was an invention, or that the report had this or that legal basis. Frequently figures and details were reported which in effect were quite disarming. Dr. Fritz, are there any records of this? Fritz, yes. The more important questions and answers were noted and were even reproduced and sent to the various offices within and outside the propaganda ministry. All the material was collected in the archives called Schnelldienst, for which I applied here and which was granted to me but not found. Dr. Fritz, and you just believed these answers? Fritz, yes, I did believe them. For after all this was information which was given to me by official sources, and furthermore I had experienced on numerous occasions that the authenticity of such reports from these sources had been proved very drastically. Dr. Fritz, what do you mean by that? Fritz, perhaps I might give you an example. The first propaganda action of the war was the report given out by Warsaw about the destruction of the picture of the Black Madonna of Czestochowa. This report was transmitted around the world. We took German and foreign journalists to Czestochowa, who could assure themselves that this report was not true. But I must be quite honest here and say that I really wanted to cite another example in reply to this question put by my counsel, another report which really had its surprising after effects for me in this courtroom some 2 or 3 days ago. The British newspaper News Chronicle, on September 24, 1939, printed the report that the German. The President, what is the evidential value of the News Chronicle in 1939? Dr. Fritz, the defendant wants to prove to the High Tribunal that he found that many reports from abroad, dealing with German atrocities, actually were false, so that. The President, well, we do not need details about that. No doubt there were frequent reports which were not accurate. We do not want you to go into details. Fritz, I wanted to prove with just one news item how at that time something which the world believed could be denied, and then, in the shadow of this denial, quite unnoticed by the German public, something did take place. Such as a larger wave of arrests or a similar matter. The President, he can state the facts, but he need not go into detail about a particular issue of the newspaper. Dr. Fritz, was it only once, Herr Fritz, that you learned of the falsehood of such foreign broadcasts? Fritz, no, that took place quite frequently. Dr. Fritz, please be very brief, Herr Fritz. Fritz, One of my co-workers gathered the necessary material for an article entitled, "In 8 Weeks of War 107 Lies." I should like to say only one thing about this. The compilation of such false reports given out by our enemy gave me a sense of moral superiority over that type of reporting, and this feeling was the basis of my later work, which could not be explained without this feeling. Dr. Fritz, did it not strike you that such false reports occurred only in the beginning of the war? Fritz, no, that thought never occurred to me. The reports were so numerous in the beginning and I could also notice them in later years. Some affected me personally. Dr. Fritz, how far did they affect you personally? Can you sketch it in a few brief words? Fritz, just one of many statements. An enemy front propaganda bulletin accused me of the fact that 600,000 Swedish kroner. The president, what is he going to now? What is the purpose of this? Dr. Fritz, he wants to give an example of how a false statement applied to him personally. He wanted to state that briefly. The president, well, as I said already, there were, no doubt, erroneous statements made in the foreign press and every press. We cannot investigate those sorts of matters. Dr. Fritz, then I shall pass on to another question. Turning to the defendant. Did you not, as an experienced journalist in the news service, have the feeling that where there is smoke there is fire? Did you not believe that at least something must be true of the enemy reports about murders and so forth in the areas under German domination? Fritz, precisely because I was a professional newsman I did not have this feeling. Again and again I thought, and I repeatedly reminded the public, of one erroneous bit of reporting of the First World War. I begged the tribunal to grant me permission to mention it quite briefly because it is also a part of the fundamentals of the propaganda which I carried on. The president, no, I have already pointed out that we assume that there are a variety of errors. We do not want to go into detail. Dr. Fritz, then I shall turn to another question. Turning to the defendant. But surely you knew that the Jews had been evacuated from the Reich, you must have noticed that they disappeared from the streets? Fritz, yes, I did notice that even though this occurred very gradually. Beyond that I heard Dr. Goebbels say on the occasion of a ministerial conference that as Gauleiter in Berlin he had demanded the evacuation of Jews. Dr. Fritz, where were these Jews taken in your opinion and what were you told about these things? Fritz, Dr. Goebbels told me that they were taken to reservations in Poland. The suspicion that they were taken to concentration camps, or that they were even being murdered, never arose. Dr. Fritz, did you inquire about these reservations into which the Jews were allegedly being taken? Fritz, of course I did that. For instance, I learned of various things from a former co-worker of mine who had been transferred into the administration of the government general and who had an administrative position in the region Biała Podlaska. He said that the area under his control had become a Jewish area, and he repeatedly pictured the arrival and the housing of these transportes. He also mentioned the difficulties and the employment of Jews as workers or on plantations. His entire description bore witness to his humane point of view. He told me that under him the Jews fared better than they had in the Reich. Dr. Fritz, what was the name of this man? Fritz, Oberregierungsrat Hubert Kohl. Dr. Fritz, did you hear unfavorable reports about these deported Jews? Fritz, yes. Sturmbannführer Radke of the staff of the Reichsführer SS reported, perhaps in the winter of 1942, that the mortality rate of the Jews in the eastern ghettos was abnormally high due to the changeover from mental work to manual labor. He mentioned there were even some isolated cases of typhus. Apart from that, Dr. Tauber, who was head of the section dealing with Jewish questions in the propaganda department, told me in 1941, if I remember correctly, that there had been pogroms during the occupation of Lvov and Kovno. But they were carried out by the local population. He assured me at the same time that the German authorities had taken steps against these pogroms. Nevertheless, the references to such things caused me to criticize matters severely, even though these things today look almost insignificant compared with what we know of today. My criticism was directed against my superiors, particularly Dr. Goebbels, and also against co-workers and members of the Gestapo and of the party. I referred repeatedly to the legal, political, and moral necessity of protecting these Jews, who, after all, had been entrusted to our care. Dr. Fritz, did you learn anything else about the fate of these Jews? Fritsch, on several occasions Jews or relatives or friends of Jews appealed to me because of discrimination or arrests. A large number of non-Jews also did this as my name had become well known to the public. Without exception, I made their pleas my own and I tried to help through various offices such as the RSHA, through the personnel section of my ministry, through individual ministers and Gauleiter, etc. Dr. Fritz, why did you turn to so many different authorities and offices? Fritsch, very many requests were involved, and if my name had appeared too often at the same office its effectiveness would have been exhausted very quickly. Dr. Fritz, did you on occasion turn down these requests? Fritsch, no, not in one single instance, and I should like to emphasize that particularly because a letter addressed to me in this prison here was not handed over to me but was published in the press. It was a letter in which a woman asserted that I had turned down a request for pardon. I remember this case specifically and I should like to emphasize briefly that in this case I had expressly called on the Reich Minister of Justice. The President. It is sufficient for him to say that he did not turn them down. We do not want one instance of somebody who wrote to him. How long are you going to be, Dr. Fritz? Dr. Fritz, I believe I shall be able to conclude the entire Fritsch case tomorrow morning. Mr. President, I have heard that there is no open session this afternoon. The President, yes. Dr. Fritz. Otherwise I would have been able to conclude the entire Fritsch case today. However, I hope to be able to conclude my examination of the defendant in his own case and that of the witness von Schurmeister. I hope that tomorrow noon I shall be able to conclude. The President, the tribunal hopes so too, because, as I have pointed out to you, we do not want you to go into such elaborate detail. You have been going, in the opinion of the tribunal, far too much into detail, and we want the matter dealt with more generally. The tribunal adjourned until June 28, 1946 at 1000 hours. 166th day. Friday, June 28, 1946. Morning session. The defendant Fritsch resumed the stand. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, gentlemen of the bench, the defendant Fritsch, toward the end of yesterday morning's session, testified as to how he tried to aid persecuted persons, within the scope of his limited opportunities. In order to conclude this subject, and with the approval of the prosecution, I submit document number Fritsch 6, an affidavit of Count Westarp, which is to be found in my document book number 2 on pages 23 to 25, dated June 15, 1946. I beg the tribunal to take judicial notice of the contents of this document. Furthermore, as another piece of evidence, I should like to offer another affidavit, made by a Frau Kruger, Berlin, which is to be document number Fritsch 8. This affidavit has not yet been included in my document book. However, the original was made by Frau Kruger in German as well as in English and both copies have been affirmed and sworn to. I should like to refer to the contents of this affidavit, especially to the last two paragraphs. From the last paragraph but one we can see that apart from individual cases Frau Kruger has a general knowledge of the defendant's activities. And the last paragraph is quite interesting, it deals with the manner of life led by the defendant Fritsch. Apart from that, I also refer here to the entire contents of this article and I ask the High Tribunal to take judicial notice of this document. Finally, in this connection, I should like to refer to an affidavit made by Dr. Sharping which has been frequently quoted, document number Fritsch 2, which is to be found in the Fritsch document book number 2, pages 6 to 15. I refer particularly to page 13 at the bottom of the page, and the top of page 14. Herr Fritsch, I should like to put two more general questions to you on this topic. During the last period of the war, did you not try to find out something about the final fate of the Jews? Fritsch, yes. I made the most of an opportunity to which I will refer briefly later on. I asked a colleague of Obergruppen für Glücks, in Oranienburg Sachsenhausen, about the Jews. Briefly summarized, his answer was as follows: the Jews were under the special protection of the Reichsführer SS, who wished to make a political deal with them. He looked upon them as a kind of hostages, and he did not wish a single hair from their heads to be harmed. Dr. Fritz, some of the prosecution's witnesses have asserted during this trial that the German public knew about these murders. Now I just want to ask you, as a journalist who worked in the National Socialist state, what was, as far as you know, the attitude of the broad mass of the German people to the Jews? Did the people know about the murder of the Jews? Please be brief. Fritsch, leaving out all those matters which have already been mentioned at this trial, I should like to mention only a few observations which to me seem important. I shall omit the period shortly after the First World War, which has already been described, during which certain anti-Semitic feelings were popular in Germany. I should like to state only that in 1933, at the time of the Jewish boycott, which was organized by the NSDAP, the sympathies of the German people clearly turned again in favor of the Jews. For a number of years the party tried hard to prevent the public from buying in Jewish stores. Finally they even had to resort to threats. A profound and decisive factor in this development was the promulgating of the Nuremberg laws. As a result of these, the fight against the Jews was taken for the first time out of the sphere of pure agitation, that is, the kind of agitation from which one could remain aloof, and shifted to the field of state police. At that time a deep feeling of fear ran through the German people, for now dissension spread even to individual families. At that time many human tragedies resulted, tragedies which were obvious to many, probably to everyone, and there was only one justification for these racial laws. There was only one excuse for them and one explanation. That was the assertion and the hope, well, now that the separation of the two peoples is being carried out, although painfully, there will at last be an end to the wild and unbridled agitation. And due to this separation there will be peace where formerly only unrest reigned. When the Jews were forced to wear the emblem of a star, and when, for instance, in Berlin they were prohibited from occupying seats on streetcars, the German people openly took sides with the Jews, and it happened again and again that Jews were ostentatiously offered seats. In this connection I heard several declarations by Dr. Goebbels, who was extremely bitter about this undesired effect of the marking of the Jews. I, as a journalist who worked during that period, am firmly convinced that the German people were unaware of the mass murders of the Jews, and assertions to that effect were considered rumors. And reports which reached the German people from outside were officially denied again and again. As these documents are not in my possession, I cannot quote from memory individual cases of denial. But one case I do remember with particular clearness. That was the moment when the Russians, after they recaptured Kharkov, started legal proceedings during which killing by gas was mentioned for the first time. I ran to Dr. Goebbels with these reports and asked him about the facts. He stated he would have the matter investigated and would discuss it with Himmler and with Hitler. The next day he sent me notice of denial. This denial was not made public. And the reason stated was that in German legal proceedings it is necessary to state in a much plainer manner matters that need clarification. However, Dr. Goebbels explicitly informed me that the gas vans mentioned in the Russian legal proceeding were pure invention and that there was no actual proof to support it. It was not without reason that the people who operated these vans were put under the ban of strictest secrecy. If the German people had learned of these mass murders, they would certainly no longer have supported Hitler. They would probably have sacrificed 5 million for a victory, but never would the German people have wished to bring about victory by the murder of 5 million people. I should like to state further that this murder decree of Hitler seems to me the end of every race theory, every race philosophy, every kind of race propaganda. For after this catastrophe any further advocacy of race theory would be equivalent to approval in theory of further murder. An ideology in the name of which 5 million people were murdered is a theory which cannot continue to exist. Dr. Fritz, now I shall turn to a different topic. You are accused by the prosecution of having incited atrocities, and that the results of your propaganda covered every phase of the conspiracy. including abnormal and inhuman treatment and behavior. In this connection I shall, therefore, have to ask you about the whole question of concentration camps. Did you know that the concentration camps existed? Fritsch: yes, the fact of their creation was announced publicly, I believe in 1933. And the concentration camps were mentioned later in official communiques. Dr. Fritz: what was the purpose of these camps in your opinion at that time? Fritsch: as far as I can recollect, the persons to be taken to these camps were those who could not be restrained from taking an active part against the new state. It was stated that the reason for the establishment of these camps was the abnormal internal political situation prevailing at that time, a weak center party and two strong extreme parties, one of which had now assumed power. Steps were taken to put matters on a proper legal basis. Only later was it mentioned that habitual criminals were also to be brought to the concentration camps to prevent them from reverting to crime. Dr. Fritz: did you know anything about the number of concentration camps which were established in the course of time? Fritsch: before the war I had heard about 3 camps. During the war I suspected there were 5 to 6. And the chart of a large number of camps which was exhibited here, was quite a surprise to me. Dr. Fritz: did you know anything about the number of prisoners in these camps? Fritsch: nothing definite. At the beginning of the war, foreign reports mentioned millions of prisoners. At that time, together with a few journalists, I asked Obergruppenführer Heydrich to arrange an interview with members of the local and foreign press in order to discuss the matter. He did so. As far as I can recollect, he did not give any definite figures, but rather he compared them with the number of inmates at the prisons and penitentiaries in former days. This comparison did not seem to be disquieting. That was in the winter of 1940 or 1941. Dr. Fritz: did you not have any doubts as to the accuracy of those figures? Fritsch: not at that time. Dr. Fritz: did you know anything about the conditions in the concentration camps? Did you speak to anyone who had ever been in a concentration camp? Fritsch: yes. Even as early as 1933 or 1934 I spoke to a journalist who had been interned for a few weeks in the Oranienburg concentration camp, which was the old Oranienburg camp. He informed me that he himself had not been tortured but that he had seen and heard how others had been beaten and how their fingers had deliberately been squeezed in a door. Dr. Fritz: did you just accept these reports and do nothing about them? Fritsch: quite the contrary. I made quite a row. This journalist, I believe his name was Stalzenberg, as far as I remember, did not wish to have his name mentioned. I wrote 3 letters, one to Dr. Goebbels, and he informed me that he would look into the matter, another letter to Frick as Minister of the Interior, and one to Göring as Prussian Prime Minister. Senior officials from both these offices rang me up and told me that an investigation was being carried out. A short time afterwards, I heard that this old camp Oranienburg had been dissolved and that the commander had been sentenced to death. This was a report given to me by a Herr von Lutzow, who was press reporter for Diels or Deal, who at that time was chief of the state police. Dr. Fritz: after this first successful protest against ill treatment, did you receive any further reports about atrocities in concentration camps? Fritsch: no. I received no further reports about ill treatment. On the contrary, I frequently made individual inquiries of members of the Gestapo or of the press section of the Reichsführer SS. All of the individuals whom I asked declared the following: beastliness in the concentration camps only occurred in 1933 or at the beginning of 1934, at the time when these camps were guarded by members of the SA, who had no profession, that is to say, by those members of the SA who had the whole day at their disposal, and some of them were far from being the best type of men. In this connection I was told further that the 30th of June signified that a purge had taken place. The 30th of June had removed those Gauleiter and those SA leaders who had abused their power. They declared finally that the concentration camps were now being guarded by the SS, who had engaged professional guards, professional administrators and officials expert in dealing with criminal matters, and prison control officials. I was told that this would be a guarantee against abuses. Dr. Fritz, did you inquire about certain individuals who were in concentration camps? Fritsch, of course, I inquired about well-known personalities such as Parson Niemöller or Schuschnigg, also about Liebkens, Hess' private secretary who had been arrested, and in each case I received information which was reassuring. Dr. Fritz, they, of course, may have been exceptions because they were well known and were prominent people. Did you not try to speak to other people who had been in concentration camps? Fritsch, yes. In April of 1942 I met a former official of the Communist Party, whose name was Rientgen. We had been soldiers together for 6 months, and therefore he reported quite frankly to me, without keeping anything back. He said that he had been ill-treated in 1933, having had lashes on his back, but not afterwards. This information fully coincided with my observations. Dr. Fritz, did you yourself visit concentration camps? Fritsch, no, I have never been inside the compound of a concentration camp. However, during the winter of 1944–45 I was frequently in the administration building near the Oranienburg-Sachsenhausen camp. Apart from that, I spoke to prisoners as often as I was able to do so, if I happened to see them either on the march or at work. Dr. Fritz, with whom did you speak at Oranienburg? Fritsch, with a colleague of Obergruppenführer Glucks and twice also with him personally. They told me that the foreign reports regarding cruel treatment were false. They said that the treatment was not only humane but decidedly good, as after all, the prisoners were valuable laborers. I spoke at some length about the working hours, for at that time a rather silly decree had been issued about a general extension of working hours. The attitude taken by Glucks was very reasonable, namely, that longer working hours would not necessarily result in greater output. Therefore the working hours of 8 to 10 hours a day remained as before. He did not mention anything about extermination through overwork. That is something I heard about for the first time in court. Dr. Fritz, and how about your questions which you put to the prisoners direct? Fritsch, well, first of all, there was always a guard present, and quite naturally the prisoners were suspicious, but eventually I always received positive replies to positive questions. Briefly, the gist of these replies was always the same, that they had been unjustly arrested. Their food was really better than in prison and I frequently heard this phrase, well, anyway we are not soldiers here. The weapons carried by the guards were only rifles or revolvers, I did not see any truncheons. Dr. Fritz, did you not become more and more suspicious about these concentration camps, after listening to foreign radio reports? Fritsch, not for a long time, for the reasons which I gave yesterday. Reports from English members of Parliament regarding the Buchenwald case were first mentioned in April 1945. But this case is so very recent that for brevity's sake I do not need to describe particulars of the incidents that occurred in the Ministry of Propaganda. Dr. Fritz, how can you explain the fact that crimes and ill-treatment of the worst kind undoubtedly took place in concentration camps? Fritsch, I am on the horns of a frightful dilemma, since I heard the first reliable reports about these things here in prison. Only a part of these terrible conditions, which were found to exist, can be explained through the stoppage of traffic and communications at the end of the war. The rest is more than enough. Obviously, the decree for the secret murder of masses of people had brutalized to a terrible extent those people who were entrusted with the execution of this decree. The President, the tribunal does not know whether this explanation is of any value to us as evidence. We have already heard all about this matter. He has given us his explanation as to why he says he did not know. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I have but 2 more questions I should like to put to the defendant. Herr Fritsch, it has been said here in court that conditions in concentration camps were generally known to the German people. As a journalist, will you give us your opinion and the reasons on which it is based? The President, has he not given us that already? Dr. Fritz, no, I beg your pardon, Mr. President. He gave his opinion when it was a question of the ill treatment and extermination of Jews, but on the topic of the extermination of Jews, I asked him. The President, well, you are asking him what his opinion as a journalist was. I do not see that that is of any importance to us. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I should be grateful if you would allow me to put the question, as this is my last question but one. I expect an answer from the defendant, an answer which would assist the tribunal in arriving at a judgment. The President, on what matter do you want his opinion as a journalist? Dr. Fritz, the defendant Fritsch would like to repeat a few statements such as some made, for instance, by Dr. Goebbels. The President, all right, you may ask the question. Turning to the defendant. Did you understand the question? Fritsch, I believe a confusion has arisen, inasmuch as I do not wish to quote Dr. Goebbels on this subject but rather in relation to our last series of questions which seem to me more important than the question you have just put to me now. Dr. Fritz, in any event, I should like you to give me a brief answer to my question. Shall I repeat the question? Fritsch, thank you, no. In this connection I should like to refer briefly to the statements which I already made about the murders. That there were many rumors but those rumors were denied. Undoubtedly an iron ring of silence surrounded these terrible events and the only thing I observed in the course of my work, and which appears to me to be important, is that in the RSHA and some of its branches there must have existed groups who worked systematically with the view of concealing these atrocities by issuing reassuring statements and denials to the offices which represented the public. Dr. Fritz, now I should like to put a last comprehensive question. In the course of your examination by me, you made statements about Hitler and his policies which were entirely different from those you made long ago in your radio broadcasts, etc. Can you tell us briefly the date and the reason for your change of opinion? Fritsch, I would like to answer this question very precisely. The first milestone on the road to this realization was not due to the German defeat, for right or wrong is independent of victory or defeat. The fact was that Hitler tried to use this defeat for the extermination of the German people, as Speer has now horribly confirmed and as I was able to observe during the last phase of the conflict in Berlin when, through deceit by raising false hopes, boys of 15, 14, 13, and 12 years of age were equipped with small arms to fight against tanks and called into battle, boys who otherwise might have been the hope for future reconstruction. Hitler found escape in death, leaving behind him the order to keep on fighting. He also left behind him the official report that he had died in battle. I learned that he had committed suicide. And thus my last public statement, on May 2, 1945, was to let everybody know of this suicide, for I wanted to kill a Hitler legend in the bud. Then, while in prison, I heard from a fellow prisoner, a German major named Sforner, that he had been arrested by the Gestapo, that he had been tortured in order to make him confess, and that in his presence, his wife had been beaten. That was the second milestone. The third stage concerned another co-prisoner, the world-famous geographer, General Niedermeyer, who proved to me that the reasons given by Hitler for the attack on Russia were false, at least on one important point. After he had talked with the interpreter, he could tell me that in the decisive discussion between Molotov and Ribbentrop in 1941, Molotov had not put forth any new demands but that, rather, he demanded that the assurances which had been given in 1939 should be effective. Therefore, a part of the reasons given, and I stress this point, that our attack on Russia was to anticipate a Russian attack, was no longer valid. The fourth factor was the proof submitted in court here of the murder of 5 million Jews. I have already spoken about this matter. I consider it only my duty to testify to still another statement, a statement which Dr. Goebbels made in my presence on Saturday, April 21, 1945. Dr. Goebbels, who was in a great state of utmost excitement, speaking about the last decisive breakthrough of the Russians near Berlin, said, "After all, the German people did not want it otherwise. The German people by a great majority decided through a plebiscite on the withdrawal from the League of Nations and against a policy of yielding and chose, instead, a policy of courage and honor, thereby, concluded Dr. Goebbels, the German people themselves chose the war which they have now lost." These were the last words which I heard from Dr. Goebbels, and these words are untrue. I declare under oath, Dr. Goebbels had never previously given such significance to that plebiscite. Never had he given it that interpretation. The exact opposite was the case. At the time of this plebiscite, the German people were explicitly given once again a solemn assurance of the will for peace on the part of Hitler and his associates. Therefore, I am convinced that Hitler and at least some of his colleagues had deliberately lied to the people on decisive points, right from the beginning of their political career. And, something that is not so important to history, I personally felt deceived on these points, too. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I have no further questions to put to the defendant Fritsch. The President, do any of the defendant's counsel wish to ask any questions? Dr. Stamer, witness, did you ever hear or ascertain, at the beginning when the concentration camps were being organized, that in addition to the regular camps other so-called wildcat camps existed which had been established by the SA leaders without the knowledge of the competent authorities? Fritsch, no. I heard nothing about it at that time. I heard about this distinction in the concentration camps for the first time here in court. Dr. Stamer, on the basis of your present-day knowledge, can you assert whether the abuses which you described occurred in these wildcat concentration camps? Fritsch, I can give you a very precise answer to that question. These abuses about which I learned occurred in the old camp Oranienburg, a camp situated in the Berliner Strasse. I do not know to which category that camp belonged. However, these abuses were stopped. And I emphasized in my testimony that, almost immediately after I sent my letter to the Prussian Prime Minister, I was called in by a ministerial counselor or ministerial director. And I was assured that an investigation would be made, a promise which was kept, but in any case I do not remember whether a final report was sent me from this office. Dr. Stamer, I have no further questions. Dr. Kubischak, in June 1934 the publication of von Pappen's Marburg speech was forbidden. Is it correct to say that from that time onward, any statement on the part of the defendant von Papen could be published only with the previous approval of the Ministry of Propaganda? Fritsch, that is correct, and in even a closer sense. Confiscation of the Marburg speech, as I remember distinctly, was carried out at the instigation of Berndt, who later became ministerial director. This man drew Dr. Goebbels' attention to the speech. With regard to any other of Pappen's announcements, the principle was that not even the Ministry of Propaganda had the right to release them for publication but, rather, that they had to be forwarded either to the minister personally or to the Führer. Dr. Kubischak, in your testimony you mentioned that you had known the defendant von Papen for some time and that you got to know him when you visited Turkey. Just when did you visit Turkey? Fritsch, in January, I believe it was 1944. Dr. Kubischak, what was the purpose of your visit? Fritsch, I delivered a speech to the German colony in Istanbul and Ankara on the occasion of the 30th of January. Dr. Kubischak, did Herr von Papen have anything to do with this speech and with this festivity? Fritsch, no, less than nothing. I received an official request from Berlin to see to it that Herr von Papen would not ostensibly depart before the celebration of the 30th of January, as he wanted to do. I did not attempt to persuade Herr von Papen to stay and so he left his office in time to go skiing. Dr. Kubischak, that is all. Dr. Theodor Klefisch, counsel for SA witness. You just now said that it had been reported to you that at the end of the year 1933 and at the beginning of 1934 unemployed SA men were guarding certain concentration camps and that abuses were probably to be traced back to that fact. I have but one question, who reported that to you? Who was the author of that report? Fritsch, the then press chief or press expert of Reichsführer SS Himmler, whose name was Gerhard Radke. Dr. Klefisch, thank you very much. Dr. Fritz Sauter, counsel for defendant Funk witness. The day before yesterday you stated that the defendant Funk was not concerned with propaganda and the propaganda ministry but that in the main he was concerned with organizational and financial matters. Now I should like to ask you to answer several questions regarding the activities of the defendant Funk in the propaganda ministry. You know, witness, that at the beginning there was a press department of the Reich government and that it was a state institution. How long did this press department exist, and what became of it? Fritsch, it had existed for quite some time, at least up until March 1933, when it was a branch of the Foreign Office. From then on it became a branch of the Propaganda Ministry, and it had a dual mission to carry on, first of all to be the press department of this ministry and secondly, to continue functioning as the press department for the Reich government. Dr. Soter, witness, can you tell me who, beginning with March of 1933, that is, from the incorporation of the press department into the propaganda ministry, was the chief of this press department and, for all practical purposes, was the chief of the press system? Was that Funk or was it someone else? Fritsch, no, that was Ministerial Counselor Janke, successor to Ministerial Director Berndt. This press department was then divided into 3 sections, German press. Dr. Soter, I am not interested in that, witness, I am interested only in knowing whether the chief of this department was the defendant Funk or whether it is correct to say that he had nothing to do with these matters. Fritsch, nominally, of course, he was the chief, but with the practical operation he had nothing to do. That was taken care of by Dr. Goebbels, Honk, and Janke. Dr. Soter, and later Berndt. Fritsch, yes. Dr. Soter, witness, I have another question. Who had the management of the press policy in the propaganda ministry? I am still referring to the state organ. Did the defendant Funk have anything to do with it, or just who was it? Who directed the press policy? Fritsch, at that time Dr. Goebbels himself exercised that function. Later on it was the Reich press chief, Dr. Dietrich. Dr. Soter, the defendant Funk was state secretary in the propaganda ministry, or at least he had the title of state secretary. Now, looking at this matter rather generally, I would be interested in knowing this, did he, in fact, have the position of a state secretary and exercise authority as such? Or did another official exercise the function of state secretary as the regular deputy of the minister? Fritsch, as a matter of course, naturally, he had the position, the power, the prestige, and the salary of a state secretary, but the practical work was distributed a little differently. Dr. Soter, just how was it handled? Fritsch, I have already mentioned that. Practically, Funk concerned himself with organization and finance as they applied to the gigantic cultural concern which was being developed at that time, whereas the actual policy was set up by Dr. Goebbels with the chief of his ministerial office, Honk, who was the successor of Funk as state secretary. Dr. Soter, I have one final question, witness, which refers to another topic. Do you know what Minister Dr. Goebbels, in November of 1938 or later, said about the Jewish pogroms of November 9, 1938, with regard to defendant Funk? Fritsch, much later Dr. Goebbels stated in my presence that sometimes radical measures would just simply have to be taken, for instance, when Funk had constantly declared that the Jews could not be eliminated from economic life, but he, Dr. Goebbels, had to prove to Funk that it could be done by organizing the riots of November 8. Dr. Soter, in this connection did he say anything about the fact that this Jewish action, for which Dr. Goebbels was responsible, was also instigated with the purpose of discrediting Dr. Funk and confronting him with a fait accompli? Did he state anything like that? Fritsch, that was the sense of the answer that I just gave you. Dr. Soter, I have no further questions, Mr. President. Dr. Walter Siemers, counsel for defendant Redder Herr Fritsch, in this court we have heard what grave accusations are made against the defendant Redder because of an article in the newspaper Völkischer Beobachter. The article I refer to is, Churchill Sinks the Athenia, which was published on October 23, 1939. Mr. President, this is document 3260, PS, or Exhibit GB, 218. I should like to put a few questions pertaining to the Athenia case. Herr Fritsch, when did the propaganda ministry receive the report about the torpedoing of the Athenia, and through what channels? Fritsch, I cannot give you the date from memory, but I do know that we received this report by wireless. That is, we listened in to a foreign broadcast. Dr. Seamers, this wireless report came in shortly after the sinking of the Athenia, is that right? Fritsch, without doubt. Dr. Seamers, did the propaganda ministry get in touch with the High Command of the Navy in order to learn the details of this matter? Fritsch, yes, I personally did that because I happened to have a liaison officer from the Navy High Command in my office for censorship advice. Dr. Seamers, whom did you get in touch with in the High Command of the Navy, and what did you learn? Fritsch, first of all, I spoke to the officer who was with me, whom I have just mentioned, Captain Lieutenant Hahn. Then he telephoned, and in all probability I phoned, too, to the OKM, the High Command of the Navy. As far as I recall, I spoke to Korvettenkapitän Wolf. Dr. Seamers, and what did Korvettenkapitän Wolf tell you? Fritsch, he told me already at this early stage that no German U-boat was in the area in question. Dr. Seamers, I should like to remind you that the Athenia was sunk on September 4, 1939. What did the propaganda ministry do after the High Command of the Navy had stated that it was not a German U-boat which had sunk the ship? Fritsch, then this report was announced. Dr. Seamers, Herr Fritsch, how did it happen that about 6 to 7 weeks later the article, Churchill Sinks the Athenia, appeared, which was published on October 23, 1939? Shall I show you the article? Fritsch, thank you, no. I remember this incident especially well, as I have checked my memory about it since this case was mentioned again for the first time here in the court. I know that Hitler himself ordered this article to be written, giving detailed instructions. The order to write the article came through two different channels, first, through a telephone call by the Reich press chief, Dr. Dietrich. And secondly through a telephone call by Dr. Goebbels or one of his officials, I am not able to tell you which of the two. This order was to be transmitted to the Völkischer Beobachter. Now we come to the circumstances on account of which I remember the details. When I told one of my co-workers to inform the Völkischer Beobachter, he came back to me with the report that it would not be necessary because the Völkischer Beobachter had already heard the necessary details directly from the Führer's headquarters. Dr. Seamers, when was this order given by Hitler, or rather, Goebbels? Fritsch, the day before it appeared, I assume. Dr. Seamers, did any office in the High Command of the Navy have any connection with this article? Fritsch, according to my knowledge, no. Dr. Seamers, before this article was published, did you speak with Gross Admiral Raeder about this article, or did you advise him of the order given by Hitler in this direction? Fritsch, no, I believe that the High Command of the Navy had no knowledge of the article at all. The article originated in the manner that I have just described to you. Dr. Seamers, did you at any time speak with anyone in the High Command of the Navy, or with Gross Admiral Raeder about this case? Fritsch, only here in the prison. Dr. Seamers, Herr Fritsch, is it correct that in September of 1939 the Times claimed that in Czechoslovakia Germans had murdered 10,000 Czechs at Prague, including the Lord Mayor? Fritsch, I do not know whether that was published in the Times, but at any rate it was published in the News Chronicle. Dr. Seamers, what did the propaganda ministry undertake to do thereupon? Fritsch, German and foreign journalists were taken to Prague. If I am not mistaken, one of the foreign journalists who went along to Prague on that trip is present in this courtroom. Dr. Seamers, what did these foreign journalists find out? Fritsch, they had an interview with the Lord Mayor of Prague, who allegedly had been killed, they traveled about the country, and they reported accordingly. Dr. Seamers, according to that, the report was clearly untrue. Fritsch, at that time this report was shown to be quite false. However, I must add that since Monday of this week, since the testimony given by Herr von Neurath, it has become quite clear to me that under cover of this great and effective denial an action of arrests was actually carried out in Czechoslovakia. I must add this, I have to clarify this. And if the President, Dr. Seamers, how does this affect Raeder? Dr. Seamers, Mr. President, I believe that in a certain way it is a parallel case to the article in the Völkischer Beobachter, which the prosecution is stressing for reasons not quite clear to me. The President, the tribunal thinks the evidence is not competent. Dr. Siemers, Herr Fritsch, do you know what Dr. Goebbels' attitude was to Gross Admiral Raeder? Fritsch, from the few statements which Goebbels made about Gross Admiral Raeder it could be seen that he had an adverse attitude toward him. His reason, frequently expressed, was Raeder's negative attitude toward the party and the party's wishes and his positive attitude on church matters, including the protection which he accorded Navy clergymen who were subject to attacks on the part of the party. Dr. Siemers, Mr. President, I have no further questions. Dr. Horn, witness, you stated that a General Niedermeyer was present at the conference which took place between Molotov and Ribbentrop. Just where did you get your information? Fritsch, there is a mistake contained in your question. I did not say that General Niedermeyer participated in this conference. What I did say was, and I shall be a little more explicit, that during my imprisonment I ran into this General Niedermeyer who, for weeks or months just before that time, had shared a cell with the interpreter who had the task of interpreting the discussion of Molotov and Ribbentrop. Dr. Horn, did General Niedermeyer give you the name of this interpreter? Fritsch, without doubt, but I did not try to remember it. Dr. Horn, I have one more question. After the last discussion on August 30, 1939 between the British ambassador Sir Neville Henderson and the then Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, in which the conditions for negotiating with Poland were made public. These conditions were published the next day in the Daily Telegraph. And allegedly this issue of the paper was recalled. What do you know about this article? Fritsch, first of all, I should like to correct another error which has found its way into your question. On the following morning in question, the Daily Telegraph did not publish the conditions or the note, but only published a report that during the preceding night the British government had been in consultation on the German demands to Poland. Conditions which had been transmitted to them by their ambassador in Berlin. Therefore it could be seen from this article, at any rate, it could not be interpreted in any other way, that these conditions were known in London. Dr. Horn, thank you very much. Dr. Thomas, Herr Fritsch, you stated yesterday that the Völkischer Beobachter was in direct contact with the Führer and with the Führer's headquarters throughout the war. What individual members on the staff of the Völkischer Beobachter were you referring to? Fritsch, I was not especially referring to people in the Völkischer Beobachter, I was thinking mainly of people at the Führer's headquarters. So, Dr. Dietrich and his delegates made it their business always to call the Völkischer Beobachter directly. Dr. Thomas, you know that Rosenberg was no longer the chief editor of the Völkischer Beobachter after 1937? Fritsch, I am of the conviction that even before that time he held that position in name only. Dr. Thomas, witness, can you tell the court, as far as the so-called actions of the party were concerned, for instance the burning of the books, the boycott in April of 1933, the pogrom in November of 1938, who the driving force in all of these actions was? Fritsch, today I am of the firm conviction that it was Dr. Goebbels. Dr. Thomas, witness, do you know that Goebbels, whenever Hitler was in Berlin, always was Hitler's guest? Fritsch, that does not hold quite true. Years before the war Dr. Goebbels saw Hitler, without doubt, only rarely. Dr. Thomas, I have another question. Do you know that Goebbels had a direct telephone line to Hitler? Fritsch, that is news to me. This is the first time I heard of it. The President, Dr. Thomas, this has nothing to do with Rosenberg, has it, the fact that Goebbels had a direct line to Hitler? Dr. Thomas, Mr. President, I wanted only to ask Fritsch by that whether Rosenberg had the same connection with Hitler as Goebbels. Fritsch, I do not know what telephone lines Rosenberg had, but I know and I have heard frequently that Rosenberg seldom visited Hitler. Dr. Thomas, thank you very much. The President, is there any other defendant's counsel who wants to ask questions? There was no response. The President, then we will recess. A recess was taken. The President, does the prosecution wish to cross-examine? General R.A. Rudenko, Chief Prosecutor for the USSR. I should like to begin the cross-examination in determining the role which German propaganda played in the criminal activity of the Hitler government. Tell me, do you admit that German propaganda disseminated racial theories and introduced into the minds of the German people the ideas of the superiority of the German race, that means, the idea of the master race? Do you admit that? Fritsch, the question touches upon two problems. May I reply to both of them? I admit that German propaganda spread the racial theory, but I deny that German propaganda spread the theory of the master race. Gen. Rudenko, you do not admit it? Fritsch, no. Gen. Rudenko, very well. You admit that the German propaganda incited in the German people racial hatred toward the Jews and propagated the necessity of their extermination? Fritsch, once again two problems are contained in this question. May I answer to both? Gen. Rudenko, I beg your pardon, you do not have to emphasize this. Just answer the question. If there are two, answer two. Fritsch, I admit, as I have done in my answer to your first question, that German propaganda spread the racial theory, but I deny most emphatically that German propaganda had made preparations for, or had called for, the mass murder of Jews. Gen. Rudenko, but you do not deny that German propaganda preached to the German people racial hatred toward Jews? You do not deny that? Fritsch, I cannot even affirm that without reserve. That is the reason why, in my answer to the second question, I made a slight distinction. German propaganda, and under that I understand official German propaganda, did not even preach racial hatred. It only spoke about racial distinctions, and that is something quite different, but I will admit that there was a certain type of German propaganda which went beyond that and which did preach the clear-cut and primitive racial hatred. Gen. Rudenko, you will admit that the activity of German propaganda was also directed against the Church? Fritsch, no, even that I have to deny. Gen. Rudenko, will you pretend that the German propaganda was not directed toward the persecution of the Church? Fritsch, that is exactly what I wanted to say. The official German propaganda did not persecute the churches. On the other hand, in order to clear up this point for you, here again there was an unofficial, illegal propaganda which preached against the Church. However, the state and its organizations, during the time of the struggle with the Church, made many utterances and declarations which might have created an impression as if they had participated in the struggle against the churches. By this I mean the trials against clergymen which were given sensational importance. Gen. Rudenko, very well. You will admit that the propaganda conducted by the Hitlerite government in connection with the so-called problem of the expansion of the Lebensraum of Germany, cultivated and developed in the German nation militaristic tendencies. Fritsch, I deny that, too, and most emphatically. Gen. Rudenko, do you admit that German propaganda used provocative methods, lies, and slander in order to camouflage the aggressive plans of the Hitlerite government? Fritsch, Mr. Prosecutor, it is most difficult for me to answer that question after all I have voluntarily testified to in this courtroom yesterday. If I am to make the attempt to summarize very briefly, then I shall have to say this: I maintain that the German propaganda gave the German nation in the case of every individual action which was carried out. From the occupation of the Rhineland to the attack against the Soviet Union, a picture of the events which, among the Germans, must have created the impression that we were in the right. On the other hand, however, I myself, and I explained already when this happened, had recognized that the structure of these arguments had a basis which was shaky in various respects. Gen. Rudenko, that is to say, on the basis of lies and slander. Fritsch, no. Please let me apologize, but your way of putting it does not appear to be quite factual enough. Gen. Rudenko, you will persist then in denying that German propaganda used methods of slander and lies. You do deny this? Fritsch, yes, certainly, I deny it, based on my thorough knowledge of German propaganda, and I should like you to permit me to give you a very brief explanation in this connection. Gen. Rudenko, please, will you give an explanation, but directly, to my question? Fritsch, but of course. Looking at it today, it was the misfortune of the German people that its propaganda, particularly with regard to those details which can be checked and controlled, was so clean that it was completely overlooked that in its three basic principles there were three fundamental mistakes. I cannot be more explicit. Jen Rudenko, what kind of mistakes are you speaking about? Fritsch, the first, the trust in Adolf Hitler's humaneness, which was destroyed by the order to murder 5 million people. The second, the trust in the ethical purity of the system, which was destroyed by the orders to apply torture, and the third, the absolute trust in Adolf Hitler's peaceful intentions, shaken by what has been brought up in this courtroom. Jen Rudenko, well, we shall revert to these questions later when we speak about your personal participation in the conducting of the German propaganda. I should like to ask you now the following. Of course you were aware that in the OKW there was a special section for propaganda, which was subordinate directly to Defendant Jodl. Fritsch, that was known to me, but you are mistaken if you are under the impression that that department was under Defendant Jodl. It was under the jurisdiction of General von Wedel and he was succeeded by Standartenführer Gunter Dialquin. Jen Rudenko, very well. I do not wish to deal with this subject any longer, at the moment. I am interested in something else. What were the relations between the Ministry of Propaganda and the OKW? Fritsch, I cannot tell you what they were between the Ministry of Propaganda and the OKW in general. But I can give you detailed information about the relationship between the Ministry of Propaganda and the Propaganda Department of the OKW which you have just mentioned. A permanent representative from that department worked in the ministerial office of Dr. Goebbels. He participated daily in the ministry conferences which I have already mentioned once, he who was really always to be found in close proximity to Dr. Goebbels. Jen Rudenko, who gave the propaganda tasks and the directives to the OKW. Fritsch, I can only imagine that the propaganda tasks of the OKW were drawn up according to Dr. Goebbels' wishes and to the instructions of the chief of the OKW, which was Keitel or Jodl. Jen Rudenko, how was the general German propaganda applied with regard to the propaganda tasks and measures taken by the OKW? Fritsch, I am afraid I do not quite understand the meaning of your question. Jen Rudenko, how was the general German propaganda brought into line with the propaganda measures taken by the OKW? Fritsch, very probably it was just fitted into the propaganda measures adopted by the OKW, because Dr. Goebbels was so strong a personality that he would not have tolerated any disregard of his propagandist principles. Jen Rudenko, very well. I would like to have your answer to the following question: what relations existed between the Ministry of Propaganda and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Fritsch, sometimes relations were a bit tense, but during the later years of the war a representative from the Foreign Ministry participated always in the ministry conferences of the Propaganda Ministry. Jen Rudenko, what part did the Ministry of Foreign Affairs play in the carrying out of propaganda measures, especially in connection with the preparation and execution of aggressive wars? Fritsch, may I say the following to this: at the very beginning of an action of war, a representative from the Foreign Office used to appear with a completed document book, a white book. I know nothing about the origin of these white books. At any rate, they were not prepared in the Ministry of Propaganda. In a few cases I later received some knowledge of their compilation in the Foreign Office. Jen Rudenko, would it be correct to make the following deduction: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs participated directly and actively in the preparation of propaganda tasks and directives, is that correct? Fritsch, no doubt that is true, because the Foreign Minister reserved for himself the decisive word with reference to propaganda which was connected with foreign policy or any propaganda which went abroad. Jen Rudenko, did you have in mind Defendant Ribbentrop when you just replied and when you spoke about the role of the Foreign Minister? Fritsch, of course. Jen Rudenko, very well. You acknowledge and maintain that Defendant Ribbentrop personally gave out the propaganda orders for explaining the attack on the Soviet Union as a preventive war? Fritsch, that question cannot be answered with yes or no, but with a very brief description of the facts. The then Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop received, in the early morning hours of the day when the Russian campaign started, the foreign press correspondents and the German press. He put a white book before them and he went on to explain in a speech what the situation was and concluded with the following emphatic statement. For all these reasons Germany was forced to begin this attack against the Soviet Union in order to forestall a Soviet attack. I ask you, gentlemen of the press, to please present the facts in this manner. Gen. Rudenko, I should like to determine by this that the propaganda tasks were given by Defendant Ribbentrop himself. Do you admit it? Fritsch, I beg to apologize, but I have admitted exactly what I have said. Your last question is a conclusion based on what I have said, and to that I do not want to agree. Gen. Rudenko, however, replying to my previous question, you spoke about the decisive role of Defendant Ribbentrop in questions concerning the carrying out of the foreign policy propaganda. Is that correct? Fritsch, perfectly correct. Gen. Rudenko, well. It is enough, let us skip that question. Tell me now what were the relations between the Ministry of Propaganda and the so-called Ministry for the Occupied Eastern Territories. Please explain to me in this connection how these two ministries collaborated and what the relations were between them. Fritsch, there was a permanent liaison officer who was a member both of the Eastern Ministry and the Ministry of Propaganda. And beyond that, there was an institution which had been founded by both ministries jointly and which was jointly administrated by them. It was the institution called Veneta, which dealt with the entire propaganda in the East. Gen. Rudenko, yes, I understand. By what order, or who prepared the propaganda slogans, as you called them in Germany, which were intended for the occupied territories? Who planned and prepared them? Fritsch, I cannot tell you under oath, because I am not sure about it, but it is my assumption that they were developed based on the existing principles of general propaganda by Dr. Tauber, who was mentioned, and his associates, in this Veneta Institute. Gen. Rudenko, very well. But apparently you are aware of the fact and will confirm that the leading influence of the Ministry of Propaganda has been maintained in all these measures. Fritsch, quite definitely. Indubitably the Ministry of Propaganda had the superior initiative here and the greater influence. Gen. Rudenko, that is clear. Now tell me, what kind of influence did the Defendant Bormann have on German propaganda? What role did he play in this respect? Fritsch, that role was unusually great. I know that it is somewhat frowned upon when statements are made here about a man who presumably is dead. In the interests of the historic truth, however, I shall nevertheless have to tell you the following. Gen. Rudenko, we do not know yet whether Bormann is dead. We know only that he is not present on the defendant's bench. But he is, however, one of the defendants. Go on, please. Fritsch, the influence of the Defendant Bormann was unusually strong not only in all the other fields but also in the propaganda sector. It became apparent in the following. First, in the general type of party agitation which I mentioned yesterday, that of the most radical trend. A teleprint message from Bormann to Dr. Goebbels with, shall we say, the following contents. I heard complaints from party circles regarding this, that, or the other, would always be the cause of a rapid acceleration of Dr. Goebbels' entire machinery. Second, and this is something which I cannot express under oath in other words, Dr. Goebbels was quite clearly afraid of Martin Bormann. And he always tried scrupulously to justify in Bormann's eyes any actions of his which might have been misinterpreted by radical elements in the party. Gen. Rudenko, perhaps you will tell us who else of the defendants who were not named here during my cross-examination actively participated in the propaganda activities, and in what way. Maybe you would rather not tell us anything about the defendants who are present here. Fritsch, I certainly would rather not, but I shall answer. Gen. Rudenko, yes, please. Fritsch, by the way, a very favorable influence on propaganda was exercised by one of the offices of the defendant Kaltenbrunner. Whether he was responsible for it in person I do not know, but here are the facts. During the struggle for realistic news service which I mentioned yesterday, I repeatedly met with resistance from the party and the Foreign Office. But I found the support of a department of the RSHA, the name of which I have forgotten, most useful. This department used to issue reports about the general frame of mind or temper of the German people, and these reports were distributed to various supreme authorities in the Reich. In these reports showing the mood of the people there was frequent praise for realistic news, the very thing which had been combated by the other two parties which I have mentioned. Gen. Rudenko, you just mentioned the office of Defendant Kaltenbrunner. Who else of the defendants could you name? Fritsch, none of the others played a part in German propaganda. Gen. Rudenko, Defendant Hess is not present here, but did he have any influence or not? Fritsch, most unfortunately not. Gen. Rudenko, why do you say, unfortunately? Fritsch, during the period when he was still in office, he fulfilled a very beneficial task. He was, shall we say, the complaint department for all shortcomings in the party and the state. I wish he could have continued. Gen. Rudenko, well, there is no use to speak about it in detail. Now, let us go into the explanation of your personal participation and your personal role in the field of German propaganda. I should like you to state exactly what relations you had with Dr. Goebbels. Yesterday you spoke about it in detail, but here I should like you to state it briefly. Fritsch, the briefest formula is this: personally, little relationship. Officially, in the course of time, more and more relationship. Gen. Rudenko, yes. Do you know the name of General Field Marshal Ferdinand Schorner? Fritsch, yes, I know the name. Gen. Rudenko, I should like to read into the record an extract from his testimony. Mr. President, I am submitting this document, USSR 472, as Exhibit USSR 472. Turning to the defendant. We are going to hand you this document in a minute. In order to facilitate the reading of it, the paragraphs which I am going to read here are underlined in red pencil. I am going to read the first excerpt. Will you please follow the text? I quote. Everybody, including myself, was aware that Fritsch was not only a close associate of Goebbels, but was also a favorite of his. He gained Goebbels' sympathy by frequently copying him in his political activities and quoting Goebbels in his speeches. Goebbels, in his printed and verbal speeches, referred to the conclusions and prognoses made by Fritsch as having the force of official declarations. Please tell me, Defendant Fritsch, is that in accordance with reality? Fritsch, may I ask you which quotation you have been reading, 1, 2, or 3? Gen. Rudenko, I have already told you, it is quotation number 1. Fritsch, according to my text, the first one says. Everybody, including myself, was aware that Fritsch was not only a close associate of Goebbels, but was also a favorite of his. Gen. Rudenko, yes, that is quite correct. That is exactly what I quoted. I am asking you, is that in accordance with reality? Fritsch, I should not have expressed it like that, and I think it is a question of taste. This statement. Gen. Rudenko, I understand. Fritsch, just a moment. I have something to add. The expression, close associate of Goebbels, is wrong, objectively seen, and, favorite, well, I do not think so. Gen. Rudenko, yes, very well. Let us go further. You enjoyed the complete confidence of Goebbels and you carried out your duties in the Ministry of Propaganda entrusted with fullest powers. Do you admit that? Fritsch, absolutely. Gen. Rudenko, very well. Thus, enjoying the confidence and disposing of full powers, in your utterances you fully mirrored the demands of the Hitler government which were made tasks of German propaganda, is that correct? Fritsch, yes, to the exact extent which I described yesterday. Gen. Rudenko, now, I should like to read into the record some extracts from your testimony of September 12, 1945. I am submitting this document, USSR 474, as Exhibit USSR 474. I am going to read into the record excerpt number 1. Fritsch, may I have the document? Gen. Rudenko, certainly, it will be handed to you immediately. Will you please follow my quotation of excerpt number 1? It is underlined in red pencil. I am reading. During a long time I was one of the leaders of German propaganda. I skip a few lines and further read. I must say that Goebbels valued me as a convinced National Socialist and a capable journalist, so that I was considered his confidential aide in the German propaganda machine. Is that correct? Fritsch, Mr. Prosecutor, that is not correct. I know that I have signed this report, but at the very moment when I signed it in Moscow I stated, "You can do what you like with that record. If you publish it, then nobody in Germany will believe it and no intelligent person in other countries either, because this is not my language." I state that not a single one of the questions contained in this report was put to me in that same form, and I go on to declare that not a single one of the answers in that record was given by me in that form, and I signed it for reasons which I will explain to you in detail if you want me to. Gen. Rudenko, you therefore do not confirm these statements? Fritsch, no, only the signature is true. Gen. Rudenko, all right, let us say only the signature is true. Well, we want to bear in mind that in this quotation which I just read and which you deny, it is said that Goebbels valued you as a National Socialist and a capable journalist, and that therefore you were a trustworthy person in the German propaganda machine. This is the essence of the quotation, is that right? Do you deny this? Just a minute please. I am going to remind you. Fritsch, yes, General, I admit that, I admit these facts. Gen. Rudenko, well, then the quotation was correct, was it not? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, well then, what else are we speaking about? That means you do corroborate this statement. Fritsch, I am talking about the record which has been put before me in its entirety. Gen. Rudenko, at present I am questioning you with particular reference to this quotation which I just read into the record. You are not going to deny it. You admit it? Fritsch, I will not confirm the quotation, but I will confirm once more the contents which you have just summarized again. Gen. Rudenko, very well. The sense is not different from the actual quotation, but results from it. I should like to remind you of an excerpt. The President, one moment. What is it you are saying, defendant? Are you saying that you did not sign this document or that you did? Fritsch, Mr. President, I signed the document, although its contents did not correspond with my own statements. The President, why did you do that? Fritsch, I gave that signature after very severe solitary confinement which had lasted for several months. And I wrote that signature because one of my fellow prisoners, with whom I came into contact once, had told me that once every month a court was pronouncing sentences based merely on such records and without interrogation. And I hoped that in this manner I would at least achieve being sentenced and thus terminate my confinement. So as not to be misunderstood, I should like to emphasize that no force was used and that I was treated very humanely, even if my detention was very severe. Gen. Rudenko, very well. Of course, you never thought, Defendant Fritsch, that after all you had done you would be sent to a sanatorium? It is obvious that you had to land in a prison, and a prison is always a prison. This was just an aside, however. I should like to ask you about the following. You stated that in 1945 you signed this because of a very strict regime to which you were subjected. Very well, when you arrived in Nuremberg you were interrogated on November 3, 1945 here in Nuremberg by General Alexandrov, is that correct? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, so that is correct? Very well. I should like to remind you of some of your answers. You were put the following question. On November 12, 1945 questions were put to you and you replied. Do you remember these statements? You answered, I have very often been interrogated and I do not know what statements and testimony are in question now. Thereupon, General Alexandrov submitted to you your testimony of September 12 and you answered him, I am fully aware of this document. You were asked, I should like you to peruse this document. Do you remember these statements? You said, of course, there is no doubt about it. And further, do you corroborate this document, which you perused and which was signed by you. And you replied, of course. Do you remember these statements which you made in Nuremberg? Fritsch, in the statement which you have quoted, all those passages are missing where I stated again and again that the record was put before me complete and finished for the purpose of obtaining my signature. I wished to make 20 or 30 alterations. Some of them were granted, but passages were missing wherein I said in Nuremberg that some of the answers in that protocol contained a certain amount of truth but that none of them actually do represent my own answers. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I should now like to remind you of an extract from your statement of January 7, 1946. Your Honors, this is document 3469, P.S. It is not in my book of documents as it was submitted by the counsel for the defense. I am going to quote from that document. It is a very short passage. Turning to the defendant. This is paragraph 39 of your statement. Once Goebbels tried to coerce me into submitting my texts for perusal. I refused this request and explained that usually I dictated a short resume of my speech immediately before my broadcast and consequently, so to say, improvised my speeches. He said it was all right but on condition that if he would wish it, I should at least speak on specific, given themes. Is that right? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, does that not indicate the confidence Goebbels had in you? Is that not right? Fritsch, no doubt he had a great deal of confidence in me, and I did not deny it. Gen. Rudenko, very well. Let us proceed. In this very same document, which I have just mentioned to you, that is to say, in your statement of January 7, 1946, in paragraph 35 there is the following sentence, I think it was written by your own hand. It was in reply to some of the questions put by your counsel. You say, more and more I became the only official authority in the ministry in the field of radio communication. Is that right? Fritsch, unfortunately I did not hear the end of your question but you have quoted the passage correctly and I have written it. Gen. Rudenko, so, it does correspond to facts. Fritsch, yes, absolutely. Gen. Rudenko, well, you therefore will admit that in the German propaganda machinery you occupied the most prominent position after Goebbels? Fritsch, no, my previous answer does not contain such a statement. Gen. Rudenko, I am asking you that now. Fritsch, I will admit that I had a most influential position in German radio, of which I was the head. If you now put a new question, asking who held the second position in the entire setup of propaganda after Dr. Goebbels, I will reply, Dr. Dietrich, the State Secretary, or Dr. Naumann, the. Gen. Rudenko, excuse me just a minute, please. I did not say the second position, I only said the most influential position. Are you going to deny this? Fritsch, I have no objection to your use of the word influential, but it does not change my answer. Gen. Rudenko, very well, influential position, if you like. That is still stronger. Let us proceed, however. In the same statement of January 7 you wrote, it is contained in paragraph 15. During the entire period from 1933 to 1945 the task of the German press department was the supervision of the local press and supplying it with directives. More than 2,300 German newspapers were thus supervised. And then, in the execution of this task given to me by Dr. Goebbels, in accordance with instructions of the Ministry of Propaganda, my activity encompassed the entire news and information system of the German press and radio. Is that correct? Fritsch, I do not know whether you have quoted the last sentence correctly, but I have certainly fully recognized the first sentences. It is my affidavit document 3469, P.S. That corresponds word for word with the truth. Sen. Rudenko, quite correct. Please tell me this, you organized in the German press department, the head of which you were, the Schnelldienst, the so-called speed service, which supplied the German press with provocative material. Do you admit that? Fritsch, if you will eliminate the word provocative and replace it with the word propaganda material, then I will admit it. Gen. Rudenko, all right. The tribunal will consider this. We are not going to argue about it. Now, the last question from this group of questions, tell me, were your broadcasts on the radio, which were presented with Hans Fritsch Speaks, considered official government broadcasts? Fritsch, I explained this subject to you yesterday. Actually, they were a private work of my own. But the private work, publicly audible, of a ministerial director of the Ministry of Propaganda and the head of the German radio system will, of course, be regarded as semi-official, though not fully official. And this fact I had to consider, and I did consider it. Gen. Rudenko, all right. Now, I should like again to revert to the testimony of Ferdinand Schorner, which I have already submitted to the tribunal as Exhibit USSR 472. I should like to quote paragraph number 2. Do you find it, Defendant Fritsch? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, I am going to read it into the record. The President, General Rudenko, the tribunal would like to see the whole of this document, or at any rate would like to see the questions to which these are answers. Gen. Rudenko, Mr. President, this document has been submitted to you in full. The President, oh, I see. You mean that what we have in English here are only the parts that have been translated into English? Gen. Rudenko, yes, that is quite correct. I am going to read into the record extract number 2. I am fully aware that Fritsch was a prominent collaborator of the Ministry of Propaganda and that he was extremely popular in National Socialist circles and among the German people. He gained great popularity, especially by his weekly war political radio commentaries on the international situation. I often heard Fritsch's broadcasts in peacetime as well as during the war. And I perceived his broadcasts, which were filled with fanatical devotion to the Führer, as directives from the party and the government. Do you agree with this evaluation? Fritsch, I cannot raise any objection to this quotation, but beyond that. The President, General Rudenko, is the document sworn? Gen. Rudenko, this document was put into official form in accordance with the processes which are in use in the Soviet Union. The President, where was it taken? Gen. Rudenko, in Moscow. The President, the man who made the statement, was he free or was he in prison? Gen. Rudenko, he was at the time a prisoner of war. The President, did the man who is alleged to have made the statement sign it? Gen. Rudenko, of course, it was signed by him. The President, go on. Gen. Rudenko, thank you. And so you. Fritsch, may I add that it is known to me that on distant battle fronts or, for example, with German colonies abroad, my radio speeches were considered, shall we say, as a political compass. Gen. Rudenko, yes, I understand. I should like to put to you another document which I will ask you to peruse. Your Honors, I am submitting as Exhibit USSR 471 the testimony of Hans Voss. Defendant Fritsch, do you know this name, Vice Admiral Hans Voss? Fritsch, I know the name, but not the man personally. Dr. Fritz, I apologize, Mr. President. It may be that the statement of General Field Marshal Schorner does not deserve too much attention, but at any rate I am unable to ascertain from the document the place where it was taken. The President, General Rudenko, says that it was taken at Moscow. Dr. Fritz, but the record, the protocol itself, does not show that. And then I have noticed also that the photostatic copy which I have here does not show the signature of the Field Marshal. It just says, signed. Later on in the right margin a handwritten signature has been affixed, but I do not know whether this document is admissible from a legal point of view. The President, you can see the original and compare it. Gen. Rudenko, I am speaking about the document USSR 471, which is a written statement by Hans Voss. Please look at the excerpt number 1, which is underlined. I quote. Fully devoted to Hitler and the National Socialist Party, Fritsch rendered priceless services in helping to spread National Socialism throughout Germany. Is that in accordance with reality? Fritsch, well, at least I will not object. Gen. Rudenko, in other words, you are in accord with it. Fritsch, as I told you, I do not object, but I do not want to say by that I concur. Jen, Rudenko, on the other hand, you do not deny this? Fritsch, no, I say for the third time that I do not raise any objection. Jen, Rudenko, very well. I should now like to question you regarding your attitude toward the racial theory. You gave yesterday a detailed explanation in this connection to your counsel, so that I am going to put to you only 2 or 3 questions, and I should like you to reply briefly. Did you agree with this racial theory? Fritsch, yes, and precisely to the extent which I described to you yesterday. Jen, Rudenko, all right. In a radio broadcast on April 6, 1940 you spoke about Poland. Your Honors, this is document USSR 496. I am not going to read this document as I do not want to propagate the views contained in it, but I should like the defendant to peruse this document. Please will you look at excerpt number 1 of this document. It is underlined in red pencil. This refers to your evaluation of the Polish nation. I simply should like to ask you about this speech of yours. Fritsch, it is impossible for me to recognize a radio speech of mine when I see an extract of only 20 lines, considering that I have spoken about 1,000 times, as I said yesterday. In that case, you will have to let me have the full speech so that I can recognize my line of thought at the time. Jen, Rudenko, did you not examine the document? This is a full text of your utterance which took place on February 6, 1940 on radio station, Deutschlandsender. Fritsch, General, there are 20 lines here. They begin with the words, considerable effort was necessary to. Jen. Rudenko, that is enough, all right. There is no need in further quoting. That is the document to which I am referring. I am asking you, is that your speech? Fritsch, it is quite possible, but if you give me only 20 lines of that speech. I can only confirm that, at the time when I had seen the official German documents dealing with the atrocities committed against Germans in Poland, I talked about that with great disgust on the radio, talked about what I saw in those documents. The President, shall we adjourn now? Jen, Rudenko, all right, Mr. President. Dr. Thomas, I ask you to grant leave for Defendant Rosenberg to be absent from the court this afternoon because I have an important conference to hold with him. The President, yes. The tribunal recessed until 1400 hours. Afternoon session. Jen, Rudenko, Defendant Fritsch, extracts from your speech dated July 5, 1941 will be handed to you. They concern the opposition which the German fascist troops encountered while entering Soviet territory. My lord, this document number 3064, PS has already been submitted by the defense. Will you look at paragraph 7, the last paragraph? I do not intend to read it. Fritsch, yes, I have noted it. Jen, Rudenko, very well. Do you admit having used those very expressions? Fritsch, yes, I admit that, and I should like to emphasize, without quoting it, in what connection this statement was made. Jen, Rudenko, very well. I merely want to ask you the following: when, in your speeches you insult the Polish and Russian peoples by calling them subhumans, do you not consider that these are expressions of misanthropic theories? Fritsch, Mr. Prosecutor, I should like to state that I never called the Russian people or the Polish people subhumans. Jen, Rudenko, very well. I do not intend to argue with you, the documents speak for themselves. I would like to turn again to the statement of Hans Voss. This is document USSR 471. It has already been submitted. Will you pay attention to excerpt number 2? It is underlined. It is just a short excerpt, and I will read it. And he, Fritsch, understood how to influence the German mind when he tried to convince them that they, the Germans, were the superior race and therefore had to rule over other peoples as their slaves. Does that agree with the facts? Fritsch, no, it does not agree with the facts, rather, it contradicts the facts in all points. Jen, Rudenko, let us say it contradicts your assertions. Very well, I will put another question to you. Do you know the name Lieutenant General Rainer Stahel, who was the former commander of the city of Warsaw? Fritsch, I am not familiar with that name. Jen, Rudenko, you are not familiar with that name? Very well. You will be handed a document. Mr. President, this is document USSR 473, and it is the testimony of Rainer Stahel, dated September 15, 1941. The passage is underlined in your copy. I will read the first excerpt. Goebbels and Fritsch took every measure in order to popularize the racial theory among the Germans and to convince them that the Germans were a master race and that other peoples, as inferior races, must be subordinated to the German master race. In order to convince the Germans of this and to compel them to believe in this theory, the Ministry of Propaganda, run by Goebbels and Fritsch, made a large number of films before the war and during the war and published books, pamphlets, periodicals, and other literature in which the authors attempted to prove the superiority of the Germans over other nations. It can be said that as a result of the energetic activity of Goebbels and Fritsch, the racial theory gained a firm hold on the minds of large numbers of the German people. This contributed to the fact that during the war the German soldiers and officers, having assimilated the teaching of the leaders of German propaganda, committed bestial crimes against peaceful populations. Tell me, did Rainer Stahel correctly describe the part played by you in the propagation of racial theory? Fritsch, no, I should like to add that the level of this statement is even lower than that of the other statements submitted to me. I should be happy if just one of those people whose testimony has been submitted to me in this form, could appear here in person in order to testify as to the documentary basis of his statement. Jen. Rudenko, I believe that during the 6 months that the trial has lasted, you have heard enough testimony. Well, let us go on. Fritsch, no, I have to make this observation, I have not been confronted with any testimony of witnesses dealing with the subject matter discussed here. Jen. Rudenko, you remember, I hope, the testimony of the witness Hoes regarding the extermination of millions of persons. There was no response. Jen. Rudenko, I say that you, I hope, remember the testimony of Hoes, the commander of the concentration camp in Auschwitz, concerning the extermination of millions of people. Fritsch, I did not forget this testimony, and not for a minute did it escape my memory. Jen, Rudenko, very well. I merely wanted to remind you. I do not intend questioning you on this matter. I am passing on to questions connected with the propaganda regarding the preparation for aggressive war by Hitler Germany. In order to shorten the cross-examination, I shall quote a few of your own statements, dated September 12, 1945, which have already been submitted to the tribunal as Exhibit USSR 474. Please look at the second excerpt. It is underlined. Fritsch, I object to the reading of this quotation in the same way as I objected to the submission of the entire minutes of the interrogation, and I refer you to what I testified a few hours ago as to the origin of this record. Jen. Rudenko, you already gave an explanation to the tribunal, and the tribunal will consider your explanation. This document is submitted, and I intend to cite this part of the testimony. Please follow me, excerpt number 2. In order to justify this aggressive action, Goebbels summoned me to him and gave me instructions to conduct a hostile campaign against Austria. Among other things, he instructed me to dig out old documents in the archives which in any way incriminated the Austrian government and to publish them in the press. Goebbels stressed that the documents to be published must first of all show that the Austrian people wished to unite themselves with the German nation and that the Austrians adhering to these ideas were being persecuted by the Austrian government. Furthermore, Goebbels said that the German press had to show that the Germans living in Austria were being systematically persecuted by the Austrian government, which even went to the length of carrying out mass reprisals against them. And further on. When Germany occupied Czechoslovakia, Denmark, Poland, Belgium, Norway, and the Balkan countries, acting on the instructions of Goebbels, I organized a similar calumnious propaganda. The President, General Rudenko, surely it would be better to ask him with reference to one of these paragraphs, did he say that, rather than to put to him the whole document at once. Jen. Rudenko, Mr. President, I have only one paragraph left, and I intended to read it and then to put the question to him. The President, I am not objecting to that. I am only suggesting that it would be better if you put to him each paragraph in turn, and not put 3 or 4 paragraphs all in one question. Gen. Rudenko, very well, Mr. President, I will deal with it in this way. I am asking you, Defendant Fritsch, do you admit the paragraph read by me concerning the Anschluss? Fritsch, no, and I maintain that that is not what I testified. That extract contains rather the thoughts which the interrogating Russian officer entertained in respect to my testimony. After it had been drawn up, the record was submitted to me for my signature. The President, wait a minute. What do you deny in it? Take the first paragraph. Fritsch, Mr. President, I am protesting against everything, particularly against the expressions applied here which I have never used. During my interrogations in Moscow I stated exactly the same things as I stated here in this trial yesterday, the day before yesterday and today, or as I have set down in my affidavit. The President, take the first paragraph. The first paragraph has just been read to you, in order to justify this aggressive action. Were you asked any question about that, and did you make any answer? Fritsch, yes, indeed. In many interrogations which were held late at night, I was asked such questions, and to the subjects condensed in this one question I answered as follows. I do not recall the date. But when the Austrian action was about to take place I was summoned to Dr. Goebbels. Dr. Goebbels told me that the Austrian government of Schuschnigg had plans of such and such a nature, they have been described in sufficient detail here, that a government crisis had developed, that Seyss-Inquart had taken over the government. That a call for help had come from Austria, and that now the march into Austria would take place. The President, are you now telling us what you told the Russian interrogator, or are you telling us what actually happened in Germany at the time of the Anschluss? Fritsch, I am telling what I told the interrogating Russian officer, and that is exactly what took place in the propaganda ministry on the day in question. The President, you are saying, then, that this first paragraph is entirely made up, are you? Fritsch, no. I should not like to use the expression, made up, but I should like to say, and I beg permission to do so, which parts in this paragraph are correct. First of all, there is the point that there was a hostile campaign against the Schuschnigg government, such a campaign actually was instigated in the German press. Whether at the moment of his resignation or just before his resignation I do not remember now. Furthermore, it is correct, as set down in this paragraph, that it was proposed to show, by quoting individual cases as far as possible, that under the Schuschnigg government those who were sympathetic toward Germany were persecuted. These are the points that are correct. Gen. Rudenko, strictly speaking, this means that you have now corroborated what I have just read. Fritsch, no, sir. There is an essential difference. Gen. Rudenko, from your point of view. But I believe that you will not deny the fact that you conducted propaganda directed against the Austrian government. This is the main point of this question. Fritsch, I must deny that as well. This propaganda was not conducted by me, but by my predecessor, as chief of the German press department. Gen. Rudenko, do I understand correctly that you deny having participated personally in this propaganda, but do not deny the fact that there was such propaganda? Fritsch, you understand me correctly if by the term propaganda, in this case you mean the enumeration of those measures used by the Schuschnigg government against German interests as a whole. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I should like to read the following paragraph of the same testimony which says, when Germany occupied Czechoslovakia, Belgium, Denmark, Poland, Norway, and the Balkan countries, acting on the instructions of Goebbels, I organized a similar calumnious propaganda. In every such case I dug out every old document from the archives which incriminated the governments of these countries as far as Germany was concerned. Added my commentary to these documents and attempted in this way to justify this or that aggressive action on the part of Germany. Do you also deny this? Fritsch, yes, in that form I deny that as well. Gen. Rudenko, but you will not deny that propaganda for the purpose of aggression was conducted against all the countries enumerated in this testimony? Fritsch, I contest your last remark. I admit the fact of the propaganda, and I have described in detail the individual actions and my participation in them in my affidavit, document 3469, P.S. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I do not intend questioning you further, as this has been quite adequately explained in your statements dated January 7, 1946, document 3469, P.S., and which, in fact, do not contradict what has been stated. Is that right? Fritsch, I see an essential difference. But this document 3469, P.S. is absolutely correct. Gen. Rudenko, very well, I should like as a supplement to this, to read the testimony of Ferdinand Schorner, which is document USSR 72 and which has already been submitted to the tribunal, I mean extract number 3. He says in his statement, I read. Fritsch's political activity in his function as official radio commentator, in the same way as the activity of the war correspondent, General Dittmar, was subordinated to the main aim of National Socialism. The unleashing of the world war against democratic countries and the contributing by all possible means to the victory of German arms. Fritsch's principal method, applied during the several years of his activity, consisted in, as I later realized, the deliberate deception of the German people. I mention that because during the last years we soldiers felt this deception especially keenly, since in spite of Fritsch's false lamentations we knew the actual conditions on the front and the actual situation. The main guilt of people such as Fritsch is that they did know the actual state of things, but despite this, proceeding according to the criminal intentions of the Hitler government, consciously fed the people with lies or, to use a German expression, threw sand in their eyes. Tell me, Defendant Fritsch, does this characterization of German propaganda correspond to the truth? Fritsch, that is utter nonsense, and it happens that I can partly prove that. Herr Schorner says part of the activity of the war correspondent General Dittmar was the starting of aggressive wars. General Dittmar spoke over the radio for the first time in the winter of 1942-43. That is one point. The second point is the following: I have never seen Herr Schorner. I do not know him and I have never spoken to him. I should be very surprised if he were in a position to judge whether I deliberately or unconsciously at any time ever said anything that was not true. However, and this is something I must add, during the last few days in Berlin I received indirectly, through State Secretary Dr. Naumann, a report from General Field Marshal Schorner with the instruction that it was left to my discretion to make use of it. It reported that he was in Bohemia with an army which was intact and that he could, if he wanted to, hold this territory for an unlimited period. We in Berlin should not lose courage, he could even come to our aid. I do not know whether Schorner actually made this statement, but I think it would be worth while to call General Field Marshal Schorner here as a witness, in order to ask him on what he based his judgment. Gen. Rudenko, the fact that you do not know Ferdinand Schorner does not disprove this testimony, for you have yourself stated before this tribunal that although very many people knew you as an official representative of the government, you could, of course, not know everybody. Is that right? Fritsch, if you will permit me, sir, I should like to call your attention to something illogical. Even without knowing me, it is very easy for anyone to give an opinion about the things I said, but it is impossible for anyone to judge whether I made those statements in good faith or in bad faith. I am sure that you yourself realize this distinction. Gen. Rudenko, you are speaking again of your personal participation, but you do not deny the lying character of the German propaganda. Fritsch, again I cannot answer yes to the question in the way that you put it. This morning I gave you a basis for questions which can be put to me. I contributed my share to a historical clarification by trying to show what was pure idealism and what were false assumptions. These things are now being confused. Gen. Rudenko, I am not putting questions on the basis which you pretend you gave me, but upon the basis of documents which are at the disposal of the prosecution. Let us go on. I should like to ask you, did you know the documents about the case Green against Czechoslovakia, about the documents concerning the aggression against Poland, the aggression against Yugoslavia, and about the propaganda which had to be conducted in this respect? Fritsch, I heard for the first time here the documentary data for Case Green. But as you are now again trying to tie this up with propaganda measures, it is very hard for me to keep both of these matters separate. Perhaps it will serve your purpose if I answer at neither in the case of Czechoslovakia nor in the case of Poland or in any other case did I know about the German attacks until an hour or an hour and a half before they were announced to the German public. Jen Rudenko, did you say an hour or an hour and a half? Fritsch, I do not wish to commit myself to an hour or an hour and a half. I do recall that in the case of Russia I had advance knowledge through Dr. Goebbels perhaps 5 or 6 hours beforehand. Jen Rudenko, very well. You will now be handed document USSR 493. It is your radio speech in connection with the aggression against Poland. This speech was made on August 29. Its purpose was to explain beforehand the reasons for the German attack on Poland, and it was made on August 29. I do not intend reading it, but the gist of this speech is that on August 29 you spoke of a series of unexpected events which were imminent. Have you acquainted yourself with this document? Fritsch, yes, indeed. Jen Rudenko, you do not deny that on August 29, 1939 you made this speech? Fritsch, no, I do not deny that. I should just like to refer to the fact. Jen Rudenko, excuse me. Please answer my question first and give your explanations later. This was on August 29. You do not deny it. I am asking you, did you yourself believe in these explanations of unavoidable war with Poland? Did you yourself believe this at that moment? Fritsch, whether at that moment I considered a war unavoidable, that I am not in a position to tell you. But I am able to tell you one thing. I did not believe that Germany was to blame. That if this tension should lead to a war. Jen Rudenko, that is enough. Fritsch, I ask to be allowed to add. Jen Rudenko, but please be brief. The President, General Rudenko, let the man answer. Jen Rudenko, if you please. Fritsch, at that time it was a matter of great satisfaction to me that in the weeks that followed I could see from the Soviet press that Soviet Russia and its government shared the German opinion of the question of war guilt in this case. Jen Rudenko, I believe it is not the time to discuss this now, and nor did I ask you for explanations on this subject. You did not answer my question, but let us pass on to another question. On April 9, 1940 you made a speech concerning the reasons for a possible occupation of Norway. You will now be handed an extract from this speech. Mr. President, this is document number USSR 496. You have that document, Defendant Fritsch. It is excerpt number 4. Fritsch, no, I do not have it. Yes, I have found it. It is page 4. Jen Rudenko, very well. Yes, it is excerpt number 4. I will read a short passage. The fact that German soldiers had to carry out their duty because the English violated Norwegian neutrality did not end in a warlike but in a peaceful action. No one was injured, not a single house was destroyed. Life took its daily course. This was a lie. Do you admit it or will you deny it? Fritsch, no, that was not a lie, for I had just been in Norway myself and I had seen these things. And everything will be quite clear if you will permit me to read the next sentence, which says, the next sentence reads as follows. Jen Rudenko, Defendant Fritsch, wait a minute. You will read it later. The President, but, General Rudenko, you must let the man explain. He wants to read the next sentence in order to explain this sentence. Fritsch, the next sentence reads. Even there, where Norwegian troops, instigated by the misguided former Norwegian government, put up resistance, the civilian population was hardly affected by this. For the Norwegians fought outside the cities and villages. Jen Rudenko, well. Now I will show you a document, an official report of the Norwegian government, which has already been submitted to the tribunal by the French prosecution as Exhibit RF 72. Mr. President, in my document book this document is wrongly numbered Exhibit USSR 78. It is document 1800 PS and it has been submitted by the French prosecution as Exhibit RF 72. Turning to the defendant. Listen, Defendant Fritsch, how correctly you described the situation in Norway. Listen what the official report of the Norwegian government says about it. I quote. The German attack on Norway on the 9th of April, 1940 brought war to Norway for the first time in 126 years. For 2 months war raged throughout the country, causing destruction to the amount of 250 million kroner. More than 40,000 houses were damaged or destroyed and about 1,000 civilians were killed. And that describes the situation as it really was. Do you admit that your speech on May 2, 1940 was full of the usual lies? Fritsch, no, I do not admit that, but I assert that you, sir, in submitting this extract, are not taking into consideration the fact that I, in my introduction, reported that I wanted to describe what I had seen myself. When I made a journey into the Gulbrand Valley and which I remember took me nearly as far as Ada. It does not in any way prove my description to be incorrect, if, according to the facts ascertained by the Norwegian government, such loss and damage actually did occur in connection with this undertaking. Gen. Rudenko, I believe that the Norwegian people and the Norwegian government had sufficient experience of the weight of the German occupation, and the government report states actual facts and not the sort of facts which you stated in your propaganda. This document has been submitted in accordance with Article 21 as indisputable evidence, and I do not intend to argue with you. The tribunal will take note of it. I have a few more questions to put to you in connection with a matter which has already been dealt with in detail here. It is the Athenia case. I will not question you in detail on this matter, as it has already been ascertained with sufficient accuracy. I am simply asking you, do you admit now that fascist propaganda gave out to the public slanderous and false information about the Athenia case? Fritsch, whether this was done by fascist propaganda in Italy, that I do not know. National Socialist propaganda did it in good faith, as I have clearly described. Gen. Rudenko, I have already been speaking for nearly an hour about what occurred here and what has been ascertained. Do you agree that this speech was a slanderous one or do you still deny it? Fritsch, no, I have already admitted that and I also showed clearly how these statements came about. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I am interested only in the personal part you played in this matter. Why did you take such an active part in this matter, and why were you the first man to spread this slander? Fritsch, I do not believe that I was the first one to bring this matter before the public. However, it is a fact that I spoke very frequently about the case of the Athenia, on the basis of official reports which I believed. I spoke about this case because I happened to be the very man who, at the beginning of the war, spoke on the radio in the evenings. Gen. Rudenko, are you trying to assert that the first report on the Athenia appeared in the Völkischer Beobachter in October, 1939? Fritsch, I never claimed that. Gen. Rudenko, well. Then I will remind you that you dealt with the Athenia as early as September 1939, is that right? Fritsch, yes, of course, the question of the Athenia. Gen. Rudenko, and you spoke about it before the report was published in the Völkischer Beobachter. Fritsch, many weeks before that, yes. Gen. Rudenko, therefore, you were the first to spread those slanderous assertions? Fritsch, no, I cannot confirm that, but rather. Gen. Rudenko, very well. In this connection I will put only one other question to you. You will not deny that in 1940 you still spread this version? I will repeat the question. I am asking you, you will not deny that even in 1940 you continued to propagate this slander? Fritsch, it is the essence of every form of propaganda that it repeats good and effective things as frequently and for as long a time as possible. I have explained already that in December of 1945, here in the prison only, I heard from Gross Admiral Redder for the first time that it was really a German U-boat that had sunk the Athenia. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I will pass on to a group of questions regarding your participation in the carrying out of propaganda connected with the preparation of aggression against the Soviet Union. You assert that you had no knowledge of the preparation of aggression against the Soviet Union until 5 o'clock on the morning of June 22, 1941, that is to say, when the German troops had already entered Soviet territory, and when you were called by Ribbentrop to the Foreign Office, where a press conference was being held. Did I correctly understand your testimony? Fritsch, no. Several hours before that, on the evening of the day preceding the entry, Dr. Goebbels had called some of the departmental chiefs of the ministry to his house at 1C and told them these facts and forbade them to leave or to telephone. That was the first real knowledge that I had of this fact. Gen. Rudenko, very well. You also claim that you got to know of Germany's aggressive aims with regard to the Soviet Union only in 1942, and this according to your own observations, is that right? Fritsch, I do not know what you mean by that. I tried this morning to make it clear that I began to have doubts as to the truth of the official German reasons given for this attack only when I was in prison. I explained that this morning. A second point, which I emphasized earlier in Moscow when I was interrogated, was that I observed in 1942, it may have been in 1941, after the war with the Soviet Union had broken out, that preparations of all kinds must have been going on for quite some time before June 22. Gen. Rudenko, I will recall to your memory an excerpt from your statement, a document which you confirm in full. It is number 3469, ps. In paragraph 42 we read, at the beginning of 1942 I was a soldier in the Eastern Theater of War. I saw the extensive preparations which had been made for the occupation and administration of territories extending as far as the Crimea. On the basis of my personal observations, I came to the conclusion that the war against the Soviet Union had been planned a long time before it broke out. Is that statement right? Fritsch, yes, certainly. Gen. Rudenko, well, then, I have no further questions to put to you regarding this matter. I would like to recall to your memory two further documents connected with the carrying out of propaganda, in view of the preparation of war and the actual attack against the Soviet Union. I am referring to the minutes of a conference held by Hitler dated July 16, 1941. This document, Mr. President, is number L-221 and has already been submitted. Turning to the defendant. This document will be handed to you and I will quote one or two paragraphs on the first page. I quote, now it is essential that we do not disclose our aims to the whole world. There is also no need for that. The main thing is that we ourselves know what we want. But on no account should we render our task more difficult by making superfluous declarations. Such declarations are superfluous, for within the reach of our power we can do everything, and what is beyond our power we will not be able to do anyway. And further, what we tell the world about our motives for our actions must be governed by tactical considerations. We must act here in exactly the same way as we did in the case of Norway, Denmark, Holland, and Belgium. In those cases, too, we did not say anything about our aims, and we shall have the prudence to adhere to this method in the future. Did you have any knowledge of such directives of Hitler? Fritsch, no, I did not know of any such directive, but the fact that such statements and directives have been submitted in this courtroom has made me realize, I have said, that some of the premises of our propaganda have no foundation. Gen. Rudenko, very well. You also had no knowledge either of the instructions issued by the OKW and signed by the defendant Jodl regarding the carrying out of propaganda in the case Barbarossa? Fritsch, I cannot say that without seeing these documents. The case Barbarossa as such meant nothing to me until this trial. Gen. Rudenko, Mr. President, this is document number C-26 and has already been submitted to the tribunal. I will deal with it only in connection with the matter of propaganda. It is Exhibit USSR 477 in your document book, Mr. President, document C-26. Turning to the defendant. I will quote one excerpt, defendant. These instructions say, Propaganda directed toward the dismemberment of the Soviet Union into single states is not to be used for the time being. In the various parts of the Soviet Union, German propaganda must use that language which is most spoken. But this should not be done in such a way that the various propaganda texts might give the impression that it is intended to dismember the Soviet Union at an early date. Were you acquainted with these directives? Fritsch: I knew neither the document nor the contents of the directive which you have just read. Gen. Rudenko: Yes, but I hope you will not deny that this was the spirit in which the propaganda was carried on. Fritsch: No. As far as I could observe, the propaganda which was carried on in the Soviet Union had just the reverse tendency. It tried to educate the various nationalities, such as the Ukraine, White Russia, Baltic states, and so forth, for independence. Gen. Rudenko: Very well. I would like to ask you now, when did you meet the defendant Rosenberg for the first time, and when did you get his information concerning the tasks of German propaganda in the East? Fritsch: I doubt whether before this trial I ever spoke with Herr Rosenberg, but I do believe I met him socially. However, never in my life have I had an official conversation with him. Gen. Rudenko: Very well. You will be handed document number 1039, P.S. This is Rosenberg's report on the preparatory work concerning matters connected with the Eastern countries. This document has already been submitted to the defendant Rosenberg and he did not deny it, but confirmed it. I would like you to turn to the second quotation which is marked. In order to shorten this cross-examination, I will not read the whole quotation. This report states: Apart from these negotiations, about which we spoke before, I received the responsible representatives of the entire propaganda organization, namely Ministerial Director Fritsch, Minister Schmidt, Reich Superintendent of Broadcasting Glasmir, Dr. Grothy for the OKW, and others. Without going into details as to political objectives, I instructed the above-mentioned persons in confidence about the necessary attitude, with the request to tone down the whole terminology of the press on uniform lines, without issuing any statements. The schemes for dealing substantially with questions concerning the Eastern countries, which were prepared a long time ago, have now been issued by my office and I have passed them on to the propaganda representatives. Did Defendant Rosenberg correctly describe these events which occurred in 1941, before the attack against the Soviet Union? Fritsch: No. I do not recall ever having been received by Rosenberg. In any case, I never received before June 22, from Rosenberg or from any of his colleagues, any report about the planned attack on the Soviet Union. On the other hand, and this perhaps may clarify matters, I do recall that a colleague of Rosenberg's frequently came to see me or my colleagues. I even recall his name. He was chief of a press group, Major Krantz, formerly an editor of the Völkischer Beobachter. This man frequently came to see me and my colleagues and transmitted certain wishes of Rosenberg's pertaining to press propaganda. But in any case this was not before June 22. Gen. Rudenko: This means that as far as you are concerned what Rosenberg writes in his report is not true. Fritsch: Untrue would be saying too much. It may be that this information of which he talks refers to a later period of time. I cannot judge that, as I have not read the entire document. It may also be that Rosenberg, in this report, was not quite accurate when he mentions the reception of the responsible representatives of the entire propaganda organization. Gen. Rudenko: Very well. In this connection I would like to put two questions to you. First of all, I would like to refer to the written testimony of Hans Voss, which is document USSR 471, and which you already have. It is excerpt number 3 of document USSR 471. Have you found it? Fritsch: Yes, I have found it. Gen. Rudenko: I quote. After the defeat of the German troops at Stalingrad and after the start of the General Soviet offensive on the whole Eastern Front, Goebbels and Fritsch took great pains to shape German propaganda in such a way as to help Hitler very effectively in mastering the situation at the front. This propaganda was based on the hope that the Germans would succeed in holding out for a long time. There was an attempt to frighten the German population by disseminating calumnious reports of the brutal acts of the Russian soldiers and the intention of the Soviet Union to annihilate the German nation. In the last stage of the war, the propaganda conducted by Goebbels and Fritsch made one last attempt to serve Hitler and to organize resistance to Soviet troops. Is that correct? Fritsch: it is not only incorrect, it is nonsense. Gen. Rudenko: you frequently use such terminology. Obviously it is a sign of a professional practice. All right, I do not intend to enter into polemics with you. I would like you to take a look at your testimony of September 12, 1945. It is the third excerpt of the document USSR 474. Have you found that passage? I will quote your explanations concerning this question. Fritsch: all of them are not my statements. What passage are you referring to, sir? Gen. Rudenko: I mean marked excerpt number 3, which begins with the words, the military aggression against the Soviet Union. Fritsch: yes. Gen. Rudenko: please pay attention. Since we had a treaty with the Soviet Union, the military attack on the Soviet Union was prepared by Germany in secret. Therefore, during the period of preparation for war against the Soviet Union, no propaganda was carried on. Accordingly, the German propaganda authorities did not begin active anti-Soviet propaganda until after the war started on the Eastern Front. It must be added that the main task to which Goebbels set the whole propaganda machinery was to justify Germany's expansionist policy toward the Soviet Union. From this point of view, as chief of the German press and radio, I organized a vast campaign of anti-Soviet propaganda, attempting to convince the public at large that the Soviet Union and not Germany was the guilty party in this war. I must, however, state that we had no documentary basis for accusing the Soviet Union of preparing an armed attack on Germany. In my radio talks I tried especially to instill fear of the horrors of Bolshevism in the hearts of the peoples of Europe and the German population. Thus I asserted that only fascist Germany was the protective barrier for the European countries against Anglo-American plutocracy and red imperialism. Do you admit this? Fritsch: here again actual statements made by me have been distorted. If I may, I want to give you the factual basis briefly for the various points. It is correct to say that I stated in Moscow that the war against the Soviet Union had not been prepared for by propaganda, because this war came very suddenly and as a surprise. Furthermore, it is correct to say that after the attack on the Soviet Union it was the main task of German propaganda to justify the necessity of this attack. Therefore we had to emphasize again and again that we had merely forestalled a Soviet attack. Further, it is correct that I said that the next task for propaganda was to show that not Germany but Russia was guilty of this war, which amounts to practically the same thing. Unfortunately, the most important argument which I quoted is omitted from this record, namely, that I and with me millions of Germans believed the official communiques given out by the German government because it would have seemed to us nonsensical and crazy if in the middle of a war which had not yet been decided in the West, we wantonly and willfully risked another war in the East. I continue. It is also correct that the evidence given in the White Book published by the Foreign Office at the time was rather meager, and it is furthermore correct to say that German propaganda wanted to make Europe afraid of Bolshevism. It is finally correct that German propaganda again and again emphasized the fact that Germany was the only bulwark against the Soviet world revolution. Gen. Rudenko: very well. I would now like to draw your attention to excerpt number 4 of the same document, which is in your possession, in connection with propaganda to keep alive the spirit of resistance in the German people. Notwithstanding all evidence of Germany's obvious defeat, I would like to read this very short excerpt number 4 from the same document number USSR 474. I quote, "Beginning in 1943 I tried my best to assert through German radio propaganda that Germany was in possession of weapons which would shake the power of our enemies. For this I used invented data regarding the output of the German war industry which had been given me by the Reich Minister for Munitions, Speer. Is that right? Fritsch: one part is wrong and the other part that is correct has been wrongly stated. To begin with the latter part, it is correct that I received figures from the Ministry for Armaments and War Production which gave me great hopes for progress. I received, for instance, figures dealing with monthly aircraft production, figures dealing with new and especially effective fighter planes. In the meantime, through direct questioning of Speer himself, I have ascertained that the figures which I received were quite correct at the time and that the airplanes either were used wrongly, as, for instance, in the Ardennes offensive instead of for the protection of the home country, or that they could not be used because of the gasoline shortage. The first half, however. Gen. Rudenko, you are going too much into details, Defendant Fritsch. You are going into a lot of details which have already been dealt with here and which have nothing to do with you. I would like to submit to you the testimony of Speer, who was interrogated by the Soviet prosecutor here in Nuremberg on November 14, 1945. I submit this document as USSR 492. I would like to read into the record only that part of the document which deals with the carrying out of propaganda during this particular period. I quote. In September 1944 I wrote a letter to Dr. Goebbels. In this letter I warned Goebbels that it was wrong to keep on giving out propaganda about new V weapons, for in this way he would merely arouse vain hopes in the German people. This was secret propaganda which was carried out by Dr. Goebbels in order to inspire in the German people the hope of a favorable outcome of the war. Is that correct? Fritsch, only partially. It is a fact that Dr. Goebbels, more than a year before the use of the first V weapon, himself made propaganda with it. On the other hand, Speer in the meantime has stated in his testimony here that he now knows the actual source of the propaganda dealing with miracle weapons, namely Standartenführer Schwarz van Berk. Finally, Dr. Goebbels in the last months of 1944, likewise tried to stifle this miracle weapon propaganda which he himself had once instigated. Gen. Rudenko, now, I would like to remind you of the part you played in this propaganda. You propagandized these new weapons to instill in the hearts of the German people the hope of a successful resistance. I submit to you document USSR 496. You already have it. It is your radio speech of July 1, 1944. The President, General, are you going to finish very soon or shall we adjourn now? Gen. Rudenko, I believe we should adjourn now, Mr. President, because I will still need about half an hour. A recess was taken. Gen. Rudenko, well, excerpt number 6 from document USSR 496 has been submitted to you. It is your speech, dated July 1, 1944. I am going to read it into the record. We Germans have been very reserved in our reports on the effect of the new weapons. We could afford this reserve, knowing that sometime or other Britain would break the silence with which she tried at first to gloss over the effect of the V1. We were right about it. Reports from Britain during the last few days, and especially today, prove that the effects of the first thrusts with the new weapon are becoming all too obvious. It is completely beside the point for the British to complain now about the wave of hatred which is supposed to surge from Germany against the British Isles. In the 5th year of the war it is useless to talk about feelings, although much could be said about this. Do you admit, Defendant Fritsch, that by means of such propaganda you duped the German people and incited them to senseless resistance? Fritsch, on the contrary, in this case I spoke much more reservedly and much more modestly than, for instance, the German press did about the results of the V1. For that matter the very next sentence following your quotation reads, we can only repeat that for us the V1 is the means with which we can break the enemy terror. Gen. Rudenko, now I should like to remind you, Defendant Fritsch, of your testimony of September 12, 1945 with regard to the activity of the werewolf organization. This document is Exhibit USSR 474, excerpt number 5. Have you found it? Fritsch, yes, I have found it. Gen. Rudenko, I am going to read it. At the end of February 1945 the State Secretary in the German Ministry of Propaganda, Dr. Naumann, sent on to me instructions from Goebbels to work out a plan for the organization of a secret broadcasting station. In reply to my question as to why this broadcasting station was needed, Naumann explained that the German government had made the decision to transfer members of the NSDAP to an illegal secret organization called Werewolf. Naumann also revealed that all these illegal werewolf groups would be directed by means of this broadcasting station, which I was to establish. As can be seen by your testimony, you were opposed to the organization of this radio station and you spoke about it with Goebbels. In spite of this, the station was created, and the former chief of the Reich Propaganda Office, Schlesinger, was given the task of directing the broadcasts. Is that correct? Fritsch, no. Two things have been mixed up here. Firstly, the plan described in the paragraph which you have read for the creation of a werewolf broadcasting station was a plan for a mobile station, and that mobile station was not built. On the other hand, incidentally, it happened during my absence, on April 1, 1945, by direct order from Dr. Goebbels, the so-called Old German Broadcasting Station was opened as a werewolf station. Jen Rudenko, very well. I do not want to argue with you about it, and I should like to submit to you your own speech broadcast on April 7, 1945. It is the same document USSR 496, excerpt number 7. Have you found it? Fritsch, yes. Jen Rudenko, at that time you broadcasted as follows. However, as a result of superiority in manpower and material reserves, the enemy has now penetrated deep into German territory. And at this moment is about to carry out his program of extermination directed against us. I am skipping a few lines. Let no one be surprised if this desire of strong hearts to avenge oppressed human beings does not even need a short respite for temporary recovery, but leaps suddenly and unexpectedly into flame and becomes active. Let no one be surprised if here and there in unoccupied areas civilians take part in the fight, or even if, after the occupation has been carried out, the fight is continued by civilians, that is to say. If without preparation and without organization, there comes into being, springing from the pure instinct of self-preservation, that phenomenon which we call the werewolf. Well, what can you tell us now? Fritsch, although this quotation also has been torn from its context, I recognize it very well. Unfortunately, the passage is missing in which I spoke of right and said, right is a sensitive concept which has its roots in tradition and ethical consciousness. At present. Jen Rudenko, excuse me if I interrupt you, defendant. I did not ask you for such detailed explanations. I just wanted to determine the fact that you not only explained what the organization was, but also did your utmost to foster the werewolf organization. Is that correct? Fritsch, that is absolutely incorrect. This is certainly not propaganda for the werewolf, it is an apology for cases of werewolf activity. Jen Rudenko, very well. Let us drop that subject. I should like to ask you, do you know who the head of the werewolf organization was? Fritsch, that has already been stated here. At the very head of it was Bormann. Under him there was a higher SS leader whose name I tried in vain to remember during my interrogations in Moscow. I knew one of his associates, however, and that was Gunter Dialquin. Jen Rudenko, very well. Before putting the last few questions to you, I should like to ask you, is it not a fact that Rosenberg and Streicher had great influence on German propaganda? Fritsch, their influence was negligible. Streicher had no influence at all on official German propaganda and Rosenberg only to an extent which was not noticeable to me. Jen Rudenko, all right. I still have a few questions to put to you. You told the High Tribunal that had you known Hitler's decrees for the murdering of people you would never have followed Hitler. Did I understand you correctly? Fritsch, you have understood me perfectly correctly. Jen Rudenko, now, in other words, I understand you to say that you would have gone against Hitler. Fritsch, it is hard to say what I would have done. Of course, this is a question about which I have now thought a great deal. Jen Rudenko, I should like to ask you, if, as you stated here to the High Tribunal, at the beginning of 1942 you received information that in one of the regions in the Ukraine, which was at the time occupied by the Germans, An extermination of the Jews and the Ukraine intelligentsia was being prepared, simply because they were Jews and members of the Ukrainian intelligentsia. Did you receive such information? Is that correct? Fritsch, that is correct. Gen. Rudenko, that was in the beginning. In May of 1942 you were with the 6th Army, and in the 6th Army you learned about the existence of an order to shoot the Soviet commissars, is that right? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, you considered that this bloody order should not be applied? Is that right? Fritsch, that is right. Gen. Rudenko, you knew that this order emanated from Hitler? Fritsch, yes, I could imagine that. Gen. Rudenko, that is to say, in 1942 you knew already that Hitler's order to murder existed and yet you followed him? Fritsch, you are comparing two things which are not comparable. There is quite a difference, not treating commissars as prisoners of war and giving an order for the killing of 5 million Jews. Gen. Rudenko, then, if I understand you correctly, the fact that you did not go against Hitler, meant that you considered such an order to be permissible in the conduct of the war by the German army? Fritsch, no. I considered it was an impossible order, and that is why I opposed it, and not only passively as others did. Gen. Rudenko, but you continued to support Hitler? Fritsch, yes. Gen. Rudenko, here is the last question. Tell me, during the war, did you ever concern yourself with the question of preparations for biological warfare? Fritsch, never. Gen. Rudenko, did you ever hear the name of a certain Major von Passavant? Fritsch, yes, I know that name. Gen. Rudenko, he was the representative of the OKW in the Ministry of Propaganda, was he not? Fritsch, no, he was not. He was a radio expert in the propaganda department of the OKW. Gen. Rudenko, a copy of a letter of October 19, 1944 will be submitted to you. This letter bears your facsimile signature, and it is directed to Major von Passavant of the OKW. This is a short document, and I am going to read it to you. To the Chief of Broadcasting, Major von Passavant, OKW. A listener, factory owner Gustav Otto, Reichenberg, has sent me the enclosed sketch with the proposal to carry out biological warfare. I am submitting this to you with the request that you forward it to the proper office. Heil Hitler. Fritsch. Do you remember this document? Fritsch, of course I do not remember it. At the same time I want to state that I have no doubt that it is genuine. Gen. Rudenko, very well. I should like to put the last question to you. This shows that you were in favor of the planning and the carrying through by Germany of biological warfare, is that correct? I have finished, Mr. President. Fritsch, but I must have an opportunity to answer the last question. I wish to state that I was by no means in favor of biological warfare. But the situation was merely this. Every day piles of letters came in from listeners and these were passed on by one of the departments to the office competent to deal with the matter concerned, and the accompanying letter, which consisted of 2 or 3 lines, was submitted to me for signature. As a rule I did not read the contents of the letters. The President, Dr. Fritz, do you want to re-examine? Dr. Fritz, Herr Fritsch, just now during General Rudenko's cross-examination you were asked about the radio speech of May 2, 1940 in which you spoke about your journey to Norway. Can you tell me more exactly when you went on that trip? Fritsch, I am afraid I cannot tell you the date exactly, but if I am not mistaken it was at the end of April. Dr. Fritz, the official report of the Norwegian government on war damage after Norway's occupation by the Germans was put to you. Here it is said that the fighting which had caused this damage could not have taken place until after you had already completed your journey. Is that true? Fritsch, that is quite possible, but I should like to say this. In the extract which the Russian prosecutor has read without quoting the beginning, I described precisely what I had seen in clearly stated places. Lillehammer and Godenthal are a few names which occur to me now. To compare these statements now with the statements made by the Norwegian government regarding the total damage is nothing less than the attempt to measure a liquid with a yard measure or vice versa. Dr. Fritz, I have one other question in this connection. Was this journey of yours carried out before the British landing in Norway or afterward? Fritz, I myself had an opportunity to watch a fight with British troops. I think it was just south of a place called Otter in the Buldrenthal. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, General Rudenko, during his cross-examination, submitted 3 interrogation records. One was from Voss, USSR, 471, one from Schorner, USSR, 472, and one from Stahel, USSR, 473. In the meantime I have looked through these 3 records and I should like to ask the High Tribunal also to compare these 3 records. I have ascertained that in these 3 records, of the statements of 3 different persons, parts of the answers are repeated, and they tally, word for word. It says, for example, "The President, you are not getting this from the witness. You are making an argument to us, and you must do that at some other time. Dr. Fritz, I just wanted to make an application, Mr. President. If these 3 records are used for the findings, then I wish to make an application that at least one of these persons who were interrogated be brought here in person for the purpose of cross-examination." The President, were you meaning that you should see, or that we should examine, the whole of those 3 affidavits? Or were you meaning that you wanted one of the people who made the affidavits to come here in order to give evidence and be cross-examined? Which do you mean? Dr. Fritz, the latter, Mr. President. I should merely like to request that all 3 be summoned. Fritz, all 3. I can only ask to have all 3 called. The President, the tribunal will consider your application. Dr. Fritz, apart from this, Mr. President, I do not wish to carry out any further redirect examination. The President, there is one thing, defendant. You referred to the Commissar decree, or order, and you spoke of it as though it were an order not to treat commissars as prisoners of war. That was not the order, was it? The order was to kill them. Fritz, the order which I got to know about in the 6th Army was an order saying that commissars who had been captured should be shot. The President, yes. That is a very different thing from not being treated as prisoners of war. The answer you gave was that you imagined the Commissar order came from Hitler, but it is a very different thing, an order not to treat commissars as ordinary prisoners of war and to kill 5 million Jews. That was not a fair comparison at all, was it? Fritz, in this case I must admit that my way of expressing myself with reference to these commissars was not correct. The President, there is one other thing I want to ask you. In October 1939 this untruthful statement about the Athenia was published in a German newspaper. That is right, is it not? Fritz, in October 1939. During the whole of September and October untruthful statements about the Athenia were made in the German press as well as on the German radio. The President, yes. But on the 23rd of October 1939 a particularly untruthful statement attributing the sinking of the Athenia to Mr. Winston Churchill was made in a German newspaper. You told us about it. Fritz, yes. The President, and you continued to broadcast referring to those alleged facts for some time, did you not? Fritz, of course, because at the time I was still under the impression that they were true and my. The President, that is what I wanted to ask you about. You had a naval liaison officer in your office? Fritz, yes. The President, what inquiries did you make? Fritz, this naval officer was not actually the liaison officer between us and the High Command of the Navy. He was censorship officer for the entire armed forces. Nevertheless I naturally called on his services in connection with naval matters. And several times I ordered him, or rather, requested him to find out from the High Command of the Navy how the investigation of the Athenia case stood. The answer was always the same. The position still is that no German submarine was near the place of the catastrophe. The President, and are you saying that that liaison officer of the Navy told you that after the 23rd of October 1939? Fritz, yes. The President, did he continue to tell you that? Fritsch, yes. The President, that is all. He may return to the dock. Yes, Dr. Fritz. Dr. Fritz, now, with the permission of the tribunal, I should like to call the witness Herr von Schurmeister. The witness von Schurmeister took the stand. The President, will you state your full name, please? Moritz von Schurmeister, witness Moritz von Schurmeister. The President, will you repeat this oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The witness repeated the oath. The President, you may sit down. Dr. Fritz, witness, before beginning your examination, should like to ask you to make your answers quite general and as brief as possible. Will you please give the tribunal very briefly some particulars of your career, so that the tribunal may know more about you? Von Schurmeister, I come from a family of officers and civil servants, studied theology for 3 terms. 10 years as a banking official, 5 of them in South America, then editor until my appointment in Berlin. On October 1, 1931 I became a member of the party, SS Hauptsturmführer in the Allgemeine SS, during the war 4 times a soldier. The last time from July 31, 1944 on September 22, 1944 prisoner of war in British hands. Since then I have been in Great Britain. Dr. Fritz, when I discussed the subject of your examination with you a few days ago, you told me that your former positive attitude toward National Socialism would not prevent you in any way from making truthful statements here. Is that true? Von Schurmeister, I have already told you that I believed in this cause, that I have sacrificed everything to it, that I have lost everything through it. It was very bitter for me. But today I know that I have served a bad cause. I have freed myself entirely of it. In my last camp in England I was permitted to assist in the re-education of my comrades. There I was allowed to edit the camp newspaper. And if I only could, then I would help today to rebuild a democratic Germany. Dr. Fritz, when did you become acquainted with the defendant Fritsch? Von Schurmeister, on July 1, 1938. Dr. Fritz, what were you at the time? What position were you to occupy? Von Schurmeister, I was an editor in Braunschweig and I was called to the Ministry of Propaganda in order to become Dr. Goebbels' personal press expert. Dr. Fritz, what position did you actually occupy in the Ministry of Propaganda? Von Schurmeister, up to July 1, 1943 I was Dr. Goebbels' personal press expert, then I was personal expert to State Secretary Dr. Gutterer until April 1, 1944. Then I went with him for 3 months to the UFI, which was the controlling company of all film companies. Then, on July 31, 1944, I went to the front. Dr. Fritz, did you have daily contact with Dr. Goebbels? Von Schurmeister, yes, since the outbreak of the war. Let me describe briefly what my main activities were. Dr. Fritz, very briefly, please. Von Schurmeister, during the war I had to look through all the news and propaganda material coming in from enemy broadcasting stations and regularly submit extracts from it to Goebbels. These extracts formed the basis for Dr. Goebbels' propaganda instructions which he himself issued every morning. In the afternoon and evening I had to telephone them to the press section and radio section. So that during the war, except when my deputies took my place, I was with Dr. Goebbels in his apartment, I took my meals with him, slept in his house, accompanied him on journeys, and so on. Dr. Fritz, what position did Fritsch occupy at the time? Von Schurmeister, Herr Fritsch in those days was the deputy chief in the department Home Press. Dr. Fritz, will you please describe the nature and importance of Fritsch's position in the propaganda ministry also during the period which followed? Very briefly, please. Von Schurmeister, I was to get acquainted with the work of the department Home Press. Conditions there were as bad as they could be. The chief, Herr Berndt, adopted undisguised table-thumping tactics. He went about barking out commands and sacking editors en masse. In ability and knowledge the officials in charge were inferior to the average editor. The only steadying influence was Herr Fritsch. He was the only expert. He knew the needs and requirements of the press. On the one hand he had to mend the china which Herr Berndt was constantly smashing, and on the other hand he tried to replace inefficient officials in the organization with better ones. Dr. Fritz, would it be correct to say, therefore, that Defendant Fritsch was not appointed as an exponent of the party, but as an expert? Von Schurmeister, only as an expert. The extremist party men in the ministry did not give Fritsch his full due. But as an expert he was then and later the good spirit of the press. Dr. Fritz, was Fritsch one of those collaborators in the ministry who had regular conferences with Goebbels? Von Schurmeister, these regular conferences had not yet begun to be held in those days, and Fritsch did not partake in them in any case. Dr. Fritz, so that he was not consulted until he became a department chief? Von Schurmeister, yes. Only as far as such conferences were taking place, but actually only since the outbreak of war. Dr. Fritz, in what way did Dr. Goebbels confer with his associates? Von Schurmeister, after the war broke out there were daily conferences at 1,100 hours, which were presided over by Dr. Goebbels personally and at which he gave all necessary propaganda instructions. Dr. Fritz, how many people attended these 11 o'clock meetings? Von Schurmeister, at the beginning, that is to say, up to the beginning of the Russian campaign, about 20 people. Later the circle grew to about 50 people. Dr. Fritz, were there discussions during these conferences or was it more or less the giving out of orders? Von Schurmeister, there was no discussion during these conferences. First of all, the liaison officer from the OKW would give a survey of the military situation and then Dr. Goebbels would give his instructions regarding propaganda, mostly for the press, the radio, and the newsreels. Dr. Fritz, who presided over the conferences when Dr. Goebbels was not present? Von Schurmeister, normally the State Secretary. Dr. Fritz, and who presided when the State Secretary was not there either? Von Schurmeister, usually Herr Fritsch, sometimes also the head of the Foreign Press Department or the Foreign Department, but mostly Herr Fritsch. Dr. Fritz, did Fritsch in these cases give the daily propaganda instructions on his own initiative or how was that done? Von Schurmeister, no, if the minister was not in Berlin, he was kept informed about news material coming in from abroad. He would then give the instructions to me or to one of my deputies in the same way as he did during the conferences. I had to pass on these instructions by telephone. In Berlin they were taken down by stenographers and then read out during the conference verbatim as instructions coming from the minister. By the way, this must be seen by the minutes of the meetings. They were always called instructions from the minister. Dr. Fritz, if Fritsch used written instructions such as you have described, given by Dr. Goebbels, did he not try to clear up questions which Goebbels had not dealt with, by bringing them up for discussion? Von Schurmeister, when Dr. Goebbels was farther away from Berlin, it might happen that the latest news did not reach him in time. In these cases Herr Fritsch would bring things up for discussion, consider the pros and cons and then give instructions on his own initiative. That was then put down in writing. The minister read it afterward and he either approved it or altered it. Dr. Fritz, but then, surely apart from the big conferences with 30 or 50 people present at which Goebbels gave his instructions there must have been more confidential conferences as well. Von Schurmeister, in the course of the morning, naturally, individual department chiefs also came for official discussions with the minister. Dr. Fritz, was Fritsch also called to these more confidential conferences? Von Schurmeister, generally, no. The minister used the conferences at which all departments were represented to summarize whatever he had to say for the press, radio, and newsreels. The heads of those departments whose special functions were not of interest to the others, came for individual conferences. Dr. Fritz, how often was Herr Fritsch consulted as compared with, say, the state secretaries, Honk, Gutterer, and Dr. Naumann? Von Schurmeister, the state secretaries could always be present during these individual conferences, and so could the personal advisors who were always there. Herr Fritsch was very rarely present at these individual conferences. Dr. Fritz, what was the position of the 12 department heads of the Ministry of Propaganda, one of whom was the defendant Fritsch? Von Schurmeister, these department heads can be classified into experts on the one side, such as, for instance, the head of the budget department, Dr. Ott, and confirmed party men on the other side as, for instance, Herr Berndt. Officially they had not a particle of the authority which was normally exercised by a department head in a ministry. It was generally known that the minister was using them as tools and that when he did not need them any more he would throw them out. That did not apply to the department heads only. I remember the unworthy manner in which he threw out State Secretary Gutterer when he had enough of him. Dr. Fritz, the indictment accuses Fritsch of having made of Germany's news agencies, radio, and press an instrument that played an important part in the hands of the so-called conspirators in carrying out their plans. Was Fritsch responsible for the organization of the press in the National Socialist state, and what can you say to this charge? Von Schurmeister, when Herr Fritsch entered the ministry, this press department had been set up and organized for some time. Moreover, I can also say that even Dr. Goebbels himself cannot be regarded as belonging to this circle of conspirators as defined by the indictment, for, after all, he did not want to drive us into war, but always advocated the conquest of countries without bloodshed. Dr. Fritz, so that the organization was already set up when Fritsch took over the department German press in the winter of 1938-39. Von Schurmeister, yes, already completely organized. Dr. Fritz, as the head of that department, was Fritsch independent? If not, who was his superior? Von Schurmeister, unfortunately Fritsch was not only subordinate as department chief to Dr. Goebbels, but he also stood between two fires. On the other side there was the Reich press chief, Dr. Dietrich, and the entire German press knew about this discord between the two. Although Reich press chief, as state secretary, was a staff member of the Ministry of Propaganda, nevertheless he demanded the right to be able to give orders independently in his capacity of Reich press chief. If, therefore, the minister and the Reich press chief did not agree on a certain point, then it was the unfortunate chief of the department German press who bore the brunt of this. Dr. Fritz, in what way was Fritsch active in the press organization? Did he tighten the fetters or did he try to loosen them? Von Schurmeister, I have already said that Herr Fritsch was the only real expert of any caliber who worked in the press department. He knew the needs, the worries, and the requirements of the press. He knew that an editor could work only if you give him a certain amount of freedom, and thus always and at every opportunity he fought to have the fetters loosened. He did much more than was apparent to the outside world, for the minister would make such and such a decision and the outside world would come to know only what the minister wanted. The President, do you think he has answered the question? Dr. Fritz, did Dr. Goebbels have any objections to the way the press worked? Was it not aggressive enough for him? Please be very brief. Von Schurmeister, no, it was not aggressive and not obdurate enough for him. Dr. Fritz, and how did Fritsch react to such demands both with reference to individual journalists and with reference to the newspapers as a whole? Von Schurmeister, again and again, at every opportunity, both during the conferences presided over by the minister and at private meetings with the minister. He spoke on behalf of the press and the journalists and tried to represent their point of view to the minister. Dr. Fritz, can you mention a few names of journalists or papers whom Fritsch tried to protect in the manner described? The President, Dr. Fritz, why should he give the names of individual journalists and papers? Isn't it too detailed to go into that? Dr. Fritz, very well, but Mr. President, may I, in that case, at least offer an affidavit in connection with this question as document number Fritsch 5. It is in my document book number 2 on page 22. It comes from the editor of the Frankfurter Zeitung, Dr. Wendelin Hecht, and I should like to quote it very briefly. I herewith make the following affidavit for submission to the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg. 1. It is true that the defendant Hans Fritzsch also helped to protect the Frankfurter Zeitung for several years against a ban by withholding copies of the Frankfurter Zeitung from the Führer's headquarters. 2. In the numerous attacks directed against the Frankfurter Zeitung because of its political attitude, the defendant Hans Fritzsch repeatedly intervened in favor of the continued publication of the Frankfurter Zeitung. Lütkirch, March 6, 1946. Dar. Wendelin Hecht. What other influential persons, apart from Dr. Goebbels, were there in the Ministry of Propaganda? Von Schurmeister. After State Secretary Honck's departure, there was only one man in the Ministry of Propaganda who had any real influence on the minister, only one man with whom Dr. Goebbels had some personal relations, and that was his first personal advisor, Dr. Naumann, who later became his State Secretary. Dr. Fritz. Did Fritzsch come to you frequently to learn more about the minister's views because the minister did not inform defendant Fritzsch? Von Schurmeister. Very often, because Herr Fritzsch knew that I also had many private conversations with the minister, and he always complained that he was left in suspense and all at sea. And he asked me if I could not tell him the minister's view about this or that matter. I did succeed in helping him by occasionally arranging for him to be invited by Dr. Goebbels to private meetings in which I spoke openly about Herr Fritzsch's needs. Dr. Fritz. Did Goebbels keep the radio strictly under his own control? Von Schurmeister. During the war the radio was for Dr. Goebbels the most important instrument of propaganda. He did not keep such a strict watch on any department as he did on the radio department. At meetings over which he presided, he personally decided the most minute details of the artistic program. Dr. Fritz. That is enough. Witness. Was Fritzsch really the leading man of German broadcasting, as he appeared to the outside world? Von Schurmeister. By no means. The leading man was Dr. Goebbels himself. Apart from that, Fritzsch here again was between two stools, because on the other side demands came in from the Foreign Office with reference to foreign broadcasts. Dr. Fritz. Was Fritzsch in his radio speeches perhaps too half-hearted for Dr. Goebbels? Von Schurmeister. I myself, by order of the minister, repeatedly had to reprimand Fritzsch, because the former claimed that his broadcasts were much too weak. Dr. Fritz. Did Goebbels also praise him? And if so, in what manner? Von Schurmeister. If, as was often the case, the minister did praise Fritzsch. The President. We haven't any interest in whether Goebbels praised him. Dr. Fritz. Then another question, did defendant Fritzsch ever contradict the minister? Von Schurmeister. Herr Fritzsch was one of the few people in the Ministry of Propaganda who did contradict the minister, both during conferences and in his apartment. He was always calm and determined, and often it had a certain effect. Dr. Fritz. Mr. President, may I have your permission to draw your attention at this point to a document, an affidavit by Scharping, document number Fritzsch 2, which has already been mentioned frequently. It is at the end of page 7 and the beginning of page 8 in my document book number 2. Might I perhaps quote one short sentence? At the so-called ministerial conferences it was Fritzsch alone who contradicted Goebbels on political questions. Witness, who was responsible for the definitely false or exaggerated news in the German press during the Sudeten crisis? Von Schurmeister. That was Alfred Ingemar Berndt, the head of the department. At that time he spent whole nights poring over general staff maps, directories, and lists of names, using them to fabricate atrocity reports from the Sudetenland. Herr Fritzsch watched this with anxiety. He came to me once and asked me, what are we drifting into? Are we not drifting into war? If only we knew what they really want at the top and what is behind it all. Dr. Fritz. And then another question on the same subject. Did Goebbels, in connection with any military or political actions, which were being carried out or were to be carried out, ever consult beforehand with the defendant Fritzsch? Von Schurmeister. Not only did he not consult with Herr Fritzsch, but with nobody at all. The minister never had any such consultations. Dr. Fritz. Fritzsch asserts that he did not hear of Dr. Goebbels' instigation of the anti-Semitic excesses in November 1938 until much later, a remark made by Dr. Goebbels himself. That does not sound very credible, because, after all, Defendant Fritsch was a close associate of Dr. Goebbels. Can you give us an explanation? Von Schurmeister, in 1938 certainly none of us in the ministry realized that Dr. Goebbels was the instigator. During the night in question Dr. Goebbels was not in Berlin. As far as I remember, just before that he had been to see the Führer and he was still in southern Germany. The conversation which you have just mentioned did not take place until the middle of the war. It took place at Lank, where the minister had a house, and it was on an occasion when Herr Fritsch had also been invited. Someone put the direct question to the minister as to the cause of these excesses of November 1938. Thereupon Dr. Goebbels said that the National Socialist economic leadership had come to the conclusion that the elimination of Jewry from Germany's economy could not be carried out further. Dr. Fritz, witness, excuse me, that is enough. We have heard about it already today. Did Fritsch later on, I believe it is supposed to have been in June 1944, talk to you about his general attitude toward the Jewish problem? Von Schurmeister, in May or June 1944 I talked to Fritsch in his apartment about the fact that on the day of these outrages he had said to me, Schurmeister, can one participate in this sort of thing and still be a decent human being? And then Herr Fritsch said to me, you know, I have really always been an anti-Semitic, but only in the sense that some of the Jews themselves also were. And he mentioned a Jewish newspaper, I believe the C.V. Zeitung. Dr. Fritz, that is enough, witness. Then how do you explain Fritsch's anti-Semitic statements in various of his radio speeches? Von Schurmeister, they had been ordered by the minister. We had seen from the British press that a certain anti-Semitic current in Britain was growing, but a law in England stopped this from appearing in the British press. Now the minister tried to find a common factor against which our propaganda abroad could be directed. This common factor was the Jew. To give support to the foreign propaganda by the Reich, Herr Fritsch received orders that in Germany, too, he should touch upon this subject in some of his broadcasts. The President, how long do you think you will be in concluding the case of the defendant Fritsch? Dr. Fritz, I think 3/4 of an hour at the most, Mr. President. The President, well then, after that the tribunal will continue the case of the defendant Bormann until 1 o'clock tomorrow. The tribunal adjourned until June 29, 1946 at 1000 hours. 167th day. Saturday, June 29, 1946. Morning session. The President, I will deal with the supplementary applications for documents. The first application on this list was on behalf of the defendant von Neurath, and that has been dealt with. The second was on behalf of the defendant Streicher. That was withdrawn. The third was on behalf of the defendant Donitz for an affidavit of former Fleet Judge Jackal. That application is granted. The next 2, 4, and 5, were on behalf of the defendant von Neurath. Those have been withdrawn. The next 3, 6, 7, and 8, on behalf of the defendant Rosenberg, are denied. The next, on behalf of the defendant von Papen, have all been dealt with during the presentation of the defense on behalf of von Papen. The next 2, on behalf of the defendant Bormann, are granted. The last 3, 12, 13, and 14, on behalf of the defendant Göring, are subject to the possibility of agreement being reached upon the question of whether affidavits are to be presented or witnesses called. And therefore that application is postponed. That is all. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, before the tribunal goes on with the business of the day. I should like to inform the tribunal of the results of my inquiries as to outstanding witnesses, and perhaps these could be supplemented by any of the learned counsel who can. My lord, as far as I can see, there are the witnesses whom your lordship has just mentioned of the defendant Göring, dealing with the question of Caton. My lord, the next witnesses that were outstanding were 3 that the tribunal allowed to be called for cross-examination if desired in respect to the case of the defendant Kaltenbrunner. I have just had a word with Dr. Kaufmann, and he says that he will not require the witnesses Tiefenbacher, Steinbauer, and Strupp for cross-examination. As far as my information goes, the next is Admiral Bohm in the case of the defendant Ritter. The President, before you get to that, Sir David, on the list that I have there was a witness called Strupp for Kaltenbrunner. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, my lord, there are 3, Tiefenbacher, Steinbauer, and Strupp. Dar. Kaufmann tells me he does not want these. The President, very well. Then you were speaking about the defendant Ritter. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, there is the question of Admiral Bohm. Dar. Siemers was going to let the prosecution see an affidavit, and I have not seen it yet, but, my lord, I do not anticipate that the prosecution will require that witness unless the affidavit is in very different form from what I expect. My lord, the only other witnesses that I know about are the 3 for which application was made by Dr. Fritz yesterday in the present case. The tribunal is considering that. The President, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, that, as far as I can see, is the full extent of the outstanding witnesses, unless I have missed some. The President, was there an application for witnesses from the defendant Bormann on the 26th of June? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, well, I asked Bergeld this morning. He has only got one witness that he is calling, he told me, who unfortunately is not here today. The President, well, I am told he has just now arrived. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, your lordship's information is later than mine. The President, it has only this moment come through. But so far as the others are concerned, there is only the one that Dr. Bergeld wants to call now. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, so Dr. Bergeld informed me this morning. Dr. Bergeld, may it please the court, only one witness has arrived. But I have put in several more requests which have not been decided on, and I cannot say whether these witnesses will ever arrive or whether they can be found. The Bormann case is characterized by the fact that not only the defendant cannot be found but almost all the witnesses cannot be found either. In the course of today's proceedings on the Bormann case I should like to put a special application before the High Tribunal which I do not wish to do just now. The President, one moment. Will you tell us exactly which witnesses you are referring to? In your letter of the 29th of June you withdraw your application for Fräulein Christians. Dr. Bergeld, yes, Mr. President. The President, Dr. Klopfer is the witness who just arrived in Nuremberg. Dr. Bergeld, yes. Then there are the witnesses Kupfer and Rattenhuber who are still not here and also the witness Christians. The President, well, Helmut Friedrich has not been located. Dr. Bergeld, no, he has not been found. The President, are you wanting to call Fräulein Christians? Dr. Bergeld, she has not yet arrived either. She was at Camp Oberursel. She received leave and while on leave disappeared, obviously she has fled. The President, have you got your application of June 26th or did you make an application of June 26th? Dr. Bergeld, yes, I did make an application. The President, whom did you ask for then? Dr. Bergeld, just a minute, I have to consult my secretary. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, Fräulein Christians and Dr. Helmut Friedrich. The President, well, Dr. Klopfer and Friedrich. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, yes, and Fräulein Christians, my lord. Dr. Bergeld, on June 26 I applied for the witnesses Falkenhorst, Rattenhuber, and Kempke. I could dispense with Falkenhorst if I might have Dr. Klopfer instead. The President, well, Dr. Klopfer is the only one who has arrived, as I understand it. Dr. Bergeld, yes, the only one who has arrived, Mr. President. The President, what the tribunal wants to know is how many you want to call now, and with reference to the others you had better withdraw them if you cannot find them. Dr. Bergeld, very well, your lordship, I wanted to put in an application for postponement. The witness Dr. Klopfer has only just arrived. Up to now I have not had a chance to talk to him and I consider it unjust for him to have to testify here for the first time. Moreover, he is not prepared, he does not know the documents which have been presented by the prosecution, and I myself do not know whether he has any knowledge about the things on which I want to question him. Therefore, I should like to apply for the proceedings in the case of Bormann to be postponed until 10 o'clock on Monday to give me the opportunity to hear my one chief witness and to discuss the case with him. I do not even know whether I want to have the witness interrogated, for he may possibly make statements that are quite irrelevant. It is not my fault that I have not heard him until now. I applied many months ago to have him brought here, and I would not have found him even today if at the last moment I had not had the very kind assistance of the American prosecution. I believe, I have also spoken to Sir Maxwell Fyfe, a postponement until Monday at 10 o'clock would be quite proper for my case in order to give me at least time to prepare. If not, my defendant has not been here and my witnesses have not been here and I have not been able to prepare anything. The President, well, Dr. Bergeld, you have had many months in which to prepare your case, and the tribunal has put the matter back for you already for a very long time, and this witness is now here. You can see him immediately and the tribunal thinks you ought to go on. You must have known that the case would come on, in the same way every other case has come on, in its proper place. Subject to the license which has been allowed to you to have your case put back to the end and all your applications for witnesses and documents put back to the very latest possible moment. And the witness is here, and we still have some time to deal with the witnesses for Fritsch and documents. The tribunal thinks in those circumstances you ought to go on. Dr. Bergeld, Mr. President, it is quite correct. I have had months at my disposal, but if I can obtain no witnesses and no information, I ask the tribunal to put themselves in my place. What is the use to me of waiting many months in vain, months during which I could do nothing? The witnesses were not here, nobody could tell me where the witness Klopfer could be found. He was only found at the very last moment. I cannot discuss the entire case with him in 15 minutes. I am just asking for a very short postponement until Monday morning. The tribunal will lose only a very few hours through that. It is not my fault that I have been assigned such an unusual defendant, one who is not present. The President, Dr. Bergeld, the only thing you propose to prove by this witness is the alleged fact that Bormann is dead and any evidence he can give about that. That is what the application says. Dr. Bergeld, no, may it please the court, that is a mistake. The witness Klopfer cannot testify as to that. He can only give his opinion as to the rest of the indictment, namely whether Bormann is guilty or not. Only the witnesses Christians, Luger, and Rattenhuber can give evidence as to the death of the defendant Bormann. But the witness Klopfer can only testify concerning the indictment itself. The President, where is the application for Klopfer? Where is your application? Dr. Bergeld, it is my application of May 26th. The President, let me see it. Have you got it there? Dr. Bergeld, do you not have anything else at all in the way of documents or evidence that you can continue with without calling this witness Klopfer? Dr. Bergeld, my lord, what I have is so small and meager that I myself do not know whether it is relevant until I have questioned the witness. Up to this point I have been dependent on pure supposition. I have not been able to receive or obtain any effective data. They are all legal constructions which can be made untenable by one word from the witness. Mark Thomas J. Dodd, Executive Trial Counsel for the United States. Mr. President, I have an objection to any postponement for this case. As the court has pointed out, counsel has had months and he had every cooperation from our office, both for his documents and for his seeking out of his witnesses. And if he would stop talking and go out and talk with his witness, who is here now, I think he might be prepared to go on with his case. The President, Dr. Bergeld, the tribunal will go on with the case against the defendant Fritsch now, and in the meantime, you will have an opportunity of seeing this witness Klopfer, and if after seeing him you wish to make further application, you may do so. But the tribunal hopes that, if you can ascertain what the nature of his evidence is, that you will be able to go on with it. I now have I had it only in German before, but I now have in English your application for the witness Klopfer. And a summary of it is that he was head of Section 3 in the party chancellery and he can deal with questions relating to the drafting and elaboration of laws and that he is to testify that the activity of Bormann in the proclamation of laws and ordinances was an entirely subordinate one. That is the only reason why you allege that you want to call him in your application. Dr. Bergeld, that is my supposition. There is the possibility that the witness, of course, really knows much more, for he was one of the chief collaborators. I drew up my applications very carefully, because as a lawyer I did not want to submit a fantasy to the court. The President, well, I have said what you can do with reference to Klopfer, and are you still asking to call a witness called Falkenhorst? Dr. Bergeld, I can only decide on that after I have talked with the witness Klopfer. In all probability I shall forego the calling of this witness Falkenhorst. The President, well, you heard what I said, Dr. Bergeld. You can now see Dr. Klopfer. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I only wanted the tribunal to know that that was the position as to witnesses, and when your lordship asked me, I said that the process of finishing off witnesses might take 2 days. My lord, subject to the Caton witnesses, it might take much shorter than that, as I am at present advised. The President, yes. And when shall we be informed what the position is with reference to the Caton witnesses, as to whether there is an agreement as to using affidavits or calling witnesses? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, I will make inquiries and try to let your lordship know at the end of the session. The President, I take it that we shall not be able to go into that this morning. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I do not think so. Apart from that, there are certain outstanding interrogatories which counsel for the defense may want to refer the tribunal to, but that is the only other matter I know. From the point of view of the prosecution, there may be a few documents which will be put in more or less to clarify points that have arisen during the case, rather than formal evidence and rebuttal. They will be quite small in number and will not take any time. The President, were there any documents on behalf of the defendant von Neurath which have got to be dealt with? Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my recollection is that there were 1 or 2 interrogatories, but apart from that I do not know of any others. The President, perhaps those matters had better be gone into on Monday morning. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, if your lordship pleases. The President, well, the tribunal hopes that counsel for the defendants understand that the tribunal will expect them to be prepared to go on with their speeches on behalf of the defendants directly the evidence is finished. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, my lord, it is to try to give some indication of the time that I ventured to intervene this morning. The President, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, as I understand it, the proposal is that Professor Jarius will make his general speech first. The President, yes. Sir David Maxwell FYFE, I understand the professor is ready to do that and I thought it would be useful if it were known that that might occur even on Monday. The President, yes. Then, now, Dr. Fritz, perhaps you will continue with your witness. The witness von Schurmeister resumed the stand. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, gentlemen of the tribunal, I beg to be permitted to continue with the examination of the witness von Schurmeister. Witness, yesterday, at the end of the session, we stopped at the point dealing with the antisemitism expressed by the defendant Fritsch in his radio speeches. In connection with that point, I have a further question. According to the statement made by Dr. Goebbels, to where were the Jews evacuated? Von Schurmeister, up to the first year of the Russian campaign, Dr. Goebbels in the conferences over which he presided, repeatedly mentioned the Madagascar plan. Later he changed this and said that a new Jewish state was to be formed in the East, to which the Jews were to be taken. Dr. Fritz, do you know whether, in dealing with reports from abroad concerning alleged German atrocities, not only towards the Jews but towards other peoples as well, Fritsch always had inquiries made at the RSHA or other authorities concerned? Von Schurmeister, yes. Not only with regard to atrocity reports but all propaganda reports from abroad which were embarrassing to us. He made inquiries sometimes at the office of Müller, at the RSHA in Berlin, and sometimes he inquired of the authorities that were directly concerned in these matters. Dr. Fritz, and what other agencies were concerned besides the RSHA where he might have made inquiries? Von Schurmeister, for example, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Armament Ministry, the OKW, it all depended. Dr. Fritz, do you know whether in reply to such inquiries a clear and completely plausible denial was given, or how was a matter of this sort handled? Von Schurmeister, there were not always denials, not at all. Very frequently we had quite precise answers. For example, if it was asserted that there had been a strike in Bohemia Moravia, then the answer was, yes, in such and such a factory a strike took place. But always and without exception, there was a very definite denial of concentration camp atrocities and so forth. That is precisely why these denials were so widely believed. I must emphasize that this was our only possibility of getting information. These pieces of information were not intended for the public, but for the minister, and again the answer came, no, there is no word of truth in this. Even today I do not know by what other means we could have obtained information. Dr. Fritz, can you say anything about Fritz's attitude on church questions? Von Schurmeister, Herr Fritz adopted the views taken by the minister during the war. At the beginning of the war, the minister demanded complete cessation of the strife regarding this question, for anything which could have brought dissension among the German people would have had a disturbing influence. I do not know whether I should go into further details. Dr. Fritz, no, I shall turn to another very important topic. Do you know what reasons Goebbels gave to his assistants for the various military actions of Germany? Von Schurmeister, he gave no reasons of his own at all. He only added his comments to the announcements coming from the Führer. Dr. Fritz, to quote some examples, can you say briefly whether the defendant Fritz knew in advance that a military attack was being planned on first, Poland, second, Belgium and Holland, third, Yugoslavia? Von Schurmeister, in the case of Poland, we knew of course that the question of Danzig and the corridor was awaiting a decision. But Dr. Goebbels himself repeatedly assured us, and he himself believed, that this question would not lead to war because, completely mistaken in his view of the attitude of the Western powers. He was convinced that they were only bluffing and that Poland would not risk a war without the military support of the Western powers. Dr. Fritz, what about Belgium and Holland? Von Schurmeister, on the day before the attack on Belgium and Holland events were overshadowed by the state visit of the Italian minister Pavellini. In the evening there was a performance at the theatre and afterwards a reception in the house of the airman. At night Dr. Goebbels went with me to the ministry where he occasionally spent the night. During the night I had to telephone to several gentlemen. And in the morning the minister, in my presence, presented to Herr Fritz the two announcements which were then broadcast, the first containing the military reasons and the second containing the Secret Service reasons. Herr Fritz did not even have time to look at these announcements, moreover, he had a sore throat and I had to read the second broadcast, with the Secret Service reasons. I also had not seen these announcements beforehand. Dr. Fritz, what about Yugoslavia? Von Schurmeister, the same thing happened. In the evening the minister had dismissed his adjutant, had given him leave. During the night I had to call the various gentlemen over the phone and ask them to assemble. And early in the morning the statement, which up to that time had been completely unknown to us, was read to us over the radio. Dr. Fritz, and what happened in the case of the attack on the Soviet Union? Von Schurmeister, that was even more preposterous. Before the attack on the Soviet Union, the minister, for purposes of camouflage, had lied to his own department chiefs. Around the beginning of May he selected 10 of his colleagues out of the 20 who ordinarily participated in the conferences, and he told them, "Gentlemen, I know that some of you think that we are going to fight Russia. But I must tell you today that we are going to fight England. The invasion is imminent. Please adapt your work accordingly. You, Dr. Glasmere, will launch a new propaganda campaign against England." These were impudent lies told to his own department chiefs for purposes of camouflage. Dr. Fritz, are you implying that no one in the propaganda ministry knew of the imminent campaign against Russia? Von Schurmeister, no. The following gentleman in the propaganda ministry knew about the Russian campaign, if I may presume, a letter to Dr. Goebbels from Lammers offered a clue for it, for in it Lammers told the minister in confidence that the Führer intended to appoint Herr Rosenberg to be minister for the occupied Eastern Territories. The letter also asked Dr. Goebbels to name a liaison man from our ministry to Herr Rosenberg personally, and that, of course, gave away the secret. The people who knew of this were the minister, Herr Hadamowski, as his provisional personal representative, Dr. Tauber, the liaison man to be appointed, myself, because by accident I had read this letter, and the head of the Foreign Press Department, Dr. Bohm. Dr. Bohm, and this is very important, told me on the day before his arrest in the presence of Prince Schaumburg-Lippe that he had received this information from Rosenberg's circle. That is, and I want to emphasize this, not from our ministry or from our minister. Otherwise, as heads of two parallel departments, both would, of course, have been informed. If Bohm did not know it from the minister, then Herr Fritsch could not have known it either. As a result of a careless remark on this subject, Bohm was arrested on the following day and later killed in action. Dr. Fritz, now I want to summarize this part of my examination in the following general question: did you ever notice that before important political or military actions of the government or the NSDAP, Goebbels exchanged ideas about future plans with the defendant Fritsch? Von Schurmeister, it is quite impossible that that occurred. It would have been in complete contradiction to the minister's principles. Not only did he not exchange ideas on future plans, but he did not even inform anyone. Dr. Fritz, now we shall turn to a different subject. The prosecution charges the defendant Fritsch with having influenced the German people in the idea of the master race and thus with having incited hatred against other nations. Did Fritsch ever receive instructions at all to conduct a propaganda campaign on behalf of the theory of the master race? Von Schurmeister, no, under no circumstances. In this connection, one must know that Dr. Goebbels could not at all use this party dogma and myth. These are not things which attract the masses. To him the party was a large reservoir in which as many different sections of the German people as possible should be united. And particularly this idea of the master race, perhaps on account of his own physical disability, he ridiculed and rejected completely. It did not appeal to him. Shall I answer the question of hatred now? You also asked me about that. Dr. Fritz, yes. Von Schurmeister, a propaganda of hatred against other nations was quite contrary to the propaganda line as set out by Dr. Goebbels, for he hoped, and to the end he clung to this hope like a fata morgana, that one day he could change from the policy of against England and against America to the policy of with England and with America. And if one wants to do that, one cannot foster hatred against a nation. He wanted to be in line with the nations, not against them. Dr. Fritz, against whom then was this propaganda in the press and on the radio directed? Von Schurmeister, primarily, against systems. It was Dr. Goebbels who established the concept, plutocracy, in the sense in which the whole world knows it today. Later the concept, Bolshevism, was added from the other side. Sometimes his propaganda was directed against some of the men in power, but he could not get the full cooperation of the German press on that point. That annoyed him. And in a conference he once said, "Gentlemen, if I could put 10 Jews in your place I could get it done." But later he stopped these attacks on personalities such as Churchill. He was afraid that these men would become too popular as a result of his counter-propaganda. Apart from that, he did not hate Churchill personally at all. Secretly he actually admired him. Just as, for example, throughout the war he had a picture of the Duke of Windsor on his desk. Therefore the propaganda of hatred was directed temporarily against individual men but always against systems. Dr. Fritz, witness, before answering the next question, will you check your memory very carefully, and particularly remember your oath? Was it the aim of this propaganda for which Fritsch received orders and which he carried out, to arouse unrestrained passions tantamount to incitement to murder and violence, or what was its purpose? Von Schurmeister, no. The minister could not use passions at all in his propaganda, for passions flare up and die down again. What the minister did need was a steady and constant line, steadfastness even in hard times. Stirring up of passions, inciting to hatred, or even murder would not have appealed to the German people, nor could Dr. Goebbels use anything like that. Dr. Fritz, did German propaganda abroad, especially in Russia, come under the direction of the propaganda ministry at all? Von Schurmeister, I must differentiate here. I do not know whether I should go into the well-known differences between Dr. Goebbels and Ribbentrop. At the beginning of the war, the Foreign Office had demanded charge of all foreign propaganda, namely, propaganda in foreign countries, radio propaganda broadcasts to foreign countries, and propaganda directed towards foreigners living in Germany. Very disagreeable controversies resulted. The problem was put to the Führer himself, but finally both sides interpreted his decision in their own favor. Dr. Fritz, witness, would you, perhaps, be a little more brief? Von Schurmeister, very well, I can leave that. The differences between the two men are well known. However, in regard to Russia, I must add that their both press and propaganda came under the jurisdiction of Herr Rosenberg up to about March of 1944. And in this sphere as well, Dr. Goebbels. The President, wait a minute. What has this Russian propaganda got to do with the defendant? Dr. Fritz, no, the German propaganda in Russian territory, that is what I asked him about. He is only going to say one sentence about it, in fact, he has already said it. Von Schurmeister, up to 1944, Rosenberg, to the great concern of Dr. Goebbels, who believed that the Russian campaign could have been won in the field of propaganda. Dr. Fritz, I have one more question to put to you. Yesterday, when Herr Fritsch was being cross-examined, the prosecution submitted several interrogation records. Among them, for example, that of Field Marshal Schorner, in which the testimony is unanimous in saying that Fritsch was the permanent deputy of Goebbels as propaganda minister. Is that correct? Von Schurmeister, that is bare nonsense. I cannot imagine how a statement like that came to be made. There is not a word of truth in it. Dr. Fritz, thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions. The President, does any of the other defendants' counsel want to ask any questions of the witness? There was no response. Does the prosecution wish to cross-examine? Gen. Rudenko, Mr. President, the prosecution do not intend to question this witness, but this does not mean that we accept without objection the testimony which he has given here. The President, the witness may retire. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, I should like to point out and request the tribunal to take judicial notice also of the documents which are contained in both my document books but which I did not quote. In my document book number 2 there is another affidavit deposed by Dr. Sharping, a document which I offer to the tribunal as document number Fritsch, 3, pages 16 to 19. This affidavit deals with the attitude of the defendant Fritsch on measures which Hitler had planned after the large-scale air attacks on the city of Dresden. May I ask the tribunal to take judicial notice of the entire contents of this affidavit, on page 16 and the following pages, document book number 2. The President, Dr. Fritz, the tribunal observe that in Exhibit 3, which you have just presented to us, there is a statement by the person making the affidavit that after the bombing of German cities in the fall of 1944, Dr. Goebbels stated that there was no longer any objection to handing over crew members of crashed airplanes to the wrath of the people. The tribunal would like to have the defendant Fritsch back in the witness box and to question him about that. Did you ask any questions of the defendant Fritsch in reference to this matter in your examination of him? Dr. Fritz, no, Mr. President, I wanted to say at the conclusion of my case that I had expected a statement on this subject from the representative of the protecting power, the Swiss ambassador in Berlin. This statement has, however, not yet reached me. I wanted to ask permission to submit it later if it arrives in time. The President, is that another interrogatory or affidavit that you mean? Dr. Fritz, yes, it is a statement which deals with this subject. The President, yes. Dr. Fritz, and if I may be permitted to add this, Mr. President, I also expect a statement from a British radio commentator, Clifton Delmar. That statement has not yet arrived. May I perhaps submit that? The President, certainly, you may. But what the tribunal is concerned with at the moment is that they think it material that they should know. Dr. Fritz, yes, I quite understand, Mr. President. The defendant Fritz resumed the stand. The President, you are still under oath. You may sit down. You have read this affidavit? Fritz, but I no longer remember it in detail. The President, we did not hear the answer to that. Fritz, I no longer recall in detail this affidavit which my counsel has just submitted to the tribunal. I know that it exists, however. The President, the statement that the tribunal wished you to be asked about was this. Beginning in the fall of 1944, Dr. Goebbels also spoke about this frequently during his so-called conferences of ministers. I'll begin before that. The increasing effect of English and American air bombardments on German cities caused Hitler and his more intimate advisers to seek drastic measures of reprisal. Beginning in the fall of 1944, Dr. Goebbels also spoke about this frequently during his so-called conferences of ministers, to which numerous officials and technicians of his ministry were convened and which, as a rule, I also attended. That is Franz Scharping. Fritz, yes. The President. On such occasions Dr. Goebbels stated that there was no longer any objection to handing over crew members of crashed planes to the wrath of the people. As you know, there has been a great deal of evidence about that before this tribunal. Did you in your propaganda speeches make any references to this subject? Fritz, no, I never advocated in my propaganda speeches that the crews of aircraft which had been shot down should be killed. On the other hand, I know that Dr. Goebbels, for reasons of intimidation, ordered reports to be sent abroad already in the fall of 1944, reports to the effect that, to quote an example, an Anglo-Saxon airplane which had machine-gunned churchgoers in the street on a Sunday had been shot down and the members of the crew had been lynched by the people. Actually this report had no factual basis, it hardly could have been true, since it is quite improbable that an airplane is shot down at just such a moment. I know that Dr. Goebbels, through a circular letter addressed to the Gau propaganda offices, asked that details of such incidents, if they actually occurred, should be transmitted to him, but to my knowledge he did not receive any factual details of this sort. That was also the time in which he had an article on this subject written in Reich. I cannot recall the title of this article at the moment. In any event, this campaign, having died down in January or February, flared up again in the days after the air attack on Dresden, and the following incident occurred. Dr. Goebbels announced in the 11 o'clock morning conference, which has been mentioned quite frequently in this courtroom, that in the Dresden attack 40,000 people had been killed. It was not known then that the actual figure was a considerably higher one. Dr. Goebbels added that in one way or another an end would now have to be put to this terror. And Hitler was firmly determined to have English, American, and Russian flyers shot in Dresden in numbers equal to the figure of Dresden inhabitants who had lost their lives in this air attack. Then he turned to me and asked me to prepare and announce this action. There followed an incident. I jumped up and refused to do this. Dr. Goebbels broke off the conference, asked me to come to his room, and there a very heated discussion developed between us. Finally I had persuaded him at least to the point where he promised me to use his influence with Hitler himself, so that this plan would not be carried through. I then spoke to Ambassador Ruhl, the liaison man of the Foreign Office, and asked him to enlist the aid of his minister to the same end. I also requested State Secretary Naumann to speak along the same lines with Bormann, whose predominant influence was well known. Following that, I had a discussion. Under the existing regulations this was not really permitted, with the representative of the protecting power. In confidence, I gave him certain indications about the plan of which I had heard and asked him whether he could suggest or supply me with some argument or some means for countering this plan more intensively. He said he would attend to the matter with the utmost speed, and he called me up on the following morning. We had a second discussion, and he told me that in the meantime a prospect for an exchange of prisoners had been held out to him, that is, an exchange of German and English prisoners, to comprise, I believe, 50,000 men. I asked him to have this matter go through the normal diplomatic channels, but to permit me to discuss this possibility of an exchange of prisoners of war with Dr. Goebbels, Naumann, and Bormann. I did so, and since just at that time the leaders were obviously especially interested in returning prisoners of war who could perhaps still be used at the front, this prospective offer. The President, how did you think that this possible exchange of prisoners was going to affect the question of whether 40,000 English and American, and Russian flyers would be killed as a reprisal? Fritsch, it appeared to me that at a time when we had the opportunity of effecting an exchange of prisoners of war, all thought of an action which was quite outside all human laws had to be repressed. That is, if there was talk about an exchange of prisoners of war, the idea of a gigantic shooting of prisoners had to be shunted into the background. I conclude briefly. This plan was discussed. I told Dr. Goebbels about it. And it was discussed in the evening with Hitler, according to concurring reports which I had from two different sources. By some strange accident the offer itself ran aground somewhere along the bureaucratic channels many days after the settlement of this exciting incident. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, can you hear now? I am asking you when you heard about Hitler's order, not with respect to these prisoners, but with respect to the flyers who had landed? When did you first hear of that? You said that in the fall Goebbels had sent abroad some propaganda with respect to that order. Did you know about it then? Fritsch, yes. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, in the autumn of 1944 you knew about that order? Fritsch, no. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, when did you? Fritsch, I cannot say exactly, but in the autumn of 1944 I did not know this order. I have to be extremely careful since I am under oath. I believe I heard of the order only here in this courtroom, but that is somewhat confused in my memory with the campaign of Dr. Goebbels which I have just described. I cannot clearly. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, surely in that meeting in February that order was discussed when they were discussing the killing of 40,000 prisoners, was it not? Fritsch, no, on that occasion not at all. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, you had no doubt that Hitler wished to have those prisoners killed, did you? Fritsch, yes, at the time when Dr. Goebbels related the plan, I believed that Hitler wished to carry through this action. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, then the answer is yes. Now, you had no doubt that Goebbels wanted them killed, did you? Fritsch, the 40,000 in Dresden. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, yes. Fritsch, in general, yes. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, yes. Fritsch, yes, I had no doubt that Goebbels also approved it. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, and which other of the leaders wished them killed? It was apparently discussed a good deal. Who else in the government was in favor of this policy? Fritsch, I cannot say with certainty whether Bormann was in favor of it, he was the only other concerned. I do know, however, that von Ribbentrop, through Ambassador Rühl, made an attempt to dissuade Hitler from this step. He opposed Hitler's plan. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, Ribbentrop was working in this particular problem of killing the prisoners? I am not clear about that. Did Ribbentrop know about it? Fritsch, at that time I told Ambassador Rühl about this affair and asked him to inform Ribbentrop and to enlist his aid. A day or two later Rühl told me, we had frequent excited telephone conversations on this matter, that Ribbentrop was. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, I do not need the details. The answer is that the Foreign Office knew, even if Ribbentrop may not have known personally. Is that right? Fritsch, Ribbentrop was informed personally. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, that is all I want to know. Fritsch, yes. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, do you know what attitude Bormann took in this matter? Fritsch, according to the accounts that I heard, he at first supported Hitler's plan to shoot those 40,000. But afterwards, under the influence of Goebbels and Naumann, he took the opposite view and cooperated in dissuading Hitler from his intention. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, were they only consulted in the matter as far as the commanders of the Wehrmacht were concerned? Fritsch, I know nothing about that. The tribunal, Mr. Biddle, it is suggested that I should also ask you this: do you know what attitude Ribbentrop took on the shooting of these prisoners? Fritsch, yes. After Ambassador Ruhl's report to him, he used his influence to prevent the execution of Hitler's plan. In what way, I do not know. The President, Dr. Fritz, do you wish to ask the defendant any question? Dr. Fritz, no, Mr. President. The President, do the prosecution wish to ask any questions arising out of the questions that the tribunal has asked? Gen. Rudenko, no, Mr. President. The President, then the defendant can return to the dock. Dr. Fritz, Mr. President, this brings me to the end of the evidence in the case of the defendant Fritsch. The President, are you offering in evidence all of the documents in your 2 document books, each one of them? Dr. Fritz, yes. The President, are they marked with exhibit numbers? Dr. Fritz, yes, I submitted all the originals. The President, very well. Have you not got 2 exhibits, exhibit 1 in one book and exhibit 1 in the other book? Dr. Fritz, no, there are no Fritsch exhibits at all in my document book 1, Mr. President. The President, oh. I see. Very well. Well, that concludes the case of Fritsch. Dr. Fritz, yes, Mr. President. The President, the tribunal will adjourn now. A recess was taken. Dr. Bergeld, may it please the tribunal, first of all I want to say that I can also dispense with the witness Dr. Klopfer, since he worked in close contact with Bormann only after 1942, since he cannot testify on most of the documents on which the prosecution based its case, and since he only directed the Constitutional Law Department in the Party Chancellery. Mr. President, I want to begin my case by making a very brief basic statement. The defendant Bormann is absent, his associates, generally speaking, are not at my disposal either. For that reason, I can only attempt, on the basis of the documents presented by the prosecution, to submit some little evidence to prove that the defendant did not play the large, legendary part which is now, after the collapse, attributed to him. As a lawyer it has always been much against my will to build something out of nothing, and I beg the High Tribunal to take this into consideration when weighing my evidence, which must, therefore, be extremely small in quantity. It is not negligence on my part that I present so little, but it is the inability to find anything positive from the available documents without the assistance of the defendant. First of all, then, I come to the question of whether the case against Bormann can be tried at all. I have offered evidence to show that it is most likely that the defendant Bormann died on May 1, 1945, during an attempted escape from the Reich Chancellery. As my first witness who could testify on this, I named the witness Else Kruger, and my application for her was granted by the tribunal. In my application of June 26, I stated that I would waive the examining of this witness if the High Tribunal would permit me to submit instead an affidavit containing her testimony. I have not yet received an answer to this application. But I presume, since I heard from Dr. Kempner that the prosecution will agree to this, that the High Tribunal also will not raise any objection. The President, I thought the application was withdrawn with reference to the witness Kruger. Dr. Bergeld, I stated that I would dispense with the witness provided that I could submit her affidavit. There appears to be a misunderstanding. The prosecution informed me that it has no objection. Martha Dodd, we have said we had no objection, Mr. President, to the use of the affidavit since he was waiving the calling of the witness. Dr. Bergeld, I submit the affidavit as document number Bormann, 12. Then, I named 3 other witnesses who could testify that Bormann had died. First, the witness Kempke, who for many years was Hitler's chauffeur and who was present when the attempted escape from the Reich Chancellery failed. This witness is not here. According to information which I have, he was interned at the camp at Freising in December 1945 in the hands of the American authorities, but unfortunately he has not yet been produced. I also named the witness Rattenhuber, who was also present when Bormann died and who, according to the information which I have, is said to be in the hands of the USSR. The woman witness, Christians, who had been granted me, could not be located. She was interned in the camp at Oberursel. From there she was given leave of which she took advantage to vanish. Apart from the affidavit of the witness Kruger, therefore, I have no proof for my statement that Bormann is dead. I regret very much indeed that I am not in a position to present clear evidence on this point and that the members of the prosecution were not able to give me more support, for in this way the formation of legends will be considerably strengthened. Indeed, a sort of false Demetrius, false Martin Bormann, have already made their appearance and are sending me letters which are signed Martin Bormann but which cannot possibly have been written by him. I believe that a service would have been rendered to the German nation, to the Allies, and to the world generally if I had been in a position to furnish this proof for which I had asked. I come now to my documents. The President, well, the tribunal would like to hear this affidavit of Kruger read. Dr. Bergeld, the text is as follows. Fräulein Else Kruger, born February 9, 1915, at Hamburg-Altona, secretary, at present residing at Hamburg, 39, Hansenweg 1. From approximately the end of 1942 was one of several secretaries of the defendant Martin Bormann. There were, roughly, 30 to 40 secretaries. I can no longer give accurate figures and names. I occupied this position until the end and after Hitler's death. On May 1, 1945 I saw and talked to Bormann in the bunker of the Reich Chancellery for the last time. But I was then no longer working for him, since at that time he was writing his own orders and wireless messages by hand. All I had to do in those days in the bunker of the Reich Chancellery was to prepare myself mentally for my death. The last words he spoke to me, when he met me accidentally in the bunker, were, "Well, then, farewell. There is not much sense in it now, but I will try to get through. Very probably I shall not succeed." These approximately were his last words. I can no longer recollect them literally. Later in the course of the evening when I thought that the Russians had come very close to the shelter of the Reich Chancellery I, together with a group of about 20 people, mostly soldiers, fled from the shelter through subterranean passages. Then through an exit in one of the walls of the Chancellery, across the Wilhelmsplatz into the entrance of the underground station Kaiserhof. From there we fled through more subterranean passages to the Friedrichstrasse, and then through a number of streets, debris of houses, and so on. I can no longer remember the exact details on account of the confusion and excitement of those days. Eventually, in the course of the following morning, we reached another shelter. I no longer recollect where it was. It might have been the shelter at Humboldt-Thain. The President, Dr. Bergeld, does not the affidavit deal with the defendant Bormann at all? Dr. Bergeld, oh yes, I am now coming to that. After some time the SS Gruppenführer Rattenhuber appeared there quite suddenly. He had been severely wounded in the leg and was put on a camp bed. Other people asked him where he had come from, and he said, in my presence, that he, together with Bormann and others, had fled by car through the Friedrichstrasse. Presumably everybody was dead, there had been masses of bodies. I gathered from his statement that he believed Bormann was dead. This also appeared probable to me because, according to reports I heard from some soldiers whom I did not know, all people who had left the shelter after us had been taken under strong Russian fire and hundreds of dead were said to have been left behind on the Weidendammer Bridge. I omit one unimportant sentence. I remember reading afterwards in a British paper that Hitler's driver for many years, Kempke, made a statement somewhere that Bormann, with whom apparently he fled, was dead. That is all I am able to submit, Mr. President. The real witnesses have unfortunately not been found. I now come to the documents. In order to shorten my evidence, may I refer to the document book which I have submitted. All these documents contain orders of Bormann which were collected and have appeared in a body of laws called Orders of the Deputy of the Führer. I request that the tribunal take judicial notice of these official orders. I shall bring up the legal argument arising from these documents in my final speech. I merely want to refer now briefly to Order number 23 of 36, it is the order under the figure 8. The President, do you mean P.S. Dr. Bergeld, no, it is order number 8 in my document book, Mr. President. I particularly want to draw the tribunal's attention to it without quoting from it. I now turn to the document book submitted by the prosecution, and I should like to read a short passage from 098 P.S. on page 4, the second paragraph at the top. The President, did you say 098 P.S.? Dr. Bergeld, yes, document 098 P.S., Bormann's letter dated February 22, 1940 in address to Reichsleiter Alfred Rosenberg. The President, page 4. Dr. Bergeld, page 4. It is the letter in which Bormann rails against the Christian religion. Nevertheless, he writes as follows, page 4. With regard to religious instruction in schools, it seems to me that the existing conditions need not be changed. No National Socialist teacher, according to the clear-cut directives of the Deputy of the Führer, must be accused in any way, if he is prepared to teach the Christian religion in the schools. I omit one sentence. In the circular of the Deputy of the Führer number 339 of January 4, 1939. It is expressly stated that teachers of religion are not by any means to make their own choice of biblical material for religious instruction but are obliged to give instruction on all the biblical subjects. They are to abstain from all reinterpreting, analyzing, or paraphrasing of this directive. Attempts of this sort have been made several times by certain church groups. This is a reference to the so-called German Christians. I then quote from document 113 P.S., document book of the prosecution. It is directive number 104/38, I quote. The neutrality of the party with respect to the Church, which has been emphasized from the beginning, demands that any possible friction be avoided. Clergymen, as political leaders or as leaders or section leaders in the party and its affiliated organizations, do not possess the required freedom of decision in this dual obligation, as has been shown by experience. Moreover, there is the danger that owing to their church office they will make use of the movement for their purposes in the church struggle. The Deputy of the Führer has therefore ordered 1. Clergymen holding positions in the party are to be immediately relieved of their party functions. I then quote from document 099 P.S., in which Bormann, in a letter of January 19, 1940, addressed to the Reich Minister of Finance, criticizes the low contributions of the Church toward the war. I quote from the second paragraph. The assessment of so low a contribution has surprised me. I gather from numerous reports that the political communities have to raise so high a war contribution that the carrying out of their own tasks, which are often very important, as for instance their work in public welfare, is in jeopardy. I omit one sentence. I understand that the assessment of so low a contribution is partly explained by the fact that only the churches of the Old Reich which are entitled to raise taxes are called upon to make their contribution to the war. Whereas the sections of the Protestant and Catholic Church, which are entitled to demand church dues in Austria and the Sudetenland, are exempted. I omit the rest of the sentence. This differentiation in the treatment of individual sections of the churches and church organizations is, in my opinion, quite unjustified. I then quote from document 117 P.S., a letter from Bormann to Rosenberg, dated January 28, 1939. I quote from the second paragraph. The party has repeatedly in recent years had to explain its attitude on the plan for a state church or for some other measure establishing closer connection between the state and the church. The party has always emphatically rejected such plans for two reasons. First, a connection between the state and the church, as the organization of a religious community which does not in all fields aim at the practical application of National Socialist principles, would not fulfill the ideological demands of National Socialism. Second, purely practical and political considerations speak against such a formal union. I then refer to document L-22, which deals with a conference in the Führer's headquarters on July 16, 1941, at which Hitler, Rosenberg, Lammers, Keitel, Göring, and Bormann were present. The President, could you tell us in what part of the book this is and what is the number? Dr. Bergeld, L. 22. It is approximately in the middle of the book. Bormann acted as secretary of the conference and wrote the minutes. The prosecution stated that Bormann's incidental remarks showed that he had participated in the discussion, at that conference, of plans for the incorporation of Russian territory into the Reich. I shall therefore have to read this incidental remark which he made. The President, this is L. 221, not L. 22. Dr. Bergeld, the first incidental remark is in the 14th paragraph and reads as follows. Incidentally, does an educated class still exist in the Ukraine, or are the Ukrainians of a higher class to be found only as emigrants outside Russia? The President, Dr. Bergeld, could you not tell us what original page it is? In our document book there are headings, original page, so and so. Dr. Bergeld, yes, they are there, but, one moment, please, I shall have to look for it again. The translation which I have received has a different type of division, page 4. The President, thank you. We have to create a Garden of Eden. The first part of page 4 is, we have to create a Garden of Eden. Dr. Bergeld, yes, 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 the second paragraph, the third paragraph, no, after each one, it is the third paragraph. The President, go on, then. Dr. Bergeld, have you got it, Mr. President? The President, I shall not know until you tell me how it begins. Dr. Bergeld, it begins, incidentally, does an educated class still exist in the Ukraine? The President, yes, I have got that, yes. Page 3. Dr. Bergeld, it is on page 3. The President, I think it is on page 4. It goes like this, is there still anything like an educated class in the Ukraine? Dr. Bergeld, according to the document book which has just been submitted to me, it is on page 3, but it may be page 4. The President, the original is page 4. Dr. Bergeld, then on page 5, page 4, no, it is page 3, your lordship. Page 4 has a very similar remark which reads. It has frequently become apparent that Rosenberg has a great deal of liking for the Ukrainians. He wants to enlarge the old Ukraine considerably. And then the last remark on page 8, page 5 in the English text, third paragraph from the end, a note for party member Klopfer. Please ask Dr. Meyer as soon as possible for the data on the proposed organization and the filling of the positions. Then at the end, page 6 of your original, last paragraph. Incidentally, the Führer emphasized that activity of the churches was out of the question. Papen had already submitted to him through the Foreign Office a long memorandum stating that now the right moment for re-establishing the churches had arrived. But that was definitely out of the question. This refers to a statement by Hitler. Then I come to document 1520, P.S. I want first of all to draw the tribunal's attention to the fact that in this record, which Lammers wrote, Bormann is not at all mentioned at the beginning among those present. Apparently because his activity as secretary was considered a matter of course. I should now like to read from page 2 of your original, from the paragraph beginning, then the discussion turned to the question of freedom of religion. I shall begin on the 8th line of the 4th paragraph. Bormann agreed with this attitude absolutely but said that the only question was whether the Reich Minister for the East, who after all had a name in Germany, would not through such a law create too far-reaching obligations which would then have repercussions in the Reich. The churches themselves were going to define what was meant by religious freedom, and he predicted that such a law would result in hundreds of new letters and complaints on the part of the churches within the Reich. I omit one sentence. Finally it was agreed that the entire question should not be settled by me, that is, Lammers, in the form of a law but that the Reich Commissioners should take the existing religious freedom for granted and should issue the necessary directives. Then document 072, P.S., a letter from Bormann to Rosenberg. Of that I should like to read the third paragraph. The Führer emphasized that in the Balkans the use of your experts would not be necessary, since there were no art objects to be confiscated. In Belgrade there was only the collection of Prince Paul which would be returned to him intact. The remaining material of the lodges, etc., would be taken care of by the representatives of Gruppenführer Heydrich. From document 062, P.S. I should like to read the introduction, in which the defendant Hess deals with the orders he had issued for the treatment of airmen. I quote. The French civilian population received official instructions by radio and otherwise on what they were to do at landings of German aircraft. From document 205, P.S. I should like to read the opening words of Bormann, the second paragraph. The President, what, is the date of 062, P.S. The interpreter wrongly translated this as 205, P.S. Dr. Bergeld, 5th of May, 1943, Circular Letter Number 7043. The President, I think I have got it now. The interpreter, you have 205, my lord. Dr. Bergeld, 5th of May, 1943. The President, no, but I wanted to know the date of 062, P.S. It appears to be March 13, 1940. Dr. Bergeld, 062, P.S. Yes, the date of that is March 13, 1940. That is the one I read before. The President, the tribunal does not understand why you read the document in view of paragraph 4 of it, which is as follows. Likewise, enemy parachutists are immediately to be arrested or liquidated. Dr. Bergeld, I shall return to that in my final speech, Mr. President. I can present my arguments now if the tribunal so desires, but I do not think the argument is wanted now. The President, no, no. I thought you might have another paragraph in the document which you wish to refer to. Dr. Bergeld, no. I referred to the introduction, which was the reason for this document, namely, the statement of the defendant Hess preceding Bormann's document. I come then to document 205, P.S., dated May 5, 1943, Circular Letter Number 7043. I shall quote the following sentence. I request that along the lines set out in the attached copy the necessity for a firm but just treatment of the foreign workers be made clear in a suitable manner to members of the party and the population. This circular letter itself was issued by the defendant Sokol. I now come to document 025, P.S., of September 4, 1942, and I read. The President, which number are you going to now? Dr. Bergeld, 025, P.S., dated September 4, 1942. I shall quote the last sentence of the second paragraph. Therefore, and this is also the opinion of the Reich Marshal and of Reichsleiter Bormann, the problem of domestic workers must be solved in a way different from that mentioned above. And then I quote from paragraph 3, starting with the second sentence. In connection with this, namely, the employment in Germany of women workers from the East, Reichsleiter Bormann also agrees that members of the armed forces or other agencies who have brought female domestic workers into the Reich illegally will have their action subsequently approved. Approval of such action in the future will not be withheld, regardless of the official recruiting scheme. The determining factor in the recruiting of Ukrainian female workers is the specific wish of the Führer that only girls whose conduct and appearance permit a permanent stay in Germany should be brought into the Reich. Then I shall read from Figure 1, almost the last paragraph on page 3 of your document book. Recruiting, especially in the case of domestic servants, must be on a voluntary basis and must in practice be carried out with the help of the offices of the Reichsführer SS. This concludes my quotations from the document book of the prosecution, and I should like now to refer only to the Russian document USSR 172 and to document Donitz 91, of which I shall make use in my final speech. This, then, brings me to the end of the presentation of my evidence. Mr. Dodd, Mr. President, may I suggest that if this witness Kempka can be located, counsel might submit an affidavit or an interrogatory to any persons who have knowledge of the alleged death of defendant Bormann. We certainly would have no objection to it. Dr. Bergeld, I have no objection either. The President, Dr. Bergeld, have you any information as to what this witness Kempka can tell us about the death of Bormann? Dr. Bergeld, According to the affidavit, which I read to the tribunal, he is said to have been present when Bormann was killed by a tank explosion. He would, therefore, be an eyewitness of Bormann's death, like the witness Rattenhuber, from whom the witness Kruger obtained her information. If the witnesses Kempka and Rattenhuber were found, would be satisfied with affidavits and interrogatories. Mr. Dodd, Mr. President, I have seen this statement by Kempka some time ago, which is in affidavit form and which has come to our attention. But my recollection is that he does not state positively that he saw him die. But I again suggest we might make further efforts to get an affidavit from him, or an interrogatory, or carefully question him about the circumstances of the death. The President, a statement was made to the tribunal at one time by the prosecution suggesting that Bormann had escaped from the chancellery in a tank and then the tank had been stopped or blown up on a bridge and that two of the persons inside the tank had last seen Bormann wounded. Or something of that sort. Mr. Dodd, yes, I think that is the best information. The President, Mr. Dodd, if the prosecution has any material in the shape of affidavits or anything of that sort, the tribunal would like to have them placed before them. Mr. Dodd, yes, sir. I am sure we do not have an affidavit. As I recall, it was last fall when someone sent down here what purported to be a narrative account by Kempka of the last days in Berlin. Now, I will try to look that up and present it to you. The President, if you can go into the matter, then possibly they might be located through the investigations which you would make. Mr. Dodd, very well. The President, then interrogatories or affidavits could be obtained. Mr. Dodd, very well, sir. The President, then that concludes your presentation of evidence on behalf of Bormann? Dr. Bergeld, that is all I have, Mr. President. The President, very well. Thank you. Colonel Pokrovsky, is there anything you wish to say? I beg your pardon. Dr. Bergeld, you have offered in evidence all the exhibits that you want to offer and have given them exhibit numbers, have you? Dr. Bergeld, yes, in my document book. The President, you are intending to offer your document book as evidence? Dr. Bergeld, yes. The President, it has exhibit numbers on each document, has it? Dr. Bergeld, yes, each document has a number. The President, very well. Colonel Pokrovsky, the tribunal would like to know whether you have arrived at any agreement with Dr. Stamer on behalf of the defendant Göring with reference to affidavit evidence or witnesses, with reference to the Katyn matter. Colonel Y.V. Pokrovsky, Deputy Chief Prosecutor for the USSR. My lord, we have had 3 conferences with the Defense Counsel. After the second meeting I told the tribunal that, in order to shorten the proceedings, the Soviet prosecution was willing to read into the record only a part of the evidence submitted. About 15 minutes ago I had a meeting with Dr. Exner and Dr. Stamer, and they told me that their understanding of the tribunal's ruling was that the old decision for the summoning of 2 witnesses was still in force and that only additional documents were now under discussion. In view of this interpretation of the tribunal's ruling, I do not think that we shall be able to come to an agreement with the defense. As I see it, the decision in this matter must now rest in the hands of the tribunal. The President, the tribunal orders that, unless an agreement is arrived at, the evidence shall not be given entirely by affidavits and that the 3 witnesses on either side shall be called first thing on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Unless you can arrive at an agreement before that the evidence is to be offered in affidavits. Dr. Siemers, Mr. President, may I say something on this subject? A number of counsel who are interested in the Katyn case had a conference this morning, among them were Professor Exner and Dr. Stamer. We agreed to ask the tribunal to allow 2 witnesses to be examined here in person by the defense. These witnesses would be Colonel Ahrens and First Lieutenant von Eichborn. We also agreed to dispense with the hearing of the 3rd witness but decided to request that an affidavit of this witness, and in addition 2 other affidavits, be submitted. I believe this to be a suggestion which both satisfies us and saves the most time. 2 witnesses would be heard and 3 affidavits submitted. The President, Dr. Siemers, the tribunal sees no objection to there being 2 witnesses called and 1 affidavit. But their order was that 3 witnesses on either side, that the evidence should be limited to 3 witnesses on either side. And they, therefore, are not prepared to allow further affidavits to be given. The evidence must be confined to the evidence of 3 persons on either side. They may give their evidence either by oral evidence or by affidavit. Dr. Siemers, Mr. President, as far as I was informed, the original decision stated that 3 witnesses were allowed but did not mention affidavits. That was the reason why Dr. Stamer and Professor Exner assumed that, regardless of the witnesses, certain individual points could be proved by means of affidavits. I think that the hearing of 2 witnesses and 3 affidavits would be quicker than the examination of 3 witnesses. The President, I am afraid Dr. Stamer and Dr. Exner drew a wrong inference from the order of the tribunal. The tribunal intended and intends that the evidence should be limited to the evidence of 3 witnesses on either side, and whether they give their evidence orally or by affidavit does not matter. We left it to the Soviet prosecution and to defendants' counsel to see whether they could agree that it should be given by affidavit in order to save time. But that was not intended to extend the number of witnesses who might give evidence. Dr. Siemers, Mr. President, in that case, I should be grateful if Dr. Stamer and Professor Exner would be heard. I myself have not been in Nuremberg recently. I was therefore not present when these details were discussed, and it is difficult for me. I see that Dr. Stamer is now, perhaps Dr. Stamer himself could speak about it. Dr. Stamer, I have just heard Dr. Siemers' report, at least a part of it. I mentioned already during the last discussion, Mr. President, that Professor Exner and I had understood the decision to mean that besides the 3 witnesses we were also allowed to submit affidavits. Indeed, the original decision granted us 5 witnesses, though it made the reservation that only 3 of them could give evidence here in court. We assumed, therefore, that we could submit affidavits of those witnesses out of the 5 who had been originally granted us but who would not give evidence in court. The original decision granted us 5 witnesses, and then a later decision of the tribunal. The President, listen, that is not the recollection of the tribunal, and if you say so, you must produce written evidence that that was the decision. The tribunal's recollection is not that 5 witnesses were allowed. Dr. Stamer, yes, yes, yes. I shall submit written evidence of these decisions to the tribunal. I cannot remember offhand when they were made, but originally 5 witnesses were granted. Then I named another witness, who was also granted, and it was only afterwards that the decision to allow only 3 witnesses to give evidence in court was announced. The President, Dr. Stamer, when the order was made limiting it to 3 out of 5, there was no reference in that order to affidavits, as far as I know. Dr. Stamer, no, affidavits were not mentioned then. The President, what I am telling you is that the tribunal in making that order of limitation intended to limit the whole of the evidence to 3 witnesses on either side, because the matter is only a subsidiary allegation of fact. And the tribunal thinks that at this stage of the proceedings such an allegation of fact ought not to be investigated by a great number of witnesses, and 3 witnesses are quite sufficient on either side. Therefore the tribunal does not desire to hear and did not intend that it should have to hear any evidence except the evidence of 3 witnesses, either orally or by affidavit. The tribunal will now adjourn. The tribunal adjourned until Monday, July 1st at 1000 hours. 168th day. Monday, July 1st, 1946. Morning session. The President, I have an announcement to make. The tribunal orders that any of the evidence taken on commission which the defense counsel or the prosecution wish to use shall be offered in evidence by them. This evidence will then become a part of the record, subject to any objections. Counsel for the organizations should begin to make up their document books as soon as possible and put in their requests for translations. That is all. Dr. Stamer. Dr. Stamer, with reference to the events at Kladin, the indictment contains only the remark, in September 1941, 11,000 Polish officers, prisoners of war, were killed in the Kladin woods near Smolensk. The Russian prosecution only submitted the details at the session of February 14, 1946. Document USSR 54 was then submitted to the tribunal. This document is an official report by the Extraordinary State Commission, which was officially authorized to investigate the Katyn case. This commission, after questioning the witnesses, the President, Dr. Stamer, the tribunal are aware of the document and they only want you to call your evidence, that is all. Dr. Stamer, I wanted only to add, Mr. President, that according to this document, there are two accusations: one, that the period of the shooting of the Polish prisoners of war was the autumn of 1941. And the second assertion is, that the killing was carried out by some German military authority, camouflaged under the name of Staff of Engineer Battalion 537. The President, that is all in the document, is it not? I have just told you we know the document. We only want you to call your evidence. Dr. Stamer, then, as my first witness for the defense, I shall call Colonel Friedrich Ahrens to the witness stand. Dr. Siemers, Mr. President, I have a request to make before the evidence is heard in the Katyn case. The tribunal decided that 3 witnesses should be heard, and it hinted that in the interests of equality, the prosecution could also produce only 3 witnesses, either by means of direct examination or by means of an affidavit. In the interests of that same principled equality, I should be grateful if the Soviet delegation, in the same way as the defense, would state the names of their witnesses before the hearing of the evidence. The defense submitted the names of their witnesses weeks ago. Unfortunately, up to now, I note that in the interests of equality and with regard to the treatment of the defense and the prosecution, the Soviet delegation has so far not given the names of the witnesses. The President, General Rudenko, were you going to give me the names of the witnesses? Gen. Rudenko, yes, Mr. President. Today we notified the General Secretary of the Tribunal that the Soviet prosecution intends to call 3 witnesses to the stand: Professor Prozorovsky, who is the chief of the Medico-Legal Experts Commission. The Bulgarian subject, Professor of Legal Medicine at Sofia University Markov, who at the same time was a member of the so-called International Commission created by the Germans. And Professor Basilevsky, who was the deputy mayor of Smolensk during the time of the German occupation. The witness Ahrens took the stand. The President, will you state your full name? Friedrich Ahrens, witness Friedrich Ahrens. The President, will you repeat this oath after me? I swear by God, the Almighty and Omniscient, that I will speak the pure truth, and will withhold and add nothing. The witness repeated the oath. The President, you may sit down. Dr. Stamer, witness, did you, as a professional officer in the German armed forces, participate in the Second World War? Ahrens, yes, of course, as a professional officer I participated in the Second World War. Dr. Stamer, what rank did you hold finally? Ahrens, at the end as colonel. Dr. Stamer, were you stationed in the Eastern Theater of War? Ahrens, yes. Dr. Stamer, in what capacity? Ahrens, I was the commanding officer of a signal regiment of an army group. Dr. Stamer, what were the tasks of your regiment? Ahrens, the signal regiment of an army group had the task of setting up and maintaining communications between the army group and the neighboring units and subordinate units, as well as preparing the necessary lines of communication for new operations. Dr. Stamer, did your regiment have any special tasks apart from that? Ahrens, no, with the exception of the duty of defending themselves, of taking all measures to hinder a sudden attack and of holding themselves in readiness to defend themselves with the forces at their disposal, so as to prevent the capture of the regimental battle headquarters. This was particularly important for an Army Group Signal Regiment and its battle headquarters because we had to keep a lot of highly secret material in our staff. Dr. Stamer, your regiment was the Signal Regiment 537. Was there also an Engineer Battalion 537, the same number? Ahrens, during the time when I was in the Army Group Center I heard of no unit with the same number, nor do I believe that there was such a unit. Dr. Stamer, And to whom were you subordinated? Ahrens, I was directly subordinated to the staff of the Army Group Center, and that was the case during the entire period when I was with the Army Group. My superior was General Oberhauser. With regard to defense, the signal staff of the regiment with its 1st Battalion, which was in close touch with the regimental staff, was at times subordinated to the commander of Smolensk. All orders which I received from that last-named command came via General Oberhauser, who either approved or refused to allow the regiment to be employed for a particular purpose. In other words, I received my orders exclusively from General Oberhauser. Dr. Stamer, where was your staff accommodated? Ahrens, I prepared a sketch of the position of the staff headquarters west of Smolensk. Dr. Stamer, I am having the sketch shown to you. Please tell us whether that is your sketch. Ahrens, that sketch was drawn by me from memory. Dr. Stamer, I am now going to have a second sketch shown to you. Will you please have a look at that one also, and will you tell me whether it presents a correct picture of the situation? Ahrens, may I briefly explain this sketch to you? At the right-hand margin, that large red spot is the town of Smolensk. West of Smolensk, and on either side of the road to Vitebsk, the staff of the Army Group was situated together with the Air Force Corps, that is south of Krasnodar. On my sketch I have marked the actual area occupied by the Army Group Center. That part of my sketch which has a dark line around it was very densely occupied by troops who came directly under the Army Group. There was hardly a house empty in that area. The regimental staff of my regiment was in the so-called Little Cadden Wood. That is the white spot which is indicated on the sketch. It measures about 1 square kilometer of the large forest and is a part of the entire forest around Cadden. On the southern edge of this small wood there lay the so-called Dnieper Castle, which was the regimental staff headquarters. 2.5 kilometers to the east of the staff headquarters of the regiment there was the 1st Company of the regiment, which was the operating company, which did teleprinting and telephone work for the Army Group. About 3 kilometers west of the regimental staff headquarters there was the wireless company. There were no buildings within the radius of about 1 kilometer of the regimental staff headquarters. This house was a large 2-story building with about 14 to 15 rooms, several bath installations, a cinema, a rifle range, garages, sauna, steam baths, and so on, and was most suitable for accommodating the regimental staff. Our regiment permanently retained this battle headquarters. Dr. Stamer, were there also any other high-ranking staff headquarters nearby? Ahrens, as higher staff headquarters there was the Army Group, which I have already mentioned, then a corps staff from the Air Force, and several battalion staffs. Then there was the delegate of the railway for the Army Group, who was at Nestovo in a special train. Dr. Stamer, it has been stated in this trial that certain events which have taken place in your neighborhood had been most secret and most suspicious. Will you please, therefore, answer the following questions with particular care? How many Germans were there in the staff personnel, and what positions did they fill? Ahrens, I had 3 officers on my staff to begin with, and then 2, and approximately 18 to 20 non-commissioned officers and men. That is to say, as few as I could have in my regimental staff, and every man in the staff was fully occupied. Dr. Stamer, did you have Russian personnel in your staff? Ahrens, yes, we had 4 auxiliary volunteers and some female personnel living in the immediate vicinity of the regimental staff quarters. The auxiliary volunteers remained permanently with the regimental staff, whereas the female personnel changed from time to time. Some of these women also came from Smolensk and they lived in a separate building near the regimental staff. Dr. Stamer, did this Russian personnel receive special instructions from you about their conduct? Ahrens, I issued general instructions on conduct for the regimental headquarters, which did not solely apply to the Russian personnel. I have already mentioned the importance of secrecy with reference to this regimental headquarters, which not only kept the records of the position of the Army Group, but also that of its neighboring units, and on which the intentions of the Army Group were clearly recognizable. Therefore, it was my duty to keep this material particularly secret. Consequently, I had the rooms containing this material barred to ordinary access. Only those persons were admitted, generally officers, who had been passed by me, but also a few non-commissioned officers and other ranks who were put under special oath. Dr. Stamer, to which rooms did this no admission order refer? Ahrens, in the first place, it referred to the telephone expert's room. It also referred to my own room and partly, although to a smaller degree, to the adjutant's room. All remaining rooms in the house and on the site were not off limits. The President, Dr. Stamer, how is this evidence about the actual conditions in these staff headquarters relevant to this question? Dr. Stamer, Mr. President, in the Russian document the allegation is contained that events of a particularly secret nature had taken place in this staff building and that a ban of silence had been imposed on the Russian personnel by Colonel Ahrens. That the rooms had been locked, and that one was only permitted to enter the rooms when accompanied by guards. I have put the questions in this connection in order to clear up the case and to prove that these events have a perfectly natural explanation on account of the tasks entrusted to the regiment and which necessitated, quite obviously, a certain amount of secrecy. For that reason, I have put these questions. May I be permitted? The President, very well. Dr. Stamer, I have almost finished with these questions. Turning to the witness. Was the Cadenwood cordoned off, and especially strictly guarded by soldiers? Mr. President, may I remark with reference to this question that here also it had been alleged that this cordon had only been introduced by the regiment. Previously, there had been free access to the woods, and from this conclusions are drawn which are detrimental to the regiment. Ahrens, in order to secure anti-aircraft cover for the regimental staff headquarters, I stopped any timber from being cut for fuel in the immediate vicinity of the regimental staff headquarters. During this winter the situation was such that the units cut wood wherever they could get it. On January 22, there was a fairly heavy air attack on my position during which half a house was torn away. It was quite impossible to find any other accommodation because of the overcrowding of the area, and I therefore took additional precautions to make sure that this already fairly thin wood would be preserved so as to serve as cover. Since, on the other hand, I am against the putting up of prohibition signs, I asked the other troop units by way of verses to leave us our trees as anti-aircraft cover. The wood was not closed off at all, particularly as the road had to be kept open for heavy traffic, and I only sent sentries now and then into the wood to see whether our trees were left intact. Dr. Stamer, the prosecution. The President, Dr. Stamer, at a time that is convenient to you, you will, of course, draw our attention to the necessary dates, the date at which this unit took over its headquarters and the date at which it left. Dr. Stamer, very well. Turning to the witness. When did your unit, your regiment, move into this Dnieper castle? Ahrens, as far as I know, this house was taken over immediately after the combat troops had left that area in August 1941, and it was confiscated together with the other army group accommodations, and was occupied by advance parties. It was then permanently occupied by the regimental headquarters as long as I was there up to August 1943. Dr. Stamer, so, if I understand you correctly, it was first of all in August 1941 that an advance party took it over? Ahrens, yes, as far as I know. Dr. Stamer, when did the staff actually arrive? Ahrens, a few weeks later. Dr. Stamer, who was the regimental commander at that time? Ahrens, my predecessor was Colonel Bedenk. Dr. Stamer, when did you take over the regiment? Ahrens, I joined the army group during the second half of November 1941, and after getting thoroughly acquainted with all details I took over the command of the regiment, at the end of November, if I remember rightly, on November 30th. Dr. Stamer, was there a proper handing over from Bedenk to you? Ahrens, a very careful, detailed, and lengthy transfer took place, on account of the very considerable tasks entrusted to this regiment. Added to that, my superior, General Oberhauser, was an extraordinarily painstaking superior, and he took great pains to convince himself personally whether, by the transfer negotiations and the instructions which I had received, I was fully capable of taking over the responsibilities of the regiment. Dr. Stamer, the prosecution further alleges and claims that it was suspicious that shots were often fired in the forest. Is that true, and to what would you attribute that? Ahrens, I have already mentioned that it was one of the main tasks of the regiment to take all the necessary measures to defend themselves against sudden attack. Considering the small number of men which I had in my regimental staff, I had to organize and take the necessary steps to enable me to obtain replacements in the shortest time possible. This was arranged through wireless communication with the regimental headquarters. I ordered that defensive maneuvers should be carried out and that defense works should be prepared around the regimental headquarters sector and that there should be maneuvers and exercises in these works together with the members of the regimental headquarters. I personally participated in these maneuvers at times and, of course, shots were fired, particularly since we were preparing ourselves for night fighting. Dr. Stamer, there is supposed to have been a very lively and rather suspicious traffic to and around your staff building. Will you please tell us quite briefly what this traffic signified? Ahrens, there was an extraordinary lively traffic around staff headquarters which still increased in the spring of 1941 as I was having the house rebuilt. I think I mentioned that it had been destroyed through air attacks. But, of course, the traffic increased also through the maneuvers which were held nearby. The battalions in the front area operating at 300 and 400 kilometers distance had to, and could perform their job only by maintaining personal contact with the regiment and its staff headquarters. Dr. Stamer, there is supposed to have been considerable truck traffic which has been described as suspicious. Ahrens, besides our supplies, which were relatively small, the commandos, as I have just mentioned, were brought in by trucks. But so was, of course, all the building material which I required. Apart from that, the traffic was not unusually heavy. Dr. Stamer, do you know that about 25 kilometers west of Smolensk there were 3 Russian prisoner-of-war camps, which had originally been inhabited by Poles and which had been abandoned by the Russians when the German troops approached in July 1941? Ahrens, at that time I had not yet arrived. But never during the entire period I served in Russia did I see a single Pole, nor did I hear of Poles. Dr. Stamer, it has been alleged that an order had been issued from Berlin according to which Polish prisoners of war were to be shot. Did you know of such an order? Ahrens, no. I have never heard of such an order. Dr. Stamer, did you possibly receive such an order from any other office? Ahrens, I told you already that I never heard of such an order and I therefore did not receive it either. Dr. Stamer, were any Poles shot on your instructions, your direct instructions? Ahrens, no Poles were shot on my instructions. Nobody at all was ever shot upon my order. I have never given such an order in all my life. Dr. Stamer, well, you did not arrive until November 1941. Have you heard anything about your predecessor, Colonel Bedenk, having given any similar orders? Ahrens, I have not heard anything about it.